190多拼，
这么多拼这么高。
哇哦！好了，你开始调了，
这走路得倒着走。哇！
哦呦！
那第一个需要改回来吗 ？W。
没有，就累积这样。
就这样吧。来 ，OK。就玩不了游戏现在。
哎，你耶，
就这个变
30 ，OK。鼠标输入30了，不对了。
我得一个键一个键按，老容易碰到这个 Q 了。
我的乖！墨镜下来了，
墨镜侠吗？
墨镜下来了。
别笑，你也过不了第2关。
哇，
你也是眼镜吗？
我也是眼镜。
对，兄弟，我有点迷路，都扛不了。
去哪儿了？呀，好，左边啊。那完了，兄弟，那我真打不死了。
好了吗
？Oh my god！
老容易误触了，能不能把别的键都关了？
倒着走路走出来。啊，19，这是几？这是几啊？7。
要等你吗？
不用等我，你找我就行。
上去了，上哪找你去啊？现在
28。
切枪了，可能。我这边得解题啊，没有笔。
没有，就喊出。
那我直接不就把它给？那我赢了吗？
我算出来了，28哦。
哦，我们俩题一样的啊。
OK。这个手套戴的我真的
奖励了你副手套。
这个手套真的现在。
Welcome to the Esports World Cup 2026. 16 of the world's best teams have gathered here in Paris to earn their right to be crowned the next CROSSFIRE champion. But before that, here's how the tournament works. The playoffs. The playoffs will consist of teams who have qualified from the upper bracket of the group stage and will be seeded at random. The top 2 seeded teams can then select their opponents from the pool of lower bracket qualifiers of the other group, while the other 2 upper bracket teams are matched up with the remaining 2 lower bracket teams, also from the other group. The playoffs will be a brutal single elimination bracket with best of 3 matches for the quarterfinals and best of 5 matches for the semifinals, 3rd place match, and of course, the grand final. Time to witness greatness, upsets, and everything in between, right here at EWC 2026.
Welcome everyone to the Esports World Cup in Paris, France. It's semifinals day, second day to the last. Top 4 teams when it comes to CROSSFIRE, the best in the world, have competed. We've gone from 16 teams down to 4. Who's going to move forward to fight for it all? $750,000. Lift the trophy, so much up for grabs. And today is a stepping stone into the finals. Welcome into the Allianz Vault. I'm Taylor Reflections Noble, joined by Sneaky Frog and Lucy. Sneaky, we're getting towards the end, man. We're getting close to grand finals. At the end of today, we are going to know who's playing for the trophy.
Yeah, and already, even in the quarterfinals, right, there's already some very exciting stories brewing with King Zero's rise and, of course, the fall of Vitality in this one, and Stallions coming back after a loss up against Team Liquid in the group stage. It seems like everything is shaping up for this top 4.
That's right, top 4, but so much money on the line. Irregardless, if you play for 3rd, if you play for 1st, $2 million is up for grabs.
Yeah, you're into the real meat and potatoes of it, so to speak, right? Like, this is the top of the top. I can't believe we're already here, by the way. It just feels like the time has flown so fast, and the storylines have had so many different interesting ones coming through. And no matter what, we get a brand new champion taking home the 750,000.
That's right. Now the focus is on 750,000, but again, even making it top 2, you walk away with 350K. That is a tremendous amount of money. And all you have to do is, well, it's simple. win one series, just beat your opponent. You do that, you're all of a sudden top 2. But as we know, it's not going to be that easy. It's been a long, grueling road to get up to this point, to get to our top 4. Yesterday, we crushed some keys. Today, we're going to be doing much the same. To get you caught up to speed and let you know how we got to this very point, we need to talk to Kyle and Valdez.
Hey guys, we're here at the Player Lounge, chilling out before the semis today, and we had so many crazy quarterfinals yesterday, starting off with Team Liquid getting the better of their brethren Na'Vi in that 2-0.
Yeah, really big match for Team Liquid after a tear in their group. They look even stronger now heading into the playoffs, and with the semifinals on the way, it feels like they can't be stopped.
Yeah, Team Liquid definitely on a bit of a tear at the moment. And speaking of those kinds of teams, we got Team Stallions that did take out Rock, another team from Brazil, the first seed even, and Stallions looking very strong right now.
Yeah, I mean, these guys cannot be underestimated after a tear to take down EP in their group stage match. Now they move forward as well to do it again in the quarterfinal against a team that really could have gone either way, but now they go to the semifinals looking better than ever.
Yeah, absolutely. Stallions, one of my big favorites for this tournament. We'll see how far they can go. And, of course, our third semi was a little bit more one-sided. We had King Zero, definitely one of the big favorites of this tournament, taking out Team Vitality, who barely squeaked in. It was a very one-sided affair, Kyle.
Yeah, unfortunately for Vitality, a little bit of a stomp in that one, but KZ just looked to be unstoppable moving forward, and they've got a real shot at lifting that trophy.
Yeah, King Zero very strong from the CFPL. And speaking of those kinds of teams, we had AGAL, the big one, the big team from last year, from the championship of EWC. They did fall to Baisha in a 2-1 fashion, so Baisha looking strong at the moment.
Yeah, Baisha, I feel like it might be their time to shine here as they look towards the rest of the bracket. N9 looking better than ever in this tournament, and with the defending champions out of the way, it could be theirs for the taking.
Yeah, I think Baisha have already proved a lot with that win over AGAL in the best of 3. It is best of 5 as we do move into the semifinals, and let's see what happens as we throw it back to you guys.
Thank you, Valdez and Kyle. Man, you go down memory lane. Lucy, you said it best. It seems like you blink, you missed it. We're already here on day number 4, but the Titans we have already lost is incredible. AGAL no longer defending their crown.
Yeah, who can believe it, right? Coming through as tournament favorites, we were really talking up this idea of them creating this era. They won all of the trophies last year. They felt like the team to beat, but hey, Baisha's now taking them down, and maybe they've taken up that mantle.
That is the question. Baisha, who are the favorites when it comes to our events? We've got 4 teams to choose from. They all want to make it into grand finals. They all want to lift the trophy, but only one can do it. Now the question is, who will it be? Well, to give their answers anyways, we've got B-Dog and Kyle.
All right, guys, we are here in the Players Lounge, ready to talk about our semifinals matchups. We've got some amazing games in store for today, but the first one we're going to talk through is KZ versus Baisha Gaming. How are you feeling about that one?
Feeling pretty good, right? It's a rematch of the group stage. King Zero able to take down Baisha in that upper bracket. I'm really looking forward to it. I think Baisha have battled very hard through the lower bracket run. You've got the Ice versus N9 storyline. Ice is being compared to N9 on the other side of the server. I think Baisha are going to do it the way that they've been looking. They've really been building into this tournament. I'm excited, and I believe in Baisha. That's only one semi-final, though. We've got another one. Liquid versus Stallions. What do you make of that one?
I feel like this is truly going to be the match of the day here. Stallions look hungrier than ever, and of course they've got that secret weapon in Kano. He's been stellar all tournament long. I mean, he ended his last match with an ace clutch to get it done, so I'm excited to see what the Stallions to do, and I'm going all in on them today.
Absolutely. And well, those are our predictions. We're going to head back to the desk. What do you guys think?
Thank you, B-Dog and Kyle. What do I think? I don't know. Sometimes it's amazing to me. I just wake up in the morning and brush my teeth. But today is going to be wild, okay? Wild indeed. The top side of the bracket. Well, first off, the biggest story really has been we're guaranteed a new winner, obviously. We talked to AGL. They are now out of it. But we're also guaranteed another region in the grand finals, right? It's not just going to be China 1 and 2.
Yeah, it's going to be a reminisce of those old times where Brazil was really one of the most competitive scenes in the CF scene in general. But at the same time, Team Stallions also bringing back that old Filipino greatness that we saw from back in 2018. And I'm going to be very happy to see this because if Team Stallions win, that's going to be a huge win for PH. For Team Liquid, Gokun finally getting a trophy.
Yeah, no matter what, it's rematches, right? Like both of these series, we had them play out during the group stages. And I think there's a lot of really interesting revenge arcs going on because we know that Stallions did not feel good after that Liquid game in groups.
But it woke them up. I really strongly feel that loss woke the Stallions up, and now they're coming back with vengeance.
Yeah, unfortunately, the team that actually went up against a very angry Stallions was actually Rock Esports, and I was in that B-stage game, and really, it was Loy and No just absolutely mauling that team, and I feel like they are now ready for Team Liquid, especially considering that Rock actually beat Team Liquid in CFBL, so the storyline is now topsy-turvy.
Yeah, it seems like we have a lot of revenge arcs, you know, whether it's the offline seasons, whether it's here at EWC, CFS. CROSSFIRE loves to have history repeat itself.
Yeah, exactly right. And a lot of history makers looking to do that here, you know, whether that is an entire new team, new region taking the trophy, or whether that's Baisha, N9 finally getting that EWC victory, that one thing it's missing in his belt. There's so much to look forward to with these top 4 teams, no matter who ends up getting into that grand final and lifting that final prize.
That is the question. Who's going to lift it? How big of a deal would it be, though, if China didn't lift the trophy, if China didn't win EWC? How long has it been since another region has won an international trophy?
I think it's a fair few years, at around like 4 or 5 plus. I think the last time was at around 2020 or 2019 when Brazil was still, or actually when Viana, the coach of Rock, was still playing at that time. So it has been a while since another region actually won in its entirety, but this might be the time to do so because this has been the best that Brazil has looked, and this has been the best that C has looked as well.
Yeah, I mean, and outside of Brazil, it's been even rarer, right? Like, and for the Philippines, I mean, what an amazing story that would be for Stallions, right? Obviously, have already gotten to second place, like they come so close to touching an international trophy. So I think for them, like what that would do for the scene, you can barely even put it into words.
Yesterday, we lost Na'Vi. We also lost AGAL. Tremendous playmakers when it comes to the Club Championship update. Now I'm curious what it's even looking like. It is the final week after all, and we need an update with Trav. Club Championship update, powered by Aramco.
The storylines have been crumbling over the last couple of days when it comes to CROSSFIRE in the Club Championship. All the heavy hitters fell out the competition super early on, with Na'Vi, Vitality and AGL dropping out in the quarterfinals and only managing to get 200 points, and Team Falcons were out the round before that, guaranteeing themselves nothing in CROSSFIRE. That left so many points on the table, and Team Liquid are looking to capitalize on them in CROSSFIRE. Over the way, though, Vitality are still in 3 more games and are doing very well in CS2, and they're on a collision course with Team Falcons in the semi-finals if they can both get their wins today. Team Falcons also have the star player in Trapmania in Carl Jr. and should be able to score another 1,000 points from that. It seems to be getting a little bit out of hand for AGL, as Team Falcons are looking to do so much across so many games this week. Team Vitality and Na'Vi are fighting for 3rd and 4th and trying to eclipse AGL to get to that 2nd place and earn themselves an extra $1 million. I'll keep you updated as things keep going across the week.
Thank you, Trav, for the update. As always, it's absolutely incredible. Falcons can go 3 years in a row when it comes to the Club Championship race. That's $21 million for the club across 3 years. That is sensational. But for Team Liquid, they're still in the competition, and winning here or even moving forward to grand finals gets valuable points to potentially move up the leaderboard, which could mean the difference of hundreds and hundreds of thousands of dollars. They've had a tremendous run from last week to this week. Let's see if they can keep it going. We've got an action-packed day. 2 great matches, 2 best-of-5 nows. We've done best-of-3s. Now we're amping it up. 2 more maps to play. It's KZ versus Baisha, TL versus Stallions.
Yeah, and especially it's very important that we are in the best-of-5s already. That means that there is more time to warm up. It is going to be a longer format for some of the teams, and it's not going to be, oh, you do bad in one map and you're on the brink of elimination, so you can kind of, play the long game in this one.
Yeah, you get to really see the depth of your map pool, the depth of your strategy book as well, right? Especially for some of these teams that, have been, I would say, relying on a few maps, right? I think we see Stallions always going to sub-base, for instance. Can they keep that sort of performance across the, entire 5 maps played in a series?
It's all about revenge, right? They played each other before in the groups. They play each other again, but the 2 maps might be beneficial to maybe prolong what happened in the groups. After all, that was a best of 3. Now you get 2 more maps. What can you do with it? Or will it be even quicker? 3-0, who knows? But we've got a lot to talk about. Let's move into our PS5 story of the day, because we now know who our top 4 are. The question is, will it be the favorites or will it be the challengers? Let's go to the challengers first. They play off against each other. Brazil versus the Philippines. TL versus the side of Team Stallions. Both of them have played before. They played on the B stream. TL actually took the Stallions down. That was the wake-up call we were talking about earlier.
Oh, for sure. And that was the time as well where Loy wasn't actually playing too well and no one is actually having trouble as well, kind of fragging in this one. And I would like to give credit to the Animals and how good he is when it comes to calling up against Filipino teams specifically, because he's already done this even back in Vietnam in 2024 when he beat Pacific Magda. So, he already knows how to beat a style like this where it is fast and it is erratic. So, I look forward to Stallions trying to solve whatever, issue he's going to be putting up now.
Lucy, the Allianz Vaults is special for a number of different reasons, and I brought it up on day 1. When it comes to revenge, it seems like the team that lost before always finds a way to win on our stage.
Yeah, it's almost like a learning experience, right? You don't mind getting blown down early just so you can get that chance to kind of look back what went wrong, evaluate where you can exploit your opponent's weaknesses and get that revenge. And yeah, I think the playstyle matchup is really interesting, as you mentioned there, because I do think the Stallions has been struggling a little bit when teams don't give them those early fights. So it'd be interesting to see kind of what their adaptations are, and same thing really for Baisha.
We're talking GOAT status within 9, but first let's talk Gokhan. All right, Team Liquid. You got Danimals there too. Going into grand finals, first off for Team Liquid, that would be a tremendous opportunity to potentially prove themselves as the best in the world. They already are, at least top 4 when it comes to CROSSFIRE, at least at the moment. But what does it mean for Gokhan to lift that trophy?
He finally shaves off the title of Uncrowned King. I think Gokhan has been waiting for a first place for quite a while now in his entire career, and he's been playing CROSSFIRE for so long, and he's inspired so many young snipers, not just in Brazil, but also in the Philippines, also in Vietnam, and also in China. So it would mean a lot for his legacy if he can finally net a trophy.
The Uncrowned King, but we can say the same for Stallions. You go back last year, top 4 at EWC, CFS 2025 Grand Finals in Chengdu, finished behind that of AGAL. Tremendous accomplishments. But at this point, always the bridesmaid, never the bride.
Yeah, right. And it feels like, that was their moment at CFS, right? You really thought that the building from the EWC result, that they were just going to go strength to strength. And hey, look, from sort of that 3rd, 4th position to 2nd, feels like first is the next natural step up, right? Like if we're just following the pattern of it, maybe they can finally shake off that curse.
They're going to need to, and I say it for Stallions, winning today, or winning tomorrow, excuse me, it would be just tremendous for not only the organization, the players in general. I mean, in the Philippines, $750,000 can go a long way. That is quite literally life-changing. They've already earned life-changing money. And again, just making it into the grand finals is $350,000. But I go back to that loss against Team Liquid. It really did shake them. But then they stepped onto the mainstream. They stepped onto the main stage. And No said, give me the sniper. And he took that sniper and he gets the teammates to close the door on the team they were playing. It was phenomenal. They don't play the game of others. They only play what Stallions knows.
Yeah, and that particular clip as well actually went super viral in China. I can see all the team owners and all the streamers from China actually reacting to it, and everyone can finally see how good No is, not just on the rifles, but he can also do it on the sniper. And the fact that Stallions now has 3 sniper-capable players on their team is just going to be quite interesting to see if they can pull it off in the stage.
That's going to be a fun matchup for sure. That'll be after our marquee matchup, though. It's going to be China versus China. 2 Titans face off. King Zero versus Baisha. Baisha, you've got the story of in 9. The only trophy he doesn't have is the one that he is currently playing for. But for King Zero, they've got Baby Ice, right? They've got Baby in 9. They've got the guy trying to prove himself, the legend, as they walk into the venue. Lucy, this team has been absolutely on fire.
Yeah, they've been amazing to watch, right? They've had a great calendar year, to be honest. Feels like they've been really building up into this. And obviously, you know, there is a bit of revenge on the line for them. Sure, group stage they already won out, but they did lose the CFPL finals to Baisha, right? So that one's going to be stinging a little bit. You want to really get them in this elimination match, get yourself as firmly, I mean, there might be the conversation to call them the #1 team in China.
We named our PS5 story of the day favorites versus challengers. Challengers would be Stallions and TL, but the favorites would have to be Baisha. I mean, they beat AGAL. They weren't battle tested necessarily in group play. They had the bye in round number 1, but when they finally got challenged, they took down the top dogs of EWC.
Oh, for sure, and especially that best of 3. And in all honesty, that was a kind of a grand finals caliber. I low-key wish that our quarterfinals were a best of 5, because every single time that Baisha and AG run into each other, it is absolute cinema gameplay. But at the same time, this is finally the time for N9 to prove that, you know, he can finally get over his legacy and say, hey, I'm better than anyone on AG. Maybe he can contest a legacy of ZQ as well. And yeah, it's going to create some very interesting conversations.
Yeah, that final round was poetry, right? Because if that had gone the other way, that would have been into extra time, and then who knows where it could have gone. But that was an N9 highlight round, this late rotate. He's the star in it to get them over the line. And that just shows how much he really wanted it. And I feel that now they've taken down AGL, that was their bugbear. That was the demon on their shoulder.
Absolutely the case. And chat, you can get involved. Who do you think is going to win today? Go ahead and scan the QR code. If you think you can call it, well, go ahead and try your hand at it. It's EWC Play. I've been loving the predictions that they've been throwing up there on the screen. You know, yesterday it was like 60-something% for AGL, 30% to Baisha. Shout out to those who picked Baisha. You were correct, and even more correct than some of us here on the analyst desk. Baisha got a tremendous win. So if you think you can call it, well, go ahead and throw your hat in the ring. Let's see what you guys are thinking about when it comes to match number 1. And it's going to be coming up in just a minute's time. The players are about to take the stage. King Zero, Baisha, N9 versus Ice, the legacy status, the legacy conversation. It gives us a little bit of everything today.
Yeah, and in all honesty, I would want to see these two specifically to go head-to-head. Of course, 2 generations of CROSSFIRE finally coming together. N9, the CROSSFIRE of old, but still just as good. And Ice at the same time representing the new generation, the pipeline of rookie into pro for King Zero.
And you can barely split them. Look at these numbers. They are almost identical. 0.92, 0.9, 101.58, 98. Like, it's so close between the two. So the fact that we already have the storyline of, you know, the baby N9, the next GOAT in the making, and then you have them both in peak performance coming into this semi-final, you could not hope for anything better.
That's it. It's going to be an action-packed day. 2 great matches to go down. One, China versus China. The other, Philippines versus Brazil. But the Chinese team take the stage. It's Baisha versus King Zero. Let's head to the stage to get day 4 started.
It is officially time for our semi-finals day here at the Esports World Cup for CROSSFIRE.
Absolutely. 16 teams at the beginning, only 4 teams remain, and only one will claim this trophy that will be a new champion regardless, as the title defender is out. 4 incredible teams. It is time, Rob, to welcome our teams to the stage.
Okay, I think it is about that time. Of course, at this point, everything is cutthroat, single elimination. That means if you lose, you go home. But if you are strong enough, only one more victory is needed to get to that grand finals and hopefully put your key into this trophy, etching your name in history. Damascus, let's go ahead and bring out the best teams on planet Earth.
It is time.
Our first team, the young superstars, Team Stallions.
And coming on the stage, the hope from Brazil, looking to get a title 7 years after Brazil did it last. Team Liquid.
And now, the reigning CFPL champions, Baisha Gaming.
Last but not least, the Chinese powerhouse looking for their international trophy, King Zero Esports.
众，我们又回来了，请迎接我们吧！我希望可以3比2拿下。
我们会用我们全部的水平来面对这场比赛。
Team Liquid, be prepared because we will gonna get our revenge.
Team Star, espero que vocês estejam preparados por causa que a gente veio para conquistar esse título.
Okay, and as you can see, we are here with our first match for semifinals. I'm joined with King Zero. So, the question is, you're going up against Baisha Gaming. They beat you in the CFPL finals, but here you have beaten them already. Do you think that you guys are able to take it again in this heated rivalry?
那你们的对手白沙战队，他们当时在 CFPL 的总决赛里面曾经击败过你们，但是你们在 EWC 的舞台上面却已经战胜过他们一次了。那你们是否有信心再次获胜，并且走进总决赛呢？
有信心吧，但是今天结果不管谁赢，我们都会彼此代表 CNCF 的决心走下去。
I'm definitely confident, but honestly, no matter who wins here, we will be representing Chinese CROSSFIRE to take it to the grand finals.
Okay, I like that energy, and you see the smiles as well on the side of King Zero, representing the strongest region in the world of CROSSFIRE.
Absolutely, it's time to talk to Baisha Gaming. Listen, you guys took down the running champ in the rivalry, and then King Zero, they sent you to the losers bracket earlier. It is a revenge. It is to have China in grand finals. How do you approach that revenge against King Zero?
对你们来说，同样就在 EWC 的舞台上面，就是King Zero 战队已经曾经击败过你们，那你们将如何就是复仇呢？
因为我们在 EWC 小组赛上输给他们了嘛，所以今天我们也是带着复仇的决心来的。
Well, we have that. As you said, we have lost to King Zero in the group stage, so we are definitely here for revenge, and we're here with a mentality to avenge ourselves and avenge their record.
Listen, they've avenged last year's grand finals and they're about to avenge themselves for the pool's loss. Guys, it is time to launch the match. Can I please have the teams lined up to launch the first semi-finals of the day? Rob, another banger match to decide which Chinese team will be in grand finals. It is time for Baisha Gaming versus King Zero!
现在我们战胜完去年 EWC 冠军 AGAL 战队，也是非常的开心，能够进入到4强的。
进入4强，心情肯定是比较激动的嘛，然后队伍也非常给力嘛，这场胜利非常来之不易。
T 中的整体打法属于偏枪法型的，他们的选手年轻，枪法有实力。
白他整体打法非常凶悍嘛，然后喜欢一波流，然后个人能力也非常的强劲嘛。
在小组赛与他们交手的时候，我们的整体状态，确实不如对面，他们的枪法非常凶悍。但是我们也会从这场比赛失利中吸取经验。
来到 EWC 裸装赛事嘛，大家的风格都会发生一定的变化，应该是一场酣畅淋漓的战斗。
之后我们有信心能够拿下。
It's the Battle of Titans from the same region. King Zero versus Baisha, and Baisha is the heavy favorite.
Yeah, I can't really blame the crowd for this. Baisha being more experienced at the same time, having proved more in the past, but at the same time, we cannot underestimate King Zero. They do have a point where firepower is the main focus on the KZ side, but at the same time, that's how STS won last year. So I think KZ, with this amount of firepower, they're still threatening.
Yeah, and the fact they've already beat them, right? Like they have that in the back pocket. And in fact, I mean, the head-to-head for these two teams, if you give me a second, I can give you some numbers, right? The cores have been together for 2 years. You know, if you kind of look at the 3v3 for the cores, course. They have matched 22 times over the last 2 years. That record is 14-8 for KZ. And if you look at just the last 12 months, it's a 9-3 record.
Ooh, so Baisha's going to have to dig deep, and it's going to all start with our map vetoes. What maps are we going to be playing today? Again, it is a best of 5, so only 2 bans will come through. And for King Zero, they don't want new compound. That's one that they're just not comfortable with, at least when it comes to this series. Second ban for Baisha will be sub-base and already getting some attention.
Yeah, very good bans, honestly, from the side of Baisha. You know, King Zero, you really do not want to go up against their sub-base, especially knowing their firepower could be further accentuated in that particular map. And I feel like KZ saw what Baisha was capable of yesterday's games. But Ankara, of course, a really nice opening for both teams. I feel like Baisha and King Zero did really well on this map earlier.
Yeah, I think Ankara has been one that, to be honest, Baisha looked pretty decent on as well. I think that's very comfortable for the two. To be honest, I don't think there's going to be too many surprises throughout this veto, unless maybe the map order surprises us. Porte's, for instance, always been a closer, and I think, you know, it's just going to be the comfortable maps getting through first. The Eagle Eye 2.0, we've seen both these teams play some great crossfire on it. I particularly like what I've seen out of King Zero, so I like they pick into it. And then, yeah, New Mexico Porte, so the maps that you kind of bit deeper in the pool towards the end.
Yeah, I was actually expecting that the New Mexico would be going to map number 5, but instead I feel like Baisha, with their knowledge of the map, are one of the few CFPL teams that actually likes to pick New Mexico, going map number 4. Maybe if they're in the spot where they're 2-1, maybe they can close it out, but Porte will be very interesting, especially, you know, it's going to be a test for Tong, Xiao, and YF to see if they can snipe and they can carry.
Yes, historically, they've already met before, not even going all the way back, but when they did meet earlier in the group play, are there any repeats? Obviously, there's going to be some repeats of the map. I mean, the stats that you brought out, Lucy, blew me away. The fact that King Zero has beat Baisha so much throughout the time, throughout the history of them playing is tremendous. But then again, Baisha's got something under their sleeve. They beat AGAL. That is some reinvigorated energy.
Yeah, and I think also part of it is, sure, you can look at the map history and it looks really favorable for KZ in terms of the various series they've played, but you got to consider the pressure of the different series and the context of when they're won. A lot of the group stage games, sure, KZ's taking those, but it's some of these really impactful games where I think that Baisha really do step up. So I definitely still have them probably favorites coming into this, even with that record.
Lucy, make it official. Who you going with, Baisha or King Zero?
Oh, you're putting me on the spot here because I really want to see both teams kind of get into that position. But I really liked what I see from King Zero. I think Ice is him, and I want to see him get that opportunity to be the next GOAT.
That's one for King Zero. Next GOAT. What about you?
Yeah, of course, I'm going to go with my GOAT, N9, for this series. I really like what I'm seeing for the rest of the team, and especially knowing that, you know, Xiao Xiao is also starting to step up to the plate. But not just that, 577 is playing well, YDSS is finding his footing, so I think Baisha might just get this.
And for my prediction, we're going to Casters next to get game number 1 started. It's King Zero versus Baisha. It's semifinals. You're only 1 series away to going to grand finals. Do you want it bad enough? Do you want it, Baisha? Do you want it, King Zero? Let's head into Ankara. Casters, take it away.
Thank you very much. This should be a very exciting semi-final here, a domestic rivalry on the biggest stage at EWC, and it is that quality of competition where Baisha seem to shine the most. I want to see N9 get his EWC trophy. Let's see what they can happen here, because it is immediate, straight through middle. Ice has found a frag, but it's traded out immediately, and Baisha overrun round 1.
Yeah, I think this is going to be a really good contest as we do get underway very swiftly in the opening round. 577 not able to claim control of GR Spawn there, but even still, Baisha in a pretty good spot here, working their way towards that B site with the numbers advantage. Smokes and flashes up. Should be able to get themselves that plant, play out the 3-on-2 post plant, and take the first round in this highly important series for both of these two teams.
You want to start off well. You want to have that momentum. YF drop next, and how about that for a spray out of YDSS? It's a pre-aim and a pre-fire, and it's Baisha running hot early.
Yeah, that's really big from them, and I think, you know, this is such an interesting, exciting matchup. These teams have played against each other so many times throughout the years, and particularly this year as well. Matched up a couple of times in the group stages of CFPL Season 28, and that went 1-for-1, and then in the playoffs as well, that went 1-for-1, and now we're here at EWC. They've already played each other here, and that went the way of King Zero. But the funny thing is that Baisha are typically that team that claim the series that matters a little bit more. They lost the initial game in the playoffs of CFPL Season 28. They went on to obviously win against them in the final. Now they've lost the opening match that they played here at EWC, and they're playing against them again here in the playoffs. Well, will it be the same story and Baisha walks away with the last laugh against King Zero again? I suspect so. Straight out the gates, nice and strong in that opening round. Like you said, great spray down from YDSS. It looks like the Baisha players are really switched on to kick off this game. A little bit of a slower approach here for round number 2. As King Zero look to have a pretty good setup here to deal with Baisha if they do end up deciding to head towards B. But with a lot of time on that clock, they don't necessarily have to make that commitment just yet. And so clear out hotel and then look elsewhere.
It's really interesting actually just taking a look at this for King Zero, because I think King Zero have got some of the best like after plant retakes, the fundamentals that we've seen. And they also said in the interview, we know what Baisha are going to do. They're going to go for one big push. And yet, YF is completely isolated by this one big push. This should be a lot better for King Zero, and it is, but even trades are going to be the downfall. And potentially Baisha are going to scale this one in towards the site. Are they ready for 9U? It's YDSS with the immediate clear. And Baisha are in complete control.
A very awkward spot for 9U to be in there, stuck in that corner. There's really nowhere that he can go. And the only way he really gets anything done there is if they don't check for him. So, bit of a one-and-done position that ends up being a none-and-done. Now it's time for Tong to try and flex his muscles. And he was very good yesterday, but today a 1-for-1 is not going to be enough. Baisha getting rolling nicely on the stage. I'm just having a look back at some of the previous matchups between these two teams as well, and Ankara has actually been a pretty pivotal piece to the puzzle for King Zero. Their last couple of matches, they have beaten Baisha on it, so you have to think that if Baisha is able to pick up Ankara, well then that's going to be pretty scary for King Zero. This has been one of those maps that has been a little bit more successful for them in this matchup.
I remember we were having this conversation actually in the upper bracket semi-final at EWC, because we were saying King Zero always typically wins Ankara and Baisha always typically wins Black Widow. Right. And that was completely the opposite that we got in the upper bracket semi. Right now, Baisha looking to take Ankara again. Whilst we've got a moment, I want to ask you a question, because I know that the big conversation point has been on N9 and ICE. That's been the comparison.
Right.
What about these snipers like Tonga and Zhao? Because I think just from watching, especially at this event, I think Tong's been the better sniper.
Yeah, I mean, it's interesting that you should say that, because obviously I'm someone that comes from the perspective of having watched Zhao over the years develop as one of the best snipers in the world. I think at a point, maybe 2-3 years ago, I would have had him as the top sniper in the world. I certainly think he's fallen off in that regard. I don't think you quite get as much out of him now as you did at that point in time. In terms of their individual output at this event, I would probably tend to agree that I think Tong has looked a little bit better, but I do know what peak Xiao can do, and I still feel as though he has got that in him. So, yeah, you know, if I had to pick one, I'd probably be still picking Xiao at this point. Hopefully he doesn't let me down. We'll see what this ends up looking for Baisha, as they're a little bit more prepared for an A hit, which would not be a bad shout at all. You're going to see that flash come through from King Zero, but Baisha only have to deal with 2 players on the entry into A. Often that's not enough to hold on to this site.
It is double layered though, in towards the vent. No one's directly looking. I get worried because Baisha at any moment could maybe just walk through this door. That's why Tong's now moving over with the sniper, 577. YDSS just holding the choke point, and they broke their crossfire. And that's the way in. Tong can only go 1 kill, and Baisha, it feels like they were really gifted that round because King Zero wanted to go searching for info, and Baisha were just too patient.
Yeah, I mean, and on top of that, Baisha are just looking really, really sharp today, which is a conversation that we were having before this match started. You were sort of asking me, do you think this is going to be a long one? Do you think this is going to be a short one? What are we getting? How many maps? And I sort of said the answer that I gave you was, I think Baisha's the kind of team that is either going to win this 3-0 or it's going to go all the way to 5. I've seen so many times in the past where Baisha, when they hit that peak level, when they're all on, I do genuinely consider them to be the best team in the world. I think they are just that skilled mechanically. And if today's going to be that day, I think it's a very, very tough uphill battle for King Zero, despite the fact that they have historically a pretty decent record actually against Baisha. Just have such faith in the individuals on this Baisha lineup, and so far so good. Obviously, 3-0, it's very early to say that, but they are looking really clean. Their entries are sharp. And that is a massive win con for Baisha when you've got those players connecting their shots. I wouldn't be surprised to see a timeout come through here in a round or two's time if things persist.
I will say it's been very quick as well. We're averaging about a minute a round as well for Baisha. And this one was the longest one of them all. And it just comes from King Zero, I think, getting a little bit stressed as to what's going on because of the lack of information. So they go searching. If they had 9U and XN just holding that vent line, that would have gone a lot better. But instead, they deviate away from that. They give over these isolated fights. Baisha just able to pick them apart. And it's a shame for King Zero because you've had Baisha burst through a smoking towards middle in round 1. Then you had good trades, but ultimately there was just too many players there for Baisha. In the follow-up round, Baisha picked you apart. Then you go for a double swing. They've still killed you anyway and traded. Then in this one, it's just a complete separation. So if you're King Zero, you're thinking, we're actually doing all the right things, just unfortunately in the wrong order, and now we're completely on the back foot. As a consequence, they're giving up all this map control.
Yeah, sometimes that's just a mind game when you've played against your opponent so often. You know, you're questioning, okay, do we read into the tendencies that we know that they have, or are they going to change that up on a big stage like this? Because again, as has been reiterated many times, this is perhaps the most important tournament on offer now for Baisha. It's the only one they haven't won in the CROSSFIRE calendar. Tong gets the leg shot onto Xiao to start this round off, so a small advantage for King Zero, but it's not the opening pick that they would love to have. They've lost full control of middle and the B connector as well.
Oh, more damage. Oh, even more damage from N9. Able to adjust on towards the window player. XN will drop. Ice It is now left staggering over towards that B bomb site. C4 can be collected. And it feels like Baisha have made their mind up where they've done the damage on Ice. They want to rotate over the split in from Hotel and under.
Nade.
Very good. And you're right, that nade doesn't actually do the damage. Maybe Tong and Ice still can as they try and defend this site. Baisha look to swarm in. In goes the rifles. But Baisha, they're doing everything in their power to overwhelm King Zero. It's men against boys right now. And Baisha are always coming out on top.
Man, you have to feel for Tong in that round. The grenade, it didn't get the kill, but it did force him into that cutout, and he could just not move. All that pre-fire coming through from the sniper's nest, and he was a doomed man. He was ducked in that corner for as long as he possibly could be, but it was an inevitability that he was going to fall there, and also probably an inevitability that we were going to have to get this tack time out through from King Zero. Like I said, at the end of that last round, they needed a conversation in the near future if things were going to persist, and so far, yeah, Baisha are looking very, very clean on this stage. And Kara, you know, it's been a little bit back and forth, but like I've said, it's been a big, important map here for King Zero in the past, and if they let this one slip, and particularly if they let it slip in the fashion in which it's going, Baisha are that kind of team that really runs with momentum and can overwhelm you very, very quickly. So need to see a response here from King Zero, but it's very obvious at this point in time that Baisha woke up on the right side of the bed, and maybe King Zero are still in the process of waking up.
I worry a little bit about the mentality as well for King Zero. Like you are on the, as you say, one of the biggest stages in the CROSSFIRE calendar. You're in the semi-finals of EWC. And then in the interview, you say, oh, well, we're going to give it a good game, but we don't mind who wins because at least there'll be a China representative in that grand final. I understand you're being a humble king, but in the same breath of that, compare it to Baisha. We want revenge. We're going to avenge this. We're going to go all the way. Who's that coming from? N9.
Yeah.
So if it's coming from him, that is a talisman of leadership. You've now just broken onto Ankara. You're 4-0 up. You're also in the server. King Zero are giving Baisha all of this respect by how passive they're playing. There's so much map control that Baisha can just walk into uncontested. That has to change for King Zero, otherwise it's going to get completely out of control.
I think N9 is, you know, such a perennial competitor, and that has been why his tenure has been so long here in CROSSFIRE. Why he's talked about as being the GOAT. I think he is the GOAT, whether or not he gets EWC personally. Well, that's a conversation maybe for greater minds than mine, and I'm sure he'll still love to grab that trophy just to put to rest any kind of conversation. But 4 CFS trophies under his belt is pretty tough to come by for anybody else, and in multiple teams as well.
It's going to be A again. Nice nade. Thrown back. There was a lot of damage as well. Over towards B. They drop nades from middle onto YF. He's the one wielding the secondary sniper right now. He's got a very deep line towards Hotel. Baisha are going to reset the situation. They don't walk into the stack, but they could walk into one of these scopes. But going through middle feels like the right idea here. And it feels like King Zero wants to push out to have a little look towards A, but where they smoke themselves off, that's not happening. So Tong needs to hit his shots. Just kidding. Baisha aren't really interested in it just now.
Yeah, Flash is going over the top here. And, you know, we get those smokes up as well, and I think this is the perfect setup for Baisha, really. They can kind of just waltz their way into that B site. Whether or not Tong is actually committed out in front of those smokes probably is largely irrelevant. He's actually going to be cut off here, you'd think, by Leah. No, turns around. Okay, somehow this round may be starting to fall apart for Baisha. The fast flank coming in as well from YF is going to be a problem as he picks up Xiao. Looked like the perfect setup for Baisha, but I guess King Zero just had the read. They had the info a little bit too early. Baisha didn't pull the trigger when they needed to, and so King Zero get their first round on the board.
Yeah, they tried to make that very technical. Like the previous rounds have just been big, concentrated pushes, really focused on trading. Here it feels a little bit cutesy. You drop those two smokes over towards B, you're trying to walk through them. Well, because there's no pressure on the other extremity, that there's no pushes up towards the ramp, towards the B-bomb site, Tong can only hold that angle. So you're not really catching him off guard. You need the players that aren't walking through the smoke to take contact first. Then you've got that surprise element that's going to work. Timing a little bit mismanaged, but King Zero will take that all day long. This needs to be a building block rather than just a flash in the pan, though.
It's not a bad nade. Little tag onto N9. Mid control going to be the name of the game for Baisha here once again. Looks like they're quite ready for a bit of a pop into mid as well. Multiple members ready to get on that line. Ice here with a big job to do. Does get flashed out, has to turn away from it and then greeted by a headshot as he recovers. Now Tong's turn to try to hold on to that B site. He will at least push Baisha away for now. You've got that sandwich coming into effect with King Zero filtering across from both A and B, but inevitably, plant does go down, open for GR spawn, which is in control for Baisha. And King Zero have a long rotate to make for XN and 9U, who have to come across from the A side. They have no mid control. Oh, and Xiao misses a sit-up. Recalibrates nicely, gets the better of 9U, which will add a further headache to this retake for King Zero. They've just got so many players that they need to clear out. Tong is doing God's work on the site, but 9 is still here, and that's an easy kill for him. XN has to, of course, be worried about Xiao behind him and has disregarded that possibility. So 5-1, Baisha, they go over the speed bump. It, you know, causes a little bit of damage to the vehicle, but maybe it's just a scrape and they continue on their merry way nicely.
That was a really nice call out of Baisha because it is the same round, they just do it faster. And actually, look, it's just more players all in a row ready to try to go back to what works. That's the first time I think I've actually seen the mid-sniper lurk be effective as well. He did duck in real life, hilariously, but he was able to, as you say, recalibrate and get that kill. Really a close one there as well when it comes to the openings. Baisha just looking so good on this Blacklist side right now. Like, it's very overwhelming. And finally, we are starting to see some inroads from King Zero. They are starting to push the issue, especially over towards Hotel. They'd have noticed that Baisha's tendency is not to go that way. The issue you've got, however, is that rotate is really far away. So when Baisha are now going to line up these triple nades and go in towards A, these two players have got to find multi-kills, otherwise it's over.
Already a lot of space taken here. 9 out the vent alongside the rest of his teammates. He doesn't even have to do a whole lot. Just walks his way up the stairs as Leah and 577 find the entries they need. And again, I continue to reiterate the point that this A site hold is very tough when you've only got 2 players there. So King Zero going to now be forced to retake against 5, which is not going to be an easy task.
And 9 is just being devious as well, just already just sat in that smoke. They are all coming in from the spawn side. Nades run over the top. XN tries to burst through. You still need to find these kills, and you will. But in strikes 1. Oh, hello. Zhao and Tong are making things a little bit more interesting. It's all up to Ice, who's hit the into the headshot. 577 now just waits, and he falls to his death. That is less than ideal. He was so tunnel visioned in on winning that 1v1. What are you going to do?
No, I mean, I don't think there's anything else he can do because he had to try to get to that fight as soon as he possibly could. He would not have had time to get back up the stairs and get the defuse if he didn't just full send it there. So, yeah, it ends up looking a little bit silly, but it's really, like you say, what else are you really going to do? He has to essentially make that play, and that's unfortunate. But another round for Baisha, up 6-1, dominating this semi-final match against King Zero right now. Reset again, back into round number 8, and it's a very default setup from Baisha, just covering all the extremities, waiting to see if maybe King Zero is going to throw a spanner in the works here with a more aggressive push somewhere along the line, but we really haven't seen too much proactivity out of King Zero on this defensive half so far. They haven't really been the one to kind of push the issue at all. They've really just been waiting for Baisha to come to them, and I think that hasn't been working, so I would be preferring almost to see King Zero try something different here, but it seems like they're just going to stick with this for the rest of the half.
1A. I don't know, you already said it was difficult to lock it down with 2 players, or 1. Feels like you're rolling out the red carpet at that point. The good news for King Zero is that Baisha are heading into the setup. Flashbang smokes over. Ice traded. That's massive, but you know that Tong is here. Is there any way you can just rotate back? Maybe you can find a kill in towards spawn. But Tong and YF with the snipers are doing the damage. Xiao can't find anything, so it was going to be Baisha to walk into the stack and King Zero to hold on effectively.
I don't really love that one from Baisha at all. I feel like the spacing was just off. You know, 577 goes in on his own, and then Xiao's obviously sort of forced to push his way through the beacon alone as well. It just felt like maybe there was something that was a little bit miscommunicated there from Baisha in regards to the timing. I think once they got that opening pick in middle, they thought that they might be able to catch a timing into the B site potentially, and that's why 577 opted to accelerate on his own. But in the end, good hold. 2 rounds though is not going to be enough in this first half for King Zero. They're going to be wanting to get to 3. And even 3 is not a great scoreline on Ankara, but at least it gives you something to work with. So last round of the half here, quite a big one. Could be very important. Baisha, if they want to roll over this and maintain momentum going into that second map, they'll want to get the 7-2 and they'll want to clean this map up early. Here's some more aggression though from King Zero, which is something a little bit different.
And then some. Like the whole squad is just rolled up in front of the A-bomb site. And now they're looking to reset in towards mid at N9. Has he got a time in here? Potentially. It's all hinging on YF. And there you go. N9 will activate. Tog and 9U now spotted. Surely that's going to accelerate Baisha to go B.
In the end, they don't actually opt to push too far forward. YDSS could have actually maybe made a little bit of a move. But Baisha know they've got a lot of time to work with here, and in the end, the call is actually not a bad one at the moment. It depends on how this fight actually eventuates. 9U in a position, doesn't spot out 9, but he does see Leah, and there's the spray. It's traded straight away. You've still got Ice coming in here to filter on through, but the C4's managed to get out in front of it, and I don't know that Xiao's expecting Ice on the line. This gets very awkward because YDSS is so far away and surely won't be expecting XN set up towards BL Spawn to cut off his rotate. I don't even know that he's going to clear this line. He won't. So that'll be that. That should surely be the round unless Leah can put together something of a miracle. He doesn't really have the HP to do it.
Neither does Tong.
But you're right. One good headshot over onto XN and maybe a bit of spray onto Tong, and this might still come together. Has the time to explore.
You got the site. I don't think you need to push too far deeper into this, but I know that he's a little bit paranoid about the XN flank, so Tong is doing his best. It's all about the adjustment. It's all about whether he can find him, and he does. Low HP, headshot not quite connecting. XN will bail out King Zero. That was incredibly close for Baisha, but it will be back-to-back rounds for King Zero, and now they've got something to work with now on this Blacklist side.
Now, 100% that round could have really been the nail in the coffin for King Zero if they don't manage to put it together, especially if they lose at 3v1. All the confidence would have been lost. But well handled in the end in that 1v1. And we're into the second half now with Baisha moving over to that global risk side. So we'll get to test their defense. Once again, double sniper will persist for Baisha as they move over. But for King Zero opting to just swap back over to the single sniper setup on their own attack. A slow approach from King Zero, something that we've, I think, become pretty accustomed to over the course of EWC. So I might be seeing this half slow down a little bit.
Well, that nade was going to do more damage on towards Tong, to be honest. This is much nicer out of King Zero, going for a concentrated hit. Difficulty is that you've got really nice crossfires here. for Baisha. These nades need to be incredibly effective. And Baisha know exactly where not to stand to be affected by them. N9 just in the corner, 577. He wants to be taking the contact. There's the trade, but there goes N9, only for a couple of kills. Liar's still here as well. As Ice looks to scale in, it's a great shot, but the HE trade even better. It's now up to Tong, who's pulled out the pistol. At least the bomb is on his back, and maybe he can just go elsewhere, but the trading was really good out of Baisha there, and it makes it difficult for the sniper.
Yeah, Tong's going to have to channel a little bit of what he was able to bring yesterday against Vitality if he's going to end up winning this round. Baisha also being pretty proactive, working their way into the side. Missed shot onto Xiao. That's a painful whiff. Baisha reading into it as well, that he's going to go through middle. That flash just completely blinding him, but still trying to make his way forward. See if he can isolate a shot. Xiao goes down. YDSS don't want to go around this corner, straight into the crosshair. Tong was holding for it, fell off the line at an awkward time, but YDSS is playing a dangerous game, and Tong will clutch it out in the 2v1. A huge round for King Zero to keep them in this contest.
And look, even though Baisha were technically together in that room, they still peaked the sniper one-on-one.
Yep.
And Tong's shots, do not get me wrong, immaculate. Like, that first one is crazy. He does brilliantly in this 1v1. But you got to argue that Baisha, you shouldn't be trying to fight him there. Or at least if you are, let's swing together to guarantee that the sniper can only fire off one shot at a time.
Yeah, it's interesting, isn't it? I mean, I don't know that they were 100% sure that that's where he was, but given that they threw a flash over into mid, they had to have assumed that there was a timing that he could have got there, which he did.
You felt like they got so fortunate as well when he missed the initial kill on that deep angle on the A site for Zhao. Like, you felt like, okay, well, that's Baisha's round to lose. And well, boy, did they lose it.
Indeed. So we'll see if this ends up throwing a bit of a spanner in the works here as King Zero going to set themselves up for an A take, and 9 once again a sharp shot to start things off, but that's all that can be said for Baisha as 4 quick frags come through for King Zero. And Xiao posted on the line, doesn't even get to have an impact. There's no progression from King Zero any deeper into the site. I mean, you think when you get that opening pick as cleanly as N9 did, there'd be a bit more of a defense on that side, but not to be the case this time around. And now Baisha starting to get a little bit worried, so we'll get a timeout through from them after this round. First, let's see what Xiao can do. He's picked up 1, but he still needs 3.
Let's go close quarters sniping with this. Has to hit shots instantaneously. Can't do it. Ice will lock it in, and that will prompt that timeout, as you're saying. I like this out of King Zero as well, especially on BL, because all they're doing right now is that they are saying to Baisha, oh, we see the pushes that you were making, we'll raise you some A executes of our own. Flashbang's really effective. 577 just gets completely blindsided by the pop flash. Has to then hide under the stairs. That breaks the setup. That breaks the opening line of these players pouring out events. And you're right, N9 gets the clean kill, but then you got the outpour. You got the players out vent. You got the players going on either side of the smoke. Like, he's going to get traded because he is so far in the open. Huge entries out of King Zero. And this contest is no longer looking one-sided.
No, certainly not. This is the worst case scenario for Baisha. You get off to such a strong lead. It looks like you're going to dominate the map, and now all of a sudden, you're having that thought in the back of your mind that, hey, maybe King Zero are going to pull this one back, and now there's an element of doubt about how the rest of the series is going to play out as well. Baisha knowing that they've already lost a series to King Zero in this event. Lost 2 series to them in CFPL, even if they did also win 2 series against them there. So, I mean, this is a very winnable match on both sides. Quite animated on the side of King Zero as well. It's always important to get underway nicely in a best of 5. I mean, this could be a very, very long series for these players. I think between the two, you know, we often see, maybe not necessarily going the distance, maybe not going all the way to 5, but it's very rare to see a 3-0. So I think that, you know, we're in for a good 3 or 4 hours worth of entertainment out of this series, and that's also a fatigue factor that the King Zero and Baisha players are going to have to manage.
It's going to be a grueling series for both of them. But the reward of making it through is that grand finals place.
But they, to be fair as well, they are used to playing best of 5s. Like, it's very, very common in the CROSSFIRE formats to have best of 5 series in playoffs. So it's not exactly going to be something that they'll be too surprised by. The only real change up for them is that they're going to have to do it on a different time zone. Normally, they'll be playing in China, even at the biggest events, like the CFS. But the time zone shift is not something that they're quite as used to, I suppose. But either way, something that both teams have to deal with. So it's a stable platform, or a fair platform, I guess, for both of them. King Zero moving into round number 12 here. Looking to set themselves up outside of A, which again has been stacked with 3 players for Baisha. Even when they did have 3 players on that side of the map, though, earlier on, it was not enough to hold on to the site. So a bit more of a forward hold this time from Baisha. And they'll see if that unsettles King Zero on this attempt. But it is very much going to be an attempt from King Zero. They're lining up their util now.
If it ain't broke, don't fix it. That's the motto for King Zero. And you're right, much more forward setup and a 1-for-1 it again. You don't mind that if you're King Zero, but now suddenly N9, he's arrived and he's trying to deny all of King Zero in towards this site. And sure, they've got down into the lower portion, but the upper bracket, a little bit more tricky. And he's also seen Tong rotate away.
Yep. Xiao's going to be prepared for that. Not sure exactly whether that rotator will come through from mid or go through the connector or go back all the way around to hotel. But at least we'll be aware that there's a potential chance someone is headed over towards B. Happy to, by the looks of things, play for the retake, which is fine. 3 on 2. I think that's a good choice for him. Doesn't want to get picked on the plant. There is indeed the plant, though. So now, time for Baisha to have a bit of a look at how they want to retake this site. And again, a very good opportunity for them to get one step closer to closing out Ankara. They fumbled a couple of opportunities in this second half, and this could be another one of them. Let's see, Tong not able to land his initial shot, so N9 able to push his way forward, close that gap, finish him off, and now YF just way too much to do. You're going to get that deep fuse through from Baisha, and they'll pick up another round here, go to 7. It's the first round of the second half, and that'll be where some of that belief is going to start to build.
Nice little micro as well. You've thrown the flashbang over the top of the site. As soon as you've thrown it, you instantly shuffle to the left. So Tong is very common for these snipers, just on the bomb site. It's just a pre-aim where that grenade is moving over. So that's really nice from YDSS. He also bunny hops out the window so that Tong just can't quite see him. Nice little movements.
Aggressive round for Baisha.
But also for King Zero, they're just straight in towards middle, and that's going to work out well for Tong. He dumps down in towards the cover, and now they're going to B, but you don't know about the hotel player in YDSS.
Well, you're about to, because this smoke is up, but YDSS is going to be the sole defender on the site for the moment. He's trying to dump his util and buy a bit of time. He gets some real damage. 9U and YF, both a sliver of HP, and Ice is also down, so I don't know how he's managed that with the quick spray that he had.
There's another one as well. Look at 577. He's now all the way in the back lines. You're hoping that for Laya, you can just wait. You can buy time. You don't really need to fight. But how about that then? He just swings with a pistol. 577. You just need to wait patiently because it's the Laya show right now as everyone is being cast. Just death and corpses all down in towards connector. It's a brawl with all of the pistols. Finally, the sniper will get the final kill, but that is ridiculously confident out of Baisha.
I don't understand that round at all from Baisha. It's just like, they're down on numbers, but it feels like they're the team that has bodies to throw at King Zero for some reason. They just kept on coming. I mean, YDSS, I don't know how he got so much damage down. That was a fantastic flick from Leah as well.
I'm flanking, guys. I'm flanking. Cool story, bro. I'll just swing with my pistol and find a multi-kill instead.
I'll just shoot him in the face. It's all good. 8-5 with Baisha. Bit of momentum, and you can see they're really fired up after that last round. They'll be feeling it. Hoping to close this map out.
A quick point I want to make. Obviously, we are entering into like the final stages of Ankara, but yesterday, 9U for King Zero didn't have the best quarterfinal.
Right.
Here, it's been very consistent from everyone involved, bar 9U in this first map. I don't want to isolate out any players, but it is just worth calling on. Like, we've now got to like the make or break stages. Quarterfinals wasn't the best. Semi-final hasn't started off great for him. I'm going to be keeping a close eye on him as the series develops.
Yeah, and I think you can say for sure, Baisha have done it by committee. This time,
go.
Gonna have to try and do it once again. B site getting cracked open. Those flashes are not delaying King Zero enough at all. And 9 under a lot of pressure. The artillery kind of just landing on his head will finish him off, and King Zero clearly not going to go down without a fight. Leah can't see too much through this smoke for now. We do have a kill on the backside from 577, but time is ticking away from Baisha here, and I just fail to see a world where they're going to be able to put this together. They might be able to isolate another kill onto YF if they catch him in the hotel, but it's going to be a 1-for-1, and that's not really good enough for Leah at this point. He'll have to do something pretty magical to win this round, and eventually does get clipped on the cross there by Tong. 8-6, King Zero. I mean, they're definitely making Baisha work for this.
And that's why you talk about players sometimes, because he steps up, he gets the opening kill there, 9U, they get all the good scaling. They've really been favoring like these aggressive hits in towards bomb sites. It hasn't really been this slow contain, this slow creep of map control at King Zero. If anything, they're playing very similar to the way that Baisha like to operate on Blacklist. They're grouping together and they're just going. It's a death ball in towards one of these bomb sites.
Sloan said he wins the race to kick this round off. 30 seconds in, King Zero just taking control outside of A. I don't know if they're really too keen to chance themselves on that A site. Again, they've noted that Baisha have been stacking 3 players on that side of the map for the majority of this game so far. So it seems like the inclination is maybe to just try to clear things out in mid, over towards B. Put a bit of doubt in the minds of Baisha as to whether or not they should hold on to this stack, try and take a bit more time. But again, maybe just that default back over to the A side again for King Zero. Tough nut to crack with the setup that Baisha have got.
I think what's really interesting here is you've got the jump spot that's covering off both mid and hotel, and you've got Zhao that is really just laser focused on the underpass.
And got a bit of movement here as well from Baisha, starting to push away from B, so they'll be aware there's a push headed in the direction of A. Util's coming across the top. Entries connected by Ice. No real damage done until a 9 and Lai are able to chime in, but I'm not sure that's quite going to be enough. This is, however, a pretty fast flank from YDSS. That smoke will keep his vision obscured, so he's not able to find anything. I wouldn't want to really see him isolate himself in an engagement here around the vent, but that looks somewhat like he's going to do exactly that. Baisha don't pick the pace up enough, though, to capitalize on it. And so Xiao looking to try to pop a bit of util over the top. Does get caught on the timing. YDSS, though, could he be, once again, another miracle work done? Full HP, though, for Tong. This is a really tough ask, and the grenade lands at his feet. So another goes the way of King Zero. This map is now going the distance.
I really enjoyed that, though, from King Zero. The fact that they actually, like, catch the player, throw in utility, they go and isolate that fight. I mean, incredible multi-kill coming out here of YDSS as they try and filter back, get in towards the bomb site. But too many players. Tong gets his nade off. Now we find ourselves here, another 1-round game in Ankara. It feels like we are just been going back and forth again. Yeah, it's been a streak of rounds for both of these teams. It's not like we've had one here, one there. You've been building up and you've been clawing your way back in. That's certainly been the case for King Zero. Deep smoke over towards the B corridor. Over at Banana, you've now got YDSS thinking about going in towards Hotel, and he's just managing the angles. Meanwhile, Tong is taking some deep space. He's really interested in middle, and that means he might go toe-to-toe with Zhao. YDSS isn't caught off. He'll find XL and then he'll leave.
It's a good win as far as Baisha's concerned. Zhao needs to be a little careful. Oh, he's just given the freebie back over to Tong. YDSS now under quite a bit of pressure. He's got multiple directions to worry about, and 9 will try to filter through and help him out, at least on the hotel side, but he cannot escape Tong. And that B site looks to be cracked open potentially once again. Leah eating flashbangs. Now it's 577 who himself a 1-for-1 quick trade from Tong, again being so impactful, but Leah has that sniper in hand and he can't get it done. That was so close. 8-8 is the scoreline we find ourselves at, and it's anybody's game.
I wonder when Baisha are going to deviate away from this double sniper setup, because it's very clear that how aggressive King Zero are being, the double snipers just aren't working at this point. Like, Leah hits like a banger there, like puts it into a clutch. I'd be singing his praises if he's able to get it over the line, but maybe he can be a little bit more flexible with it if he's got that rifle. But no, they keep being adamant about having double snipers. I'm not convinced.
I think you validated it in that, but a bit of a faster play here from King Zero, so we won't have the time to talk about it too much. Shao falling. It does alert YDSS to the presence of King Zero, but That might be a little bit too little too late. So he's pushed back away into Hotel, and the B site is claimed.
At least they've got all the utility already just dropped by King Zero. Like, Baishra have got plenty. You see the nade lineup for N9 as he tries to spray down 9U, not going to work. Tong is just picking apart players. Another sniper engagement going his way, really powered up. On towards this BL side, he's up to 20 kills. Is Tong, and now 9U's firing on all cylinders. This is the step up that I was after from him. King Zero, 9-8 to the good. Will we need extra rounds here? Or depends if Baishra are going to step up or not.
Yeah, I mean, it's a huge question, isn't it? I don't know how we've got to this point after the start that Baishra have had. All of that momentum is lost, and King Zero teetering on the precipice of closing out map 1. It's been a huge comeback from them in the second half here. 6 rounds already, a 7th would secure it. I'll take a slower approach to start things off.
Finally, he's got the rifle. It might be too little too late, though. It's just been Tong just destroying it. It's been really nice to see Iceworker as well with these entries. Very selfless player, Ice, despite all the good stats like we spoke about on the desk, but he's just so happy just to go in and just create space. It's so important, especially on the Blacklist side. Deep nade doesn't do any damage to any of these players for King Zero, and it looks like the destination in mind is set. They want mid again, but the bomb is outside A, and if Baishra push at any moment, they could maybe find it and more.
I'm not sure that they're going to push, though. Typically, if you're going to see a push out of A, it's going to happen right at the start of the round. Or if you've lost control elsewhere, maybe you're down 4 on 5, then you choose to take that risk. But in the 5 on 5, it would be somewhat unorthodox, so King Zero are going to get away with it. Now, it does look like King Zero are going to default again back to this A hit, which had been so successful for them. And why not? I think it's not a bad call at all. Been able to get a number of rounds on this A side. It's another variation, obviously. You can see the setup is different. There it comes. Oh, 2 for 1 on the entry initially. It's a good sign for King Zero. 9 up on this site. Gonna try to hold on, and he is waiting for that rotation to come through. YDSS will help him out. And 9 just tucked behind the box. It's going to be the cancel called by King Zero. They have time for that.
I suppose so, but look at N9. Wait, they're not leaving. They're waiting for this aggression. They're waiting for N9. Tong is going to find YDSS. It's the cancel to maybe go back into the recommitment, but Baishra is still here on A. 30 seconds left. N9 and Zhao will now repivot. In fact, N9's leaving. 20 seconds left. This is so cheeky. Out of King Zero. They need to just get by this sniper. They need to get by Zhao. He's having a little bit of a rough go of it compared to Tong. It is 9U that will get the time in. And now it's potentially all up to N9 to save Baishra's hopes and dreams. They were up so heavily on Ankara. But the bigger they are, the harder they fall. King Zero will take their map pick of Ankara emphatically towards the end.
Yeah, that is crazy. 10-8, another Ankara going the way of King Zero, as it has many a time before against Baishra. But I'm sure Baishra are going to be ruining that opportunity, and we'll see how impactful that's going to be when we get to the end of this best of 5. But that really feels like that should have been one that was on a silver platter for Baishra after that 6-3 lead that they had in the first half. But not to be this time around, so they'll have to work a bit harder when they come back for map number 2.
Already off to an epic start as our first semifinals for CROSSFIRE at EWC. King Zero, the comeback was unbelievable. N9 tried at the very end, but it was just too much. 1v3, come on, it's hard to do even if you're the best in the world. 10-8 is where it finishes. King Zero refused to relent. This team has been on fire, undefeated so far when it comes to our tournaments. It's a rematch. The only loss Baishra took was to King Zero in group play. I don't know if King Zero could do any wrong. Why did the comeback happen? KZ, they were so far behind, but they took a tactical pause, and all of a sudden, they were back in the ballgame.
I have a gut feeling that it was actually the side switch helping KZ a lot, right? We were kind of seeing or hearing in the interviews right before the stage started, they were saying, okay, one of the biggest things that KZ has as a team is that firepower, and especially when it comes to firepower, it is going to be displayed on the BL side, and we saw everything on their side. Granted, Baisha, they started off really well on Ankara, but it seems like once KZ got warmed up, everybody started hitting their shots, and everybody just was dueling out of their minds, especially Tong. Baisha just drowned.
Yeah, you can really tell this on the A side in particular, the contrast between the two teams. I think that both of them were targeting that when it came to the BL sides and the side hits. But even when Baisha had 3 players there with N9 playing up on towards the top side and 2 playing close by, they were just getting dismantled. The only time they held that A bomb site was when N9 got a 3K multi-kill. And I think even that round ended up coming down to the Tong 1v2. So, I mean, yeah, you talked about Tong and he ended up 21 kills. His sniper on the other side, a third of that, a massive discrepancy.
So it seems like Baisha, they're going to have to pull off miracles. They're going to have to dig deep and overall just grind against King Zero, because King Zero, once they start catching fire, it's hard to put them out.
Yeah, and I was actually wondering why King Zero was actually having a hard time on the GR side, and I was thinking, hey, they're not pushing forward, they're not their usual aggressive selves, and then they kind of remembered themselves in the second half as we take a look at the set summary. Of course, 21 frags for Tong. I mean, this guy's 30 and he's still rolling.
I mean, it's an incredible result from Tong. You go to 1v2 and a 1v1, which is the difference between winning and losing the map, right? So his impact, you cannot deny it, but it's the lack of impact from the other side. You can really see the contrast here, because look at the consistency from Baisha, from every single individual, except for Xiao Xiao, and that's the player you need to be stepping up against Tong.
Yeah, Xiao Xiao gets a lot of attention when it comes to the Baisha's side. What was going wrong for him? Why wasn't he able to lock things in? Was it simply because of Tong?
I think it not just Tom, for the rest of the members as well, just made it a very uncomfortable map for Xiao Xiao to play. And at the same time, I feel like Tong got a bit more warmed up, despite having not too good of a start in this map. It kind of just seems like he was just straight up outplaying him in some of these duels. But Xiao Xiao just looked uncomfortable.
Yeah, and I think that there was a really good contrast in the two, because Tong was going for a lot more aggressive openers. We were seeing that on the BL side in particular. He wasn't afraid to take those early fights. For Xiao Xiao, I think particularly when it came to the GR side, he was playing very reserved, very passive, wasn't looking for any forward stances. And because he wasn't part of the kind of A side kind of setup there, he was often in situations where he couldn't have impact because they'd already lost sides.
So should he be leading the charge, you think, Lucy, or does he need to kind of lean into his team a bit more to set him up for success?
I think he definitely needs to take some initiative, right? And that's how you get back into a series as well, especially if you've had such a struggle-sim set. You really need to find yourself again, know what you're capable of, take some aggressive openers. You don't need to do it every single round, but you do need to just show that you are there to put the threat of the sniper in them. Otherwise, they're going to play fearless.
Absolutely, and Tong does in fact give that threat. He executes it incredibly well. When you think of Baisha, though, with the stats that we looked at, they were all great. Xiao Xiao, it is easy to point the finger at him. It ends 10-8. We could have went into overtime if his opening picks would have been existent.
Yeah, and honestly, I wouldn't say that he is the only problem in this one as well. I feel like there's a lot of setups for the side of KZ where it just caught the entire team off guard, right? And this is what we know KZ for. They do not play like most of the Chinese teams. They're actually one of the more aggressive, if not the most aggressive Chinese team in the entire league, and it really is showing now in EWC.
Yeah, I think you'd really tell that on that A side, because they kept going into the same setup and it wasn't working, right? There was no real variation. They loved this double vent setup, and it just kept getting dismantled. We talked a lot about the snipers here, but the riflers on the side of KZ were phenomenal. Ice was just quietly ticking along, getting the multi-kills when required. His trading is phenomenal, which I think is what makes him such a great player.
And what makes all you great out there is you can get involved with EWC Play, a tremendous program, $300,000 in prizes up for grabs, and we love seeing your predictions. If you don't know what I'm talking about, let's show you.
Thinks he can come in here and play my game. He knows nothing. Let's go!
Tyler Wine, you're done.
This is my ladder. You can't climb it.
That's an L airline.
Somebody better hold me.
Okay, yeah. Do something then.
Raw energy. Blow the house down.
King Zero take a 1-0 lead in this best of 5, putting them closer to securing a spot into grand finals. Ankara goes their way 10-8. We move into Black Widow. Now, because Ankara already ended 10-8 and Black Widow arguably could be a 50-50, Lucy, this is going to be another battle to the death.
Yeah, it's been one that's been really back and forth between the two over the last 12 months. And obviously, the most recent outing was in that group stage game, which was a KZ victory. That was a 10-4, so it was quite dominant, to be honest. And that now has me scared just because of how confident they're playing. You mentioned the aggressive style. I think that matched up really well on Black Widow. And even though it's a map that Baisha have traditionally relied upon, the form that KZ come into, especially off that BL side, you really got to be scared for Baisha.
Adjustments for Baisha going into map 2. Again, they didn't lose badly. It was 10-8. It was very close, but they need a little bit of extra to get over the finish line.
Yeah, they need a little bit of that extra oomph on Xiao Xiao as well, because this is one of the most important maps for a sniper, because you're opening up for mid, you're opening up for long A, you're opening up for house B as well, and there's so many options that you have to take as a sniper. I mean, the rest of the team is playing good for the side of Baisha. It's just him.
Yeah, and you know, you've got Tong who's playing a fantastic game, but they have a second sniper as well, right? YF can take up that mantle at any moment, and he's already shown how good he is on that secondary sniper.
We're putting the attention on Xiao Xiao. He needs to step it up. Only 7 kills when it came to the last game, but he needs more, especially on the lanes at Black Widow. Will Xiao Xiao be able to match the energy of Tong, or will Tong continue to do Tong things? Getting the highlight reels. It's map number 2. It's Black Widow, King Zero versus Baisha.
Should be a very interesting one here on Black Widow. Will it continue to be the Tong takeover, or will Zhao finally step up and be there for his team? That's the question the desk have asked. There's only one way to find out as we jump into the thick of it. It's King Zero on GR. It's Baisha going for the early aggression. And how about that then? 577 has got the pistol out. He's found 2 kills. Make it a third.
Nine spotted as he tries to creep back in late in that engagement. Now it's down to YF to hold onto the site. That's not going to happen either. So Tong, the last man standing, is going to be dealt with. And that is, again, out the gates strong for Baisha in the same capacity that we saw on Ankara. This time, obviously, Black Widow, I mean, again, has been a big conversation point for Baisha, especially in this matchup against King Zero. The last 3 games they've played, they've beat them on Black Widow. So, you know, you'll need to see maybe that King Zero change-up come through once again.
That was a 22nd round, by the way.
I should say, by the way, not the most recent match, the one that they played at EWC, but the previous games before that, it was Baisha that picked up the map of Black Widow. So again, if King Zero can, you know, find a way to sort of channel what they did in the Group B match, they could potentially be up 2-0 here, going through to an Eagle Eye, which they also, by the way, beat Baisha on in their most recent match. So, you know, there's a bit on offer here for King Zero. Again, Baisha do often like to start things very quickly in those rounds to kick the maps off, but slowing it back down again now.
Yeah, this is a crawl. Smoke off the tunnel. N9. Having a glance, just in case King Zero have made their way out towards top middle. Hasn't happened. You see this a lot for the snipers. Zhao just going to be patrolling in towards mid. Not really been deployed as an active piece. He's more of just a sentinel, just holding very deep. And for Baisha, they're going to group together. They're going to go towards B. 3 defenders are here for King Zero. With Tong taking the first contact, that's only going to bait in the riflers more, and he's ready for potentially a boost or a jump.
No connection on that, but 3 players to defend this B site should be a good shout for King Zero. Got 2 players still set up for that crossfire, and that's exactly what I'm talking about. Numbers were there. YF coming across as well to reinforce. Baisha have been denied entry into the B site. Just Leah surviving now in a 1v3. I think that will be a job that's going to be a bit too much to do, particularly with that C4 dropped out in front of the door. He's actually going to have to commit into the site to try to retrieve that, and that will mean walking into Ice's crosshair. So 1-1 will be the score. King Zero answer back to the early aggression that Baisha showed.
It's just a puzzling one to me for Baisha, because the only thing they really explored was whether King Zero had pushed top mid. They didn't go looking in towards middle. They just all grouped B and thought, yeah, this will be it. This will be the way forward. I like the contact that Tong takes for then the riflers to get set up. Now we've got a completely different setup here for King Zero as well. Rather than 3B, we've now got 3 lean in A.
Yeah, playing that back and forth for sure. No long control for either team, though. Just a wall of smokes on either side. Both teams kind of wondering, okay, have our counterparts pushed down long here? The answer is no on both accounts, actually. Which I suppose is keeping King Zero a little more preoccupied than it is Baisha. You've got 3 players dedicated now to clearing this out. And it's a good window of opportunity for Baisha to push somewhere else on the map. But the longer they take, the more likely it is that King Zero actually do clear this line. And now the spider sense is tingling that, hey, maybe this isn't going to be an A hit. We need to start to rotate our forces back over towards A. King Zero have no mid control, so getting that rotation across quickly is going to be a little bit of a problem. And here comes Baisha for the B hit.
Yeah, this feels nice though, still feels okay, but YF overwhelmed, and now Ice has got a lot to do, and he's just so blinded. Much better on the entries here for Baisha. Flashbang support inevitable as they crunch over towards this site. Rotates are now in, but it's a 2-player disadvantage and a really difficult retake.
Yeah, very difficult, you'd say. Impossible, really. Tong going down early is going to make it even harder, and so just XN and 9U who will try to salvage this one, but it is, of course, well out of the realms of the possibility. So XN's going to opt to take this as a time to chat. That's the power of that one smoke that Baisha threw over towards A long. It kept those 3 players from King Zero interested for such a long time that they were not able to rotate across towards B. So one piece of util making all the difference there for Baisha. And they claim themselves the 2-1 lead off the back of it. Something that, you know, King Zero I think are going to be looking at is, can we afford to give up that mid control quite as much as we did? If we're going to dedicate 3 players over towards A, we probably have to take some space with it earlier on in the round, rather than waiting into the mid round, because it just takes far too long to get across the other side of the map. So a couple of little things that they can look to improve on from that round.
Yeah, it took the words right out of my mouth. Like, I was thinking if that was maybe 10 seconds earlier, then you can actually have that double rotate in towards middle to have a little bit of a look. It felt like the idea was sound, but the execution, the timing of it, not so much. This is fast, really quick, out towards this long side. Flashbangs are so blinding towards long. Ice is able to get one and duck out of there, but King Zero aren't finished. They want to keep going. They will keep taking this fight towards Baisha, and Ice is going to claim the lives of everyone over towards A and drop that bomb. And sure, you've got control in towards B, but who cares? Because you need to go and get that C4.
Yeah, YF understands the responsibility that he has just to lock down this side of the map, not necessarily needing to overcommit to holding the site. Xiao does get himself the first here in the 1v4, and let's see if Xiao can wind the clock back in any way, shape or form. Go back to the form that he showed in 2023 around the Summer Champs events. This would be the kind of round that you might see him win. Tong going to give him a 1v1, no connection there. You don't want to be seeing that head pop up once again though, because Xiao is not liable to miss a couple in a row. Flick may still be on offer, and all this delay util getting tossed in makes Xiao's life a little bit more difficult, but there you go. Tong gives him the chance, and Xiao will take it. So now down to a 2-on-1 with still over a minute left on the clock. Ice isolated as well, by the way, in this 1v1. XN has gone for the long flank. Xiao, if he lands the connection, could have really opened that back up, but he does seem to be at least somewhat aware of the possibility that XN is wrapping in behind him too. It's definitely not unwinnable for Xiao.
He's playing this really well. Like, he's got the understanding there could be that lurking because no one peeked off the back of Ice's contact. So now he's going to look to try and find Ice and finish what he started. 30 seconds.
It's a deep line.
It is. There's a lot of angles to try and clear. Spots the heads, and unfortunately, that was the opportunity there for Xiao. Ice will lock it in, and King Zero able to take the lead once more, but I like the way that Xiao was piecing that one together. Every decision was correct, he just didn't hit the shot.
Yeah, I mean, you can tell that he's a very strong player in those clutches when he's able to land the shots. He has a very good brain for the game, but it's just the connections aren't really favoring him at the moment. You were right in saying at the start of that last round, by the way, that the flashes were so blinding on both sides. It was such a crazy start to that round. You can really see these teams just changing things up on both the attack and the defense. There's not been anything that's been kind of like a default strategy or a default setup This is, again, a dry contact on A-Long, actually, from King Zero, with only the 2 players this time around. But it works out. They're, I think, very much reading into the tendencies that they've played against Baisha. They all know, oh, okay, if Baisha does this, there's a good likelihood they'll do this next. And so they claim the control of that part of the map for free. How useful is that going to end up being? Well, you'd think very, actually, because they've got 3 players stacked over towards B, 1 extra watching in from mid as well.
Oh, they've made a tunnel in towards mid.
Yeah,
Are they going to use it? It looks like it. Okay, to split forward in towards the speed bomb site, as you say. Ice has always been here when they've started to attack. Tong looks over the top, 577. Needs to try and find the kills, and they are immediately coming in. That is brilliant from him and N9. The B split, incredibly effective. They make that smoke corridor, and now it is all up to YF, but this 1 versus 4 doesn't feel anyone with the greatest of confidence. If you're King Zero, YF, is he able to get the first shot? No, it's the shoulder spotted. The kill not quite being collected, and you know that they're just going to double swing on him. Baisha, it's inevitable when they get in towards B.
Yeah, just got a little bit too much work done in middle there. I think Baisha, in a sense, were almost given much too much space in onto the site, and then it became impossible for the site defenders to get anything done. You needed to see a kill or 2 in middle before they got to this point, and that never really eventuated. So that wall of smokes ended up being quite a good one. Push out over on the A side of the map this time around. Only the 2 defenders there for King Zero at the moment.
They're pushing B. Yeah, instead, like, this is a new change-up we've not yet seen out of the GR squad. 9U having a look. YDSS have the chance to find Ice, and instead, then you get that wraparound from 9U. So that's a really important kill. His first in the contest, puts the player advantage in favor here at King Zero. And I like the scaling out of XN whilst all this is going on. They've got deep mid, they've got all of B, and Baisha feel penned in, and now they need to go back and reassess the situation. We saw these clears over towards top mid before, and now they need to do it again.
That's a very troublesome situation for Baisha. They've lost all the map control. You could argue, I guess, they still hold on to A-Long, but you've got absolutely nothing in mid, nothing outside of B. So King Zero very well situated to defend against this push from Baisha. It's just a case of landing their shots, and right now Baisha are kind of doing a bit of a better job of that. I mean, again, XN having to try to play recovery. He's tucked in the corner, stuck here, in a sense. Oh, gonna challenge Xiao back and forth. Bold fight, but he wins it. And N9 has now also been spotted. Where on earth is Tong? He's trying to wrap on through to help out XN. He's going to peek through those mid doors. The smoke, though, obscuring the cross. And 9 now, with a big job to do, has to go back and cross in for that C4. He's been spotted out. Tong, a dangerous fight to be taking up close and personal with the rifler. Instead decides he just wants to back out to safety. And honestly, at this point, 9's not even really interested in that C4. He just wants to try to chase Tong down. That'll last for only so long as the timer now forces him to go back and grab the bomb.
And now it's a guessing game as well for Tong. You've got to figure out where your opponent has gotten off to. Just having a little look over towards mid, can maybe reset, has a peek and glance in towards B, doesn't see anything. All in the meanwhile, N9 has made adequate space towards this bomb site. Tong is about to make his way over, though. Is N9 going to clear this? Is he going to look in towards the window? He thought about it and instead starts committing to the plant. This timing feels amazing for Tong, but he's overlooked the angle, but it's still fine. He adjusts just in time, and the defuse locked in for King Zero.
Oh, that is a crazy clutch from Tong. The perfect time to rotate across and the perfect time to peek as well, as he knows that that plant is being stuck. It's unfortunate for N9, didn't really do anything wrong. It's just that Tong did everything right instead. I felt like that was a bit of a must-win, actually, for King Zero. Things were starting to look pretty awkward for them in this second half. Baisha accelerating again. Oh, sorry, in this first half, the second map, I should say. Baisha accelerating again, but just slowed back down by King Zero, keeping them honest again.
And sure, that was Tong's timing, right? But it was the excellency out of XN. He just fights and stands at his ground. Really felt like all of the kills were spinning up in favor of Baisha, but no. XN will deny, guarantee that round for King Zero. Put Tong in a favorable one. And now look at this. Another push. It's the Ice 9U combo. But they are ready for it, Baisha.
Needs to be traded down and will be, but you've still got 577 here. to seal the advantage for King Zero.
That's important. That's a really important shot back from YF. That denies all the space.
You're right. And Nine thought he had a little bit of an opportunity to walk in through middle. Now the same thing happening with Tong walking out onto long. YDSS is there waiting for it. A missed shot here from Tong. Could be the end of his life in the end. Info's given and he backs away. You'd be expecting a hit now towards A, noting that long control is lost. So King Zero have to be pretty wary of middle and short. And Tong is going to have a little bit of a look towards short, but Xiao picks up one. Tong can't get the double. Xiao on the other side of that fight that will come away happier. 1 on 2 now for XN to try to piece together.
Maybe he can isolate a kill. This will be really tricky as he mantles up the stairs and instead goes in the smoke. Maybe this timing is actually very good. You're right. Zhao low, YDSS, not really considering this, and they've almost traded places. Zhao spotted. XN now reveals himself. There's so many angles to clear, or maybe he could just hit the headshot. Not quite. YDSS the bailout, and Baisha will keep on the pressure on Black Widow.
Yeah, Baisha doing a pretty good job of just really unsettling King Zero in a lot of these early rounds. See it again there. Feels like in a lot of cases, King Zero just having to play catch-up. They're really not getting the opening advantages. Even despite the fact that Tong was looking so good on that previous map, you know, and they've got the double sniper set up with YF taking that secondary sniper. Not finding the advantages early in these rounds, which is the big problem for this kind of buy. Can't be retaking with a double sniper. Again, Xiao gets the better of YF, and well, that's the rest of the round pretty much done and dusted as Baisha just overwhelm A.
He's just free-firing and swinging the corner. Tong just didn't stand a chance. This is the most comprehensive round yet out of Baisha. Unless this little man could achieve something magnificent, but not to be the case. It's flawless out of Baisha. And now, got to remember that King Zero did elect to start on the GR side, and it's just not working out for them whatsoever. Baisha, their defense is sublime on Black Widow. And now they've got a couple of rounds of buffer to work with as we enter our final round of the first half.
King Zero will no doubt be looking for the 5-4. It is a little bit of a BL-sided map. So 5-4 would not be a bad shout for King Zero at all. You can get it done on both sides, though. Baisha will be feeling confident at the moment. They're flowing pretty freely through Black Widow at the moment, and kind of prompted out a 3-player stack over on the B side of the map. No presence at all towards long. King Zero have no info. I mean, this is a setup from King Zero where they really cannot spot anything at this point. Maybe you're going to see someone rotate through mid as YF, but aside from that, the information that you're going to get is, oh, they're hitting our site, and then you're scrabbling to defend. You're not getting any advance warning at the moment with this kind of a play from the GR side.
Especially with that smoke. Now you can't see anything down middle. This is pure instinct out of King Zero. They're just relying on the fact that they trust their read. And instead, YF and Tong are now looking to batten down the hatches on this A bomb site. YF will, I was going to say, take the first contact, but the timing not quite there. Meanwhile, the utility comes in from the long side. YF will find his mark, and in fact, get a second. 2 for 2, is that good enough? Potentially, because the bombs drops. That's going to waste time, and that means that King Zero can rotate over.
XN not too keen to peek around that box, but now knows that he's stuck, tucked in the corner. The push comes in his direction, 1 for 1, about as good as he can expect it, but again, buying more time. As that bomb drops onto the floor, that again allows time for the rotation to come across, and Ice comes into play, gets the better of Xiao. 9 on his bike, over to B. And another 1-on-2 attempt. This time it's Baisha that have the deficit, but a clutch that could potentially be part of the nail in the coffin for King Zero on Black Widow, and 9 is able to close this one out.
I thought he was going to go all the way around the world there. He doesn't. There's utility as well, but I just would like the guns out and them swinging together. They now identify where he is, and 9 trying to isolate the fight. How about that for a first shot? Maybe he can do it for Baisha. Maybe he can put the stranglehold on King Zero as he plays ring around the rosy with 9U. Has a look at that defuse. Got no idea where 9U is, but 9U can't finish the job. Is there enough time? I don't think so. I think Baisha have done it.
9 certainly has done it. There's definitely no time for the defuse there. As soon as he got that first initial kill on the player entering the box room, you kind of felt like that one was doomed if it was not immediately traded, and so it was. Baisha goes for 6. Once again, Black Widow, which has been Baisha's home ground territory traditionally in this series against King Zero, is leaning in their direction. And that, at the moment, is setting us up for a very big best-of-5 series between these two teams. We'll still have to see what King Zero can do in the second half. There's a lot of util being tossed to kick the round off. It's a bit of a back and forth over long. But Baisha boldly pushing through that smoke will get the info that there's no one from King Zero there.
I'm just gobsmacked. Like that headshot immediately.
The drive-by.
You can't make it up. That's why he's the GOAT. And 9 gives a lot of breathing room here. Zhao on the off angle. Oh, and nearly a collateral. In fact, it was, except the second one wasn't fatal. N9 says, thank you very much. I'll take that with Zhao. And the B bomb site shut down comprehensively. 7-3. This is more like it for Baisha. However, we have seen a lead like this go awry.
Yeah, most certainly. I mean, you'd be leaning back towards that Ankara result and thinking, hang on, how did that go so wrong for Baisha? But this one on Black Widow, you'd have to think is signed, sealed, and delivered. It is their map pick, right? If they're going to know how to close anything out, it should be this one. It's going to take a real resurgence and recovery from King Zero if they're to get much more done here, because it is looking like Baisha are locked in. And it's led by the front by their, two most experienced players in N9 and Xiao.
Good to see it. It's nice to see N9 just basically take the team, put him on his back.
Yep. He has these kinds of maps every now and then. Maybe not as much now as what he used to.
Well, it feels like all tournament, mate. Like, there's so... if you look at his stats, this tournament, we saw it on the head-to-head before the series went live. He is performing amazingly, has got basically 100 ADR across the entire event. Like, that's staggering for a player.
Yeah, it is. It's, not too uncommon for him, to be fair. King Zero taking this one really slowly. Looking to clear out A long at the moment. Have managed to do so.
The cheekiest of pixel walks. Doesn't net anything. YF. Oh, also looking for toes underneath the box. Nothing spotted. So nothing gained, but also nothing lost really here for Baisha, as they will gamble most of their pieces over towards this A-bomb site. And with under a minute left on the clock, King Zero, it does feel like they want to go in this direction because of the space that YF has got. So that they sort of park the sniper, and now they look to go in towards short. And well, that's the info. The issue is there's no clean kills. There we go. Lyre will find one. Zhao's here as well. And suddenly everyone is just crumbling. At least there's that one fight back, but it's Zhao, the primary sniper, trying to do all of the heavy lifting from the back of the APC. Able to find one more. How about that from Zhao? It's a highlight moment as Baisha will not allow King Zero to come back in Black Widow unless YF can find this timing. It has to be N9 again. YF, quick shot, not quite. It's the sidearms on display. And that's how much it means to the coach as he screams celebration into N9's ear.
Thank God he's got the noise-cancelling headset on, otherwise he might not be able to hear after that one. Yeah, that's a big round for Baisha to grab. A bold peak, you'd have to say, for YF, but I don't know that he had many other options. The bomb was down either on short or actually down underneath short. I'm not sure.
Big fight.
Yeah, there's a potential one brewing actually over on long here. XN has spotted out 577, unable to really do anything with it. YDSS now remaining alone, but starting to get a bit of help out there from Leah. The grenade thrown in. But Baisha happy to concede control of long for now. They'll just take that 1-for-1.
And then Nine's just on his own, just having an aggressive angle over towards B. So indirectly, he's then prompting Ice to maybe walk into him. It's that fated duel that we're anticipating for King Zero in general, though, when it comes to the setup and the idea. It felt like it was going to go towards A, but now the bomb is being escorted out. I say escorted out, he got left completely on his own, but at least he's grouping up with his team now.
Don't have to move too quick here if you're King Zero. 1 minute and a half left on the clock. It's going to start to make their way in the direction of B, but still looking to clear out middle to begin with. Not sure about this. Challenging Xiao. On a line like this, you're liable to lose a couple of players. There's 9U already having fallen. Leah comes across to set that crossfire up, and this is exactly how the double sniper setup's supposed to work. Baisha showing King Zero how it's done.
I'm just so in awe with how efficient they are. Obviously, you got a quick scope, almost like pre-fire. The players coming around the corner, but Leah, so decisive on it. Hang on. Ice has made this possible. The difficulty is the bomb, but maybe YDSS isn't ready for Ice. That's a lot of damage, but it's still a 1 versus 1. How many clutches is N9 gonna win to bail out Baisha?
Gets another scream in the ear from the coach.
That has to be the 4th one. That has to be the 4th clutch that he's won in this map.
Yeah. 9's good for it. Good start there from Xiao and Leah, though. It does have to be said. It was always going to be tough to pull that round back as King Zero. Long control, name of the game for Baisha in this round, but that might be the wrong call. King Zero, a lot of util dumped over towards B. It's going to prompt out a bit of counter util from Baisha, but no commitment here from King Zero, and 577 has accelerated through the map. He could just tuck himself in the corner here. Wait and see if there's going to be any rotation coming through. XN plays a dangerous game, but he catches 577. Now it's on Xiao to try to hold on to this one alongside YDSS. Spray coming through, not going to be enough. A pretty strange round, actually, I'd say, all things considered, but King Zero will be happy with a strange round if it means a round win.
Oh, hang on. Hang on just a second. Because
Probably
yes,
not.
yeah, I know, 1v4, but that's a lot of damage. And 9, now just taking a risk. Working his way through the smoke. Is he able to isolate a kill? No, he's not. Yeah, that round was very difficult to keep track of. Like, I got completely lost in the source of what was going on there because you've got players pushing A, you've got a guy that's already just in the BL spawn after like 10 seconds. You've then got all the utility being dumped by King Zero over at B. You then got the rotates being prompted by Baisha.
Yep.
There was so many moving parts there, and yet somehow it's just fine. So you take that every day of the week. If you're King Zero, they still need 5 on the bounce. That's going to be very tricky. But with Tong finding opening picks, maybe it gets a little bit easier.
Long way to go for King Zero before they really are able to sink their teeth into this map, though. You know, this is more about recovery and just building a platform to launch off of than anything else. They need to kind of get this to sort of 7 or 8 rounds before they can even really start thinking about trying to win this map. That is a long road ahead. You're right in saying that a 4-on-5 is going to be helpful for them. They take that long control with relative ease. Baisha, in response, are going to send 577 looking down short. Does not really see a whole lot. So you'd be inferring from this that there might be a bit of a setup on long, having heard all that util get popped over towards A as well. But nothing you can really do about it as Baisha. When you're down on numbers, you have to have a hole somewhere in the defense.
Great shot. Great shot from Lear, though. And that is going to equalize the numbers.
Not for
Only
long.
for a moment. Yeah, 9U able to get the kill back. And 9 trying to find YF. Meanwhile, that C4 does get punched in on this A-bomb site. N9 now trying to close the gap. A number of players in towards this spawn area. And you got YDSS on a long lurk. Lear hoping for a chance, but taken away from him. There's a massive fight here between YDSS and 9U. And 9U does the smart thing and just gets out of dodge. Looking the harder as well. There's been a timeout that got called by Baisha after the opening pick. YF is just delivering on all fronts. Lives on 2 HP, able to hit continuous headshots. And King Zero, they're not out of this competition just yet when it comes to Black Widow, but the scoreline still looks and feels a little bit cosmetic than competitive.
Yeah, 100%, but you can kind of tell that it is maybe starting to get worrisome for Baisha here. A couple of rounds in a row for King Zero. You get the tag timeout through from Baisha. Zemo, the coach, wants to have a bit of a chat with the team and say, let's lock it in here. So what are they going to end up doing to try to close this one out? It's definitely not got to the point where it's too concerning just yet for Baisha, but it very quickly can go in that direction. And if it were not for maybe a couple of nice clutches, this could be a much, much closer map. And I think, again, you know, we'll probably get to the end of this and Kings are really going to look at it and say, we could have got a lot more done there.
Yep.
We just needed a little bit better of a first half because they're looking okay. They're actually looking quite decent here in the second. Just have they given themselves enough room to work with? My gut feeling is no. My gut feeling is that they don't make this recovery happen and then we do go through to a third at a 1-1 scoreline.
I think the conversation changes actually for this Black Widow right now. Now, the more that I think about it, I think it's gone from Baisha are back, they're looking really dominant, they've really found their form. Now the scoreline creeps in close together, I'd actually say I think King Zero have been unfortunate. I think if Baisha go on to win Black Widow, N9 is the sole reason why that has happened. And sure, there's been good moments from other players out of Baisha, but the amount of clutches, the amount of high impact this individual has delivered right now in this semi-final, that is the only reason why this scoreline isn't even potentially more lopsided for King Zero. It has to be 3 or 4 rounds that he won single-handedly.
Yeah. I mean, not to mention the impact outside of the clutches. He's 18 and 9, you know, so he's been putting numbers up too. But either way, back in for round number 15, and the change-up is there for Baisha. They've taken long control and they've installed 577 in the barracks to hold on to that solo. Has cost them 3 smokes. It's quite a hefty investment. Maybe 577 can make good use of this position. If he decides to go for a push on the right timing, he'll get tons of info.
Lear just looks at B. It's actually Zhao that now moves over to B with 577. So actually it feels like they just want to have this investment over towards barracks. All right, you're going to have the sniper taking the contact, then you're going to have the rifle just on the next peak, baited in. This is all null and void though if they just go in towards Cat. Like they're just about to push now here. N9, a lot of responsibility. The jump up, is he ready for these players? Yes, he is, but he can't get the kill. And now you're left scrambling if you're these players out towards long. A drop down, a big kill out of YDSS. Leah's also able to get the find back as they rotate over towards A. They still don't know about this long portion.
Yeah, Xiao's there as well, so they do get the better of one, but you still got to deal with Xiao. That line, and Leah's snuck his way out through the smoke. The C4's down on the ground, but I mean, what is going on there? That's just a miscommunication between Xiao and Leah. Xiao was backing off, Leah was committed. If Xiao would have swung through from long at the same time, I think this round might be over, but instead it's into a one-on-one. Tong v Xiao once again. The tables have turned from map 1 to map 2. On map 1, it was Tong that was popping off. This time it's Xiao, and that was very nearly the end of the map right there. This shot, though, from Xiao. But if you had to put money on it, you'd probably say that in this 1v1, you'd back Xiao, given the way that this map has been playing out so far. See if he can get it done against Tong. Hasn't spotted out the barrel there. Needs to clear the box. Had a suspicion. Trying to draw out a peek. And Tong biding his time. Will get it done in the end. Xiao not able to flick. And King Zero get within 3.
I thought he was going to shoot it. I really thought he was just going to wallbang the box, but instead he's using the scope to snuff out the barrel and couldn't spot it. Tong has tucked himself in, crouched down, and held his nerve. Important for King Zero. As they find their way back in this, and he doesn't immediately swing off of the immediate tap of that bomb. Wires were not being committed at the second time of asking, though. He is able to deliver. XN taking a very aggressive line. N9's also been brought down incredibly low. I don't think they're going to be prepared for how close XN truly is.
They've scurried away, haven't they? A reinforced middle with Xiao. He's on the way back over to A, though. So it is still N9 that's holding on to it solo. Has to be a little careful jumping across there, because Tong's also watching the line with the sniper from BL Spawn. 577 now getting tagged as well. Some good early inroads being made by King Zero, but no picks, no kills as of yet. Doesn't really make the job any easier for King Zero.
No map control, really, if you think about it.
True.
Just going to be really difficult, I think, for King Zero. Like, sure, you've got the tags, but you're right, it isn't fatal. I just feel like you've got to group up together. I like the idea in the previous where you ran that split, you drop down it in towards the spawn and you try and overwhelm.
Yeah, box room was smoked off early on in the piece. Long completely ignored by King Zero. They don't have that much map control, you're right, and they're just going to decide, well, just going to try and push our way up through short.
Got any good flashes here, King Zero?
It's a question, I think, as well, of whether or not Xiao connects on his opening shot or two. You've got Leah here as well. It's the double sniper setup again to hold on to A, which is pretty standard, but you need to be connecting. There's only the one, and immediately Leah is dropped as well. Now N9 looking to come into play. Rotating through. 577 catches XN as he jumps unnecessarily. Plan on offer, but Baisha have the player advantage here in the post plan.
They do, but they don't have the health. That is the key detail. It might not matter though. N9 already on the flank and it's using his low HP to good effect. It falls to Ice. It falls to the Prodigy, but he gets completely blindsided by YDSS on the off angle. It takes Baisha an awfully long time to close their map set of Widow, but they are able to get it done. 10-6 on Black Widow. And Baisha, they've got to be sparing their blushes.
Yeah, and once again, we will not be getting a clean sweep in any of these series between King Zero and Baisha. It just does not seem to happen in the best of fives. Obviously, earlier on at EWC, we also saw it go 2-1 favoring King Zero, and I imagine we are very much going to be going the distance again today. That is us done and dusted for the first couple of maps, but we've still got a potential 3 to go, so it'll be Eagle Eye up next.
Play is in our DNA. Whenever we let it out, it becomes our superpower. Now imagine an entire city being built to supercharge it. Kadir City, powered by Play.
For anyone thinking King Zero was going to make this look easy, I've got news for you. Baisha is willing to fight till the very end. I guarantee you, we're going to a Game 5 already. I feel it in my bones. These two teams wouldn't have it any other way. Hey, welcome back into the Allianz Vault. I'm Taylor Reflections Noble, joined by Sneaky Frog and Lucy. 2 maps down, all tied up 1-1.
Yeah, and already we are seeing Baisha coming back into the fray, and we already pointed out that Xiao Xiao's lack of performance in map number 1, he definitely made it up for map number 2, and it seems like the rest of the team, you know, it's still a bit slow for the other 3 members, but it seems like N9 and Xiao is finally locked in.
Yeah, what a different looking team when you have these 2 stars online. N9 you can always rely upon. Obviously, he just came through and played a fantastic set, but yeah, Xiao definitely the star in that first half for sure. So much impact he was having with that sniper, and Chong was still having a fair bit of presence, like he didn't fall off, but I think the biggest struggle here for King Zero has been these GR sides. It just feels like they give way too much respect to Baisha, and Baisha's just able to do whatever they want. We saw them just waltzing into B with these splits. There was no challenge, and they were just getting overwhelmed.
Yeah, and it kind of seems like KZ took a really good defense, is a good offense, maybe kind of a vibe on them, and that's not really the way to go when it comes to Crossfire. You're going to have to play both sides of the map very effectively, and it really is evident, right? As soon as the side switch, you can see KZ kind of trying to roll back on the BL side, but yeah, I mean, you really have to play that first half to perfection, especially in a map like Black Widow, where, you know, a huge lead would have actually been a big benefit for the side of KZ, and they could have easily closed it out in the second half, but Baisha Gaming, with them having that much leeway after the first half, it just made it easy for him.
Yeah, 1 point leading 8-3. Baisha did fight, or excuse me, King Zero did fight back. Managed to, I believe, get it up to 6, but that was going to be the end of it. There's a lot of stress on that stage. You could tell Baisha was winning at that point, and they're still rubbing the eyes. This is going to be a long day.
Yeah, this is a lot closer as well than the last time Black Widow was played. Mentioned that was a bit of a stomp out, 10-4. And that was an N9 won by time, and he just died. So Coach gives a little thumbs up. They know, yeah, you've got it. Don't worry, the time's on your side. And N9's clutches, I mean, he got, what, that 1v2? I think he ended up with 3 or 4 across the map. It was brilliant.
We're always talking about him. Let's bring him back up into the fold. N9 had a phenomenal game on Black Widow, dropping nukes, dropping bombs. We pointed out Xiao Xiao, but Xiao Xiao did his job, and N9 did it even better.
Yeah, and then this is what we expect from one of the greatest players of all time. It's the fact that he is still playing at this level is such a crazy statement for him. But at the same time, N9, he's going to have to activate for the rest of the team as well. Since 577 is kind of still struggling to look for his footing, and YDSS as well. Granted, YDSS, he had some rounds where he had some massive impact for the team. In terms of the bulk of the fragging, N9 is still going to be doing it.
Yeah, and it wasn't as big a deal here that you didn't have those other players online around him. Obviously, we did get that on map 1. It was only the sniper missing. So it was was fine just because they had such a dominant scoreline. And yeah, I mean, N9, I think he finished with like, what, 20 odd kills, like a superb performance. And you can tell that he didn't like the way that first map played out, and he really stepped it up in a gear here.
Yeah, N9's going to will any win into existence, right? That's just the kind of player that he is, the lineage that he has. I mean, it's sensational. He's been one of the biggest talking points when it comes to Baisha, but also our tournament, the only trophy he has yet to win. You mentioned 20, that was 16 there, and the celebrations are real. You know, N9, such an integral part to the Baisha roster, not only as a leader, not only because of his lineage, but also because of his stats. I mean, when he brings the energy, he brings it very, very well. 2 KD, that's impressive.
Yeah, but at the same time, the almost guaranteed kill per round really just shows how good of a rifler N9 is, right? Giving opportunities for his team while leading them on the calls as well is nothing short of impressive.
Yeah, these sort of stats as a rifler in particular are really impressive, right? The KD, because you're someone that's really getting up in the fray. You're in these positions where you have to be going for a lot of these fights. You know, you see these sort of KDs on snipers pretty commonly, but 2.0 is very impressive for a rifler.
Absolutely the case. Esports World Cup, it's well underway. In fact, we're in our final week. Only a couple of games remain. That includes CROSSFIRE in the Allianz Vault. But previous years have been fantastic. The stories are rich, and Level Up Season 2's got you covered.
A lot of people are haunted by their past. I'm inspired by it.
They're not just playing for themselves, they're really playing for their entire family.
They have defeated their demons! They have crushed the curse!
We were there. For every click, every clutch, every respawn. We were there for the years of grind. And we're here. Now. The proud founding partner of EWC. Powering the biggest event in gaming. Shoulder to shoulder with the world's best. Making history. Greatness deserves a stage. Lenovo Legion. Reach your impossible.
We've seen Ankara, we've seen Black Widow. Now it's time to head into map 3, Eagle Eye. This is going to be a big game for both of the rosters. Since you're tied up 1-1, you always want to be the team who has the 2-1 lead, right? Because that means you're one game away from securing the series. And at this late stage, day 4, when it comes to CROSSFIRE at the Esports World Cup in Paris, France, that means you're now one game away from punching your ticket into the finals.
Yeah, and especially with a map like Eagle Eye 2.0, I'm actually thinking that how is Baisha going to cope with the smaller size of the map? Because KZ is not going to be afraid to just run at you and actually duel you every single time. I hope Baisha is going to find a way to kind of neutralize that early.
Yeah, because KZ were really good on this last time they played as well. That was a 10-5 result. And even though Baisha did beat them on it in CFPL, so, you know, they do have that history. It has been a very good KZ map. Suits the sort of BL side, especially, they like to play. So, yeah, we'll see if Baisha can continue that momentum, because it did feel like KZ built back into that second map. It wasn't just a wipeout.
A lot of rich stories here. N9, on the other side, you've got Ice. They both battle against each other. Tong continuing to snipe as well as he is, locking down the lanes, putting the pressure on Xiao Xiao. Xiao Xiao stepped it up in game 2. Nice to see. Hopefully he can remain consistent. If he doesn't, N9 is there to pick up the slack, but he can only do so much. But the consistency from him is truly impressive. I think game number 1, picking up 15 eliminations, getting 20 in the second. He is truly that guy. YDSS, though, is also playing a valuable role. He goes into game number 3 on Eagle Eye, looking to shut down the side of King Zero. For King Zero, though, a lot of attention on Ice and Tong. Who else do we look out for? Is YF true factor?
Yeah, I think YF's going to be a really good factor as well in the map like Eagle Eye, because the snipers are going to be very important, especially anchoring the A and the B side. But at the same time, for the BL side, the openings towards Hotel and the openings towards the mid and the A side is going to be on their shoulders as well. So the snipers are going to have a lot of responsibility.
Yeah, we put a lot of focus on Ice, but I want to also just mention 9U as well, right? Because, you know, we've seen across both the sets played so far, he's had a bit of a slow start. I think he really did warm up into Ankara, but wasn't really a big factor on Black Widow. And this is a map where, again, him and Ice are a really important combo.
When we go into Eagle Eye, though, Baisha, King Zero, who do you favor?
I would say King Zero for now, because I feel like their style really does match the size of Eagle Eye 2.0, and especially teams who are good on this map, like SDS, really just like to run at the opponent, and that is KZ.
And we've talked a lot about N9 chasing this EWC title, putting that under his belt, but we should be talking about KZ as well, right? It's the team that's never achieved an S-tier title. That's something that they want to have next to their name for their organization, for these players. So there's a lot of different stories, and that's one that we really need to touch on. For KZ, Glory is very close.
Glory is close, but who's going to be the first one to be one map away from moving into the finals? Will it be King Zero? Will it be Baisha? They're both deadlocked 1-1, and only one can move forward to the grand finals to lift the trophy. Let's head into Eagle Eye between Baisha and King Zero.
We are eagle-eyed and tunnel-visioned in on our third map here in the semi-final. It's Eagle Eye 2.0 between King Zero Esports and Baisha Gaming. And here we have Baisha already on the GR side. And there's a lot of nades going over the top early for King Zero.
Not a whole lot happening, though. No damage done, actually, courtesy of those grenades. There is going to be a bit of space taken by N9 in Hotel. King Zero just going to be loitering around in middle. I would actually consider this to be quite a reserved start to the map, given the start that we had to Ankara and Black Widow. But it is Baisha on the defense and King Zero on the attack. Typically, we've been starting with Baisha on the attack, and that's why the pace has been a little bit more so there. As we've stated earlier, King Zero like to take a bit of a slower approach on this BL side, and once again, we're getting that. Not even really looking to take any map control at the start of this round. I think they're hoping maybe Baisha's going to come to them, but sooner or later, push is going to come to shove, and so they are going to start to have to probe their way forward. Smoke in for that A site. But King Zero, as of yet, not game to pull the trigger.
Nice nade. That's a really cool nade onto YF. Yeah, they're doing their, I think, framework here by Share. They're just going through the motions. At this time, we're going to throw this nade, and then therefore we're going to expect this reaction, and that's why Zhao has just dropped the HE over the top and towards middle. Unfortunately, they were there, but they weren't there, if that makes sense. A little bit more passive out of King Zero. 1 minute left. And again, we're still lacking map control here. And that means you're going to go into a bomb site blind without info. And this is going to be great for Baisha. Like, they're all going to be here. They're all going to know what's going on. But if 9U can just hit an entry, that's all null and void. How about that then? Instead, XN will.
Yeah, it's over towards the A site, though, and the pressure's kind of headed in the direction of B. In the end, they do opt to make that transition back across to A. They completely give up control of middle, and Leo will spot them early. So this has gone very wrong for King Zero. They just get deleted. Oh, that's an awkward call from them, and you're exactly right in saying they just don't have the info. I mean, they get a nice entry, but Baisha trading it out quickly enough and recognizing the situation, shut it down early on in the piece. And look, if King Zero are going to play this double sniper setup on the attack, I think you are going to see more rounds like that where they are really looking to take their time and see if they can work a pick somewhere. But if you're unable to find your pick and you find yourself in a last sort of 30-second situation where you're trying to push sites with the double sniper setup, that's not going to be easy. And indeed, it's gone wrong for King Zero. So Baisha on the board early. Every single map has started with a Baisha 1-0.
Look at this. This is a lot more aggressive out of YF with the sniper, let me tell you. As soon as I say that, he leaves. But the idea, the intent was there, just couldn't find the opener, didn't want to give up his life. Meanwhile, N9 is now being even more aggressive outside Hotel. This is the playstyle that you come to learn and love for N9. Always seems to hit these timings. Ice is being tasked with dealing with him as he just holds deep in towards the BL spawn. And it's King Zero yet again in towards mid. They are getting a lot of nades out, I suppose, from Baisha, but Baisha are just completely fine. They can do this little delicate dance where they can just hold deep sight lines. They can say to King Zero, right, the pressure's on you. Like, you have to go in towards the site, crack open our defense, and plant at the same time. Can you do all of that? Potentially not, but another opening kill will hit the fold. 577 dropped early.
This one a little bit more impactful. You'd think that's going to completely open up the B side of the map. Baisha look like they're just going to take the risk that maybe King Zero won't use that and keep the stack towards A.
They didn't last time, to be fair.
Which right now is looking like a pretty good idea. Xiao can't miss that shot, though. That's criminal. They're 9, making amends for it. A 3-player spray down is huge. Gets back out alive as well. Wants to re-challenge Tong. He's feeling it. Big spray through the box. Easy does it. 4 and 9. If he is activated in this semi-final, well, it might be curtains for King Zero. And what we saw on Black Widow going now into Eagle Eye here, it might be bad news indeed. They're going to call a timeout early. I'd be scared too.
Yeah, I mean, that is just vintage N9, and that is classic of what he can bring. And he was doing all of that on Black Widow. He was literally winning rounds single-handedly. Here, this felt like a disaster. Zhao misses such a sitter, and you think, oh no, King Zero are just going to overwhelm. They're just going to scale. N9 says, not today, not on my watch. Instantaneous spray with the wide swing. Lines up free, and even goes back for fourths afterwards. A timeout being called. I expect the coach is saying we are going too slowly. I know Eagle Eye is one of those maps for snipers. Already had that conversation about Black Widow as well, but this is a map that truly lends itself to the sniping abilities. It's called Eagle Eye after all, but is there a point where you deviate away from this double sniper setup if you're both King Zero? Maybe not so much Baisha on GR, but certainly on BL.
Yeah, I think there's definitely a valid conversation to be had there. If it's not working on the attack right here for King Zero, it might warrant a bit of a change up back to that 4 rifle setup. To me, it would seem a little bit early to go back on your initial game plan. I think you probably do give it another couple of rounds here. I mean, whether or not we'll see that out of the tactical pause does still remain to be seen. But I think if you've come in with a plan, you probably don't just chuck it out after 2 bad rounds. You sort of have to have a bit of faith in yourself to be able to execute on that. But yeah, if it gets to a point where it's like, okay, this is clearly not working, we do need to change something up, then yes, I think you have to toss that in the bin. But I would suspect we're going to see that double sniper persist for the majority of this map for both sides. We're getting back into it in just a second here. Zero again maintaining the double sniper setup. Way up there with the secondary ready to go. So that at least was not the conversation in the tac timeout.
I think you learned a lot from that round actually though, if you're King Zero. Because what did you learn? That they're being really aggressive towards Hotel. When you got the kill on a player that was deep in Hotel, they didn't actually jump and they didn't rotate immediately. Maybe that is something to exploit. Maybe you can actually just try and take the space, and Baisha are going to be slow on the rotate. It's a lot of speculation. It's a lot to figure out. The only way you can figure that out is by getting the opening kill and then seeing what the map control looks like afterwards. It's similar opening for YF as he takes these control towards the stairs. But yet again, another disengage. Tong this time will go up towards the tower in middle. That's only for a moment.
Yeah, he already copped a grenade on his way up there earlier, so Baisha's just kind of telling him, we know what you're up to. Got to be a little careful going up into that turret. It is a powerful position, but you can also just as easily get picked back in response. Well, this looks like maybe a bit of a fake over towards A, or at least a mid to A. You've got 9 and 577 set up for that push through the double doors. 1 for 9 this time around, but you've still got numbers there. Leah also chiming in that engagement. You'd think this is going to look pretty good for Baisha. YDSS is still tucked in on that side, and the C4's been left behind as well. It's gone all wrong for King Zero. They have walked into the clutches of Baisha, and they have been minced apart once again. Tong cannot salvage it. 3-0 is the lead. Baisha getting underway nicely on map 3.
Really confusing, I think, moment here for King Zero, because we've just learnt that Baisha aren't immediately rotating. So instead, you're throwing fake smokes towards A to potentially link up later with your utility. But you're just going through a corridor of pain. Like, that feels like the tightest corridor in all of CROSSFIRE, and you've just been completely destroyed. Guess what? By a CROSSFIRE. That was the easiest round that Baisha are going to get all semi-final long.
9 in a bit of a different position this time around. The one to get aggressive at Hotel is going to be pushed away. He's also got a bit of backup in the form of Xiao, but the smokes are obscuring the vision of both teams. And so in this case, everybody walks away unchallenged. I suppose it's not a bad change-up from Baisha. You've heavily defended mid a couple of rounds, and King Zero have seen that now twice. You've stacked 2 or 3 players there. They're not liable necessarily to push that again. So you can redirect your forces elsewhere. It's pretty good conditioning from Baisha. More heavily defended over towards B, and again, King Zero look like they're about to walk into that, so this could go really wrong for them for a 4th time.
This is the first time that N9's got contact early over at Hotel, which is why YDSS is here with him, and you haven't seen that N9 reposition. You still don't know about YDSS. That's the important fight. However, you've lost a sniper that was trying to bend in. Are you still ready for YDSS? Absolutely. Really well handled by King Zero. Leah will now try and rotate in, try and hit a shot back, but there's too many angles to manage. And he gets checked out by Hotel. 577. Last player standing in this 1 versus 4. But it's already being covered by Tong, and you feel like YF will give it a little peek. If not, then it'll be 9U. That's the bomb drop, sure, but Tong can just immediately pivot. Much better at King Zero. They were ready for everything.
Yeah, it's crazy, isn't it? I mean, that was such a perfect setup for Baisha. If Xiao just does not go down there, that round looks completely different. But as soon as Xiao drops, that's where 577 and N9 have to start pivoting back to, you know, watch all of the angles they can get wrapped on from behind, and they kind of get caught in two minds. YF gets in behind them on that flank, and that was kind of the end of that at that point. So if Xiao has a little bit more success, that round could well have gone the way of Baisha too, but in the end, King Zero will be happy to get there first on the board, and they're going to look to see if they can improve upon that with another very slow approach. They have barely left the BL spawn, the only one really being 9U, just pushed a little bit over towards A Long, but even then his position is quite a passive one, so still hoping for some kind of aggression out of Baisha, but it's, as of yet, not really eventuating.
I don't think you're going to get it yet, because you technically were aggressive in towards Hotel, and that went a bit pear-shaped. So I think Baisha are going to be a lot more diligent in this round. They're just dropping those nades in towards mid. As soon as I say that, though, we are getting the fight in towards mid. N9 overwhelmed, and then the rest of Baisha will follow suit. Brilliant openings from King Zero, 577, and Zhao now trying to recover in this 2 versus 5. Immediate kill back for Zhao, 577, completely isolated, but Zhao, to be fair to him, he is on the way. They're going to group together.
That's kind of a strange push from Baisha, isn't it? Hasn't worked out, but 2v4, not impossible. 577 looking to clear out A Long. Does not spot much there. And King Zero again biding their time with over, well, I mean, it was at one point just about a minute on the clock, now less than that, of course, but really making Baisha think. 577, oh, he's spotted Tong. That is going to bring across the rest of the forces as well to reinforce, and that is easily done in the end. King Zero not messing about. Go down 0 and 3, but now starting to put things back together, one step at a time.
Yeah, that was like a rush of blood to the head there for Baisha. As soon as I said, I don't think they're going to be peaking anymore, and 9 says, well, hang on, actually, me and YDSS are going to go on a little bit of a solo mission. Double push it in towards middle. You then got a player that is slightly delayed, but the result is still exactly the same. King Zero now taking aggressive space in towards Hotel very early on in this round. Zhao prepared as he just holds a pixel. This is quite tough, though, because if they peek from Hotel, he's surely destined for failure. But they're not going to go there just yet. This is the King Zero methodology on the Blacklist side. It is slow and steady, and they're hoping they can win the race in this marathon of a best of 5.
Well, the marathon often starts pretty slowly. You don't want to sprint out the gates. That has been the mentality for King Zero on their attack as well. Taking this one slow and steady, but they've done a good job of clearing out B long now. They can kind of just contact play their way into B, although they will be held at bay now by a smoke from Baisha. Good layering of util from Baisha as well, just to keep King Zero waiting. Oh,
where did that come from?
Yeah, I'm not sure where that's come from. Oh, it's come from tower.
Awesome fight. And that's going to get you a little bit stressed, because remember, like, Baisha have been smoking off really close. So they're expecting King Zero to be right there. Instead, they've reset the situation. They're going back in towards mid. They're regrouping with Tong. And now they're going to backstab. Zhao ready. Immediate swivel. able to make this an even gunfight. And now with 35 seconds left, the only way forward for King Zero is in towards A. But Zhao's got other plans. Big nade onto Ice as well. Player advantage maintained for Baisha.
Yeah, Baisha just happy to play for the retake now with that 4-on-3. They know that they've lost control of A. Plant's not going down quickly here for King Zero. They're still worried about a potential player floating around, maybe somebody in tower.
Uh-oh.
It's going to unfortunately compound the issues as 9 is given time to work. Yes, he'll be traded back down, but a 3-on-2 is about as good as a 4-on-3 as far as Baisha are concerned. Eventually, Plant does go down, and now time's starting to work against Baisha, so they will have to quicken their pace. Zhao here just watching for a potential push away from that site, and does fall. King Zero doing a pretty good job of isolating some of these fights. Some more damage done to YDSS. This could get awkward for Baisha, particularly if Leo can't cross. However, he doesn't need to cross if he just hits his shots, and that's exactly what will happen. Baisha are up to 4.
I was a little bit concerned there with that double sniper retake there. I was thinking maybe he can actually go to a rifle. No, he doesn't. He just hits instant shots. That's a shame for King Zero, because as you say, they did a really good job at isolating those peaks. They were really pushing Baisha back so consistently. Zhao does brilliantly with the double. Then it's Leo with a double of his own, and that has to be the most impactful moment here for Baisha on Eagle Eye 2.0. YF still leading the charge here, and 9 News got good angles in towards mid. Having a little bit of a look deep in towards the middle of the map, not seeing anything, and it's this familiar setup. Zhao and 9 waiting for King Zero over at B.
Again, slow and steady wins the race for King Zero, being very methodical about clearing out Hotel. That grenade, again, indicating Baisha are aware, roughly speaking, of where King Zero are. A sort of pixel angle here for 9, just to get the info. Obviously, if he gets the perfect timing on the shot, he might get some damage or a kill. That'd be nice, but just gets the info that King Zero are headed in this direction. Xiao set up for it, doesn't manage to land his shot. YDSS now the one that has to try to hold on to the side, essentially solo, and he can't do it. Good damage done onto Ice, however. This is not going to be an impossible retake for Baisha. Particularly if maybe a grenade can clip Ice. They do have 1 or 2 to play with. Plant goes down now. Time working in the favor of King Zero, who've set themselves up relatively well. Already 5-7-7 dropping, leaves the rest of the job on the shoulders of Leah, and he just can't see a damn thing. Walking straight into the crossfire. He does get the better of Ice, but Tong will finish him off, and so that'll be King Zero back up for another round, and this series just stays so close.
It really does, and it always feels like the way that King Zero, when they get onto that site, they're going to hold on to it. And the fact that Ice has just been able to duck down and dive away from those nades, then set themselves up in a really efficient crossfire. Baisha just can't find the way in, they just can't find the momentum, and that is being really damaging to their progress here on Eagle Eye, especially on the GR side. We know when they swap to Blacklist, it's going to be aggressive, it's going to be in their favor. But it's just about holding on here. You can't give King Zero that momentum back, otherwise they're going to take it straight from you.
King Zero, once again, just going to play their own game. They're not really too bothered by what Baisha is up to. It's actually another change up here from Baisha. 4 players over towards the B side of the map. Going to try and change a little bit of that pace themselves, but the reality is if King Zero don't get up to much, then it doesn't really matter what Baisha are doing with their initial setups.
Oh, do you see him? It really felt like Leo saw YF there, but you're right, like, you've got 4 players there, can't really capitalize on it, can't really punish it. If you're Baisha, King Zero don't exist on that side of the map, and all it's going to do is maybe over-rotate you. Nice nade. That is a brilliant grenade onto Zhao from middle, and King Zero. That just almost indicates to Baisha that we know that you're there, we know that you're deep over towards the B site. You now have to fall back away from Hotel, and we'll come and fight you on A later.
Less than a minute on the clock. Where's the map control right now for King Zero? They've got nothing. I mean, they got the bottom of A long, which is pretty much what's given to you as that BL side. So this could go wrong very quickly, particularly now with that opening kill coming through from Leah. even still, King Zero not going to pick the pace up. I think Baisha have kind of already won this round. We'll see what King Zero can do on the entry. It's going to need to be extremely clean into this A site. They've got the smokes up, but they'll be fading. And that bomb still needs to be retrieved. You're exactly right. I mean, this round is just an absolute nothing round from King Zero. I have to look at that and wonder what on earth was the plan.
We're taking a timeout for like 2 minutes just to talk about things. I'm not sure. That was one of those maybe where you're so locked in the moment and you feel like, okay, we are going to just be passive. We're then going to do the timings of the grenades. We're going to force you back. And then we're going to go into the bomb site. And then you look up at the timer and you've completely lost track of it. No one was aware that there was 30 seconds left. The first contact, I think, came in from Leah onto Tong at the 45-second mark. And from there, no one does anything. You're right, that was a complete non-factor of a round from King Zero. And you're hoping that that was just a lapse in concentration in map 3. And we can forget about it and move on. Because we need to move on quite quick, because that was incredibly slow.
That's another good start from Leah. Same story, but this time happens a little bit earlier on in the round. King Zero, they're trying to pick the pace up, and I don't necessarily hate them for that, but it has just completely blown up in their face. You've got aggression out in middle as well there from Baisha. Forced to fall to his death. A big round for Baisha. They recognize that at the end of that first half. 6-3 is going to be a very good scoreline for them, so quite a cheer. Momentum is with Baisha.
In this tournament, I hadn't seen any gravity kills. So we've had 2 falls to the wayside, to the death, in 3 maps.
Happens more often than you'd think, I will say.
It's just funny that it happened twice. Sad for YF. Aggression out of Baisha. We knew this was coming. They're straight in towards the middle of the map, and they're holding no prisoners. 577 ready to go in the choke point immediately alongside N9. And N9, you know, is going to lead his troops in there.
Did kind of anticipate that we might actually get to see a little bit of a faster round out here from Baisha to start the second half off. That has typically been their modus operandi, but not going to be the case this time around. It's very much taking a leaf out of King Zero's book, setting up default in middle. 1 player over to watch A long. And that's about it. Not too game to contest B long or Hotel. Smokes in their way anyway. Just layer those smokes over towards the A side of the map. You can do a lot with this. You could go A. Could also go mid to B. Just going through onto A. I think it's going to keep those players honest. They're not going to rotate across. It is indeed going to be a mid to B. They might catch YF in transition. Seems like he's the only one catching anybody in the end. A 1-for-1 on his behalf, but Ice still chiming in. And now an important kill for XN. The plan does go down for Baisha. If it goes the other way, it would be 3-on-3, but Baisha now find themselves in a 4-on-1. Leah has just gone on a massive jump. He's taking a big risk here, but you know what? In a 1v4, might as well try. And that's exactly where it could have come together. 9U on a sliver of HP will not get it done. Or rather, will get it done, actually. King Zero will be the ones to get it done. Baisha, 6-4. But, yeah, interesting first round. A little bit in the strat book there, obviously, for Baisha.
That was a lot of smoke and mirrors to actually then go towards the B bomb site in the first place. Got to really give a lot of credit to Ice in that round because he takes the deep control into Hotel. He holds that position, holds that map control there for King Zero. And then Baisha know that they've completely left this portion of the map open, so they go and search for him. What does that do? Create 1v1s. What do you want to do in that situation if you're King Zero? Find 1v1s, and you want Ice to be the guy to do so. So they do really well there. And I think Baisha, they make mistakes by getting a little bit too complicated. That round felt like it was something that works well in theory, but in practice and in scrims potentially will work maybe like 1 out of 4 or 5 times. It's not the most ideal start to life here on the Blacklist side of Eagle Eye 2.0, but they're still going to group. They're going to go together. King Zero do like to employ this free-player lean on the A-bomb site, and Tong's been dispatched off early. N9 now trying to close the gap. 9U is just behind the box, and he's been overwhelmed. 577 has now seen XN. YF, the cavalry, is starting to arrive. It's him doing everything with XN, and now it's all up to Leah. Pistol drawn, but close corner, tucked and noted. Well done from YF. He bails out XN and King Zero.
Pretty good flood coming through from King Zero in that round. It was looking a little bit doomed. I actually thought that Baisha had the space that they needed, but just, I think, needed that one more kill that was going to allow them to actually take control of the site. And YF's shot in there onto 577, proving to be the difference maker. That didn't quite give Baisha the space that they needed. And King Zero mounting this comeback, beginning the half with a couple of rounds in a row. 6-5 scoreline deficit starts to look a lot less threatening than it did at the halftime break. So been a good series so far. 10-8, then 10-6. Again, we're going deep into this map. Baisha and King Zero know one another quite intimately, thanks to their previous matches. It's a very big mind game between these two teams. It's no wonder that we have such a slow pace in this map. There's a perfectly timed smoke from YF as well, but Baisha decide to commit through it and they just immediately lose a couple. Thought they had a timing. Clearly, they did not. And they're still going to try to go. YF will miss himself a sitter. That might start to turn this back on its head, but even still a 2v4, if they do get that plant down, is not an easy task.
He needs to get the bomb down. That's the issue right now. He needs to plant. Lear will. And he'll plant for YDSS as well. Well, they had the time in through that smoke. Instead, it was the timeout. Immediately being called by the coach as soon as they lost those opening couple of kills. YDSS now searching for an opportunity, now hoping he can find a frag. It's actually going to be Tong on the lurk, but Lear has found ice in the meanwhile. YDSS going all the way around the world.
Like
not being defused, and you're right, it's not even planted for him, so they might not be expecting him. YDSS, he's found all the kills, and Lear will chime in with another. Baisha win around out of nothing.
Well, that's what I'm talking about. You just need a little bit of individual brilliance, and Baisha claimed themselves around. Now, they had called a TAC timeout prior to seeing that round play out. They might like to have that back now that they've got that 7-5 advantage, but you can't do that. You have to take the timeout once it's been called, and so Baisha have a minute and a half to think. Obviously, that also gives some time over to King Zero here to discuss maybe what they're going to try to do to recover things. That's the first round on the board, obviously, in the second half here for Baisha, and it, to be honest, took some doing, so I'm not sure that I'm necessarily convinced by it. A 2v4, it's nice, gets a bit of momentum going, but you're not going to be able to guarantee yourselves multiple rounds in that fashion. And we're going to need to see a little bit more here from Baisha before we really lock them in as the team to walk away with the win here on Eagle Eye.
I'm just thinking back to it. I'm just trying to establish how that goes so wrong for King Zero, because they were ready for YDSS. I thought they weren't going to be prepared for him making that move, but it's Lear catching the player deep. I think it was Tong, and then you've got YDSS then taking the next point of contact. The flick shot on towards the second player. It's just instantaneous, and it's a shame for King Zero. But it's that individual YDSS bailing them out of a really tight scenario. I'm talking about this shot here onto 9U. Absolutely bonkers. That's how much it means to Baisha. They know how important that round was, because you're right, they called a timeout because they thought that they weren't winning that round. Instead, it is individual brilliance to get them out of a tight jam, and they know that if they take Eagle Eye 2.0, New Mexico, they're heavy favorites.
Still a long way to go yet, I'd say, before we get to New Mexico. I don't think King Zero are going to lie down and die on this map, but opening pick there for 9, and Baisha underway in round 13 with a 4-on-5 advantage. It's going to prompt a bit more of a risky push out from King Zero. 9U taking the opportunity to just push his way down long. Hasn't seen anything, and so King Zero will gamble that Baisha are headed in the direction of B. Move most of their forces over to that side of the map. They will be proven correct in a second here, because Baisha don't look like they're going to be slowing down too much. There's a lot of util being tossed on in. Double nade out, though, from King Zero. It's going to give away the game that there's at least a couple of defenders here. Full rotate coming across, in fact, from King Zero. So there's going to be 4 players to defend, but 9 gets in behind. Somehow only going to be good for 1 from that position, but I think the damage is done anyway. YF alone doesn't quite spot YDSS out there quickly enough to get the shot through, but that's a good flick. Surely not. A 1v3 with 5 HP for YF. That would be an absolute miracle from his behalf. It's been smoked off. Creeping his way forward, and Shao will spot him out. Baisha are up to 8. And now it starts to feel like it's Baisha's map to close.
And N9 plays the game his own way. walks through, spams Tong back, knows that Tong is going to be falling away. What does he do? He just pushes. Last thing you ever expect there for N9 to do is spam the smoke and then walk through it by himself. It is craziness at the highest order. It felt like XN was going to fall there to Lear's sniper, but it doesn't quite happen. The spam on the box, the nades over the top. Ooh. They feel like they're going to kill him, and they will with that grenade.
Yeah, another opener for Baisha, and you saw how comfortably they converted on that last round that they had the 4-on-5 in. We'll see what they can do here. Seems like King Zero have just, in the sort of last couple of rounds, really lost control of Eagle Eye. I suppose that's what happens when you lose a 2v4.
It's individual stepping up as well. Like we had N9 on Black Widow, now we've got Lear here. 17 and 8. I guess we had Tong on the first map as well of Ankara. So this entire semi-final story is being dictated by which players step up in specific moments.
Yeah, I mean, you got to think about it as well from the perspective of Baisha, how close this could have been maybe to a 3-0 at this point if it were not for Tong on that first map. Let's see though, he can't do it again here. He tries to duck back out to the safety of the site. He's just clipped there by N9 and the A site is taken once more by Baisha. 4v2, King Zero would have to win their own insane clutch to keep this map alive. We've got a shower as well, set up a tower, which just makes matters so much more difficult. You can't rotate through middle at all. And he's going to spot Ice out in the back, finish him off. 9-5, 1 round required for Baisha to finish this off and push us through to that New Mexico with a 2-1 advantage.
And look at how emphatic it is as well. Like, once they won that 2 versus 4, every round has been dominant. Every round has been in Baisha's control. And this is the experience on the stage too, that this is the legacy players that have done it so many times over. They understand what it means to be here. And they know how important this map is. Ice has been spotted, but has also been clipped down to half HP. So too with N9, it just feels like these two keep mirroring each other. As we dive further deeper into this best of 5, Ice still wants to search. I kind of like how aggressive he's being, especially when you've got these players pushing mid at the same time for King Zero.
Yeah, King Zero have actually taken a lot of map control in this round. They know exactly what's going on here. Pre-rotate a 4th player over for that B defense, and they want to try to play the proactive role this time. Force their way forward in toward Hotel. Baisha looking to exit. If Tong goes down here, though, that is going to be the jig up, and Baisha will very quickly go in the direction of A. Already you can start to see King Zeros trying to scramble their way across. I'm not sure that they're quite going to beat Baisha to that punch. They won't. Oh, YF gets finished off as well by 577. That's going to make matters worse. This could go all the way for Baisha now as they just continue to find pick after pick after pick, and King Zero have nothing in the round until finally Ice strikes. But N9 is in behind them. And King Zero, unfortunately, you will think he'll have nothing to say here as N9 finishes one more off. It's just XN left alive. He's spotted out as well. 10-5 in the 3rd map there as Baisha will claim Eagle Eye, and they make it look easy.
It was really impressive, and as soon as that clutch came in, as soon as you get that individual brilliance out of Lear and YDSF, that's as soon as they just take over. They completely take over the rest of that blacklist side. It was effortless in the end from Baisha, and now they set themselves up brilliantly. Destiny, potentially, to a grand final here at EWC could rest on New Mexico.
King Zero might have started the series off in an epic way, but it's Baisha who's answered back in dominance. Full form, they now lead 2-1, 1 map away from moving to the grand finals, to potentially reclaiming what they lost so many years ago, the title of the best CROSSFIRE team to exist in our scene. Welcome back to the Allianz Vault. I'm Taylor Reflections Noble, joined by Sneaky Frog and Lucy. Here it is. The time is here and now, Sneaky. Baisha now put themselves in a spot to move forward. They defeated AGAL. They defeated everyone else in their path, but they haven't beat King Zero yet, but the revenge arc is true.
Yeah, and then of course looking into this Eagle Eye especially, right, we were kind of expecting, some of the other members like Xiao Xiao, like N9 to kind of flourish, which they did still. Xiao Xiao had some choice moments as well for him, but this is the reason why they got Lai on this team. The anchor sniper thriving in this situation and at the same time being just as effective on BL.
It was an excellent game that went 15 rounds, but we need to take a particular look at round 12 for many reasons.
Yeah, this is the moment that I think that Baisha won the map, right? We talk about the impact from there and also from YDSS. This is what we saw on display. It's a 2-on-4 in the post plant. YDSS already gets into this aggressive position and they know exactly how they want to play this. Even though they came through the hotel side originally, they reposition, they take further control, and then YDSS realizes he's got the round in his hands. He knows he has this flank timing. Lear getting that kill just gives so much room for YDSS to move. He comes through the backside and just they all hit their individual shots perfectly. As B-Dog mentioned, that second shot was a thing of beauty. And that was the round that really broke KZ.
Yeah, and you could really see in the face of Ice, right, how he reacted to that round because they know that they should have won that one. That kind of felt like a break point for the entire game and just activated the rest of Baisha as well, which is very, very nice to see because we were kind of shining the spotlight on N9 and Xiao, and it is nice that we see YDSS also flourishing in this one, and of course 577 doing his thing in the back line.
So it makes a team so great. So it makes a team championship caliber where they don't just rely on one player. You do so, that player doesn't perform. You lose the series, you lose the game, you lose the round. I mean, the dominoes will fall. But if you have 5 individual members who can all step up in great times, again, you earn a championship.
Yeah, absolutely. I mean, we see the statistics here, and obviously, Lear at the very top. N9, of course, we expect to see him towards the top. You can see the kills weren't that disparate across the KZ side. It was more just a team diff situation. I think you could really see this in the first half. I mean, how many times have we seen just throughout the series that KZ have to grind back into it? They're always on the back foot, but this time they're on the back foot on their favored side, right? They're on that BL side where they've been doing so much of their heavy lifting, and they weren't able to get things going.
We put the attention on Xiao Xiao when he wasn't performing well. That was in game 1. Let's hop into game 3. Let's conversation at least when we talk about on the opposite side, Tong. Only 7 kills. I know it ended 10-5. It wasn't as close as that game 1 was. I think Xiao Xiao's performance was definitely worse in game 1 compared to Tong in game number 3. But even still, without him, you can see how the game ends up going.
Yeah, and especially knowing how important of a position that he is holding, right? You are holding top A of Eagle Eye, and of course, being the top A sniper, you are basically the anchor of the entire defense. Once you get picked off from either house or maybe even tower, maybe even mid, that entire defense can just fall apart, especially knowing how fast Baisha can set up their nades.
Yeah, we've seen how much KZ put prevalence onto these snipers. They rely a lot on them. We can even see on that BL side, they were running dual snipers very early on, very consistently, which kind of did mean they had to play this slower approach on a very small map, right? I don't think they were able to find what they wanted. Baisha weren't giving them those opportunities, so when they were forced to go for these executes, they didn't really have the setup to get it pacey. They really got stalled out and they couldn't get any inroads.
We always talk about N9, we talk about Xiao Xiao, YDSS, but who is Lai? Like, why is Lai such an instrumental piece to the team on the side of Baisha? Because clearly he performs well, and look at what happens. They win 10-5.
Yeah, he's one of the newer pieces of the team, right? Actually gotten from another team, and that was he was part of that whole Baisha era where it was a bit confusing for their identity. They don't know if Xiao wants to play. They don't know if N9 wants to go for the full force. But now, the reason why he was gotten, just like what I said, he is one of the best anchor snipers in the entire CFPL, and it seems like anchoring is where it's won in Eagle Eye especially. I mean, even on the second half, you could also see when Xiao Xiao was having a hard time, he kind of took the matters into his own hands, and he was the one actively challenging Tong.
Well, it's getting loud here in the Allianz Vault, but equally as loud over at the STC Arena, where we have a club championship update with Trav, powered by Aramco.
So many of the club championship teams have been knocked out of CROSSFIRE, but here in the STC Arena in CS2, still so many storylines still going, Ginny.
I would say so many, more like 2. We have Vitality and Falcons competing later today. Vitality going up against Spirit, which is going to be an absolute banger of a matchup that you don't want to miss. Falcons going up against Legacy. So, of course, both of these teams need to make it out of quarterfinals to go to the semifinals tomorrow and get as many club championship points. But Na'Vi, unfortunately, they did drop out today in the quarters.
Yeah, well, unfortunate for Na'Vi, not doing too well on either of our stages, but Vitality still very much alive here, and the same with Falcons in CS2.
Thank you, Ginny and Trav, for the great update. Falcons continue to fly high and soar to the club championship top. $7 million. Are they going to get it? It's looking like they will this late into EWC. But back to the Allianz Vault, where we have King Zero versus Baisha. And King Zero is knocking on the door of defeat. Their key at risk of being crushed. The heart of the competitor in EWC is the key. You never want to lose that, protected at all costs, and that's what Baisha is doing. As we head into New Mexico, they lead 2-1.
Yeah, and this is a really interesting map, right? Because you kind of mentioned, Sneaky, that it's one you thought might even end up being the decider. Across the last 5 times they've played, it has not come up in the veto, except for 1 time as the decider, and it didn't get played. This is not a map that either of them really even got into in this competition, so it's new territory, and that's a very scary position for KZ to be going into, given its elimination now for them.
Yeah, you want to go into a map that you're comfortable with. New Mexico, they understand it, they know it, but not necessarily against the team they're playing against.
Yeah, especially in New Mexico, granted that the map is small and everybody's going to think, okay, grouping and being aggressive is going to be the way to go. But in my opinion, experience on New Mexico is one of the most important currencies in that map, because you're going to have to be aware of the timings, especially when it comes to 2F on the B side. A side's going to be wide open, and the constant fight for center road is definitely going to be a sight to see.
Baisha wants to be back into Grand Finals. They were there last year. This time around, though, they've got to defeat King Zero, who's been sensational. They have yet to take a loss. But also, that just ramps up the pressure for King Zero. Now they unfortunately are looking at potentially exiting this tournament, when at one point they were considered the favorite.
Yes, so KZ that beat this team already during the group stage. They have that confidence. They know they have the better of them in the head-to-head across the last calendar year. And they're a team that, as we mentioned, they're chasing that first S-tier title to come so close to that final step and not be able to get it over the line. They do not want to be in that position.
It's the Allianz Vault, and revenge has been the name of the game here on our stage. And for Baisha, they're looking to get revenge, but most importantly, they're looking to lift the trophy. The AJL is already out. Baisha took them down out of the competition, which means it's free for the taking, and Baisha sees their opportunity as they head into New Mexico. Will they close the door on King Zero, or will King Zero fight back against Baisha to force a Game 5? Let's send it to the casters to find out.
King Zero have only lost maps here at EWC to Baisha Gaming, and now if they lose any of the final 2, New Mexico and Porte, they are eliminated from the competition, and that'll be a bitter pill to swallow. Nades already being dropped down deep here by King Zero. They want to take the fight to Baisha.
Yeah, they most certainly do. I think that at the very least, they've got the benefit of starting on the GR side here of New Mexico, which is perhaps the most GR-sided map in the pool. Even still, after the changes from Mexico to New Mexico, it has persisted as a very strong GR side. So we'll see what Baisha can put together. It is a bold one to pick into, noting that. But again, they'll be feeling confident after coming through with that 2-1 lead. Happy to start things off slowly, as has very much been the case out of this series. Both teams being quite methodical with how they've worked through their BL sides. Happy to just wait that smoke out from King Zero in middle. And you can imagine that that smoke is going to be refreshed a few times if necessary. But no real pressure being put on from Baisha so far.
XN can just take his time. Just wait to hold this really deep corridor. YF having a little look at as well, but not seeing anything. This is probably the most patient we've seen Baisha in a hot minute. With Lear starting to make inroads towards A. That bomb currently grouping here doesn't need to be the intended destination here for Baisha. A minute left, and we might get contact in a second with Ice.
Well, maybe with XN as well, as Xiao is able to draw first blood on the map, and these opening picks are so beneficial on the BL side. Tom going to start to work his way back through, but up close and personal behind this smoke. If he gets swung by many riflers, he's going to be dead. Luckily for him, Baisha will choose to go elsewhere. Jeff9U exploring through alley now as well, late in the round. This actually could be quite a pivotal timing from him. It doesn't look like Baisha are too interested in keeping an eye on that, so he could be good for a couple. First shots, though, not clean enough. And Baisha are just waltzing their way through this round in the end.
Yeah, this felt really good, but look, you still got Ice, you still got YF here that potentially could do the damage for King Zero. Bomb can get planted here by Baisha, and, well, never mind. YDSS immediately will flank him. YF holding the line with the sniper scope, hoping for an opportunity, but it feels a little bit short-lived, especially with YDSS on the backstab, not once, but twice in this round. Baisha, the way that they make their moves over towards the A bomb site, it just felt like nothing King Zero could do to stop them.
Yeah, the slow and steady winning the race types set up there for Baisha, finding their picks one by one. King Zero unable to do anything about it. So every round that you get on this BL side is like gold, and already a great start for Baisha. It's going to have King Zero scratching their heads. But a big half yet to play, so let's not get too far ahead of ourselves. By the way, 4th map in a row that Baisha have started with a 1-0 lead. If nothing else, they're consistent.
This is quick. Essentially out of ice. Baisha are going to not see him for now, and in fact, Ice is just going to regroup and be on that ace site. And you're right, look, Baisha have been consistent. They got off to consistent, strong starts. King Zero, it always feels like they've had to climb back into these maps. Baisha will grab control. It'll be King Zero to always be on the climb, always trying to make it and be next to Baisha, and that's how it's been domestically. But King Zero have always been second best to Baisha, and it would be second best here at EWC. Still over a minute left on the clock. It feels like Baisha just haven't moved a muscle. They have a little bit. They're just hoping for over-aggressive peaks coming out of King Zero. Hasn't happened just yet, and now even more utility being primed.
Flash over into mid. No one there to receive it on the behalf of King Zero, so Baisha are allowed entry. 55 seconds left on the clock, though. They've still got some elements moving over toward that B side of the map as well. It's quite hard to tell where Baisha actually want to end up in this round. In the end, they're going to go maybe through water and potentially look towards a B split. There's a couple of flashes being laid over the top there by Leah. 9 actually gets the opener onto ice, and that's the A site cracked open. Do have 9U kind of floating around. There's a pivot point, obviously, for this retake, but 4-on-4. It's a good spot to be in for Baisha. It's typically going to be very tough to retake these sites, and YDSS on the long flank, he could find the perfect timing here.
He's got it. 9U is looking. Oh, but YDSS is right next to him, and YDSS is going to keep going. It's actually 9U that falls next. 3 versus 3, still achievable here for King Zero, but then suddenly Baisha finds it, all of the kills immediately. Tong can't do anything against N9 and the rest of the gang, and Baisha are going to go off to a 2-0 start. And the reason why they go A right at the end there is because there was a jump spot, and he saw a player deep and a player in the corner, and a player crossing over. So 3 located targets on B, you're immediately going to reset in towards A.
Yeah, very good call from Baisha. 2-0 the lead for them now. This BL side really starting to get rolling, and that is going to be a huge, huge concern for King Zero. There was that big narrative on the desk that, you know, coming into this map, Baisha will be favored, and we're kind of starting to see that eventuate very early on. Don't want to be giving up these rounds easily when you're on the GR side, but unfortunately for King Zero, so far they have looked pretty non-threatening. Only 2 kills in 2 rounds. It's not enough. Door's going to be opened up now as well for Baisha, so that adds another layer to this round that King Zero have to think about. It's going to be that pathway towards B. Baisha can start to clear out.
There's no one home on B either. I mean, I know you've kind of got ISA and YF in relatively close proximity, but in terms of just waltzing your way up here, like Baisha, I don't think they realize how much space that they've truly got at the moment. You understand if you're King Zero that they are occupying the water right down below you, but what can you really do about it? And I think where this map is so like GR coded, you don't really want to push and sort of give away like player advantage when you normally have all the map control. So it's, again, this tug of war of even like a mental battle here for King Zero, where they know that they could get aggressive, but they don't want to. And I suppose with a minute left on the clock and no fights really taking shape, you're sort of winning.
That's what you'd think, but so far, Baisha have been pretty good in these situations with less than a minute on the clock. Now going to pivot back over towards B, which is now a little more heavily defended. 2 players on the side itself. It would have been a fast rotate for that third, which was YF, but he's kind of committed a little bit more so towards the A side of the map for now. 30 seconds, and Baisha are going to make their entry in towards B. A flash and a smoke over the top, a grenade now landing on the head of Tong, and Ice deleted immediately. Baisha, again, doing it easily. The entry onto B is clean. And KZ having to try to retake with only a couple. XN goes low. Doesn't really help them out all that much.
It doesn't, but N9 is low too. Zhao with the sniper though can lock down these long sight lines and make the retake really tricky. Missed shot, and hang on a second. Both kills are coming. Swap to the rifle. Now for Zhao. Understands that 9U potentially is quite low and jumping out of the balcony. Zhao will clutch up for Baisha, not allow King Zero that retake, and now it is domination from Baisha.
Now 100%, and at what point do you call attack timeout here? Because your chances of staying alive in EWC are slipping away. In fact, maybe not slipping away, they are just speeding away at this point. Baisha, I mean, they're taking their time in the rounds, but the fact that they're up 3-0 already, it's a monumental scoreline to start things off on this BL side. King Zero seriously have to be worried. Change up is there from King Zero. A little bit more presence in middle to start this round off, but again, do you really need to be having this early mid presence when Baisha haven't essentially really done anything until there's been less than a minute left on the clock?
It's that door being opened again as well, and it's just the threat of presence rather than anything here for Baisha. King Zero actually looking to make some inroads. They've dropped a really defensive smoke. N9, you know he's going to sit close to it. The spam, not really doing a whole lot, and instead it's XN to get the opener. Takes a lot of damage as a consequence, but Lear's going to fall next. And King Zero are now starting to generate a little bit of momentum, but my eyes are on Zhao to see what he can achieve in towards water. Can he get this fight on towards XN?
He's taken a fight, and it's not gone well for him. XN claims himself another. It must have been a missed shot out of Xiao. Unorthodox position from Ice, and one by one, the numbers just dwindling here for Baisha. So this round, yeah, it doesn't really eventuate into a whole lot. A few picks back and forth for King Zero, and we don't really get to see what Baisha intended this round to look like. Nice to get one on the board, though, for King Zero and get underway as they try to hold on to their EWC dream.
And to be fair to them, they do it flawlessly. They don't lose a single player on the way. There is that adjustment by being a little bit more forward-focused in towards the guts of the map. You've got Tong that is occupying and holding the water peak as well. And that feels a lot more comfortable here for King Zero. But the threat you have already pointed out, Elfish, is the fact that Baisha have already got 3 rounds here, and it potentially could be even more as this half dwindles on.
Yeah, I mean, this could end up being a 6-3, and you'd probably still be pretty happy with that as Baisha.
Absolutely.
At least you could work with it.
Although saying that, you don't want to go 3-0 up and then lose 6 rounds in a row to King Zero. You sort of want at least one more to have control still.
Yep, 100%. Doors open again. This time a little bit later in the round for Baisha, so just kind of toying with King Zero a little bit, faking that they might be headed towards B. Of course, you are also opening up sort of a late lurk position for the defensive side when you do open that door, so it's something to consider. Tong's been tagged down through the box. As hasn't really had any positive impact on this game for King Zero. YDSS in a duel with Ice. Both able to walk away from that one alive. Feels like much the same idea for Baisha. Take some, pick-based fights early on in the round, but not commit to anything, and then based on how that plays out, they're going to call in the mid-round. Here again, they find themselves at a 5-on-5, and a late round push through from King Zero could be interesting. YDSS gets the info and 1 kill to boot.
How did you get that kill on Ice? That is ridiculous. All right, 9U, I like what you're cooking up here, potentially. Could there be a timing caught over here for King Zero? Setup feels very good, but XN will fall regardless. Tong, though, there we go. He strikes with the pistol, trade immediate. And now it's Lear and Zhao trying to come up good in the 2 versus 2, but YF will drop that C4. Zhao has got to immediately answer back, and he will emphatically. Understands where 9U is as well. He now has to go and swap guns as this bomb will be committed. 9U now going to go all the way around the world. Zhao certainly potentially aware of this possibility. Low HP, and that means he's got to hit the shot. And the pirouette was nearly the style point, but instead it is 9U to live on 8 HP and to get a second round here for King Zero.
Oh, that is so important for King Zero that they get that one over the board. 4-1, you're really looking pretty doomed at that point, but at the very least they claim that by the tightest of margins. 8 HP. But no tack timeout needing to be called just yet for King Zero. It's big from Tong out in middle. What a crazy shot that was from Xiao. Really coming down to the wire here on New Mexico. Back in for round number 6. Bit more of a forward approach from King Zero this time. They want to swing their way in and have a look at this water position, see if they can find Baisha, but it might be Baisha that finds them. Damage done, both Ice and YF low. Xiao keen to go around that corner and see if he can find anything more, but not able to land the shots there with the pistol, and so backing it up instead.
Oh, look at this lurk at the same time. Look at Lear. Lear has just made it out, and Tong is able to adjust and maybe hold on, but Lear will still get a kill anyway. And 9 now running in, now trying to be the savior here for Baisha, like he normally always delivers. So now it's this player advantage. Now it's the bomb site secured, and Zhao was rotated over with that C4. Lear hits a banger, and now it's difficult for XN to try and recover the situation in this 1 versus 3. We'll try and give it his best shot, though. He's trying to creep further forward, but it's just the smokes, it's the flashes. It is relentless pressure now being applied by Baisha on this blacklist side. XN needs to be perfect with his shots. And whilst the first one is surgical, the second one will forward. It's N9 and Lear to have the brilliant timing out A of the contact to Zhao. It gets dicey because Zhao had the bomb, but it's fine in the end for Baisha.
A very tough spray transfer for him at the back end there, and of course a tough 3-on-1 was unlikely to happen. A 4-2. Scoreline now for Baisha, and they're feeling really good about things. A bit of a pacier round out from Baisha as well, and you can see how that has caught King Zero off guard. Now we'll return to a bit more of a semblance of normalcy. I love that mid-round call, though, from Baisha. If they're going to play in that fashion and they're going to be that confident, I think that's going to put them in good stead. King Zero definitely struggling at the moment on this defensive half.
Dare I say Stallions-esque in the way that they immediately pivot?
Yeah. Just doesn't happen as consistently, or at least as frequently, maybe the better word. Baisha often throw these slower rounds in as well, whereas Stallions are a lot more up-tempo as a general rule.
Spam in on the box. Nothing connecting, apart from that HE that lands over towards N9. Just over a minute left. Baisha yet again will just take and bide their time. The 4 already feels like maybe a bit of a certainty, but I tell you what, 5 in this first half can put this set and this series beyond all doubt.
This is a position that we found ourselves in quite a number of times in this half so far. Sub 1 minute on the clock, 5v5. No real map control to speak to for Baisha. They seem comfortable with that. Comfortable enough to just make the explosive play when it is required. Again, flashes going over into middle, looking to be cleared out by Baisha, and they take the space, but they need to work their way into a site now, and surely at this point, has to happen soon.
YF's on an island, and he's been flushed out of it. N9, of course, is going to leave no stone unturned in towards the middle of the map, and you say, here comes a pivot, but 20 seconds left. Maybe 9U can be that player. He's been completely blindsided, and then Leah is able to backstab, and at a moment's notice, it's Baisha with the overflow in towards the A-bomb site. XN will arrive on the scene, but it's going to be too little too late, you feel, here for King Zero. As his position's been noted, and then the kills of his teammates are yet to be collected, but it feels inevitable. Here for Baisha. Zhao holding for Tong, or maybe Zhao going all the way around the world to backstab Tong. We get a backstab of a sniper, we get a spam in through the doors. Lear is doing his best work to oust King Zero out of the bomb site. Baisha escort them off of A and maybe escort them out of EWC.
Baisha are just looking so comfortable on this map of Black Widow. Super solid stuff on the attack. And you're right in saying that King Zero might very soon be facing an exit here at EWC. 5-2 the lead. Momentum building. Excitement building for Baisha. That would be, if they do win this, back-to-back EWC Grand Final appearances. Maybe they can go one better this year. Take the title as well. And I think that would be the perfect setup for them going into CFS as well. If you win CFPL Season 28 into EWC 2026, you've won pretty much the two most important things on your calendar leading up to CFS. So who's to say at that point Baisha might not be the favorite going into CFS as well?
They should be. First international tournament and they're breaking away. It feels like no contests against the rest of the regions. And then domestically that they're also just destroying. Especially on a map like this. Feels very solid right now for Baisha. As YDSS will just spam, just in case King Zero got close. Already seen that, at least in one round. But no one's committing either which way. We've already seen them break into a bomb site with less than 20 seconds left. Over a minute on the clock. That feels like such a luxury for Baisha.
Same approach. Xiao watching for a potential push out of B. The rest of Baisha preparing themselves for a setup towards middle. It's like Groundhog Day, really, watching these rounds. Couple of smokes going forward. Grenade as well. Answering one from King Zero. No flash this time for Baisha as they make that entry in towards middle. Just the layering of the grenades, but the approach is very much the same. 30 seconds on the clock, 5 on 5. Let's see if Baisha can overwhelm King Zero once again. YF immediately drops. That is bad news. It opens up the avenue of attack now for Baisha in towards B, and it's just Ice whose position is given away. Xiao can't dislodge him. Ooh. Ice for the double. Might actually save the day as Leah misses a few shots as well, and there's 13 seconds left on the clock. YDSS has to move quickly. Can't get the better of Ice, who just locks it down on B. You have to look at that from Xiao's perspective and say, why did he go so soon? Could he not have waited another couple of seconds for his teammates to trade him down had he lost that duel, which he inevitably did? King Zero will claim themselves an important round. Every round matters right now for them, and it's largely off the back of Ice.
I'll tell you what, though, take nothing away from Ice's individual effort. Beautifully done. As he was that last line of defense on the B-bomb site, they needed him to step up, and boy did he. So Baisha not back, but they are still very much in control of New Mexico. Ice and XN, now looking to actually maybe get a fight a little bit earlier, but Ice will fall, and as too will XN. Beautifully done by Baisha, as they now burst on the scene, or at least that's what you think. And instead, they're going to be looking to catch these players off guard. Tong, YF, completely left alone. And maybe there's a chance here to catch out Tong.
It just goes from bad to worse for King Zero, doesn't it? You know, they get around here and there. But immediately Baisha able to respond, and they've opened the door earlier on in the round, so they'll start to make their way over towards B, which is where YF is waiting for them. TRG in hand, cannot afford to miss this shot if it is going to be required. In the end, though, Baisha happy with that space, and again, just going to pivot off. Every round has been a sub 1 minute finish for Baisha. They really are playing the methodical game here on Black Widow. New Mexico, I should say.
They did on Black Widow too, to be fair.
Yeah.
Got a lurk over. He got 9U peeking, and he might not have seen the bomb, but he did certainly see Zhao. That's going to make them move away, because you've still got this lurk element towards the B bomb site. You can maybe reset, and then 9 looking to maybe have a chance. Instead, it's going to be Leah to get rid of YF. That is one of the snipers down, and that is Baisha in.
2v5 for the retake. not impossible considering Leah 577 and Xiao are all low. But Nainu and Tong have insurmountable odds really against them here. Taking their time about a long flank as well. Xiao has done the same, and he's going to get in behind Tong. There's just no way that Tong's going to be checking this. He doesn't have the time to do so. So Xiao will be the insurance fund if necessary. Gets himself the double and secures the 6th in the half for Baisha. A dominant display from them so far here on New Mexico, as they are now 4 rounds away from the EWC CROSSFIRE Grand Final.
And it feels like it already is a lock-in. You don't want to say that too much here for Baisha, but with how dominant that Blacklist side looked and with how heavily favored GR is on New Mexico, you start to sweat a little bit for King Zero. You start to figure out, what does their attack look like? Is it very much the same? Is it going to be a lot more passive? Or are they going to try and deathball into the approach earlier on than Baisha did? We'll find out in a moment as Tong will hit the jump and we'll look to drop some nades over towards A.
Very similar approach from both teams, actually. You see Baisha kind of mimicking King Zero's setups. And King Zero as well over on this attack. Doing much the same thing as what Baisha was early in the round. Just spreading out, obviously opening the door, add that extra element to the round. And then looking to group up around the 1 minute mark. And see if they can bust their way into these sites. We'll see whether or not King Zero can replicate some of the success that Baisha have had on the attack. There's going to be a re-smoke through into middle. Should keep them at bay for another little bit. Flashes being lined up for the A site. Smokes as well. Forward hold here from N9. It's going to get that early information. Ducking back into safety. Drops a grenade to try to slow things down. And just happy to concede that space for now. But no commitment from King Zero.
Yeah, they cancelled. They completely cancelled on that. They saw N9, they got scared, and they left. I mean, it did get a little bit of utility. In fact, a lot of utility out of Baisha. So you can still redeploy into this. YDSS has now gone on a little bit of a lurker and has seen players. This might actually force you back, if you're King Zero, in towards the A bomb site. That's the only space you've really got.
Thinking about it, YF. Important tool for him here against YDSS, but not able to dislodge him just yet. Eventually will fall as well, so he can't be going back through the water. You're right, it is going to be the A-site hit that has to come through here for King Zero, and the entry is not clean. Leah's found himself a double. N9 still tucked in behind the boxes as well, and it's just Ice left alive who can get not enough done. You'd think he's got the double, though. Can he get the plant down in time? Has to cross to try to get that C4. 9 seconds. YDSS also wrapping in. Surely going to catch him. The bomb plan. Has he got the time? I think he does. Just. And so YDSS will have to take the fight. Ice, can he pull them out of the jaws of defeat one more time?
There's a chance. And I love this. He's just waiting. Trying to do the mannequin challenge behind the boxes. And now he's actually reset the situation. He's taking deep space off of this site. Pressure, palms, sweaty for YDSS. Ice looks back on the angle, he can't hit the shot cleanly. Low HP, 1 bullet separates these two, and time becomes a burden for YDSS, but he stays cool, calm, collected, and Baisha able to get the defuse in time.
Never even should have got to that point for Baisha. They won't be pleased with it, but win is a win. 7-3 the lead now. It gets worse, it gets more difficult for King Zero. That is a beautiful flick from Ice, but unfortunately just not getting enough assistance from his team. He's thinking, what more do I have to do? 3 more bites of the cherry here for King Zero. If they lose another 3, their EWC run is over. That key gets crushed. Baisha have been a team that have crushed a couple of keys so far after getting knocked down into the lower bracket by King Zero.
I mean, they crushed the Falcons key as well, right? They had club championship points. Fortunately, they then went on to beat AGAL for the Falcons. So all fine in the end. I found it quite funny how we saw the Falcons fans yesterday like cheering on Baisha against AGAL after Baisha knocked them out of that tournament.
Yeah. It's funny. It is funny. Sometimes it's about the bigger picture. Bigger picture looking pretty good for Baisha right now. I mean, if they defeat King Zero, they take, their only other counterpart from the CFPL out of the picture, and I think they'd fancy their chances against Stallions or Team Liquid, whoever it would be, to make it through to that grand final.
I'd certainly say so. This feels very similar when it comes to the round here for King Zero as the previous.
They did beat Stallions back at EWC last year in the playoffs by a shot, so a familiar matchup for them potentially.
Oh, nice spam. Making Ice vulnerable and less likely to potentially have a clutch in him in round 11. 40 seconds, YDSS is on the flank, and YF, hang on, are we gonna look at him? Are we gonna look at YF? Yes, he is. Nades drawn, pistol out, and kill collected. 25 seconds. Zhao, YDSS are cleaning up house here for Baisha. And this gets really tricky because sure, Tong is on the late lurk, but he gets punished, and the bomb can't be re-scooped up by Ice, who's already tagged down by N9 earlier in the round. It feels inevitable.
Yeah, absolutely.
At this point.
That belief is there for Baisha, isn't it? You can see they're getting loud on the stage. They're feeling it. They believe they will be that first team to take a slot through to the grand final. Push Zero down into that third place match. There's no coming back from this. I mean, I did actually say their key would be crushed. I don't believe that will be the case, actually, for King Zero just yet. They will play the third place match before that happens, but nonetheless, they're going to try and push their way into the site nice and quickly this time around, and Nine gets maybe more than he ought to have there, and that might just slow things down enough. C4, by the way, still back in spawn, so King Zero, they have the site, but they're still a long way away from having this round, particularly if we get a bit of a push through. Oh, Tong's been spotted out as well. Now it goes worse. It's gone pear-shaped. XN.
I know what's going on. He smoked him off.
I mean, he could be anywhere at this point. I think you've got to be aware of every single possible angle. Xiao seems to be. Yes, he is. Baisha up to 9. It is series point now.
And more than that. Grand final point for Baisha. 6 chances as well. King Zero would need to force extra rounds here. And that feels increasingly more challenging, especially when N9 is now taking the fight to you. He finds the first, still wants to forward face, still wants to fight, despite the rest of his team falling around him. Maybe Baisha have overcooked just a little bit. Maybe they wanted to end the game a lot sooner than anticipated. Still the player advantage, XN very low, YF. Might have a chance here on Leah, but he doesn't. And now this gets a little bit weird.
Yeah, Baisha got to ensure that they don't get too far ahead of themselves here, but that is a very nice refrag coming through from Leah. We'll find ourselves back in the 3-on-3. XN tucked into the site, but Xiao going to find him. No, he didn't see him. Are you kidding me? Oh, still hits the flick. Gets the smoke down as well. I'm not sure that's going to slow 9U down. He shouldn't. Out in front of it. Oh, he's going to commit to the site as well. Rotation still coming through here from Baisha, so job's not yet done. It's a second flank from N9. Surely you won't expect 2 players coming from the back path, and Tong not interested in it. Nine's going to go straight through the smoke into Tong's crosshair, so never mind that. He was well aware. Leah alone, having to get this done to see if he can push Baisha through to the grand final.
A minute left, the bomb not being committed just yet. They really want to clear every angle to have good sight lines. And Tong, he felt like he was going to lock it in. Instead, he's given Lear a second bite of the cherry, a second chance at this retake. And the sniper is missing all of the shots, but thankfully 9U is there to bail out his teammate. And King Zero will stay alive once more.
Yeah, pretty tough spot to be in, really. You kind of just have to hope that your opponents are going to miss shots there. So, Baisha will be left wanting for another round. But like you said earlier, they've got plenty to play with. So they are going to be pretty chill about things for the moment. Back in. A slow approach to start things off again for King Zero. Xiao watching. Nobody keen to challenge him at the moment. It's been a Solid series from him, a solid series from N9. Good cameos from the rest of the Baisha players as well.
Lear's taking a bit more of an aggressive angle now in towards the middle of the map. You've also got N9 that you know he wants to fight, and you feel like he is going to be that guy for Baisha to step up and try and take the initiative. Meanwhile, King Zero is a lot more Route 1 in round 14. They're just going to head in towards A. They're going to try and get past these riflers as they start to scale. It's 9U that spots players, but it's 9U that has a brilliant movement in towards the site. He is losing players, but 9U able to help out with XN. Everyone chimes in for King Zero, and they overwhelm A. It's the Zhao nade to make things interesting, but then it's Zhao to overextend, and that's going to force a timeout for Baisha.
YDSS unlikely to get this one done alone. Could actually just extend this timeout, and that looks to be what he's going to do. So a little bit more downtime here as we get towards the dying stages of New Mexico. He does manage to pick up Tong. It might not be an extension of the timeout. He is going to give it a crack here. It's a long lurk, though, long flank from him, and ultimately time is going to be a factor there. He does get finished off by XN. King Zero survive another round.
And now you've got Baisha a little bit worried. Now you've got the coach on the edge of his seat. Can start to really drill in what needs to be achieved here over the next minute or so. I kind of just want Baisha to get a little bit aggressive here. Like, I know that isn't really the forte of New Mexico, but when King Zero did it, when they were in towards the water, they had that three-player setup. That felt really effective, and I feel like Baisha could definitely take a page out of that book. Although, I guess the conversation is, do we want to do that and potentially risk another round, or do we want to play safe, do we want to have a good fundamentals and just get it over the line and lock in the grand final? Probably the latter now that I think about it.
A lot of conversation happening here between the players. Zemo only now starting to chime in. Again, like I said, I don't think you're going to be too concerned about things right now, as Baisha, the lead that they've got is so substantial that they've got to be feeling it is an inevitability for us to get this one over the line, but that can sometimes be a little bit of a concerning thought process. You get too far ahead of yourself, that opens up the avenue back in here for King Zero. That's why they've called the timeout here. Try to nip it in the bud a little bit sooner before that pressure starts to build. King Zero have looked okay on this BL side, so maybe it's not impossible. But 4 in a row. That's quite the mountain to climb. So we'll go back in here for round 15. Will this be the final of this semi-final that sends Baisha through to the grand final? Let's see.
Whole lot of final, and that's the only thing on Baisha's mind right now. Zhao holding deep just in case they unlock that door. He'll move away and actually drop a very premature nade. They are not scaling that quickly, are King Zero. Instead, they are going through water, and YDSS, he's going to be here in time. In fact, it's another rifler to take the contact. YDSS baited in perfectly to try and take the fight, and XN will then go around the corner, and now it's starting to feel inevitable as N9 will lock things in on Tong. 5 versus 2. This surely is the grand final for Baisha.
Now, you would have to think so. Ice and YF, a monumental challenge ahead for them, and they're going to have to challenge Xiao first. All that map control lost as well. You've got a player deep in middle. Baisha are really not too concerned about the A site at all. This is going to be a quick pivot over towards the B site if necessary for both 577 and YDSS. Xiao's just looking for that info at the moment, ducks his head back down. King Zero, the time is up, you've got to go. Information is given over. There's one trade back, and all it takes is one more. Ice has been a miracle worker in this series for King Zero, but this one should be too much for him as the swings come through. One by one, there was maybe a chance, but a chance gone begging. A 10-5. Baisha will claim the victory over King Zero and take the first spot in the grand final of EWC CROSSFIRE 2026.
And it feels like a long time coming. It feels like they've been on the right journey, not just throughout this tournament, but throughout the calendar year. The story feels perfect. The narrative feels great for Baisha. N9, the only trophy left off of the mantelpiece is the EWC CROSSFIRE Championships, and he might be able to achieve that. He's got rid of all of the domestic competition. Goodbye, AGAL, former EWC champions. Goodbye now to King Zero, who will claim their spot in the third place match tomorrow against either one of Liquid or Stallions. But the most important storyline here for Baisha is that they can do it, and N9 can cement his legacy as the best CROSSFIRE player to ever do it.
Yeah, 100%, and he's got teams that he'll feel quite comfortable against as well. I mentioned that Baisha was able to take down Stallions previously in the last iteration of the Esports World Cup. That was in the playoffs as well, and a very, very good track record typically against the Brazilian teams, particularly names like Danimals, Gokun, 7-7, these guys that comprise Team Liquid. So I think whichever team that does end up making it through to that grand final, whether it's Team Liquid or whether it is Stallions, I would have Baisha as the favorite, but you never know. I mean, this Stallions team has very much been on the rise. I'm quite excited to see what that semi-final is going to look like as well. If they display something pretty special, will be quite hard to maybe pick between them and Baisha. But that's going to be enough from us for now. We have to hand it back down to Rob on the stage for an interview.
Okay, and now, ladies and gentlemen, it is time for King Zero to hand over their key to Baisha Gaming. Phenomenal run on the side of King Zero. But now we will have a word with Baisha. So you have been playing phenomenally this entire calendar year. How does it feel to be playing at your best on the stage when it matters most?
白沙战队今年一整年发挥的都非常非常好。现在在最大舞台上面，你们还是依然保持一种巅峰的状态，感受如何？
感觉非常好吧，因为我们其实小组赛的时候状态并不好，但是到淘汰赛感觉打得越来越好了。主要还是我感觉我们心态比较平稳啊，打得非常合理。
It feels absolutely amazing. We didn't come in with top form. In the group stage, we actually didn't do so well. We had a slow start, but we just kept winning and kept building momentum. And right now, we are calm as calm as it gets. We are just absolutely confident in ourselves.
You've defeated AGAL, you defeated King Zero, and now you are the last Chinese team that we have here at EWC. You're the favorite going into grand finals. Is this your trophy?
你们已经成功了战胜 AGL 战队，现在也击败了 King Zero 战队。那你们现在是整个比赛当中唯一一支中国战队了，能不能跟我们？当然，你们也是 夺冠热门，那能不能跟我们说一下，大胆预测一下，这个奖杯是不是你们的？
这个奖杯虽然说我们很想获得它，但是也是需要明天去在比赛中证明自己，证明我们可以。我们明天会拼尽全力打好每一分。
We absolutely won this trophy, but as you know, nothing is granted, everything is earned. So we will be doing our absolute best tomorrow. We have one more match to go, and we will prove ourselves in that arena.
Baisha Gaming so far is looking absolutely unstoppable after that little hiccup in the group stage, and they are officially in the finals of EWC. You could go ahead to crush your opponent's key.
It is time to crush a mighty important key. That is the key that will send Baisha Gaming straight into grand finals for the second year in a row. This time to face another opponent and try to claim that trophy. King Zero fought fiercely, but King Zero could not make it through the storm that has been Baisha Gaming this week. It is time to hear that key pop. Ooh! loud and clear, man. My ears hurt. Everyone's ears hurt. Congratulations again. Baisha Gaming will be in grand finals of EWC. One more match for them to claim the trophy. One more semi-finals left today to see who will be their opponent tomorrow.
This ain't no regular thing. Came for the ring, you know what I mean. You see my name in the lights. Better get right, I'm champion.
King Zero put up a tremendous fight, but it wasn't enough as Baisha takes them down, securing their spot for the second year in a row in Grand Finals. The story for N9 is a beautiful one, and we heard him. Nothing is granted, everything is earned. He knows where he's at the Esports World Cup, and he's willing to earn his spot in the Grand Finals and willing to earn his spot to lift the trophy.
Yeah, and I feel like it really does make sense for him to say that, especially knowing the journey that some of the other teams have been on. In the upper side of the bracket, of course, Liquid has had their really good climbs in International, but of course, we already saw what Stallions was capable of back in the Grand Finals, where they also were going toe-to-toe against Baisha Gaming. So they're like, all right, we still have to be careful because the opponents could be really strong, but man, they look really strong as well.
Yeah, we call them King Zero, but right now it's the royalty of Baisha that are a step closer to wearing that crown. You could just see they were outclassing them in that final match. In fact, both final sets, it really felt like this is the aura. You know, we talked about that with AJL. It felt like N9 and his squad were untouchable in that final set. There was nothing that could go wrong for them. And you could really see that on those GR sides from KZ. They just gave so much respect over, and that was exploited by Baisha.
Yeah, I think once Baisha started providing resistance, unlike their previous series that they had in groups, you know, King Zero struggled to figure out a way to take them down. Again, it's hard sometimes when you've already beat a team and now all of a sudden you're seeing different looks, different performances, stronger performances in general. It's like, what do you do from there? How does King Zero respond? Well, clearly they struggle to find a way to do so.
Yeah, I have no idea why King Zero actually strayed away from their usual pacing and their usual gameplay of actually, you know, taking the fight to the enemy. Instead, we kind of saw them kind of freeze, with the exception of Ice. Ice was really trying to take the fight to Baisha, but the rest of them kind of just stopped being proactive in and around the map, and it just made a comfortable environment for Baisha to make their own plays. Especially, it was very evident on New Mexico, and I was in the crowd. I was like, why are they not pushing forward? This is a map that really incentivizes early aggression for the GR side, and it seems like, you know, maybe the fear, maybe it was the pressure of the semi-final.
Yeah, we talked a lot about the New Mexico, right? In fact, it hasn't come up in the series outside of one decider that never got played, and maybe we're seeing why KZ have been avoiding it in general across their vetoes. It did feel like there was a lot of timidness coming out from their GR side in particular. It's a map where you really need to exploit that. In fact, I think that's something we can say across the entire series. It really felt like on the GR sides, they were afraid to take the initiative, and they allowed Baisha to do whatever they wanted, and I think they just need to be a little bit more disruptive today.
Baisha takes down King Zero 3-1. However, the next series coming up is going to be a good one. Another spot in Grand Finals remains. Will it be Team Liquid or will it be Stallions? Another rematch from the group stages. Team Liquid beat Stallions before, but will we have the reversal this time, much like we did with Baisha and King Zero? We spun up the narrative about Ice, right? Baby N9. Well, at least for now, he's going to have to stay the baby in 9 because the big in 9 is in the big show in the Grand Finals.
Yeah, of course, with Ice being at the start of his career, this is his literal first international tournament. He just got off at first split. I mean, it was already a very good performance for him, so I'm going to be looking forward to how he performs in the next, in regionals before we enter Wuhan in this one. But yeah, just like what you said, and 9, when the time is right, he rises to the occasion every single time, and this is why he's touted as one of the greatest players of all time, because when it's time to clutch, you can really rely upon him.
Yeah, and at least for Ice here, you know, he actually had a great performance across this entire series. There wasn't a set where he went missing, and that's been the case just across this entire playoffs, this entire event. So he can hold his head high for his output. We saw some great moments from him in this series, right? He had that fantastic 3K, and that was one of the big difference makers on that GR side, because it really felt like they were giving a lot of 1v1s over, and you needed someone to provide a multi-kill for any output. Also, that 1v3 that comes out of the final second, gets the bomb down, can't get that final kill, that one was a bit heartbreaking.
It was for sure, but for Ice, you guys said it best. He put up such a tremendous performance and is one of our biggest talking points when it comes to King Zero from day 1 to day 4, where they get the key ultimately crushed. And it's not the end of King Zero yet. It is for whenever it comes to the at least championship, but they will have a chance to play tomorrow. The question is, who will it be? Will it be Team Liquid or Stallions? We have yet to see the result. That'll be coming up next on the stage just behind us. But either way, a third place for the first international event, come on, that'd be huge for them.
Yeah, it would mean a lot for King Zero, especially this organization. Just like what we discussed before, right? King Zero has made a very good pipeline from going from rookie all the way to pro, and they have been training ICE specifically just for this moment. And honestly, third place is, you can go back to China and say, hey, I got third place in one of the biggest CROSSFIRE, if not the biggest CROSSFIRE tournament in the year. And I would say, despite all the pressure that he has, this kid is going to be the future of CROSSFIRE, that's for sure.
Yeah, he only joins the main roster at the start of the year, right? Like, this has been his debut year at the very top, and a third, fourth place finish here is a fantastic result for King Zero. That, you know, they've not been the top of China, they've been in that top 4, top 3 contention, but taking this, going into CFS in particular, Stars, you know, that's going to be a really good position for them going for that final international tournament of the year.
You could tell King Zero didn't want to be eliminated by how loud the key crushing was. You saw N9 jump, you even saw Damascus flinch a little bit. He's an expert now of being up there when the keys are being crushed, alongside that of Hollywood Rob TV. That key was the loudest crack I've heard in the Allianz vault. It was absolutely unbelievable. But it just comes to show you how willing and how far King Zero was willing to go in order to try to get into grand finals. They held on to the very end.
Yeah, and I would say, you know, I feel like it is kind of symbolic on how big the dreams were for the side of King Zero, and just absolutely, you know, it getting crushed via the key. But, you know, at the same time, I do feel that this is not their time yet as a team. Obviously, you know, the veterans are going to be sorely disappointed, especially Tong, who's played really good the entire time. And I feel like this is, I hope they remember the pain of losing, so we can see them go back to Wuhan to do way better.
For sure, they're going to remember it. But again, third place is still up for grabs, but they're going to have to play for that tomorrow. And there's multiple thousands of dollars between fourth and third. That matchup still means a lot, especially when we're talking prize money. And I'd rather say I got third place than fourth place. That'll be up for grabs tomorrow. For 9U, though, a tremendous performance, an integral part to King Zero. Salvatore had a chance to speak with him upon his exit from the venue.
King Zero Esports, unfortunately, despite a tremendous start with a comeback win in Ankara, Baisha Gaming just pulled it through to claim the series for the grand final spot. And here we are joining with 9U for King Zero Esports. Thank you so much for your time, 9U. So can you talk us through as to what happened in the remaining maps? So you guys had a strong start in Ankara. So can you give us an insight as to what happened to the following sets?
那 KC 3队非常遗憾止步于4强，但是当时你们图一很成功的、很精彩的一场翻盘，但是后面几张图就失利了。那能不能也跟我们大概讲解一下具体问题出在哪里呢？
主要我觉得更多的是状态不如对面嘛，然后再加上我个人的一些细节没有做好嘛，然后导致就是队伍可能就有点没打过嘛，然后残局输的也挺可惜的，然后就没打好嘛。
I'll say that we are not in as great of a form compared to Baisha. And definitely, I myself have made a few mistakes, a few, you know, details, small issues here and there that led to, you know, rounds being lost, a few key clutches that we didn't pull through, and ultimately we lost the series.
Fortunately, that was the case for King Zero, but historically known, this was not your first rodeo against Baisha Gaming. It happened in the CFL Grand Finals, now in another BO5 for EWC 2026. Can you tell us what was the major difference between fighting Baisha Gaming back at home to now facing them here at EWC?
那你们跟白沙战队也是老对手了，包括前几周你们当时在国内也是一个总决赛上面跟他们对战的，然后现在在这里也都是BO5的比赛，能不能跟我们说一下，就是可能跟比起之前的交手，这次白沙有什么样的不同吗？或者就是对决的时候，有做出了哪些变化？
主要他们今天就是玩的比较主动嘛，然后再加上可能每个人的状态更好嘛。
I'll say that they definitely feel much more proactive on their offense today, and the fact that they are in peak form right now.
Well, that is something that a lot of teams really do say about Baisha Gaming. So Nine, you'll be giving you the opportunity to say to the fans at home watching, to your friends, families, and to your loved ones. I'll leave it out to you, 9U.
最后有没有什么话想跟在线上看的粉丝、你的家人们、你的朋友们说的吗？
很抱歉嘛，这次输了比赛，然后希望就是白沙能够代表我们 CN 赛区，就是继续走下去嘛，把冠军就尽量的留在中国。
I just want to say I'm deeply sorry to all my fans out there for losing this tournament, but I do hope that Baisha will be able to carry the trophy home for a Chinese victory.
Well, that is a brotherly help here for 9U to Baisha Gaming. He sends his regards, but fear not, King Zero is still alive here for the battle for third decider here at EWC. We'll be sending it to the analyst desk, Reflections, and the company to discuss further about the game. So guys, take it away.
Thank you, Salvatore, as always, for the great interview. Nice to hear from 9U. Again, he will return to the stage tomorrow to compete for third place, but at this point, he is just wanting, obviously, Baisha to win the event. If Baisha can, in fact, win, then he'll be happy. Why? Because not only did they lose to Baisha, but also for the Chinese region, they are the final chance to last dance. Lucy, great to hear from 9U. Obviously, they are disappointed that they exit so early. Apologies to the fans. But they realize at this point for China, they still have a good chance.
Yeah, and I mean, there's no, obviously, there's no heartbreak that another Chinese team has a chance to lift the trophy, which is, admirable from him, that love across the region. But it's still going to sting a little bit, right, that this same team eliminated you, not just here, but also in the regular season, in the finals. So, yeah, it's gonna sting for 9U for a little bit. They can hold their heads high for the performance for all the reasons we described. I think this is as good a result as you'd probably expect coming into the tournament, but to come so close, obviously it's going to be a little heartbreaking.
Heartbreaking indeed. But coming up next is going to be Brazil versus the Philippines. Team Liquid versus the Stallions for one more spot in the grand finals. A rematch from the group play. They face off once again. Will the results be the same or different this time around? EWC, though, is an incredible product, not only because all of you at home, the viewers, but also because of our founding partners.
Je suis prêt, c'est parti, voir on m'emmène la vie. Comme sur mon green, tu m'entends quand je respire. Top le veston, jamais film, gros pas, big plan, j'ai fait changer toute la piste. Regarde ma pêche, je pense pas à dire. Je coupe la line, laisse la cul, laisse frémir. Nouvelle état, new name, toujours fluide dans le move. Main en l'air quand je rentre dans le groove. Garde ce regard, je suis déjà posé. Deux pas, je tourne, glace dans mes yeux figés. Vite encore, puis je prends tout ce qui est à moi. Trop vite, trop fort.
13 years old. That was the age of the up-and-coming star player of Team Stallions. No. But how did he get into the game in the first place?
At first, I just play CROSSFIRE for fun, but a LoL team asked me to join. When I joined, I just see it like not seriously, I see it just fun. But when we qualified to CFS 2024 Masters, I decided to take it seriously.
Being the youngest player, No faced immense judgments and harsh critics, doubting whether a player this young is fit for the international stage.
When I first go to CFS 2024, I was 13 years old, nothing to lose. I just came there to have fun and play. Facing experienced players, was excited to meet them, and I feel nervous when I was on stage facing them. I think my performance that time was bad, and I'm not satisfied about it. It motivates me to grind harder and become the best.
But even in the face of all that, No broke through during the CrossFIRE Stars Philippines Masters 2025 by breaking the highest average KD record set previously by Yobib.
Breaking the record means everything to me because Yobib is a legend in our region, and it just shows that my hard work paid off.
Even though Stallions only placed 4th last year at EWC, they have since then achieved 2nd place in CFS 2025, as well as back-to-back SEA Masters champions this year. They are poised and ready to get what is rightfully theirs.
Winning the C Masters back-to-back gives me confidence, and now that I am here, I am ready to win the EWC title.
Human body was built to move. Not trapped at a desk in one singular posture for 12 hours a day. It's time your chair evolved. This is Secret Lab Titan Evo. Ergonomically engineered for you, gamers, hybrid workers, artists, backing your every move.
It's about that time for the competitors to take the stage once again. This time it's Team Liquid versus the Stallions. For Team Liquid, they've had a sensational run. They've already taken down the team they're about to face off against once again. But representing Brazil, a lot of regional pride. And for Brazil at EWC, Kyle, they've already made it further than they ever have.
Yeah, this is a huge bounce back from this team already, and now they're seeing if they can push themselves one step further, because this time last year, they were knocked out in the group stage and at CFS as well, so this is a redemption arc for this squad.
But as the Stallions come through, you want to talk redemption, they're also on the redemption arc this time around. They want to do better than top 4, which is what they got last year.
And of course, they're going to try to spin back up against Team Liquid after what happened in groups. And of course, knowing Team Stallions and what they are capable of, and we saw that in the grand finals all the way up into 2nd place, I bet they're just as thirsty for a trophy.
All smiles, though. That's one of the things I love about this team. They're always bringing the vibes.
Yeah, honestly, one of the highest vibes, positive energy teams we've got here, and it's no surprise, to be honest. They've got the star player behind them as well in No, and I'm excited to see him take the server today.
Yeah, star player in No, he's so consistent. It's unbelievable. Remember his snipe from yesterday. He says, give me this snipe, I'll finish him off, and he did exactly that, hitting 5 back to back to back to back to back. Bit of a pause and then did it again. Well done from him. When we think about the Stallions, they are an incredible roster, and they're looking to go to grand finals this time around to hoist their first ever international trophy. But one guy that leads the charge in helping them get there is their coach in Tanks, and Salvatore had a chance to catch up with them before taking the stage.
A matchup bigger than Titans. It's going to be the golden ticket towards the grand finals. Team Stallions versus Team Liquid. Joining here me is the coach of Team Stallions, Coach Tanks. Thank you for your time dedicated for this interview. So the last time you and Team Liquid already faced one another, it was Team Liquid taking home the W. So now the question for you is, now that you'll be facing Team Liquid in the best of 5, what are your thoughts about this upcoming matchup? Nung huling beses kayo naglaban ng Team Liquid, Liquid ang nanalo. Ngayong makakalaban nyo sila sa BO5, anong pakiramdam at ano ang sitwasyon ng team ngayon parating sa laban?
Honest na, marami kaming mistakes nung huling laban namin, which is, I believe, 2 days ago. Pero syempre, with that loss, kinailangan namin yung talo na yun para magising yung diwa ng buong team, and mas mag-review, mas maghanda mentally and syempre strategically. So ngayon, I believe na tatalunin namin sila dahil naghanda talaga kami. Well, hindi lang para sa kanila, para mag-champion talaga dito sa EWC.
We had a lot of mistakes in the past, and honestly, we needed that loss for us to be motivated for this upcoming matchup, not only against Team Liquid, but to ultimately become the EWC champion. So, next question is, so Team Stallions, undoubtedly, regardless, like a lot of players, analysts, and the community themselves think that Team Stallions is going to be the winners of EWC. But for you, Coach Tanks, what makes STS the rightful team to become the champions of EWC? Para sa'yo, bakit karapat-dapat ang Team Stallions maging kampiyon ng EWC?
para sa akin kaya deserving na sa amin mapunta yung championship kasi we really worked hard for this. I know every team here worked hard for this, but I take pride that we might be, or arguably, the hardest working team in CROSSFIRE in the whole world.
No translation needed. He said it best. Hardest working team. And for the final message, Coach Tanks, here comes the bombshell. Do you have anything to say to Team Liquid for this match?
Good luck.
That's it. Fewer words, but I feel like it has a lasting impact to their opponents. Thank you so much for your time, Coach Tanks. We'll be sending it to the analyst desk for more breakdown of the game.
Thank you, Salvatore, for catching up with Coach Tanks, feeling confident as ever. They said that loss to Team Liquid before, it only made us better. We're going to find out definitively once the series ends, but I believe in them. They've done their homework. They're feeling good.
Yeah, I mean, if they've done their homework, of course, with their previous loss up against Team Liquid, they kind of have a bit of a foundation on what mistakes we have to fix, what do we have to extenuate going into the veto in the best of fives. And I feel like it is very important that they actually lost against Team Liquid because, just like what they said, it is a wake-up call for them. Hey, guys, we are not, despite us being the big dogs, we are not immortal.
There's two players we want to compare against each other that are going to be instrumental in the success for each respective roster. It's Kano versus Gokin.
Yeah, I mean, this is a massive matchup here in this one, in this head-to-head. Gokin, the history behind this player. We talk about Stallions being hungry. This guy's even hungrier. I think he's been to CFS 7 times, top 4, 5 times. He is hungry to lift that trophy, and the KD shows it here.
Yeah, it's shocking to see the KD higher on the side of Gokin because every time we're watching Kano, he's dropping 15 or 20 bombs.
Yeah, but for the context of no, right? He's not on the sniper 24/7. He's literally one of the entry fraggers of the side of Team Stallions. And the fact that he has a 1.6 KD and a 1 KR is nothing short of amazing.
Yeah, two incredible players for sure, both trying to achieve greatness. One a little younger than the other, but what is Gokin to Team Liquid, Kyle?
He is their everything, I think. I see them every time building their strategy, their playbook around setting him up for success, and he's the one who's going to find those early entries and really control the map for Liquid.
But what is it about Team Liquid that makes them special? What have they been doing this year compared to previous years to push, of course, their region as far as possible in the EWC?
I feel like for Brazil especially, they kind of updated their pace a bit. Me and Kai would like to say that Brazil is one of the slowest regions thanks to the prevalence of Rock, and Navi has kind of picked up the pace as well. But for Team Liquid, it seems like the Animals kind of updated the system. We are now seeing Y being a lot more aggressive. You're seeing Gokin going for more aggressive peaks as well. And it kind of seems like Brazil being slow is slowly becoming obscure, let's just say.
But it's so wild to hear that because when you think of Stallions, they're also highly aggressive.
Yeah, but we did see in their match against EP, they took their foot off the gas a little bit, but that's the secret, I think, here in this matchup. Stallions, they have to come out swinging here because Team Liquid, they're a team that knows how to adapt quickly to their opponents, thanks to Danimal leading them.
Danimal, another great player. We talk a lot about Gokin, but what does it mean for Danimal to potentially go to Grand Finals?
And it is going to be another notch for his legacy, right? He already has a CFS trophy in his pocket, and of course, EWC would mean a lot for, not just for Team Liquid, but for the region in general, right? It puts CFBL back on the map for competition back in Wuhan, so it is going to be interesting to see if they can get that trophy.
And also for Team Liquid, the Club Championship points, Kyle, they need it.
Yeah, I mean, especially now with a lot of the other teams from CROSSFIRE out of the running for those Club Championship points, this is their chance for Team Liquid to really skyrocket up the standings.
Yeah, Team Liquid have had a phenomenal job, or a phenomenal run, I should say, over the past week into this week. They continue to go up. Team Liquid, if they can get into Grand Finals, that's a minimum of 750 points. It's Brazil versus the Philippines. Team Liquid versus the Stallions. They faced off before. They are ready to face off again. Let's head to the stage for yet another semi-final matchup.
Second semi-finals of the day about to start. This is a run back as well between two regions eager to get a spot in grand finals and leave this trophy bang banger match coming, Rob.
There's a whole lot of debate about who is stronger out of the two regions that these teams represent, but right now we are about to find out definitively once and for all, as only one of them is going to punch that ticket into the finals of EWC. But as you can see, I am joined here with Team Liquid. The first question, who is stronger? Which league is stronger, the Brazilian League or the Filipino League, and why?
Quem você acha que é a região mais forte agora, né? O Brasil ou as Filipinas?
Com certeza a região brasileira. Brazil League.
Without a doubt, the Brazilian League.
Okay. Now, with that being the case, you already beat Team Stallions, but people thought that it was an upset. They felt like Team Stallions was supposed to win. Why are they wrong for thinking that?
Vocês ganharam deles no Group Stage, mas muita gente achou que foi só um deslize deles. Não ter levado a vitória. E o que vocês acham disso?
Só quero dizer que se a gente conseguir ganhar uma vez, a gente consegue ganhar outra. Então a gente vai conseguir fazer o nosso jogo e para ganhar um campeonato tem que ser o coletivo, então não é só individual.
So if we won the first time, we can win another one. And the tournament here and everything is a team play. So we're gonna play as a team and we're gonna crush them.
Okay, going to crush them. Talk that talk. And the last time they met, they did back it up, Damascus.
All right, I did back it up, but I need an answer. Listen, we've asked on the other side which league is better between the Brazilian League and the Filipino side, and they said the Brazil League is way better. What do you have to answer? Which league is better?
Ano daw masasabi mo? Kasi sabi nila, mas magaling ang Brazilian League kaysa sa Philippine League.
Hindi ko alam kung natalo nila kami last. Siguro kung matalo namin sila, siguro yung mas malakas yung pitch, yung Philippines.
I really don't know, but because they defeated them last time, but if we're gonna win this time, maybe it's the Philippine League is much better.
I like that. It's the match to prove, and I know you guys have played each other earlier. They won the first time. That's not an upset. A lot of people are looking at you, as the underdogs who could take it all. So how do you approach these semifinals as a revenge against Team Liquids?
Kasi di ba natalo nila kayo last time. Parang underdog kayo, pero ngayon makakalaban nyo ulit sila. So paano kaya kayo naganda ngayon o anong nararamdaman nyo ngayon na makakalaban nyo ulit sila?
Okay lang ba siya? Ano yung
natalo nila kayo last time, pero ngayon makakalaban nyo ulit sila, di ba? So ano kaya ang pakiramdam ngayon na maglalaban ulit kayo para ngayong match?
Maganda ito kasi gigil kami bumawi sa kanila, kaya magandang laban to.
This is really a good match because we are so aggressive and hungry to win this match.
All right, listen, teams are hungry, teams are ready. It is time to kick off the second semifinals. Team Stallions, can I have you line up right here to face your opponent, Rob? It is time.
Okay, ladies and gentlemen, this is our next semifinals match. Only one is going to punch that ticket into the finals. Ladies and gentlemen, it is time for Stallions versus Team Liquid.
Team Liquid, magaling na kalaban yan powerhouse yan pero kaya namin yan talunin sa next match namin.
O time da Stallions é um time muito agressivo e muito imprevisível, então a gente nunca consegue saber o que eles vão fazer.
Siguro sa next match namin na best of 5, mas lamang kami sa kanila kasi malaki yung map pool namin.
Eu acredito que para poder ganhar das Team Stallions novamente, a gente tem que manter o mesmo jogo, porém prestar um pouco mais de atenção nas coisas que a gente fez no jogo passado.
Lang kasi hindi naman kami kailangan mag-adjust sa kanila, dapat sila mag-adjust sa amin.
Team Stallions, espero que vocês estejam preparados por causa que a gente veio para conquistar esse título.
Team Liquid, maghanda na kayo kasi babawi talaga kami.
We heard from the players. Now let's hear from you. Where are you guys leaning for the prediction? Team Liquid, a heavy favorite. 84% to the 16 of Team Stallions. Come on, Stallions. What do you got? More than a 16% chance? Honestly, I think so up here on the analyst desk. But Team Liquid has beat them before. They might be able to do it again. Let's take a look at the maps that we're going to be rolling throughout this next best of 5. 5 maps. Come on. Last time they did 3, it went all the way. This time around, it could be much the same. The question is, does history repeat itself? Do we get some of the same maps or a little bit different? First map to be banned out by Team Liquid is going to be Eagle Eye. Was not played the last time that they met. Black Widow, same thing here. Stallion says, I don't want it, which means sub-base, new compound, Ankara. We are going to be seeing those three just like before.
Yeah, I feel like this series is really going to come down to that sub base. It's been the hit and miss for Stallions. We saw them drop it previously against EP, but if they can elevate that map today, they've got a really good chance here. But it's going to be a tough start because it's going to be Liquid taking Ankara to kick it off before we get to that sub base.
Yeah, and of course, I think that backside side is going to be very important for them to have a really good start, especially on the map of Ankara. Sub base has been looking kind of sus for them for the past few times. At New Mexico, super early for the side of Team Liquid, and Team Liquid has to be reminded that, you know, Stallions is also one of those teams that is willing to pick New Mexico, but one of the few things that I'm worried about here, Kyle, not gonna lie, that Porte is in the presence of this veto, and Porte hasn't been too friendly for teams going up against Team Liquid.
Yeah, this has got to be one of their best maps in the pool, and to think it could all come down to Porte to decide the fate of Stallions, I'm expecting this to go the full distance.
But it could be scary, right? We opened with Ankara, and they played that last time over on the B stream, and it ended 10-5 with Team Liquid taking the win. Somehow, some way, if Stallions could win Ankara and then head into sub-base, let me remind you, Kano dropped 28 kills against Team Liquid during the group stages. They could potentially take a 2-0 lead. So if I'm looking at Team Liquid, I'm thinking to myself, Ankara is a must-win.
Yeah, and of course, you really want to start off on the right foot, because if you give Stallions that early momentum, they're going to carry it onto sub-base, and they're going to carry it onto map number 3. So the objective here for the side of Team Liquid is to neutralize that fire early.
But what is it about Ankara that Team Liquid likes? We mentioned their play style. They can do a little bit of both. What makes them a strong team there?
I think the number one benefit they have on this map is Gokhan is very versatile across the server. In this one, he can play that early entry role position, but he's also so amazing in the clutch on this map.
Yeah, Gokhan going to be instrumental, but if it is Gokhan who's popping off on Ankara, who needs to match his energy from Stallions on map 1?
Of course, it's got to be KLP, right? Granted, KLP's performance has improved compared to the last EWC season. It's been kind of an up and down journey for him all throughout this one. And of course, in their group stage game, KLP had a hard time up against Gokhan, so it's his time for redemption up against this team.
Loy's been playing lights out for Stallions throughout our tournament. He slipped up a couple of times, but make no mistake about it, he's found his feet once again. Loy for Stallions is going to be instrumental, much like No. From Team Liquid's side, who is the Loy for TL?
I feel like the unsung hero is going to be ADRF in this match. He's the veteran. He's also got a CFS championship behind him as well, so he knows how to get it done under the pressure, and he's a really hot and cold player, but if he comes in strong today, he could be the key piece here for Team Liquid.
Yeah, Adrian, a veteran himself, highly accomplished. He represents Team Liquid today. But let's talk about the big dog on the Stallions. It's Kano. His slaying ability is sensational. He very rarely slows down. I don't think I've ever seen him drop below 15 total kills, at least when it comes to EWC. I'm sure it's happened at least once, but when he's on stream, he's always performing. How does Team Liquid slow him down? Because it's going to be needed.
You kind of have to close those opportunities to make those big plays, right? As much as possible, you do want to be picking off into Kano's spots, maybe on that early A-side take, maybe try to bait them out off of his usual angles. What they did last time to actually neutralize Kano is really to just kind of fake aggression and then kind of peel back. And then, you know, Stallions, of course, are willing to fight every single time, so that he's just going to turn the corner into 3 people. So it's going to be a whole lot of baiting for Kano, but Kano has to play this smart.
I asked Tanks earlier, I said, how are the boys looking? How are they feeling? And he said, very relaxed. They're feeling good. We talked to him a little bit earlier as well. They're feeling confident, smiles all around. They always bring good vibes. One of the things about Stallions that is so unique that makes them successful, in my opinion, is their ability to just have fun when they're playing. You know, it's kind of like they're back home. Yeah, there's elevated pressure, but they're always relaxed, which makes them handle the high pressure situations well.
Yeah, I feel like the name of the game for Stallions today is not letting other people dictate the pace. They have to come in with that passion and energy right from the start. We saw in the EP match earlier on, they had that slow start where it didn't feel like the control was in their hands. And I think in this series, that's the key. They've got to come out and play the Stallions game all series long.
There's one more spot in the grand finals, and only one of these teams can claim it. Will it be Stallions? Will it be Team Liquid? A reminder, TL took Stallions down in their respective group Couple of days ago, they looked to do it again, but this time the stakes are even higher. The keys are on the line, and whoever loses has their key crushed, and they are gone. Whoever wins, though, has a shot at glory. It's Team Stallions versus Team Liquid. We head into map 1 on Ankara.
Thank you so much, guys, as we are jumping straight into the second semifinal of the day. I am Valdez, with me is Laz. You guys did such a great job of breaking down this matchup. Such a big one that already has some history here at this tournament alone. And I'm very excited. I feel like both of these teams are very evenly matched in my mind and could go either way. We'll see who's better on the day here, Laz.
Yeah, definitely. And again, it's a good little bit of a rematch on a map like this, right, where Team Liquid were able to find themselves at 10-5 victory. So again, for Stallions, I think this is where they really want to get themselves out the gate. They're going to be able to find this map win if they can, just to kind of, again, prove a statement, kind of get over that little bit of a hump and hurdle, and then that way they might feel a lot better going into a potentially a deep best of 5. I mean, it's kind of feeling like it definitely can go all the way.
Yeah, well, gonna start off here early. That's why he's getting some early kills here. A couple of headshots just ending the aggression of Stallions already. As they're going to charge into the smoke, KLB kind of catches him off guard there. So a little bit of a trade back for Stallions to start this one off. But yeah, this is a map where I do expect Team Liquid to be favored on. And already they're favored here in this first round. And yeah, I personally think this is going 5 maps. I've heard 4, I've heard 5 as well. I do think it's going to go the distance. A 3-0 would be very surprising to me. But, maybe one of these teams steps up in a big way and the other doesn't. And then maybe we get that one-sided affair. But I just don't think it's going to happen, Laz.
Yeah, I don't think so either. Like, I definitely think this is one of those matchups that we looked at in the entire bracket. And it's like, if they're going to play each other, it's got to go all the way, right? I mean, this is where both these teams equally matched and a lot at stake here. So I think for both these teams, I cannot just imagine a 3-0. If it happened, that would be a massive performance. But again, that's I just feel like it's very unlikely, to be honest. So we'll find out.
Interestingly enough here, TL has left the B site totally open. And this is something you can't do, opening this B site. Going for the retakes is not the hardest site to go for a retake on. So they have the man advantage. They let them push into the B site. They wanted to have a bit of coverage elsewhere. And very curious to see how this retake is going to happen, as already underneath they take down KLB. As No has been huge for the squad, as we've already talked about, but he will be taken out by none other than Gokhan, who was the other highlight player here on the side of Team Liquid. Nice little push, as it seems like the guns are lined up and calibrated already for Team Liquid.
Yeah, and I think it's a really interesting tale for Gokhan, right? I mean, there's been so much that talks about him and like his tenure playing for so long, and like just being able to get himself a championship and everything. So I mean, you can argue both sides, right? I mean, Team Liquid hungry for a W, like getting themselves in a grand final position. Hopefully, maybe being able to take the tournament would be huge for Gokhan's sake and his legacy. But also, you talk about Stallions, where a young team that's been able to just rise through the ranks so quickly, where that would just be absolutely massive for their region and everything, right? Like something we haven't seen in a number of years. So it's just one of those things that it's just such a cool storyline and a lot of back and forth affair for both these teams. But Stallions aren't going to mess around anymore. 7-7 looking like he's getting primed and ready, and a beautiful shot, and Team Liquid already just reacting perfectly well to the plan of attack, and they don't even look like they're breaking a sweat with this one.
Yeah, it's looking pretty simple so far for the side of TL. I mean, that was held off in flying colors. Excellent first shot from 7-7 really is what got it done. KLP is going to get the 1 kill, but he has no health. Okay, that's a snipe. I mean, he doesn't have any health still. He hasn't lost anymore, which is why he's still alive. And he has to go for the 1v2. It's not going to happen. Gokhan's right there from the rafters just watching that opening and makes it look easy. As you mentioned, not breaking a sweat here. An easy 2 rounds for TL.
Yeah, let's not forget, like I said in the very beginning, this was a 10-5 last time they played, so that's where I imagine for Stallions they did a lot of preparation. They were just able to watch the tape back and go, okay, look, like some of the mistakes we made here, and they know that Liquid's a good team, right? Like, I mean, I don't even think, in those player interviews there was any doubt about that. They were saying, look, powerhouse team in their region, like, we know that, but they just think they're better, which I also kind of admire their ego. I like that. That's just, good mindset to have in this.
Yeah, at the end of the day, most important thing is that you believe that you're the best. You have that confidence, right, that you can beat anyone, essentially. That's what allows you to do exactly that, as Why here in the corner is going to get pushed, but he just stands up to it, picks up a second kill. Very nicely done by him, as Kano is going to finally end that ruckus.
Yeah, good reaction from him too, right? Like you could see the first duel repositions, and he's like, yeah, I'm just going to commit to the fight. I'm not even going to try to run away. And the fact that he does pick up the second is absolutely massive. So that's a good way for Team Liquid to give themselves a nice little bit of a start. Loy, I was going to say Loy might be down, but loses lots of HP. So Danimals now can just pull back on this. And I do like this plan from Liquid, right? Like he gets that information. They can just regroup as a unit. They do lose the Strangler of one of their players right now, but shouldn't be too costly for the time being. The Danimals by himself here is a little scary for me. Like, again, I know he's getting some intel, but you got to be careful how much you want to poke and prod on this.
Yeah, this is pretty interesting from the side of TL, where they have everybody on the side of the B site. I mean, they did that in the first round as well, where they just let Stallions plant on B, and then they went for the 4v3 retake. And Danimal's like, wait, what? There was nobody there. What just shot me? But yeah, he's holding the angle now. KLP not going to win that one, as they are going to push into B. And this bit of a stack here, at least on this half of the map, might just work out for TL. As it is a 2v3. Lloyd trying to find Danimals. Very nice shot to end that one. And that's going to tie things up 2-2 in terms of the manpower in this round.
Yeah, but look at 7-7, though. Quick on this one, but tried to beat the smoke, but no, it's not going to happen. Now Goken. A tall task indeed for someone like him, and now he's getting some shots, and Loy, oh man, I was starting to get a little bit worried, but Kano versus him, I guess, who are you going to pick, right? I mean, that's the thing, and that's what's so fun about seeing this guy play, and like, you know, the desk was talking about this, like, I don't think they've seen him, like, perform, you know, less than, what, like 15 kills, which honestly seems pretty accurate. Like, it seems like every time you see him on an international stage, he is absolutely performing, and that is, in my opinion, too, I definitely agree that, like, Stallions need him to be, like, accelerating fully, right? Like, he has to be able to get these kills. He has to be able to find, like, multi-kills, because he is a big pillar on this team. So already seeing a little clutch like that, it's already a little bit of a good warm-up here as we're getting primed and ready for the BO5.
Yeah, absolutely. I like the way you talk about the roster, where it's like, you know, it's obvious that No is kind of the superstar amongst the five, but it does take the whole team, but also one big guy to kind of, you know, mash everyone together to be the glue and the clutch man, and he certainly is that guy with a lot of strong pieces around him, so certainly makes for a strong team at that. And so Stallions, they get on the board, they pick up that round. Was a close one, and the two rounds that TL won were relatively easy for them, even though there were plants in every round. So we'll see if TL can keep up their prowess here on this map of Ankara. We do see a little bit of pressure around Hotel, but Stallions not going to commit there as they move into the middle of the map now.
Yeah, Liquid switching up their defense just a little bit here too, right? Because they have had someone pretty much playing like GR window most of the time as well, so they kind of just go for the heavier lean on A. So this actually gives an opportunity for Stallions, if they choose to take this mid corridor, but they are going to decide to go through connector. Looks like it might be even a little bit of a 4-1 split. You can just see that Loy is trying to distract as much as possible, making it seem like a bit of an execute. Good shot here from Y, so now he's able to find that one. And he actually looks like he's going to hunt for a little bit more, and he does. And look at that. Might even be able to find that third, and indeed he will. Oh, man, he is just playing phenomenal right now. He's been able to just single-handedly create a lot of space here. And now we need AD to be able to find another one, and he does. And it's all just down to Loy, but ain't going to be surviving too much longer. And Team Liquid kind of continuing back from what we saw, you know, just the other day, and it seems like they're continuing that mayhem in their winning ways.
Yeah, absolutely. I mean, Team Liquid looking great here, and it really all starts with Y. Obviously, we get a look at Goken just finishing things off, but he hasn't necessarily been the guy who is carrying this team at the moment. It's actually Y, who's just holding down the air duct at A, and nobody has really been able to deal with that. He's been playing quite aggressive every single round, and still Stallions aren't really getting the memo, as Goken, I'm not sure what was going on there. I thought he saw him, but wasn't able to react in time. Pretty interesting for Goken, as now 7-7 somehow going to get out of that situation. Nice flash timing, as he might be able to get out of here. Just barely runs out of the tunnel and survives.
Yeah, the bombs still were retrievable here too, so this is good. I mean, Danimals is one of those players close on by that could have been able to spot it, but again, a lot of risk for him to go for that information. So now Team Liquid have a really nice setup here in this B site. Stallions, they got their eyes set on this one, and now for ADRF, he's going to have to do something big, and he finds that bomb carrier. He's going to go for a swing, but 7-7 does have his left-hand side, and it's all just down to KLP. A nice little bit of a singular shot here with the snipe, but again, you have to go against 3. This is not going to be easy. He does have some time. Let's not forget that either. But now look at Team Liquid. They are just giving up as much control as they want here because, again, he has to go for the plant. They're going to know for sure. Then they can just be ready for the retake.
Yeah, I think really the only cheeky thing KLP could do is just try to go hunting, but obviously quite risky to do that. So he's going to plant here, try to get the long angle. Actually could work if he could get up in a tower, but I think against 3, this is going to be pretty difficult as they're already trying to push. He's trying to go through the smoke, does not land the shot onto Danimals, and that will be another round here for TL as they do lead 4-1, and that is going to be the timing for the tactical pause of Stallions. Not a bad spot to go for it because so far it's been a very one-sided affair. Like Stallions got the 1 round, but it was extremely close. I mean, if No doesn't hit that shot onto Goken through the smoke, we could be looking at 5-0 at this point.
Yeah, honestly, that's a really good point you bring up because it just seems like, you know, Team Liquid are doing a great job. They're playing a pretty simple game, but again, it's effective. And I mean, it feels like Stallions are trying to manipulate the map a little bit here, but it's just not quite working out for them. They're not really seeming like they're hitting their shots like we normally see. I feel like this might be one of those affairs where, or instances that could just be, you know, they're having a bit of a slow start. I mean, it feels like Team Liquid are ready, they're warm, they're ready to go, where I feel like Stallions are kind of still like revving the engine. They're trying to figure it out. So we'll see if this helps. I mean, Coach is going to be able to have, not whispering, probably going to be yelling a little bit more on this one because they got to figure it out quickly because I mean, a 4-1 lead's a 4-1 lead, man. That's pretty significant. And I mean, this is where they got to turn it around now, or this map could just be done and dusted, to be honest.
Yeah, you know, a map can slip away from you before you know it if you're not careful. And I absolutely think that this timeout was required just to try to get the engine going. I feel like the win rate after attack pause so far at this tournament across the board has been something like 80+%. I do feel like it really works well in CROSSFIRE that our teams, you know, they get an attack pause, they come in and have a little discussion, and things do look a lot better afterwards generally. The issue being, you know, if you go for it and then you lose the next round, then that's a big mental kind of boom for you. So gonna have to see how it does go here as Stallions take the attack pause. They won't have another one for the rest of the map, and they gotta mount this comeback starting right now.
Yeah, it just makes me curious what the words of wisdom were, right? I mean, this is where the coach, like, again, it's easy when you're kind of behind the lines and you're kind of watching and you're like, okay, here's some obvious gaps, but I'm just curious how much, even for Team Liquid, what they want to change up. I don't feel like they have to really change much of their composition. Everything's been looking really good. And again, the system's been very effective. Like you said, it almost could have been a 5-0. Like, so it almost feels like they're playing like a flawless, you know, GR side right now. So either way, for Stallions, what is that, you know, that gap or that hole that they think they can be able to, you know, find? And it does seem like just one sniper on this one too, right? I mean, we talked about that the other day where I feel like they're not a team that always double snipers, but they do. But I do feel like they kind of just go for the true one, which I'm not totally against. Ooh.
Yeah, I don't think it's a bad idea. As here comes No. Danimals feeling that pressure. And really his job isn't to get the kill. It's just to see, okay, well, Noah's over here, so we got to be careful. I just got shot by him, and I'm going to have to back off into coverage. Now they have 4 people on B, and we haven't seen any executes onto A because Y's been doing such a great job of holding it down. So TL just put Y over there by himself. He says, you can handle it. And, you know, I wouldn't be too surprised if he could. But let's see if Stallions actually do go for one of these big 5-man pushes, as we do have Danimals going underneath, trying to poke down. He is going to get away. But now the push is coming in. They want to punish this as around the corner comes No. He will take down Danimals. And just like that, the B site might be the choice. But again, perhaps it's a bait because there are 3 people on the B site. And even though Danimals goes down, they might still be able to hold on to this.
Yeah, I think it has a little bit of a bait switch, right? I mean, this is where he's just trying to make it seem like it's going to be an empty site. But look, there's a lot of guys here, but you have to hit these shots. Now you have to rely on ADRF to do something big, but he can only find the one. So a little bit of whiffs now here from the defensive side. Stallion have been given a bit of an opportunity on this one. They get this C4 down, and now they got themselves a 3-man advantage. But again, JJ hitting shots like that is definitely going to help. And now Goken, tall task indeed, a 1-on-3. Has to be able to find these shots. Finds that one, the shoulder of KLP, but now can he be able to find a little bit more? That flash is just connects on him. Look, you can just tell he's like, well, yeah, I can't see a thing.
Nothing he could do there. I mean, Goken did try, and you never know with Goken. I mean, I've seen him do a 1v5 in that situation, so always got to respect, and you could see that they did respect it. KLP was holding the angle, did lose the sniper battle, but then the double peek with the flash is enough to get the job done. So that is the 1 round after the tack pause. So
you're right on the prediction.
That win percentage does continue to go up in my mind. This is not an official win percentage. It's Goken. Wow, that's a sick shot. Right through the smoke, just raining down onto No.
Ooh, that's a nice nade. Calling him to Goken a little bit here too, so. It is funny though, right? Like, I mean, we joke about that on the West League a lot, where we say, like, you know, the timeouts happen and then, like, teams are able to find, like, 1 round at least, you know, right after it and stuff like that. It always makes you laugh. And then, but it is good, right? Because at least it's like that conversation you have with your coach, it obviously went the right way. Like, it's what they're communicating clearly was perfectly executed. So that always makes me happy to see as well for these teams that do call those tacks. So we'll see. But losing No early, though, that is kind of concerning for me because, you know, Kyle brought it up. He's like, okay, look, if Loy or somebody else can be able to pull through, okay, that's great. But if you're relying on No to being just the star, okay, then we got a problem.
Yeah, and I do feel like Team Liquid's prep for this map has been immaculate so far, and I do like their reactions as well within the rounds has been very good as Goken, you know, he goes over there, he's just ready for No to peek it again, and now he's in spawn by himself. Nobody is able to challenge this guy. 7-7's got the off angle, and they were already down a man, but now they're, okay, KLP's going to get a couple more, all of a sudden making this a bit interesting. They still have to pick up the bomb in a wonky spot as Goken trying to get in. He's not going to get the kill just yet, as KLP barely survives, and the rest of Goken's squad does come over. And Y goes up top. He is going to take down that kill. And now it's all up to Loy in the 1v3 plus Goken. And it's not going to happen. At least he was able to isolate a 1v1, but still going to be a round here for Team Liquid. And yeah, just feel like their prep and their ability to, you know, react to what Stallions have brought has been excellent so far.
Yeah, honestly, this really does feel like such a clean GR side. Like, it really, again, the system, the protocols are in place. It doesn't feel like they're making any sort of mistake. Anytime they had, like, any adversity, that seems like they're responding to it perfectly well. So this has been a very impressive, you know, defensive side when we talk about all the teams. I'm almost going to argue this is probably one of the best GR sides we've seen all tournament, in my opinion.
Yeah, I mean, it's certainly looking like that so far. We'll see what the scoreline will finish off with. Because, you know, I would not be surprised to see them get 6, 7 rounds around that amount. As we do have Y in position on top of A. And you just cannot challenge this guy. He is not losing to anyone. I say that immediately loses to No. But he already did his job.
He did.
As now at least Stallions get on the site, but this has been the comfort zone for TL, where they just let Stallions push, and then they go for retakes.
Yeah, exactly. And the thing is like, Y is, again, like, just playing his role perfectly. He's finding these double kills. That's all he has to do. He's kind of being that little bit of an anchor, and when you can do that, that just puts your team in such a prime position, right? So now you can see Liquid getting ready for here. The retake, Flash is coming in. His teammate does go down here for ADRF, but does have a chance here. Now he has to wait for the players on fence to make a bit of a distraction if they can, so he can slip through. But look at Goken, man. He's just winning these fights, and look at this. All the sheer confidence on it, and now he can't seem to find this one, but now his teamate has to do something big. Oh, no way.
He's going to try to spin hold. He's going to try to hold on to it, but the shots come in.
Woo! That's cheeky. Wow. I was thinking, like, that's a bold move, man, but like it's something you gotta do. The timer was getting low, right? Like, you don't want to pull another Vitality where you're getting that, like, what, 0.5 of a second diffuse? Like, man, that is just too tight. Oh, man.
Yeah, and again, Stallions, like, they get that round, but that's not the most convincing round I've ever seen in my time in Crossfire, where it's like, oh, you just barely held on. They nearly pulled a fast one on you. And I mean, Stallions, yes, they are getting across the line. I feel like you have to do a bit more work from Blacklist on this map rather than just 3 rounds. If they get up to 4, I mean, sure, it's anyone's map, but again, certainly liking what we see out of TL more so far, even though Stallions do win that. And remember, it was a 3v4 for Stallions that they do pull off, so props to them for that. Don't want to take that away from them. And now let's see what they do want to go for here. Spending about 45 seconds, and now it looks like a push into A is what we're looking at with the bomb, but through mid as well, as they are going to catch Danimals. And they have a smoke in position. Adrian feeling this pressure, but they just get wiped up this time as Gokin at least trades one back, but this is looking much better for Stallions.
Yeah, this is a way more clean of a round, right? I mean, now we get to see Stallions finally, showcasing some of that firepower that they were talking about and what the desk has been talking about. So this is a good moment for them. Like, they finally just put a little bit of force into this and overwhelm Team Liquid. So this has been great. I mean, this is still an opportunity where Gokin and 7-7 could do something, but again, it's going to be tough. Like, let's not forget, that C4 is already well over half. Now, just being blind, that utility work, just delaying it as much as possible from Stallions is huge. Yeah, you might pick up a consolation prize here and there, but again, you have to go for the defuse here and now, and it's just not going to be enough time. So yeah, good work on the utility from Stallions. Again, just buying them so much time. That smokes and the flashes, that was honestly the linchpin in the whole thing.
Yeah, absolutely. Very nicely done with the post plant there from the side of Stallions. Couple of big rounds for them. I was sort of writing the death note for them on this Ankara when it was 5-2, and we liked what we were seeing from TL, but that was a couple of dominant rounds back-to-back from Stallions, or at least dominant in the fact that they did win that third one for themselves in a 3v4 fashion and then go on to win a round like that, which was more dominant. But now, Gokin going to start off with a nice little pick in mid, takes out Loy. And this bomb is heading towards the B site at the moment. We do have one person, Y, who's kind of lurking in the air duct over at A, but they're essentially going to be given the B site here.
Yeah, and that can be fine, right? I mean, again, the fact that Stallions are probably getting prepared for this, that's a really important kill to find too, because now they can just at least kind of get the rotates through, getting themselves in a little bit better of a position if they can. But C4 does need to go down quickly, and there we go, it does. I was just thinking, the longer you wait, the more that Stallions are going to be there ready for a retake. So, right, like, just try to burn as much time as you can here. So, with that C4 timer, and now you can see it's going to be the 2 in front, 2 in the back. Oh, maybe even triple. Just kidding. Hang on. Stallions are going to do something a little bit different. And if I'm not mistaken, that's going to be KLP in the tower. Good flashes coming in. 7-7 needs to be able to find this, though. It's a tough angle for him to hit this, and now Gokin in the tower. He gets a little bit spotted. He's just shot a little bit of the pistol, but it's only the one. And now down Danimals. Oh, man, it's been quiet for him. He hasn't been able to find too much of the fragging abilities, and Stallions, they get themselves back in this game.
Yeah, that's 3 rounds in a row to them. That retake was very nice. I love the flash to get them in underneath, and they take multiple angles on their way on that retake. That is how you have to handle it on the B site. They go one guy through Hotel, a couple of guys under, and then another one from the spawn. And that allows them to get in, even though it was pretty close. We said this before, I mean, it could be close rounds, but if you win them, at the end of the day, it's still 5-5.
That's all that matters. Yeah, exactly. Like,
get some momentum,
Absolutely. Well, Gokin's actually having himself a great game. I mean, 14-6 right now, and then you have Y again just sitting behind. And, even for Y's kills, like just having 10, like I said, tons of impact he's been able to bring into this game so far. So, yes, it's not like a crazy statistic, but it's still very good, like when you've been able to watch this game. So, we'll see, though. Stallions, it looks like everybody's most likely contributing or, pretty equalized, which is great, right? Like where some games we were giving some criticism that some players were a little bit more of that anchor when they shouldn't have been. But, again, both these teams fighting for the grand final against Baisha.
Yeah, it's going to be pretty huge.
It's so cool. Like this whole tournament has been awesome, right? I mean, we talk about just all the paths for all these teams and how they got here and just how the brackets have worked out. Like it's just been so incredible to see.
Very nice lineups here as they get one up top and one underneath. And it's going to be KLP who tries to hold that, but Y on the entry is going to be taken down by KLP after getting that first kill. Only a minute left. They're going to take over Hotel at the moment and look to push into B, but the retakes on B have been good from both teams, as we do expect on this map of Ankara. So now they're going to get up here, certainly taking their time with it, and actually going to push before the bomb even goes down, as No is behind them, and they pick up that kill in the Hotel already. It's getting a nice angle here is Adrian, but now he's all by himself. He's trying to take down JJ. It's not going to happen. No, the round MVP. This is 4 rounds in a row right now for Stallions.
Yeah, that's so good. I mean, this is where now Team Liquid are going to call the TAC timeout, and they have to. I mean, now they're in this deficit. You know, Stallions have been able to get themselves in this lead position, so this is a good note for them. But the thing is with Stallions, the exciting thing about their play styles, like we said, like over and over, is the fact of like they are aggressive. They are going to get in your face. They're going to try to, bring the, bit of a big fight in this, right? So that's where Liquid have to be reminded about that. Like these guys are unpredictable. Like they're pushing into the site well before like the bomb's going down. They're like making some kind of crazy fights, and you're just like, why would you want to go for that now? And so that's good. It's kind of like that gloves off approach, how I kind of always said for Stallions, where you just don't quite know what they're going to do, and that's where teams get caught off guard. And right now Liquid probably having that deep conversation about, okay, look, like a reminder, this is who you're playing. Let's not forget this.
Yeah, I think that's a good call. It's like, look at the scoreboard, not the numbers, but the team, and notice who you are playing against and, handle that. I do think that the Blacklist side here for TL has been good enough, and I just feel like Stallions have been better at handling it. The retakes have been very clean.
Yeah.
And it really feels like, you were talking about they were revving the engine, and it was 2-5, and we had, a timeout when it was 1-5. Or I guess it was 1-4, but either way, it was enough time. And now the car is running.
Yeah.
And they're on the highway. They're going very, very fast so far with 4 rounds in a row. So really got to see if Team Liquid have anything left in the tank, or is the gas tank empty as we continue with this little metaphor we have going. But either way, we're going to see what it looks like here, especially after the timeout. If anything changes up for the side of TLS, they're going to peek KLP, the both of them, as they bring their own sense of aggression.
That's great. Honestly, really good coordination to be able to fight that smoke. You're like, okay, look, we're both going to go in blind, but like we know the lineup, or like kind of pre-firing it essentially. That was perfect, right? And KLP, not a chance that he was going to be able to react to that. At best, maybe finding that 1 kill, but the fact that Liquid were able to find that kill without the cost of a teammate's life is absolutely huge. So for now, for Liquid, this is a great advantage, a good way for them to bounce back into this game, to bring things back to a tied situation if possible. But Stallions, they have to be careful on this, and I kind of like what they're doing here because, again, you're kind of splitting things up, a lot more of a lean, and you're just going to anchor one of the players. I think this makes the most sense to me. You're going to just kind of roll the dice, so to speak, and just go, okay, look, we got to try something here. We don't want to 2-2 this, because if we do split this, it could be problematic. Just put some numbers heavily on one side of the map, but we'll have to see if that does benefit it. And it looks like Team Liquid actually starting to get a better hunch that they want to put the eggs in this one basket.
Yeah, it does appear that way so far. And, I mean, we're just going to be going through the air duct. 4 people. We have Gokin on the long angle. Really just waiting after getting that initial pick, taking their time with this one. KLP in the corner. He's not going to be able to get that flick down onto Adrian. And that means, guess who's looking back here? It's Gokin ready and waiting for Loy. As Gokin gets away, and that's a totally safe spot for now. It's going to take a while to root out Gokin there. And they're getting the plant at the same time. And Gokin's got some teammates coming on over as White gets the angle onto him. They know where No is as well. They peek him immediately. And JJ alone in the 1v5. It's not looking good for him.
Nope, it is definitely not. And again, that was one piece of utility left, but that's going to actually be removed. Now this is where, like, if these guys are all swinging and he's starting to get some good spray control and he's finding multi-kills, that's when you start to sweat a little bit. But again, it's fine. They had lots of numbers. It's no reason for them not to go for that fight. So they bounce back into this. It's right back to a tie game. And honestly, I love it because Gokin, again, was just being a good distraction point. He was trying to go for that fight deep on the backside of in main there. And then his teammate Y was able to help him out. So this was huge. And now Stallions are going to have to decide what they want to do, and it actually looks like it's going to be a bit of a mid-pounce. They might even try to just fully aggress on this. They're going to try to put some of that firepower back into this. And it seems like Team Liquid can't seem to hold on to it, but there's Goken able to find something now. So this all of a sudden does turn into the 3v3.
Yeah, you can see Loy is trying to push this, but Goken is ready and waiting for it. I mean, he's right around the corner. He misses the shot, though. A rare miss in that situation. I mean, he was ready. You could tell, like, there was utility that he threw out that way. He threw a smoke. He was trying to defend himself, but not able to do it after all. And KLB, a big trade here, as that is going to leave only Danimals on the side of TL. And as you mentioned earlier, has been struggling a little bit in some of these situations. It's funny, Danimals, one of these guys that has been around forever. It feels like he and Adrian, even Goken as well, just some of the dinosaurs of Brazilian CROSSFIRE. And, I mean, Danimals was even casting at one point, and he did come back to pro play, obviously, as here he is in the semis of EWC. He is going all the way around and trying to just get over to the C4, of course, but not going to be easy, as this is well played from Stallions, just trying to hold down around the bomb. And let's see if Danimals can do anything here in the 1v2. Of course, has really no idea where they could be hiding, so he's got to check every single angle. And he's like, okay, they're probably in spawn. He gets one.
That's nice. Oh, man, but where is Loy going? Oh, I was going to say, okay, I didn't know if Loy was actually going to commit or not. It kind of looked like he was fading in and out, like jiggling kind of. I'm like, okay, you got to go or you don't. Like, but he does. Loy's like, nah, I can do one better. So, yeah, good effort from Danimals, though. Honestly, like, that was a tough position for him to be in, but he reacts well to it. I mean, you could see all his teammates were just like looking on his screen like, oh my gosh, what's he gonna do here? But yeah, he just turns his back, right? Like he was so aware, or like hyper aware that they were he was thinking they were in BL spawn, right? Which is very fair. So, but either way, A for effort, I'll say.
Yeah, now they're going to flash here on a No, as No is going to win that every day of the week. And he gets the bonus on to 7-7. And the bomb is on the ground. I think TL are falling apart a little bit after the last couple of rounds. As Stallions, they're putting on the pressure. They're ramping up. The fans are getting into it as well. This feels like Stallions are trying to make the final push to the win already.
Yeah, that was a little bit of a scrappy round. I mean, it kind of in the sense that Liquid just wanted to go for something quick, I guess, but Stallions, they were fully prepared for this. And the fact that No was able to win that fight twice, I was thinking he was a dead man because look, the pop flash was going on the left-hand side of the ramp. I was thinking maybe at best you'll find one, but the fact that he was able to get away with two was just absolute murder. And then his teammate, I think it was KLB, he was able to find that double right behind him. So it's just, again, this is where this individual power of these guys and Stallions, that's when it starts to prevail, right? That's what makes them super exciting because, again, you just never know what they're going to be able to do. So a nice, quick round from them, but Liquid now are going to have to recollect their thoughts, get the stars out of their eyes, and figure out what they got to do to get back in this game.
Yeah, it is pretty difficult. I feel like Stallions, they're just so good at being great. It feels like throughout the entirety of the map, like they never let off the gas pedal.
Yeah.
Feels like they're very good at both sides of the map, especially on this Ankara. And I mean, they lost to Team Liquid on this map before, but maybe not this time around, although Y and 7-7 put 1 and 1 together, and that's going to be a third on top of that. As the push is coming in, the flash is good, and Adrian picks up another one, as it's only No, and he's just kind of left by himself in spawn. They don't have any utility, actually, on the side of TL, so I suppose there is a very small chance here for No. But not looking likely, and we might head to an 8-7 situation here for Stallions. As Noah's picked up the TRG once again. Let's see. Can he do it again with this weapon? I'm sure that's what everybody wants to see, but I don't think he's going to go for it.
No, he might just use this to talk with the team, right? I mean, I feel like...
Ooh.
Yeah, I mean, again, timer's way too low, so... And that's fine, honestly. I mean, again, ideally, yeah, you'd love for him to like try to go for something super fun, but again, it's just I felt like it was everything against them. The one thing that I'm wondering if Stallions have been able to figure out is, like, last time we watched them on this map, like, I do think this A-side GR defense was not the greatest in my opinion. I feel like there was a lot of a disconnect from these guys. Like, you saw sometimes where one of the players could find, like, maybe that double kill initially, but it feels like as soon as one of their players goes down, that secondary player, like, he's screwed. He has no chance of doing anything. So that's something I've noticed kind of throughout this tournament where I haven't been overly kind of, you know, pumped about it. So I'm hoping that's something they've worked on, but we'll have to wait and see. That last round was clean from Liquid. Like, that was an easy execute.
Yeah, they did make it look really easy. I mean, that was one of the more one-sided rounds we've had so far, so pretty good stuff from them. I think that's a really nice comeback feel after a bunch of rounds away from them in a row, essentially. So they're still fighting in this one. They're not going to give up their Ankara this easily. And that is absolutely what you need, especially going into sub-base for map number 2, which, as we know, the Stallions do very much enjoy, even though it was noted that they did lose to, I believe it was Evolution Power on that map. Yeah, but it was a close one. I mean, it went to extra rounds, so an AP, a lot of the Chinese teams are very strong on that map too, so it is what it is. We'll see what they have in store this time, as KLB is just not ready for him through the smoke, as No does get one, but he immediately gets taken out. KLB gets another, though. There's still going to be advantage here to the side of TL as they make their way. Look at that quick rotation from Lloyd behind them. They have no idea. He picks up one kill, but does get traded out. As now the nade. Oh, it does chip away some damage on a 7-7. Maybe he actually jumped down to avoid it. I'm not 100% sure, but he takes a little chip of damage, stays alive. And KLP versus 2, not going to be easy for him.
Yeah, it's not an easy one, but 7-7 is actually kind of extending himself here. And, ooh, man, that was close. I was going to say, like, man, you know, for him, he has to be really careful what he's doing on this. He's got the low HP, so, I mean, for him to kind of go for the initiation of the fight, I don't hate it. But, again, you got to be careful you don't feed these one-on-ones, because, again, Stallions, they will take those any day of the week. So now for KLP, trying to push through this fence. He misses another shot, and that's 2 in a row that he misses. So those opportunities slip away, and now Team Liquid, they come right back into this. And this is kind of what we were expecting, right? This is like, this one has a map or a 5 mapper written all over it.
It really does. I mean, the fact that Ankara is this close, and Danimal's a big kill there. Let's say he dodged it rather than KLP missed. Just a great dodge there from Danimals. But yeah, regardless, the shot doesn't hit, and that's the important part. And now it's 8-8. So Stallions, they were really trying to hype themselves up for like the end of this map. They had so much momentum. And just like that, that is the beauty of CROSSFIRE, where it's just gone in an instant. JJ Hay gonna take down Y. That is a big kill onto one of the bigger performing members of TL right now. So some of that aggression from Y has really, it's been paying off, and I do enjoy, I like that he goes for it again, but it's not going to work this time. And now Stallions, they had 4 people over by A. They've got KLP near spawn, and Lloyd kind of being the wild card guy who's just roaming around a little bit. But it does look like TL might be pushing into the B site here, not overcommitting just yet.
Yeah, look at how close I think that is. Loy, he's just kind of playing the anti-flash a little bit on this too. So again, for KLP, as soon as he hits or misses that shot, if they decide to go there, that's when he can either commit to the swing or he just kind of posts up. But seems like Team Liquid going to switch the plan just a little bit. But Danimals is already close into the site, so now this becomes a bit of an issue, a bit of a rise. And now all for Stallions. Wow, Noah's trying to contest this fight. How is he alive? How does he even get away with a 1? That is just insane. I can't believe it. And look at Lloyd. He just pops up like the boogeyman. Like, this is what I mean. How does Stallions get away with stuff like this? Like, you just think, like, again, Liquid look good. They're ready for the fight. They're ready for the execute. And then Stallions are like, nope, hang on. Going to dodge some bullets and just create a lot of havoc.
Yeah, it felt like they had an inkling that push was coming in, and Danimals got on the site, and it kind of looked like they didn't know he was there. But then it was just the rest of Stallions came in so quickly before TL could really respond or react that they just get in and wipe them up real quick. So now, map point here for Stallions, TL at 8. 1 round would push us into extra rounds and make this even more interesting. But I am curious to see how this one is going to go. As No playing contact here at the hotel. Certainly a risky spot to be in as he goes for the peek once again. He's going again, like he just keeps peeking them. And Loy actually gets sniped out at the same time, so that's a lot of firepower taken away from Stallions.
Yeah, that's the thing that's so exciting about this team, right? Like, it's just they never back down, right? It's just like no matter what the pressure is, whatever the situation is, it's just like, no, I'm going to go for it. I'm going to fight this. I don't care. Like, and that's where they're such a scrappy team, which makes it so fun to watch, right? Like, it's just so different than every other team that I feel like we get to see. So that's, again, I think contributes to their success, like how they've gotten to the place they've been in, right? Now we're considering as a top favorite in the tournament. So I'll have to see. But he does decide to pull back, right? He's like, okay, fine. I'm going to post up. He actually switches guns with his teammates, so this time he is going to have the TRG in his hands, and we did get to see a beautiful ace that he had in the last series on Eagle Eye, so we'll see if he can do something like that right now. Team Liquid ready for the plan of attack, and they're going to go for it. Adrian's going to be able to find that entry. No does respond back, and there it is. His teammates helping him out, but No now getting overwhelmed, taking a ton of damage, and KLB has to do something big, and that's not going to be too bad. And all of a sudden, you're talking about a legend versus a youngster, and it seems like the vet still has something in him to bring this extra rounds.
The dinosaur wins today over the youngin'. At least in that round, he has not won the map just yet, but Gokin gives a sigh of relief to all the TL fans and even the squad, because now we go into extra rounds. We talked how this should be a 5-mapper. Wouldn't be surprised to see multiple extra round mappers as well, if that's the way you say that. But yeah, it is so close between these teams. It is so hard to call. Very nicely done by TL to not just get swept aside. And now 7-7 going to start off with a nice snipe here on a KLB. And, you know, before TL, their GR side looked much stronger. And it kind of felt like they limped across the line there on the Blacklist side, but they absolutely looked better here on the GR. So let's see if they got it in the tank once again. They start off with a nice little snipe. And maybe some aggression into mid is in store here from Stallions as Loy goes in. And that's going to be Adrian who sits him down.
Yeah, looking for No too. Like, I was thinking, like, you gotta be. I thought he was gonna press forward. I was like, no, come on. Like, you got the C4. You gotta be a little bit more tame than that. But no, he does regroup. Oh, they're gonna 3-man this. Very interesting. Okay, again, no, there shouldn't be much of a threat here. 7-7 is close, but he misses the shot. Ooh, but he gets a rebound of a kill. And there's Y being able to find that secondary. KLP doesn't really seem like he's prepared for it. Again, he was kind of pre-aiming kind of towards Y, but then kind of like, well, I should clear fence first. And it was just kind of like, it was just weird. It almost felt like he was thinking about all these options, and then he's like, I'm just going to swing. And then nothing happened, right? But nonetheless, really nice hold from Liquid, being able to just lock it down once again. And that's where we go back where we were talking about their GR side, right? I mean, that was what was the most impressive thing for them. Like, again, just very textbook, very technical. Everything was just playing properly in the rotation, so it still pans out that way.
Yeah, and it's going to be gigantic for TL if they can continue to string some rounds here from the GR side and just get so much momentum in these extra rounds. They're going to go for a peek in mid, and it's working out for the beginning, and then it does get cleaned up by No and KLP. And those two names are a bit of an issue as Gokin not going to hit that shot. So, yeah, I mean, the fact that No and KLP get those kills and they clean it up and they stay alive, they're not the ones that go down, I think gives Stallions a decent shot here. But No, looking around the corner, does get that kill in the 7-7. It's not traded out just yet, but Gokin is looking for the one-tap with the pistol. Not going to get it, and No on no health is just taking down everyone. This guy is a madman, but once again, he gets sat down by Gokin. And it's all up to Gokin here in the 1v2. Feels like a pretty good shot for him, honestly, especially from these positions. And the fact, I mean, although there is a lot of utility here on the side of Stallions, and they are going to get this plant. So not going to be the easiest clutch for Gokin, but he's done crazier stuff.
He absolutely has, and now, I mean, for Loy, he's got to be careful. That's a good flash, and he actually swings with it. Good teamwork, yeah. So KLP just, again, setting up the shot, and then his teammate just being able to get the drive. So very well done. But again, like, it comes down to a heroic round from No, just being able to push right through the middle of the map. He cuts right down the middle, and then he just cuts, all these rotates off guard. And he was still going for more, right? Like, Goken's like, are you seriously doing this right now? And then, like, he takes him out, but by then the damage was already done. So that's the thing. 24-15. Like, are you absolutely kidding me? This kid does not stop, man. He's an absolute beast.
Yeah, he's already a bit of a superstar in the CROSSFIRE scene. And he is putting up the most numbers so far. Goken, I think, technically has a better KD at this point with less deaths. But it's something that Sneaky talks about as well on the desk, where Noah's, he's very aggressive. He's an entry player, so to have such high KD numbers and even average damage is kind of unheard of for his position. So really good stuff from the lad, and it's certainly not over yet, regardless of numbers. We have the smokes over the top and a full execute onto A, which we oftentimes do see. And Adrian and Y hold this off with flying colors. Finally, No comes in, but he gets wiped up. And Adrian and Y together just get the job done.
He's getting loud, too. You can see him getting up. He's yelling at him. They're feeling it now. We're getting deep into the extra rounds, and this is where Liquid, once again, perfect hold. Honestly, this GR side, I cannot stress it enough. It's just been so magnificent to watch, just because it seems like Stallions, like, they have to rely on somebody just popping off and just kind of then breaking the armor a little bit. Otherwise, it just feels like it's shining bright. But now we get to see things a little switched over now. Team Liquid will be on the BL side to see if they can close off this game. But at this point, Valdez, I mean, maybe golden round, I don't know. But I'm just saying, it feels like it's going to be like that, right?
I mean, we've already had a decent amount. I think we've had 2 in this tournament so far, which is a lot.
That is a lot.
Because it's difficult to get to a golden round, as you guys know.
It does take a lot to get there. That's for sure. But, this is great for Stallions, though, too, right? Like, let's not forget, last time they played, the fact that you're sitting this close of a game, that is going to feel better, too, right? Because I feel like there's always that mental hurdle about, like, hey, we got to do a better scoreline, we got to make this more competitive, and then you can kind of just forget about it. You know what I mean? It's kind of that, like, that scratch or that itch that you have, and then you're like, okay, now I'm good. We're fine. But now they just got to close it. That's their thing. But we'll see.
Yeah. Just try to go for the closeout. We do have a big grouping up here in the middle of the map. And Goken just going for the lineup. Looks like maybe a bit of a underneath B push. Looks like 3 guys from the side of Stallions are on the side of this map. As a lot of smokes are being thrown in. A flash over the top to get them in. And Loy just goes for the react flash. The anti there, as it is going to be Y who does get taken out in the flash. You can see Adrian, they get delayed quite a lot by Loy, who also gets a kill. And now No comes over, picks up 1 from the top, and he's dropping out of the sky onto them. Mr. Animals doesn't have any HP. He's going to go down.
Oh, man.
And that is a Stallions round win if I've ever seen one.
How do you not love that, right? Like, it's just, again, like, this guy's Batman. He's just flying down, grappling, and he's just taking these 2 guys with him. Like, he does not care. He's like, yeah, I'm going to go for the duel. I'm going to win this. Like, he knows he can outfrag them. Like, that's the thing. When you have that much confidence and it's just oozing off, like, I mean, that's the thing. Like, Liquid, again, they just go like, man, are you for real? Like, that you can't counter that, right? Like, when someone just does something like that and just pops off, like, how do you slow it down? So for these guys, you can see they got a little bit caught off guard, but now they take down a big threat. Not bad at all. KLP will go down instantly.
Yeah. I feel like KLP was really the number 2 to No's number 1 for the squad coming into this tournament. I do think he's not playing at full potential here on this first map. There have been a lot of times where he's just getting picked off for not a lot of value. So
I agree.
We'll keep an eye on his form for the rest of the series. We know what he's capable of, that's for sure. And it's more than this. But TL are a strong team, so what can you do? Already 2 kills taken down. And No is behind them. They don't seem to have any way to deal with this. Finally, Danimals takes him out as they try to push in 3v5 off of that flank from No. It was crazy that it almost worked, but...
And, like, the one round where, like, No's not hitting the shots, right? Like, really tough angles to hit, right?
Yeah.
But, again, if he would have been able to find that 1 kill, like, again, that could have created a little bit of extra space for his teammates to be able to fly through the front side here. So, good reaction from Danimals, though, honestly, being able to find that double kill. Perfectly done. Now we're in the last round, potentially. Otherwise, we go to the golden round like I was predicting. So, we'll see. Team Liquid just need to find some way for one more step to get across this finish line here on Ankara as the opening map of this big best-of-5 here in the semifinals.
Yeah. And I do think the young kids on the side of Stallions, they are so talented, but sometimes when it does come down to the wire like this, they like to take it into their own hands more than not, I'd say.
Yeah.
To put it one way, so that's why you get flanks out of no. That's why you get some pushes from these guys. They certainly play an aggressive brand of CROSSFIRE, but I think that TL have responded very well to it. I feel like they're adjusting very well. They're waiting for the pushes. They're trying to bait out Stallions into their guns. I say that, and they push directly into no. I don't know what's going on with my caster curses today. It's insane.
It's on point. I'm not going to lie. It is absolutely on point. Now he's on a triple kill. Like, this is now where he is single-handedly just putting up all the duels. He wants to get almost that quad. He can't. You can see him just hammer-fisting the desk, and he's like, I needed it. I absolutely needed it.
Oh.
And now he's relying on his teammate KLP to do something big. Unfortunately, he hasn't been the clutch factor for this team yet, but let's not forget that C4 is dropped right in front of him. He has an opportunity. Look at Goken's position. He's hoping that KLP is going to go for the little bit of the top site so they might be able to find that pick off. And 7-7's low on the HP department. KLP has to be very careful about what he wants to do here.
I mean, KLP's getting that info that the bomb is on the ground, and he's like, well, you guys have to come to me, so I feel like he's playing it well so far.
Yeah, he's playing the close angle here too, right? Like I talked about, Goken can't pick him off here, so that's a good thing. Oh, 7-7, you got to be careful here.
Well, also, KLP has to be careful. I mean, he's wide open in the door. He's not looking the right way. No. He gets the kill. And now Goken just one shot, and that will be TL to take map number 1, their map of Ankara. They barely get across the line, but a win is a win. It's a great start here for TL.
It really is. Yeah, Team Liquid were able to get themselves done here on Ankara, but it took a lot of effort to get there. You can see Stallions putting everything they could into that, almost making it the golden round situation, but again, like you just get to see No putting up a triple kill like that, almost making it the quad. If he would have been able to find that, could have changed everything.
Yeah, No's going to be kicking himself for that one, but he did so much work in that first map. There is a long series ahead of both of these teams, and guys, we're going to head over to the desk in just a moment. We'll be back.
Well, it's a battle reminiscent of what we witnessed a couple of days ago. Back and forth they go, but Team Liquid hits the final shot needed to put Stallions down 0-1 in the series. Ankara going their way. The fans are getting loud on the TL side. Stallions, they need to match that energy going into subbase map number 2. Hey, welcome back into the Allianz Vault. I'm Taylor Reflections Noble, Sneaky Frog, Kyle. What a game one we had, Kyle. We knew it was going to go the distance. I didn't expect, though, to see round 13 this early.
Honestly, a crazy finish. I mean, you've got Kano putting up 31 kills, but they still can't find the win. And it just goes to show you what Team Liquid is capable under this kind of pressure.
He got 31. Last time I wrote it down, he was at 20 plus.
Yeah, insane performance individually, but at the end of the day, it's a team game, and Team Liquid come out in spades here.
Yeah, it's one of the things we've been discussing, right? When it comes to Stallions, you know No is going to be consistent. The rest of the roster needs to back him up. Either way, though, they played very well. How can you complain with 13-11 outside of obviously taking the loss? But for Team Liquid, what a lights-out performance. Their energy on stage, I don't think I've ever seen it anything like it.
Yeah, especially knowing how intense the game is, right? But I really like that Team Liquid did not forget their prerogative. Their prerogative is to bait in Team Stallions to a very, very bad fight, and it has been done countless of times in this game. And despite it being so close, the Animals did not forget the game plan. You have to bait Stallions into making some bad decisions, and that they did. And with Y having a hot start in this one, you know, SDS, the Riflers especially, they need to do better.
Goken hits the final shot, and Goken, my goodness, was he playing well. We talked about it, Kyle, and how instrumental he is to this roster. Well, in game one, he was everything.
Yeah, honestly, he's the key sniper you need. We talk about the other elite snipers, but a lot of them still look up to Gokhan because he knows how to control the map. That is his key to success here. And not only that, he has even more firepower behind him as well. And you can see it here as we take a look at the scores. Gokhan at 26, but the rest of his team not too far behind him.
Yeah, not too far behind. They were highly consistent. I mean, you've got Y pulling off 2,300 damage. Adrian as well with 2,400. Sensational stats on the side of TL. We look at the side, though, of Stallions. No, that 31 bomb, as you mentioned just a little bit earlier. JJ, though, with only 9 compared to the rest, which is 15 and 13. Where did JJ lack during this game number 1?
I feel like his positioning was kind of a bit off, especially knowing how key he is when it comes to the A defense. And every single time, it seems like Team Liquid has found him kind of caught in the middle, maybe downstairs as well. There were a lot of times where he's just got flashed time and time again, and it just seems like Team Liquid knows exactly where he is 24/7.
Yeah, I think that's the big difference between these two teams. The trade game from Team Liquid is just phenomenal right now, but it seems like Stallions want to play a more individual approach and taking those aim duels. But right now, No is the only one winning those aim duels. They need to find a way to have a little bit stronger team synergy, especially with a map like Subbase on the horizon.
That's right, Subbase on the horizon. Will it be a different story for the Stallions, or will Team Liquid close the door once again and lead 2-0? Yesterday, the comms were flowing as they needed to be. We crushed 4 keys, and we also solidified our playoff bracket. Now we're down to our top 4 teams, but I want to listen in to what everyone had to say yesterday out on the battlefield with our Sadia radio comms.
Kalma. Nice! Pat yan na, pre! Nice! Wow! Porte! 一层1起俩裁背，别起50，再打海边2楼，大体狙掉，我帮你了，我在下了，漂亮！
The Sony manga booth for the One Piece experience, and as you can see, it is absolutely massive. One Piece fans, you need to come check this out because you do not want to miss this. Now, there is a special secret that we can activate here. I'm gonna go ahead and see if I could figure out how to do just that. Kaki Atsume Sagashimono Sagashi One Piece. You can feel all of the emotion coming from each of these individual panels. Oh wait, we got a color. Quick, we have 2 minutes. Well, don't just stand there holding a light. Help me. Time's up. Did I do it? I did it! Yeah! And of course, you have to make your final stop at the One Piece photo booth so you can figure out what your bounty is. Oh, that's adorable! Okay, just under 3 mil. You know what? We take that. Look how freaking cute. Oh my god! So please come out and experience One Piece as it has not been experienced before. I mean, come on!
Obviously, having an absolute blast out there. So much to do around the venue and a lot to see, including Kadia, right? Going over there to stage 2. Kadia City Grid is absolutely lit, and we've got Trav on site to give us a club championship update powered by Aramco.
We're over at the Kadia City Grid where Fortnite is now into its survival stage, which should mean some club championship teams are at risk, Lauren.
At risk?
No.
Because they're in our top 6 right now, okay? We are at the halfway point of our games on the day. Obviously, the biggest story in the survival stage right now is AGAL. Heading into match number 5, they were in the top 6, which is where you need in order to be safe, but they were in 6th. So not super safe, just in a good position heading into the second half of our day. However, 2 other CC teams are at the top of our leaderboard. That's T1 and Furia. Now, they're not obviously at the top of the CC leaderboard discussion, but if they're able to get through to finals and get a top 8 finish, those points they earn could potentially change where they are and then earn them some more CC prizing.
Well, it's the same to be said for Fury and CS2 as well, so we'll see if they can pull off the double whammy in the last week of the EWC.
Thank you, Trav and Glitter Explosion, for the excellent update here on our stage in the Allianz Vault. However, Stallions and Team Liquid, they've got unfinished business. They still need to decide who's moving forward to grand finals and who's having their key crushed. Just earlier on Ankara, it went 13-11. It went the distance, but Team Liquid managed to get the win. This time around, they go to sub-base. Now, Loy was poking the bear. I don't know if you caught it, but did you see him shooting some bodies? Seems like this matchup might be more personal than we thought.
Yeah, and of course, fully knowing that Liquid and Stallions can get very heated in the server. You know, they can be friends outside, but on the inside, it is going to be enemies in sub-base.
Yeah, I feel like going into this one, Stallions really just have to get that extra little bit we were missing in map number 1, because this was still a close finish in map 1, and they just need the rest of this core to step up around No. I mean, if you get another 31 kill map that feels like you should have won, it's going to be a brutal way to go down for Stallions.
Last time sub-base, we saw a 10-7 scoreline for Stallions. That was a couple days ago on the B stream. It was No who pulled off 28 total kills, the man on your screen. But man, it's not going to be easy by any means. I mean, they've got to dig deep. This matchup should be at least going to a Game 5. If it does, we'll be seeing Porte. But for now, for sub-base, this is one Stallions arguably need to win. Being down 2-0 in a series, Sneaky, they're in trouble if that happens.
Oh, for sure, because being down 2-0 in the series, that means the Animals has the kill shot on your team, so it has to be all of the members actually stepping up to the plate, especially JJ. This sub-base map could be the key to him coming back. If that doesn't happen, it might be doom and gloom.
Yeah, I agree. I mean, you need these extra riflers on top of that KLP to continue to perform as well, because Gokun on the other side, that sniper versus sniper duel is going to be so key in this matchup.
Yeah, Gokun pulling off a tremendous amount of elims, 26 in fact, No with 31 just last game. Can they do it again? Well, they're going to have to. It's Stallions versus Team Liquid, a personal matchup when you think about it. Only one moves forward, one key gets crushed. Who's going to take sub-base? Let's go to the casters to find out.
Thank you very much, guys. We are ready for sub-base. This is where the hype really begins, with Stallions on this map and TL looking to defend against their choice. And I can't wait to see what we have in store already. We've had a very close one on Ankara, 13-11. And once again, expecting this one to be an extremely close affair at this point in time. It is going to be, of course, Team Liquid who decided to start here on the Blacklist side. And let's see what kind of momentum they can get going, as their GR definitely looked better on Ankara, but we'll have to wait and see what this looks like.
Yeah, no doubt about it. And again, like last time these two teams went head-to-head, I mean, let's not forget that was Stallions able to find that 10-7. So again, this is where they were able to get it, but it's kind of almost like a moot point at this remark now, because we talked about Ankara and like they were, Liquid were able to get a dominant win. This time it was a little bit closer than that. Obviously had to go the full distance. So these teams are primed and ready with everything at stake. Like we talked about, Key will be destroyed for the loser of this entire best of 5, but we're only in the second map, so plenty more to go. But I am generally curious about Team Liquid's BL side, because again, I felt like Ankara, it wasn't too bad, but it was really that GR side that was the moneymaker, right? That was the bread and butter. That's the comfort food. That was the thing that was just so reliable. So we'll have to see if they can do it here and now, because Stallions have proven they are a very strong GR-sided team as well.
Yeah, absolutely. We do have a B hit here. A couple of guys going down through computers, and we do have Loy not able to stop that aggression in through jail, and this is a very nice execute from the side of TL. They make their way in onto the B side. They get this plant down. And JJ and KLB have to try to retake this one. They know where they are, and that's going to make it even more difficult, as already KLB goes down. And that'll be the end of JJ as well. Nearly a flawless round here. A quick one from TL. They started out just as dominant on Ankara, and you got to like their ability to just get right onto the horse right from round 1.
No, absolutely. And I love the fact that they're just doing a great job just playing off each other, and they're just, again, just utilizing their system and the protocols. So that was it was a really clean round for the BL side, and it was looking decent for Stallions in the sense that they had the rotates already kind of sorta getting in there, and their positioning seemed not too bad, but Team Liquid just did a great job for just cleaning up all the hazards that were in front of them. So now it looks like it's going to be the A-pop. Okay, LB, you got to be careful. You got to be careful. Oh, you might be overwhelmed here. Yeah, and indeed he is. Teammates are starting to, try to get the rotate back. Team Liquid have to make a quick decision. Do you want to stay for this, or do you want to just pull back? It looks like they actually might retreat this, and I don't blame them because, again, they're taking a bit too long. Good utility work from Stallions.
Yeah, I think that was a little bit crazy for Jay to go down there and try to throw an extra nade. He nearly gets punished, but they do rotate out. It's a quick rotation, and maybe this catches Stallions off guard. We do have Lloyd pushing through the vent, though, but they're already in the B site. So Noah's like, hey, guys, they're behind us, and they are onto the site already. As Y does start it off with a kill onto KLP. As now here come the reinforcements. Y is going to be taken out in Dark Room, and it is only a 7-7 on the site at the moment. He is going to get the 1 kill, and down he goes, and now Goken has to get the angle. And he's just looking for the aggression. They're pushing into him, and that's a free kill there. Goken is super low, but I think he can just play this angle as the sniper especially. No has to come up here. And he's going to drop down and go around the back.
It's going to be too late now.
And yeah, he just doesn't have the timing. Goken going to go in the corner, maybe.
Maybe I'm going to need my own words.
Oh, this is so close. Oh, my God. He gets it.
Okay.
Wow.
Wow, I love it. I think I could be wrong, but I feel like he might have messed up the first jump initially because I think he was trying to get on top of the sight box and then jump on top. But I think he might have misclicked it, because he went down. But I could be wrong. But it looked like he was trying to attempt it.
Let's see.
Because he doesn't hear. Yeah, it's not this one. Yeah. I was going to say, no, he definitely did it there. Don't worry. But no, that was really good for him to respond to that. But again, Goken played that very, very well. He had to burn the time as much as possible. Not easy to do, but he was doing a great job, right? Just kind of jiggling in and out, just being a nuisance, being a bit of a pest. But unfortunately, for him, just, again, great mechanics and just gets himself a nice little bit of a sliver of timing that he could work with.
Yeah, very nicely played from both sides, and that is Stallions on the board. There have been so many rounds already where it feels like Stallions, they win the round, but it's like we have to all be sweating and biting our nails, and it's not easy picking. So still kind of giving that slight advantage over to the side of TL in their ability to get cleaner rounds, and of course they do have a map under their belt already, even though it was a close one. And now it looks like TL maybe rotating over towards the machine room here. Some extra util going to be thrown forward from Stallions in the middle of this round. This very nice little tap from Loy. And he's got backup over here as well.
Yeah, Loy thankfully can get himself out of this nade position. Oh, actually does get the duel, but he does go down to that utility. So, I mean, again, that was a tough one because, again, he was getting already cleared. So at least he could be able to find 1 kill if he could. 3v3. Ooh, Danimals. Okay. I'm actually curious who called the timeout. Okay, well, we'll find out. That's fine.
Pretty interesting timing. I mean, this is a very close round, and it's 1-1. But we sometimes see this, especially when the coaches want to fix something that they do not like what they're seeing.
Yeah.
So, yeah, curious to see where that will be going. We did have Danimals win the fight here in the vents, and that's going to give TL a decent shot at still winning this round. Only 30 seconds left, and it does look like they want to head towards the A site at this point, as they do push into woods.
I think he does have a flash, too, for KLB. So I was thinking, again, he could just play behind the site, just burn the flash. Again, just allow his teammates to get here. But he's going to make sure he's looking at this. KLB important. Okay, he throws it. Oh, that's actually a bit too far, I think. Actually, it does connect on the 2, so that's not bad. Does find that 1 kill. It's just only the 1, but 7 seconds. They might be able to have enough time for this plant. Oh, man. That timer seems to be just going out really close here, Valdez. And now JJ does find a kill. Caught in the kneecaps, but he's still alive. He's still got some fight in him. And he still clutches.
Oh, that is crazy. That is exactly what this team needs as well, because our desk was talking about it. If JJ can, get on form and kind of pick it up a little bit, they are going to be unstoppable. And the fact that he's able to clutch that 1v2 is quite large for his confidence, for the team's confidence in him. And yeah, we did have a pause. We'll see what that is about.
Maybe a tech issue?
Certainly possible. I didn't see the 0 out of 1 timeout indicator pop up. So.
Yeah, because it's usually pretty quick, right? So, and I mean that one player in the end of Liquid, like you and I were both kind of looking at each other, like he was taping his ear. So I think the earpiece is probably just not properly fitting his ear. So like maybe something happened. I'm speculating here, so who knows? But it's a guessing game over here. But that's okay. Hopefully back into it soon. But again, both these teams just doing everything they can, and honestly, very, very good clutch factor from JJ. That was great to see. I know Sneaky was talking a little bit about him too, and it's great to see him kind of stepping up when he needs. And the fact that, honestly, that the sniper shot that hit him in the leg should have been a done deal. And look at that, the consequence when you don't get that frag, right? Like that's where the sniper can be so deadly, but it's like when you give someone that second chance, when you hit them once, it's like, man, it just feels like a punch to the gut, really. So,
yeah, can be difficult to feel good about for sure, but we know what these snipers can do. It looks like someone on the end there for TL is dealing with something, so trying to get that fixed. Maybe a small headset issue before we do hop back into the action.
I do have fun trivia for you. So I was thinking about this when you talked about Goken as the dinosaur, and I talked about No as the youngster. Okay, can you guess the age gap in between these two? Because I got it in front of me, so I'll tell you.
Okay. Well, I know how old No is, and Goken I have somewhat of an idea.
Okay.
I'm going to say 14 years.
Apparently only 11.
Really?
So, yeah, Goken.
Oh, Goken's younger than I thought.
Yeah, Goken actually, it looks like he's only 27, and then you have No that's 16. So.
Yeah.
So, I mean, but again, it's still, like, 10 years is a long time, right? Like, I mean, it's pretty significant. And, like, again, when you go back into looking at Goken's history and just, like, his accomplishments and everything, what he's been able to do, like, again, he's been competing way back even in, 2018, and then when you go to No, it's like, I've been playing, high level since only 2024. So
yeah.
It's like, all right, well, yeah, it's just, anyways, a little bit of fun fact. I was thinking a lot about that after. I was like, I wonder how old he is, considering. So, nonetheless, yeah, both these players really stepping up, though. I love it. Because I remember when I joined CrossFire, quite a few years ago, about just hearing a lot about Goken and just, what he's been able to do. And I remember he wasn't playing for a while, and then he came back, obviously, right? And then I was like, okay, I've heard so much about him. And then I finally, we finally get to see him at EWC, and just how much he can be such a demon in the server, right? So, yeah, it's definitely exciting to see.
Yeah, Goken is that guy, and he's a bit of a world traveler as well. Yeah, he is. He's tried his hand at many a team and many an angle in the CrossFire scene, streaming and stuff. And we know he is a demon, and his age, it feels old, but actually it's quite young, as you were saying, Still a lot of time for this player, hopefully, within this CrossFire scene to give us many more years, as he certainly still has it.
He does.
And I think that's a little bit of an understatement.
And it's, the thing that's really interesting about it, too, and I think it was Kyle that kind of brought it up at the desk, is Goken it's one of those things where he's been able to place top placements in tournaments, but I don't think he's actually been able to find himself an actual championship, right? It's one of those players where you kind of look and go, man, what a dynasty, what a legend, what a path. And it's just, he needs that, I feel like he just needs that victory to just be like, okay, I've done it. I've done everything I need to do. Getting an EWC championship obviously means the world for many different reasons, right? But what a way to just solidify your career even more, right? And we talked about GOATs, we talked about, legends in the game, and it's again, I feel like we're already calling him a legend, but that just really solidifies and puts the cherry on top.
Yeah.
But we're back in it.
We are back into the action. Not too long of a delay, so that's nice. Looks like, I think it was 7-7 was having a little bit of an issue with his earpiece. He gets that fixed, and we jump straight back into it. Team Liquid, I'm sure they would have liked to get a little bit more momentum here to start from the Blacklist side. They get the one round, and of course we had the very close one where Goken almost clutched it against No, but couldn't quite hold on to the timer, as we barely had the defuse there from No in the 1v1. So on the same note, Stallions just barely getting that lead in this one, and now Team Liquid going to take this one a little bit slower, as they're just waiting maybe for Stallions to pressure them maybe expecting them to get a little antsy after that pause, perhaps.
Yeah, possibly. And I mean, that when you have those kind of timeouts, right, we talk a lot about that where it can just play like kind of going back into the mind games and like a little bit more of that just momentum and just delaying things. It can definitely make an impact on any player or any team, right? So that's where, obviously it was just a tech issue, but it's just kind of those like the aftermath of things like that can be a little bit problematic. Sometimes even an advantage for teams, right? Where now Liquid could just couple extra minutes to breathe and they're like, okay, they're not talking strats or anything obviously, but it's just like they can at least like individually mentally cool down and go, okay, let's get myself back in this game, let's figure this out. It is still very, very close, so but at least it does something, right? So it's got some pros, it's got a couple cons, but we'll have to see.
They absolutely do. And Team Liquid still waiting back on their hind legs, expecting Stallions to move, but Stallions haven't moved at all. They haven't gotten much information either, not that there is much to get at this point. We have two people trying to push down the A stairs, trying to get the swing on in, but they push away, and the rotation did come out from Stallions away from the B site as they try to move on over. And again, there's only 20 seconds left, so they got to push here. They're being wiped up already. It's only Goken here in the lockers, and yeah, he can hit some shots, but okay, he can hit 2 shots, but only 12 seconds left, and he still has to take down 2. They should not peek him here. There's just no reason to, and they do a great job of that. Swings out with 5 seconds left. Nicely done from Lloyd to finish it off, and that's 3 on the scoreboard for Stallions.
Yeah, that's great. It's, like you said, it was just where the discipline has to kick in here for Stallions and you don't overswing that. That's where I think that temptation normally would just hit them, right? They're like, yep, I'm going to go for the frag, but it's like probably their teammate yelling, like, absolutely not. Like, we were less than 10 seconds. Do not feed him. And he's like, he was absolutely cracking heads. So that's the thing. But JJ now actually a really nice play, takes down Danimals. He was getting ready for the pop flash. And look at that. JJ's able to find himself another kill. So that's huge. Team Liquid now a little bit in the blender, and now No with a big flank. Like, he just gets away with running across the map, and this is another potentially quick round. Loy's trying to see what he can be able to do, but 7-7 does reply back. Should be short-lived. Good kill from Loy. Now it's Goken one more time in the clutch factor, but let's not forget, this is KLP very lit. They have to be very careful about this. Loy, oh my goodness, okay. He will go for the swing, and Stallions, what a way to find themselves another round.
Yeah, that's a big one. I think that, they didn't go aggressive on the last round, but they were certainly going to eventually. We saw it happen here, as this is the end of it. Goken kind of gets caught a little bit after he misses that one shot. It was a difficult shot to hit. No blame given there. But he misses the shot. He tries to get down the stairs again, running with a nade in his hand, just gets shot down by Loy. So, yeah, a little bit rough at the end there, but really the beginning of the round, which was the part that was a lot more interesting for me, where they just push into woods, they win an aggressive play, and then No is just coming out here. I feel like, TL, if you're going to play passively, you have to have the middle of the map covered. Like, you have to be able to stop No from getting that free swing onto Adrian. As Adrian was probably shouting, like, where did this guy come from?
Why is he here? Like, what is he doing?
Where's the rest of my team? Like, shouldn't they be covering my back? And I think they should have been, but props to No for somehow squeaking his way through the defenses of the Blacklist side. In that case. Now we do have them maybe going for earlier push into B.
Yeah, it's all about the timing here too, right? KLP's primed and ready. And then he's got Loy joining with him. So this is all about, if he can land this first shot, that would be a great way to just, again, slowing down this. But no, Goken just gets one better. What a nice little bit of a swing into that. And now Goken now primed and ready here in lockers. Ooh, just missing barely the head of No. He's just hunting for it. He's trying. It's a little bit of whack-a-mole. Finally connects something, but KLB gives something here with the sniper on the Stallion side. And Y down to 1 HP. 7-7, he's going to try to contest here. He's going to channel his inner Goken here if he can. Does one shot. He says, nah, I'm good, actually. Let's not. Let's go back. Good utility work from Stallions, though, right? They block off that main choke point. They just, with the smoke, and now for Liquid, they can reset. But at least for Stallions, it just gives them a moment to breathe.
Yeah, that was very nicely challenged from Stallions for that push in the lockers. I feel like when Goken set up like that and he got the first kill as well to get you in, like, I think TL should have been able to find a way to get into the site, but it was a heavy lockers push. which means that you don't have a lot of support from mid, from like a hallway push or angles on utility. So maybe they didn't quite have the angle. And Loy is just gonna sweep him up there, just waiting from the dark room. And Loy is having a big map so far. I mean, some of the guys that weren't putting up numbers in Ankara, such as JJ and Loy, they're the ones that are carrying now.
Yeah, and this is the thing that I love that Sneaky brought up, right? Like he was talking so much about Loy, and he's like, look, as soon as Loy just kind of gets activated, that's going to be different for Stallions. And now you get to see it, right? Now we're talking about him sitting at an 8-3. It's just not the Kano show, right? It's like other team members are starting to pick up the slack, if you will, if you want to even call it that. But this is good to see, because now that's where, again, every player, like we talked about, there's so many stars on this. It's just a moment, when are we going to see them shine bright, right? And that's where now Loy, he's looking good, man. He's definitely becoming a little bit of a problem here for Liquid. They weren't expecting it. And a 4-round lead is definitely a statement, because now they've secured the half, right? I mean, this first half is theirs. Like, so even if they lose out, it's still going to be a nice lead regardless. But if they could be able to find like 1 or 2 more Valdez, like that would just be gigantic, right? Like, what a way for you to transition to that BL side of a map like this.
Yeah, and really after that one round that No took down the 1v1 against Gokun, since then it's been, a pretty back and forth affair in terms of firepower, but the maps, the rounds rather, are being won by Stallions. Mm-hmm. So it's been all one-sided since that moment. And I think it is definitely a good time for them to call attack pause and try to slow it down and just recollect themselves. They don't want to lose too many rounds. We know what Stallions can do from Blacklist as well in this map. So got to be careful. And we do see them taking their time with this. It looks like maybe a Vents push.
Ooh,
so
okay.
A little bit spicy.
That's bold.
If they do go for that. But
maybe drop off halfway through. But the thing is you have No. Like, he's kind of, again, playing in that room. Like, he can easily jump spot that. And that if he gets that information, like, is this? Oh, okay, I was like, that's surely not a smoke. That'd be ridiculous. But anyways, no. Actually, they're going to be able to drop in. So, okay, actually, that slip of timing is No prepared. Oh, apparently he is. Oh, man. I don't understand.
Is he prepared?
Is he prepared? Why do we even ask that question? But okay, he does go down. All right, this guy does get a little bit of a defeat, but look at KLB right there to hold his hand and say, look, man, I got you. I got you. Fist bumps down here from Stallions and a 6-1 scoreline. So, look, a quick reminder, last time these guys played each other just the other day, this was a 10-7 for Stallions, but this is already a little bit concerning for Liquid fans because they've been doing some things right, but again, it just seems like they're kind of getting caught in like a little bit of choke points, and I feel like the utility from Stallions is a huge improvement than what we saw before. So, big moment here for Liquid to call things out in the tactical, because they have to do it here and now. I mean, it is essentially make it or break it in my perspective.
Yeah, and this is a crucial moment in our CROSSFIRE series in the semis. Want to give you a little update from Counter-Strike, actually. We do have Team Falcons going down in the quarterfinals. So that is pretty early on for them, and it is such a tight race between Team Falcons, AGL, Team Vitality, even Na'Vi, trying to push up towards the top 2 spots in the club championship. And with a quarterfinals loss from Team Falcons, not able to push farther in another game here this week at Counter-Strike 2. And so might give some of these other teams a little bit of a better shot of taking over the top spot, which Falcons do still hold at the moment. But we'll see how the week does end up. It's not over yet. We got a lot of games, heading towards its finality, towards Saturday, Sunday, and we'll see how it does end up. So that's how it's going for the club championship. With that result, we do have the replay here of KLB finishing it off. And Snow is like, I did my job, you do yours. Everybody is playing it to a high level, and this is sub-base Stallions. This is what you got to expect.
Absolutely. No question about it. And the thing for Stallions, too, is like their setup hasn't really changed overly too much. I mean, the thing is like, they haven't really had to be ultra aggressive at times. We've seen those individual pushes at some random peaks, but nonetheless, they've really been just doing a great job on their system here. So their coach has been able to really give some good advice, think little things that they had to adjust, and it already looks like it's doing wonders for these guys. But Liquid, again, I'm curious on that conversation with the coach, because it feels like when things are getting a little bit tough, that's when it gets clustered, and it seems to be very, I hate saying disjointed, but like kind of in a way, if that makes sense. Like I remember a couple of rounds ago, they were trying to go through the A stairs, and then one flash, it just seemed like they had no idea what they wanted to do, and then they were like deciding if they wanted to commit or not. So that's tough, right? Like making those split-second decisions and those calls can be tight, but we'll see. Maybe good for Danimals just to have a moment here with his fellow coach to be able to have a conversation. Wood control will be theirs, though. And they could try to go for this pop if they want. KLB does have the sniper, so he's going to be posted up in the back of truck.
Yeah, this from TL is just trying to smoke out everything and essentially say, you won't know where we're coming from. But as they do push in, KLB's trying to get that one tap. He's not going to get it. Up from the top of computers, JJ does get the one kill. And an 8 actually is going to delay the plant quite a bit here. Adrian pretty low himself, so they got to be careful about that residual damage. KLP takes out 7-7. And this push has been slowed up quite a bit. Gokin not going to hit the shot, and he gets traded down by Loy. And JJ gets Adrian. It's only Danimals, and he is alone in the 1v3. Not looking good for him, and the flank comes in. No takes him down. It's 7 rounds for Stallions.
Honestly, you know, we made the analogy about the metaphor about talking about the gas in the tank, and I mean, honestly, maybe that's just what it is. I mean, that first map was very tight. It got the conversation of pushing golden round, but like even the fact that Gokin's not hitting the same shots that we normally see, like that's tough, right? And now we're talking about a 6-round buffer here for Stallions. So this is where these guys are starting to be warmed up. The Stallion side, they're starting to purr. So I think Team Liquid getting a little bit of that tasting some medicine here, which isn't great. But that's going to help them to get that Kickstarter, but it is a trade-off immediately. No is able to find that that trade back, I should say. Not opening duel, but opening duel for Stallions, I guess. And now, Team Liquid do have themselves into control room a little bit here, but we'll see if they can maintain that control.
Yeah, essentially just waiting back. You saw Y was talking quite a lot on the mic as he was pushing into machine room and just trying to... I think he was relaying that Loy was pushed up and maybe try to isolate him and take him down. He did a little bit of damage to Loy, but Loy got out. And then JJ tried to push through woods, so TL very much sitting, waiting for Stallions to make the first move. And it kind of ends up in a bit of a stalemate, a very similar amount of damage done to both sides. And the way things are going, I mean, this has got to favor Stallions as, I mean, even map state, even round state, I should say, and they can just try to group up and go for a push. But so far, the wind has been taken out of the sails of Team Liquid, as we can very much see, as you see KLB trying to just get info, not even sticking around for the shots. He just comes in, he says, okay, they're in woods now, 50 seconds left. Really just not trying to play main contact. Now he does swing around and take some pot shots. But now they're kind of funneled in towards woods, and we already have no pushing out of mid as we speak. Here we go again.
Oh, man, if he can get the timing of this, this is just going to be a full backstab, and I mean, he might be able to. Look at how quick he is. Oh, actually, Danimals reads him. Okay. So Danimals finally gets some Spidey sense. Gokin with the perfect timing and vent, so this is great from Liquid. Finally something to get a reaction from. All right, looks like they still got some oomph left in them, and there it is. Shot's going to be done. Danimals pulling up big when he needed to just close off the first half. So it's not going to be an 8-1. Instead, it will be a 7-2. Oh boy, that's something to work with here for Liquid. But man, I was losing my mind with Noah. I was like, there's no way he's going to do this again. He just goes for the ultra flank, but good reaction from the IGL of Liquid.
Yeah, absolutely. And it feels like they got the read on Stallions, but is it a little bit too little too late? Because, Team Liquid locked in, but now JJ's winning 1v1s with Gokin in the sniper spot of subbase. That is not going to feel good. No's going to get another kill. Danimals tries to push, and they're just being wiped up here. Again, I mean, Stallions love this map. You can see how comfortable they are here, and they're just swarming in. They look so strong from the Blacklist side. Nobody goes down. And you begin to wonder if this map is not just already over. Team Liquid have so much ground to make up.
Yeah, definitely. And I do like the idea that Liquid were trying there, right? You're trying the opening round when we switch sides, and you're like, look, we're going to try to play a little bit more aggro. We're going to see if we can just find a timing. Maybe we can do something, but it just backfires entirely, right? I mean, this is the thing where you talk about Stallions. They love this map, and I mean, that's where it's created from Liquid, but now it's just not working out. They try it again. They already lose Adrian, so this is already costly for them. No's just jumping. He's just like Bambi. He's just Bambi on ice. He's just running everywhere. And now 7-7's even like, oh man, like I got to reposition and I got to do all these things. C4's going to be in there. Look at Loy! Oh boy!
Yeah, this is getting ugly for Team Liquid. I mean, they're just being run around the map at this point. I don't really see an angle for them. Danimals has 9 health. And we got KLP coming out here, and he's going to take him down, sits him down. It's 9-2. Stallions just about locking in their map of sub-base. And as we said at the top of this entire best of 5, this should be a close one. It's going to be close when it comes down to the score line of the 1-1 in maps, but certainly a more dominant experience here from Stallions, as now Team Liquid coming out pushing here a little bit. And once again, they're not having much luck, as now Goken just being spammed out. He's not able to take any shots through there, as KLP going to take down Danimals. Does get traded out. 7-7 actually with a couple of kills, as he did push out quite a lot. And now JJ will deal with him, and the push will come through here onto the B site if they'd like, although they are going to come in here and take down Y, and that will be the end of the map. 10-2 in favor of Stallions.
Not bad at all from Stallions. Like, we were kind of wondering if they had enough in them, but it seems like they do. And again, with a dominant win like that, that is going to make you feel pretty good to be back in this series. Again, a best of 5. So now we still have many maps remaining into this. So this is still up for anybody at this moment. But again, to win it in that kind of fashion, that is going to hurt. That's going to be leaving a mark here for Team Liquid. And this couple minutes, that's going to be a bit of a break. That's a lot of conversation to have and figure out how do you get back into this game mentally, not to be overwhelmed by the effects of Stallions.
Yeah, not going to be easy. We got an interesting series on our hands here, 1-1 in map scores. Stallions take down sub-base, and we'll have map 3 in just a moment.
And the Stallions answer back to Team Liquid's Ankara with a dominating win on sub-base, arguably their favorite and most dominant map. We now got a series, boys. It's tied up 1-1.
Yeah, and that sub-base looked miles apart from what we saw in map number 1, and obviously the map itself kind of enabled the entire playstyle of the side of Team Stallions, and we saw the resurgence of JJ, we saw the resurgence of Loy as well, and that was very well needed for the team.
Yeah, 100%. This team is now stepping up around their key fragger and showing us what they're made of. But not only that, you have the opposite side slipping now as well. It felt like there was moments where Goken would try to open up the round, but there was no one left on Team Liquid to pick up the pieces.
Yeah, you could definitely tell Goken was still on fire, playing incredibly well. But when he falls flat, so does Team Liquid. He truly is the Band-Aid keeping Team Liquid together. Not saying Team Liquid's not going to fight back in the previous match, but when it came to sub-base, though, he gave it his all, but unfortunately the rest of the team couldn't match his energies.
Yeah, I mean, it is a very difficult map to be in if you are Team Liquid, because you did notice that they're playing that very baity playstyle, but it is so hard to bait in a map like sub-base, right? If you are going to start the fight is just going to continue on, and Team Liquid, obviously the push-pull offense really is not that effective when it comes to this map as it is in Ankara.
We asked JJ to step it up after his map number 1 performance. Kyle, he did exactly that.
100%. You can see it even in the first couple of rounds. I believe he had 4 kills to open up this map. So I feel like a really good performance from him. But not only that, Loy being a key support player in those really pivotal moments. And I feel like moving forward, if they can keep playing at this level, it's going to be a really tough game ahead for Team Liquid. And you can see it here in the scores.
Yeah, and then obviously it's a massive performance here from JJ, massive performance here from No. It's not even that far apart when it comes to the frags and KLP. He has yet to be online in this series, but once he is, you know, Stallions could look very dangerous for map number 4.
And you can tell how dominating it was. You look at the stats from Team Liquid, Y down at the bottom with only 4, matched by Adrian. Both of those players had a great game number 1 this time around, falling flat, but then again, it ended 10-2. They couldn't even get anything started. Doesn't say, at least it's not telling the future, right? Team Liquid can absolutely come back, but at least as of right now, it's looking good for the Stallions after taking a 10-1 victory. Loy shooting bodies still.
I mean, if Loy is definitely that confident, he can shoot as much bodies as he wants, right? And at the same time, his holds towards lockers has been so key for the team of Team Stallions, because that is one of the main points of attack that Liquid wants to take over, because when you get lockers, you get a whole lot of control, a whole lot of space in the map, and unfortunately, Stallions is not willing to share.
They're not willing to share. Why should they? They want to go to the grand finals, but so does Team Liquid. They've got to snap back. Got a lot of great fans, not only here in the venue, but also everywhere around the world. Let's check in with some of them with our Sadia superfans.
For me, being here is like a dream coming true. To get to know the city and the people's culture and see fans, esports fans from all around the world here supporting their organization, supporting their favorite players, really gives me a perspective of a bright future ahead of us.
Let's go Liquid!
I'm really big fan of Team Liquid, so this experience is my top 1 in my life.
Let's go Liquid!
我感觉观赛氛围非常的好，来自于各个国家的玩家也都聚在一起。
因为比赛是实时直播，所以更加的刺激。
我最喜欢的选手是 DO， 我觉得他非常的努力，训练非常的刻苦。
打比赛的时候就喜欢他了。当时他还很胖，现在已经逆袭成功了，很棒。
In Brazil, I went to like a video game with things, but not like this. So being here at this place, like, dude, it's huge.
Being physically in an event this magnitude means a lot to me. It's like a dream I never thought I will be. My favorite player from CROSSFIRE is Y, because he's like the best from the team in my opinion, and he always get headshots.
I am supporting Gokane because he's so good using sniper, so I like it.
Meu player favorito é o Gokane, da line do CROSSFIRE, e eu tô aqui para apoiar ele e buscar essa vitória hoje.
I am supporting a lot of the players from Team Liquid. Each player of Team Liquid, there will be me supporting them.
We love all the super fans and clearly supporting Team Liquid, and they're going to have to do it ever more so as the series is tied up 1-1. Dalian's fault. There's a lot of craziness happening on our stage to be expected when it comes to CROSSFIRE. But over at the STC Arena, from what I'm hearing, things are shaking up in a major way when it comes to our club championship race, and we need Trav on the scene to give us a club championship update powered by Aramco.
Big developments in the STC Arena in CS2. Ginny, what's going on over here?
Honestly, I don't even know. Coming into this, everyone was saying Falcons were the favorites to win it, coming off their major win. Everyone was saying they're in top form, they can do it, they're going to make it to the finals. Unfortunately, not the case. They just lost 0-2 to Legacy, which is absolutely incredible. And also for club championship points means that it is now down to 2 other games for them to actually be able to close it out.
Yeah, AGL may have blundered in CROSSFIRE, but it's back to 11 playing field now. 2 games each, Falcons versus AGL.
Thank you, Ginny and Trav, for the club championship update. Big news at the STC Arena. Falcons falling, which gives an opportunity now. A door is open for AJL to potentially still take the club championship for themselves. We only have a couple days left of competition when it comes to EWC, so it's coming down to the wire for sure. Most likely down to just 2 different games. But back to CROSSFIRE we go. It's Team Liquid versus Team Stallions, and the series is tied 1-1. Ankara ended 13-11. Team Liquid took it for themselves, but then Stallions answered back on sub base, winning in a dominant fashion 10-2. But now we head into New Mexico. What are we thinking?
It's going to be a whole lot less sniping, that's for sure. So it's going to be more of the riflers this time when it comes to the map of New Mexico, and the CQC is going to be very interesting.
Yeah, not only riflers as well. The thing I love about New Mexico, it's one of the few maps we see shotguns come into the mix, controlling that alleyway, and that is so much fun to see.
It's going to be a lot of fun on New Mexico for sure. And just like we talked about of King Zero versus Baisha, you always want to be the team up 2-1.
Yeah, for sure. I mean, being 2-1, especially in this environment, fully knowing what map number 5 is, SDS, that's going to be the goal. Porte is going to be very difficult for them. For Liquid, this is going to be possibly the kill shot.
So you're saying Team Liquid, they win New Mexico, they arguably win the series.
Somewhat.
Yeah, I would agree. Porte is one of the strongest maps for Team Liquid, so Stallions, if they're going to do this, they've got to do it in a 3-1 fashion, I think.
Well, we're heading into game number 3. It's New Mexico. For Stallions, it is imperative they take this win to lead 2-1. For Team Liquid, equally the same. Arguably, if they can win New Mexico, the series could very well be theirs, and they can crush the key of the Stallions. Who's going to take it? It's Team Stallions versus Team Liquid. Let's head into New Mexico.
Thank you very much, guys. We are ready for New Mexico. We've had a very fun back and forth match already, and map number 3 going to be no different. New Mexico can sometimes start off a little bit passively, but hoping that these two teams can get the party started a little bit earlier on.
Yeah, hopefully so, right? I mean, this is definitely one of those maps in the middle of the best of 5 that you kind of go, okay, like this is going to be the slower one. This is probably the one that's going to be a little bit more long term, right? I mean, we're going to be here for a bit. I mean, this is a fun map, but again, this is where it's not going to be the same where we see, like, you know, the new compound, sub bases and cars, etc., right? So this will be interesting to see how both these teams want to react to this, right? Because again, it's not a map that's overly played all the time, but I do love that it's making its way into the rotation a little bit more often. I love that we get to see this palace pop essentially. And this is where Team Liquid might be able to just go for this. And again, some really good execs that you can get from this position. Ooh, that nade I thought was going to be a lot better. I think KLP unfortunately just missed it just off a little bit by a pixel, but Team Liquid look like they're ready for the 4-1 split.
Yeah, looks like we are actually going to send all 5 members over here. Up top in heaven, dropping on down. Loy and KLP trying to get first contact onto this. But Goken's in the corner, and Y's going to start off there as KLP gets 1, but this is a good push from the side of TL, as they've been very good at starting off early. But now Noah's joined up into this party and is trying to make it interesting for the side of Stallions. We got another smoke in the doorway, though, and I think TL should be able to get this plant as JJ and Noah are coming around the corner very quickly, though, trying to get ahead of this play. They take down Goken, they take down Danimals, but it's Adrian to step up in the 1v2 and shuts it down.
Oh my goodness, it almost felt like Liquid forgot that position existed. They were just kind of hyper-focused on the main corridor, and they were just thinking that everybody was there, and then the fact that JJ was almost able to find himself in that position to be able to pull up the clutch and essentially just sweeping them. Whew, that was a little too close. I know Danimals is fired up. I mean, definitely I get it, but it's like, man, that could have been disastrous, honestly, because it felt like the rug was going to get pulled underneath here, but it does seem like Stallions respond back. A little bit of that frustration around that they thought probably should have been theirs. They respond back with some firepower, but Team Liquid right back at this as well. KLB has to be able to win this fight, but no, it's going to be No that does it.
He's like a specter. Like, where does he even come from? Like, he was in waters, and then he like ran straight through A into mid, pushed through smoke, and gets that kill. Like, what is?
It's like you cry you signal the bat signal, you know, like from Batman, and then it's like no, just is like, I'm here, I'm ready.
I'm here.
Like,
I've showed up.
I'm
It's
ready
me.
to fight crime. Like, you're just like, well, how did you get there? Like, I don't understand.
Yeah. It does feel like he certainly, like, if there is action, he's always got the jets on. He's like, all right, I'm going. Just tell me where to go. Where's the action? Now they are going to push through mid, underneath through water. KLB does go down here to Danimals, and now the door is opening up. So TL trying to keep their options open here. And let's see exactly where they want to go as the follow-up push comes in, but Danimals is ready. He does go down. Bit of damage done, though. But they know where Y is. They try to go for the double swing, but Y does get away. Just barely. Why? Certainly expecting the follow-up aggression. These guys have basically no health. 10 health between the two of them.
Yeah, this is ridiculous. One shot, you can breathe on each other, and they're going to fall over. So this is where, again, it's just a matter of who's going to be able to land that one shot needed. Oh, and KLP, man. I was going to say, and that box or that doorway is spammable, right? So I was like, man, that could have been good here for Y, but still has 40 seconds to work with, right? So he doesn't have to commit to this plant right away. He can just kind of, again, just look for the duel. You know KLP is eventually going to want to swing this, so that's the thing. It's about being patient in this one. Like, it really should be Stallions that are just kind of waiting for that plant because, again, it puts Y in a really tough position. He's the one that has to be the aggressor. Oh, and he's going to swing this. KLP, are you ready? Are you ready? No, you're not. Oh, my gosh, he is! I thought he was looking the other way, but flicking the wrist. All right, we can catch that on his perspective on the replay if possible. But, man, it looked like he was not ready for that spot. And then split second flicks the wrist. Whew.
Yeah, that was crazy. I don't know how Y didn't get that shot. I mean, maybe he wasn't expecting him right there, but he got the jump on KLP, not the opposite way around. And KLP just swung around real quick, knew it only took one. But now we got more action. Flashes into mid. 7-7 starts off with that first kill. They're going to push this once again, but there's smoke in the way. They do take down KLP, though, and the aggression is working out here nicely for TL as they make their way onto the B site. KLP's coming in here real quick as he did before. Gets one, picks up two. And they just will not be stopped. He got a third.
No
and now
way.
he's peeking Goken. Guys, come on. Like, this is Team Liquid. Like,
oh, man, look at this position. No's going to have this dead to rights. Why would Goken expect that? Oh, my God! Why am I even surprised? That is ridiculous. Oh, man. I think even Goken's HP was like halfway through, too. But I thought No had it, again, just in the bag. I was like, okay, he's got this. He did a perfect job just, repositioning himself. Whoo-wee! This thing is cooking.
yeah, I don't know how he managed that. But, again, you got to expect Goken to be able to pull that off, and he does. Like the angle that No took, and big shout out to KLB for the 3K on that round, by the way.
Kidding.
Like, that should have been TL's all the way, and it was at the end of the day, but he certainly made it interesting as the peak is coming out here from the team of Stallions. And a lot of angling and pushing around the middle of the map, which I do like. I was expecting this map to get a bit more fiery than we've seen compared to other teams when they play each other.
Yeah.
Not just because of Stallions. I do think that TL are trying to up the pace a little bit.
I do like it, though. Like, right, because I was kind of making a joke in the beginning. I'm like, this one's going to be a bit slower. Everyone's going to take their time. And I love that last round where, Team Liquid, they were like, no, let's just, rush mid. Let's just go quick. Let's not, ignore the smokes. Like, who cares? Like, time this better. And they were able to get an opening duel within, 10 seconds of the round. So I do like it. I like the fact that Liquid are trying to, again, I don't want to say, new meta, but, again, just approaching this map a little bit differently on the BL side, because we always talk about how this map is so GR focused, right? But Liquid are proving that there is definitely a way you can play this map differently. So it is exciting to see that Brazilian style, or the BL style, I should say.
Yeah, it does feel very nice to watch so far, and they are looking to go in towards this area once again into B.
Good flash.
Good, the flash. Yeah, KLP's going to be pushed back, but he does go for the peek. Takes a lot of damage. But Noah's coming in here. He's over the box, through the smoke once again. Takes down one, but the nade from Goken is good. Onto the kill, and they are cleaning it up here. I like how TL are playing this. KLB goes for the swing once again, picks up two.
What?
Nearly takes down Goken, and that should not have been close. But KLB, for some reason, that's his spot right there. And he does get taken down, though. So that is, once again, another victory on that round here over to the side of Team Liquid. I just realized we had these two teams going head-to-head. It's actually a couple of horse logos from both sides.
Yeah.
Didn't realize until just now. KLB is going to get the first kill, but we do have Adrian already on the A site. Just in here, and they just can't deal with him just yet. Noah's going to take him out. And now 7-7 coming on in for the follow-up. Gets that shot onto KLB, who's just hanging out in the window. Trying to swing him is Loy. Doesn't get that kill. As TL, they push in. And they will push out now as well. So,
Yeah, it's a good way to just react to this, right? Like, again, you're putting so much aggression into it, but then you're going to, like, kind of just, again, reset this because you already have Y. He's in the B site. Like, he's just posted up in this. So for now, you can see Liquid going to go all the way around. They realize, okay, we can probably go through, you know, a different avenue and we can get ourselves into this. And Stallions not really in the best position. The door does open, and I feel like these guys should have heard that. So, again, this is where now things are going to be a little bit more tricky, but they should be able to get out of this. I think a smoke's still available for 7-7. Assuming he knows this lineup, that's going to be perfect. Because, again, yeah, Stallions are like, why on earth is he here? Like, how on earth is he here? But, again, I don't love that Y actually re-aggressed onto that. I would have liked him to stay in that position. It was such a powerful spot to be in. Because his teammate just threw the smoke. So, again, it's just a little bit of a miscom, I think, maybe. Got a little bit of over-antsy. Now, Danimals has to win this fight. Otherwise, this might be a Stallions round that could be up.
Yeah, this is getting pretty interesting in this 2v2. Still a decent amount of utility left, but it did just get thrown. So let's see how it goes from here. JJ trying to swing after the smoke. The timing is beautiful. 7-7 alone, doesn't know where to look. And Loy comes in and takes him down. So there you go. Stallions do get back onto the horse. I feel like I'm going to be using that a little bit more now after recognizing the logos here. But yeah, it is important for them to get back onto it because, you know, from this GR side, you expect them to have a little bit more success. But TL, once again, come out very strong. I think that's something we should expect even more as more and more of these maps do come along.
Well, I think for me, like, it's just the fact that Liquid are now putting themselves at 3 rounds. That's a good thing, right? Like, I mean, like, the old Mexico was, like, definitely one of those maps where you absolutely needed to get as many rounds as you could on the GR side that you could kind of, you know, when you transition over to the BL, you're like, okay, we're probably only going to get that, like, maybe 1 or 2, like, you know what I mean? Or, like, a scrappy 3. But Liquid have made this look really good to getting 3 rounds. So this is what is really exciting about this map is that Liquid, it kind of feels like there could be a world that they're going to be able to find 4 or 5, and then when you go over to the GR side, like, you are going to feel so good going into that next, you know, the next half here, right? So that's where I think for Stallions, they kind of have to realize, okay, look, we got to step this up. Like, it is still very close, but this is the thing. You don't want to get that, you know, extra padding for these guys. You cannot sacrifice that.
Yeah. It's just really important these next bunch of rounds, just to really control the pace of how the rest of this map is going to go. Here comes Adrian once again, just pushing in very aggressively. No gets the first, but they take him down. That's a nice trade. They're in here onto the site. And I've been liking these pushes from the side of TL. You know, even though they didn't get the win in the last time they went for this push, it does feel like this is working out pretty well. KLB able to trade 1 for 1, but the plan already comes in. And up a man here, RTL, and you see they have to try to root them out here on the stairs. It's not going to go well for them. Adrian is going huge right now on New Mexico. 10-4 is one of these guys, one of these veterans for the TL squad who, you know, you put him under any amount of pressure, he will come through.
Yeah, no, and honestly, just again, I feel like Team Liquid are definitely giving a really good presentation right now, playing the BL side on this map, and Stallion's probably not expecting them to be, you know, this proficient on it, right? Like, we know that TL like to play it in their respected region in their league, but again, I think when you get to actually, when you watch the demo and then you're kind of like playing against it, 2 different things, right? So that's where, again, it gets pretty exciting to see, but now Stallions are going to have to figure out a way to respond to this as best as they can. They'd be able to find the opening duel, but once again, it's you take down Y, but what's going to be the other effect here? How do you find something else to be able to get yourself back into this game? A 2-round buffer is a lot, right? I mean, it just goes back to what I was emphasizing so much about the BL side. So Stallions, they got to pop off now.
Yeah, they absolutely do have to. I do think that, you know, got to always be wary of Stallion's ability to get map wins from the Blacklist side on any map as well. But you're exactly right. I mean, on New Mexico, this is Team Liquid certainly in the driver's seat. They're the ones in the saddle. And they're clopping along right now, going into round 7. 1 minute left, and we just have Y, who did go down a little bit early. As once again, it has been Stallions that do push into mid. And now underneath, 7-7 gonna barely win that fight against Loy. So he's gonna get low, but still, it's good for TL that they do even up the manpower at this point. And 7-7's a guy who can utilize the TRG. I mean, he is essentially the second sniper for the team, and I don't know if Goken's going to give it to him, but, you know, he could, as he is super low, and Goken's going to peek and doesn't hit the shot, so maybe you should have. JJ does knock him down. Danimal's in the corner, and that's going to be a nice spot for him to get a little bonus kill, as this one is getting scrappy.
Yeah, and this is where I think Stallions are getting a little bit desperate, right? They're trying to make some plays. They want to try to equalize as much as they can. 7-7 just making noise. Good distraction against JJ, and it's kind of working, right? Now you see 2 players from Stallions getting focused. You have that rotate of KLP, but he catches one. I don't know if he actually spotted the second, but that bomb is going to make its way into that A site. This is problematic, though, for Adrian, because now what was looking decent is now turned into a clutch situation, and he's going to have a moment to pop off. He has to find a duel quickly, but it's KLP. He's better here on the western side with that pistol, and Stallions will stay alive.
Yeah, I was going to say with Adrian, the last person alive, I was like, hey, I mean, he's got the hot hands right now. You never know. Like, he's able to get the plant.
Yeah.
Could see something interesting happen.
It was doable for sure. He just needed to find that kill, right? Because if he would have taken down KLP, you would have created a ton of space. Then he could have repositioned because all the other, the Stallion guys were getting close, but I think that could have given him something to work with, right? KLP was the biggest threat, without question.
Yeah, he definitely was. And we're going to see how this goes. As once again, we got action in Waters. And, they're able to trade out for Goken, so you're feeling pretty good about that as Stallions try to take the star player down. Now if they can get Adrian, they're going to be feeling even better. As Adrian is going to push into mid. A lot of smoke in the face. Do they push this? I do wonder. As nades are being thrown out here, they're expecting the aggression and trying to stop it for now.
Oh, and they do slip it. Good work from Adrian. Good mechanics. And oh my goodness, it's No once again. The savior slashes the blade, and there you go. Just like that. Creates it, finds the double, and we are back to a tie game. Whew, just when I was thinking Liquid might have been able to kind of steamroll this a little bit on the BL side, Stallions, they pulled through, and then again, memory serves me short here. I don't think they called the timeout yet, if I'm not mistaken. Memory is...
No, I don't think either team is...
Okay, thank goodness. I was like, whew, boy.
On for attack pause yet.
I was like, man, we're only 3 maps in. I'm already forgetting this is bad. it's like, come on, lads.
Yeah, best of 5s are longer than best of 3s.
That is true.
You're going to have to work on that a little bit.
I know.
A couple more maps than us, probably. But yeah, if I'm Team Liquid, I'm feeling a little bit worried because I'm seeing this pattern develop where they get started really nicely and then they just can't really hold on to the momentum they have as Danimals feeling the pressure. It's just hanging out in spawn, having to deal with members of Stallions who, of course, are there. Adrian, nice timing on that. And 7-7 gets another, but KLB's in the corner here. Kind of a cheeky spot. Might be up to Danimals to get that. Oh, but he's going to shoot. And now they do round the corner, and 7-7, easy cleanup for him, but no, still alive. Goken drops down and cleans him up, and TL will get the last round of the half, and that feels fantastic that they can get 5 from the Blacklist side. Really puts the onus here on Team Stallions to get something going from their Blacklist side.
Yeah. I do like it though, right? Because again, I think it just goes back to the point we keep bringing up because it's important, because it's a map where typically it's GR-sided. So the fact that you win the half on the BL side, it is good. Like Danilos is probably thinking, okay, great. I called a decent half. Now we just got to close this thing. The GR side is not easy, but it is a lot easier. So we'll see. But Stallions, again, notoriously an aggressive team. So this is where they do thrive. So we'll have to see. They're grouped up just on the outside of A. We'll have to see if that's actually what they want to do. But these smokes thrown here from Team Liquid have definitely created a little bit of a halt for them. And we'll have to see where they want to go for this. Y's going to have to be very careful because, again, even if he goes for this duel against Loy and he loses, let's say, that again gives you some control that Liquid will have to put some focus on.
Yeah.
Oh, the Vepr. Love it.
Yeah, this is what Kyle was talking about. He likes when some players bring out the shotties here on the stairs,
it's
in
just,
the alley.
How do you fight it, though, right? Like, you play, like, you can, but it's just so difficult. Like, the odds are definitely against you. So it's a good gun to have on this map.
Yeah. As they have pushed into the middle of the map here, Stallions taking things one step at a time. Curious to see where their main focus is going to be. I feel like we saw a decent amount of pushes from TL into B, and also some mixed in with their push through alley up into A. It's now Adrian trying to get that second down, and there it is.
Oh, it's bomb too.
Yep. Now KLP trying to round the corners. Adrian challenges them, takes down 3 in total. And that is beautiful from him.
Yeah, this has to be a liquid round. I mean, again, this is amazing work here from the Vepper. That's just perfect. That's exactly what you need. That's what we talk about on a map like this, and he switches his gun too. Oh boy, 15-7. What a game from Adrian. Like you said, he's been able to have himself a really decent series so far, and he's really stepped things up when they needed here on this third map. But now it's down to no here on a 1-on-5. I mean, look, it's not impossible, let's just say, but there's 1, not 2, but okay.
Had the read, maybe he saw the tip of the gun.
I was like, if he gets 2 or 3 here, I'm like, okay.
Yeah, not meant to be that time around, and so Team Liquid start off the GR side strong. Doesn't feel like Stallions are very much enjoying having to deal with Adrian in the hallway here. In the alleyway, and Adrian's like, yeah, I am him right now over at 2KD. And yeah, it's really nice to see some of these veterans really step up and fight alongside the rest of the squad. Noah's over the top here of the box, and he's checking. Doesn't see anything in mid. Certainly an opportunity to get some position, but KLB is going to win that fight here against Y, who has been playing that angle from that B main area. And you mentioned it before, you know, if he goes down, then you kind of have to swap up your positioning here as TL. And that's a way that you can just take 1v1s and maybe get a lot of pressure here as Stallions, especially if Y continues to play the same spot, which I'm not sure if they even spotted him the first time around the first round, but at least they have some information now taking him down here, as we do have them trying to take mid. But as I said before, there's nobody here from the side of TL.
Well, and Loya has full utility, so he's the one that's in the hallway right now for apartments. Like, so this is where he could just do it like a bit of an execute, and KLP has the smoke as well. So this is where they actually could, again, just fake this out. Their teammates, are they actually going to commit to that? That's a good duel. So now they crunch. Now they crunch into this player of 7-7. He has to be able to find something, but yeah, he's fully wide open. Has no idea that the guys are coming through the main corridor like that. So again, I think just that information wasn't able to be transmitted. So yeah, easily done here from Stallions. That was perfect, right? And that's what I was talking about. You get that kill into that hallway as Liquid in the GR side, then you have to start, you know, again, replanning and reconfiguring your composition, because you're like, hey, it's a possibility, right? And that's exactly what happened. And I love the way that Stallions approached it. I think getting that kill in the middle outside of B, that was just the cherry on top, right? That just allowed them to just go, yeah, we accelerate this, we just go, don't even hesitate. And 7-7 was just like, oh, he was in no man's land. He was just like, oh man, like, what do you mean? Like, why are they're all here to get me now? I wasn't prepared, right? So
yeah,
either way, good work from Stallions. Love it.
And Stallions do call the attack pause here. I mean, they were behind, it was 6-4, and that round was not a guaranteed victory, but they do take it. So now 5-6 from their angle, from their side, and they get some time to talk through here. I think it's pretty good timing for Tanks to kind of bring them through what has happened and also get a little bit of information how TL are playing from their GR side too.
Absolutely. No, and I was going to say, even the fact that they win that round where it didn't look likely, I think this is still great, because again, now, like you said, Tanks can just talk about things like, look, like some obvious points that he might be noticing or just something for them to work with. So I'm kind of actually hoping they're going to keep contesting that mid like Liquid did on their BL side, because I think given Stallions and the way they like to play and the aggression that they can bring with that firepower, I mean, man, I feel like that's just the threat you need, right? So we'll have to see if they want to do anything like that, because I think this is where I like that they're taking it with a little bit of a slow pace, but I'm kind of waiting for that like element of surprise where they're just going to go like, yeah, we're going from 0 to 60 instantly. So that's what we'll have to wait and see if Tanks is kind of wanting that to happen yet, or maybe wait it out still.
No always looks like he's feeling the pressure, regardless of the situation. As here's Adrian.
Big kill.
And down he goes.
Oh, it's just so costly. Like, again, like it's easy to critique, but I think for Liquid, it's like that's just such a high-risk play. Because now, again, real estate grabbed up. 7-7 has to be an anchor by himself. And that's where now Stallions, they can just kind of, again, post up and wait to see if Liquid want to refight for some kind of map control and try to, you know, bring the numbers back into some kind of an equal fashion, maybe or maybe not, right? So Stallions are in a power play, in my opinion, like easily.
Yeah, they absolutely are. Is now Gokin going to be spotted. KLB has moved over to the sniper, of course, at 5 HP. And doesn't hit the shot, but gets the info. KLB does move forward, and Gokin takes him out. But that's a smoke right in his face, so maybe they can make some moves on the map with that. They still have a couple of guys potentially heading over towards B. And as we know, it is just the one guy, 7-7, who is on the B site. So it could be the angle here as JJ going to take this bomb all the way around and underneath. And probably going to be heading over towards the B site. It's going to be Danimals and 7-7 who haven't been the main two players here on the side of TL who need to handle this pressure. So I do like this angle from Stallions. As Flash is directly going his face. He's not going to hit the shot. Gets the second one. So I think the follow-up a little bit slow. Danimal's also there to help out. And he takes out No in the middle of the map. So that's going to be fantastic for him.
Yeah, I mean, I was kind of worried that Stallions were taking a little bit too long to get out of this apartment, right? I was thinking, like, you kind of have to get a move on here. You can't just, like, kind of sit and post it up like that because, again, for snipers, it's kind of easy picking. So they do get that kill, though, KLP. That was really important in the middle of the site. Now he's going to be able to have the snipe. But look at this. Look at Liquid. They got the double player going through hallway. This is going to be something. I don't know if Stallions are going to be prepared for this. Loy has to be ready, though. He has actually repositioned. It looks like he's prepared for it. Spidey senses are tingling. That flash is not going to be good for him. Oh, that is not going to be good for him. But he still wins the fight. How? I don't know how he gets away with that. That nade might just do him. But no, it doesn't. It doesn't even do a speck of damage. KLP, he's been able to dodge some bolts too. And I don't know how we're here again, Valdez. I keep saying that in this series, but why? Oh, he's going to be making me scratch my head here. But Liquid do find themselves a 2-round buffer.
Yeah, pretty intense round there. I mean, that did not look great for Stallions. They make it close, but at the end of the day, Team Liquid get the rounds that I think they absolutely should have with their ability to rotate over, get a position up there in heaven, and just rain fire down on them. As here's why. KLP goes for the swing. I mean, you're not really going to hide behind those tiny little boxes, like those little ammunition boxes on the site. That's not an angle where you can just sit back and try to dance around it, especially on the health that he had. So I do like the idea to try to just go out and hit a pot shot before Y is ready for it, but Y only had to hit one shot, and he did. So nicely done from him. And Stallions, they haven't been having enough success, I'd say, here from the Blacklist side. This is looking pretty good right now for Team Liquid on New Mexico. Not a big surprise, I'd say, but as our analyst desk was talking about, if it does go to Porte, like even if Stallions win the next map, it's not the greatest feeling going into Porte here up against TL.
No, exactly. Yeah, the map pool, it definitely kind of feels like, this is a map where I would have favored Liquid in my opinion, just because I think in their respected, league, they actually do get to play this a little bit more often. So I think for them, that's where they've really shown their preparation on this. But like you said, Porte is a decider, man. Like that, that is just crazy. But I love it though. I feel like we barely have had Porte at all. Like I feel like it's been pretty much instant ban from, I feel like almost all teams. Like I'm trying to get back to thinking about it, but I don't remember any of the games actually playing on this. I'm sure there has been one. Now I'm going to look, but I mean, it's kind of funny because Porte to me is actually a pretty decent map. But the thing is you have the TRG that can like constantly just instant spam. Like when you're on the GR side, that sucks to go against. Like, let's be honest. That's not an easy thing to do. So I do understand why teams are doing that. But either way, I can digress a little bit later. But good kill from Loy. Ooh, even Y to get a good reply back on this as well. Now the execute's coming through. Stallions. Man, another scrappy round from both these teams. This is just, it's just ridiculous.
They spot 7-7 there behind the boxes. And swinging around here is KLP. Does not hit the shot on a Gokin. But he's got the lineup, and he will pick it off. Gets the headshot there. Stallions aren't out of this yet. Again, things are looking pretty dire on New Mexico, but they're trying to mount a comeback here. And they're not too far behind. It just kind of comes down to if they can really get enough momentum here from the Blacklist side of this one. Nice shot to finish it off. Did feel like this was kind of a done deal from there in the 2v1. As Gokin's going to take down No. Just like that, they push into mid very quickly. Loy's already in behind Gokin. And, yeah, Y's going to get up there and get contact onto him. Gokin gets another kill on a JJ. As Gokin says, okay, you wanna bring in the aggression? I'll peek it too. I am not scared of this. As we know, he is absolutely not. Loy still has not been rooted out here of this angle, although Y is just waiting for him. Loy got a kill on the Danimals while he's up there being such a nuisance from that angle. Nate doesn't do anything. He gets another one. This guy is just doing so much work for the squad, and now KLB comes in, and Y is not able to defend. They get this plant. This is not the way this should have gone.
No, not at all. That's really good work from Loy, though. Again, just being such a nuisance, such a distraction, and you can see that Liquid were hyper focused on him. Like, you can see that Y was just calming the whole time. Like, I need you to kill Loy. Loy's here. Like, you've got to take out Loy. But honestly, good work from him. And the position he was in, he knew the threat was just below him on his left. He's still getting nade kills. He's still finding another kill. Y's just kicking himself like, I can't do anything. I can't help you. I'm stuck in this tight room. And unfortunately, he just couldn't figure out how to open the lock and get out of the room. And there you go. Stallions bounce right back into this game. And a really good round. And that's, again, where the Loy factor kicks in here. So Liquid going to call the tactical. Probably not a bad idea. Considering they have been looking dominant, that's kind of a round that, honestly, you got to talk about that. That's a tough one to lose.
Yeah, it definitely is, and that's why the timing of this attack pause is very good for the side of TL. Just try to take the momentum away from the guys there on Stallions after a huge round from Loy and KLB. Just almost brute forcing their way onto the site. It just felt like they couldn't handle Loy on that angle in alley, and he's just sitting there getting so much, like a grenade kill on a Danimals.
Yeah.
He peeks the one guy. KLB comes in after, gets Y down, who's trying to get the trade. It's just crazy how much value they got just essentially sitting there and waiting for TL to make mistakes. The only issue I have with attack pause here is that sometimes you give tanks a little bit of time to talk to his squad, and all of a sudden they look revitalized. So we'll see if GLC can have the same effect.
Yeah, it definitely is the major risk, right? Because tacticals can be great for you, but that just means obviously the other team gets a moment to have good conversation too. And like you said, Tanks has been really great for the team here for Stallions, where he's been able to get, imparting wisdom, being able to give some good pointers of just things you got to look out for. And it does look like they get revitalized. I definitely agree with you. It's like one of those teams where we talk about that stat. I think Stallions have proven that almost every time. So it's like, yeah, it's definitely interesting. But man, right back to it. A tie game we go. And Liquid, what are they going to be able to pull here? But I do like the fact that Adrian actually has given up this hallway control. He's like, okay, I've done this twice. It didn't work out. Let's just give it up for free. Who cares? And they're actually playing where 7-7 this time around. He's going to be on the B main. So he's actually going to allow essentially a retake situation. So this is a nice setup here from Liquid.
Yeah, it feels pretty good. I like how they're trying to figure it out in real time and just, essentially get ahead of Stallions before they get too much momentum in these rounds and not give them early kills, essentially. I think that in general, when TL from either side have played a little bit more passively, it's worked out well for them. And now we do see that Nose trying to hit this big nade onto Gokin. He does quite a lot of damage.
It's chunky.
Yeah, Gokin's been playing that same spot almost every single round. So I think eventually you got to be careful about playing that, as they absolutely can challenge you. Going to take over mid control. Nade doesn't appear to do a whole lot. And the shots here from Gokin, they're just smoked out. He's not really able to see anything. So Stallions, pretty good spot for them. Let's see the execute.
Yeah, interesting smoke here from Gokin too. I was kind of thinking, I don't know if he missed through that or if that was intentional, because it looks like it kind of went in that little bit of a nook, so I don't know if that was creating a bit more space on the side, but doesn't even matter nonetheless. 7-7 just cannot anchor this, unfortunately, by himself. He does his job by at least one, I guess, but would have been ideal to be able to find that 2 minimum, but Stallions now have a free site. How do Liquid want to respond to this? Again, utility is available, 1 apiece for 2 of the players, and you still have Adrian here equipped with 2 more. So not the worst situation in the world. And Danimals, he's actually going to try to contest, but you have to worry about KLP. Oh, that nade. Oh, man, that was right off the teeth. That's not going to feel good for the IGL of Danimals, and now he has to go for the swing, and it's just going to be Stallions that just seem to have been able to find themselves a winning recipe here for round number 15. Unless Adrian does the absolute most impossible. With time just against him, I think it's all done here, Valdez.
Yep, not going to happen. Gets the kill, immediately gets traded out. And it's crazy, you know, Loy steps up in a couple of big rounds, and he's doing great. It does feel like, as a squad, though, Stallions have kind of figured this out. It always feels like, you know, after the half or at the very beginning of each map, they take a little bit of time to get adjusted, but once they get adjusted, they look like the better team almost every time, which is crazy because it's been very back and forth. There are times where it's like, oh, TL can't do any wrong. They have so much momentum. And then Stallions, it's like, they have so much momentum. They can't do any wrong. They're just firing on all cylinders. So very much a big back and forth affair between these two squads. And emotions certainly already running very high. And, I mean, Stallions playing this one pretty well. We do have Adrian going into mid and maybe trying to take a little bit of a preemptive striking spot. You know, get in mid. You haven't been there all game. Say, maybe I get a trade here. Maybe I can spot their rotation early. And he's got Danimals right there with him on the crossfire. Just waiting for Stallions to make the push. But Stallions have slowed this down quite a bit in this round.
Yeah, they really have. They've kind of just, again, softly pressed the brakes a little bit on this. But now, I mean, with Adrian kind of being in this position, if they can be able to find this, this could be really huge for them. But Adrian's been having a great game, but no, it just can't handle JJ right now. Nice little bit of a bunny hop into that duel. Now Liquid feeling the back burner on this one a little bit. Now they have to reset up their defense once again. That A site is technically open, but now Goken's saying, okay, look, I'm going to reposition, I'll anchor. I'm going to kind of play this forklift position again. And that's kind of been his home ground, but Stallions should be aware of this. Nades are coming through. This is going to be a lot of pressure for the bet.
Yeah, definitely will be. He's already taken a bunch of damage. Wise helping out a little bit. If Goken just gets one, that's enough, but he's not able to hit the shot. No. Picks him up as trying to sit on the bomb. It's not quite enough for 7-7, who does get the trade here onto Loy. As they pick up the bomb, they get onto the site. 7-7 tries to go fast. He gets the one, and that is massive that he can get the one and get away. He's got a sniper here. And, I mean, there is a chance for 7-7 to get this done. It's one shot, one opportunity. If you can hit KLB, you win the round, and you bring this back to a tie game.
Yeah, look at 7-7. He's anticipating a bit of a flank, so he's actually just posted up, waiting to see if, you know, KLB is just going to try to make an ultra big play here, which is definitely the right read, because, again, this team would do that. KLB, though, is playing it properly. He's just waiting things out, but no, man! It's 7-7! Oh, man. Rises from the ashes here, and he's able to find himself a big moment here for Team Liquid, and a much-needed moment, because that map point was right there available, but it gets taken away, and we're back to a tie.
Yeah, it is crazy how close that was. And, yeah, he knows that's one of the spots. He checked a lot of them, and he says, well, you haven't flanked me. I mean, you must be on the site somewhere. He checks the corner, hits the shot right in the stomach as well, like we saw there. Very nicely done from 7-7. Extremely clutch that he gets the one kill on Tano, backs away, and then is able to finish it off. So, big stuff when it matters most from pretty much everybody on both rosters. Like, it feels like everybody's firing on all cylinders, and that's what has made this such a close affair so far.
Yeah. That's what's been so good. Like you said, it's just been hyper competitive, and it's just such a back and forth affair. It just doesn't feel like the only map we saw was Subbase, where Stallions, like, they made a statement, obviously, but that was just to get them back in this game. But we kind of expected that in some regard, just considering how strong they can be on that map too. But nonetheless, New Mexico has absolutely delivered more than what I was thinking. The pace, everything, all the duels, the clutches, it's just been great to see. And now good nade coming in from Goken. He's actually been able to find onto No. Now he's actually repositioned himself, right? Typically he likes to play forklift. This time he's going to play sight box. Spamming away, hoping he might be able to find something through the smoke. Not going to happen yet. Another re-smoke here on the A site. That makes it an issue here for Team Stallions.
Yeah, and I feel like this is that smoke once again. It just gives him a little bit of an angle there on the corner. But they've dealt with Goken so well, have Stallions, and I think that's been the key. As now he's on the back of the site, but Adrian is there, and the shot is dropped from Goken, and he gets traded out after taking out JJ. So they get onto the site, and this is going to be a 3v3 retake. TL just essentially waiting for it. But look, in the middle of the map, Loy actually pushing them and gets them before they're even ready. Now in the window, I mean, they're just going down one by one. They're not even able to set up any kind of retake here. As Adrian taking massive damage. He's down to 3 health. Gets swung by Loy, who pulls up and takes him down. And once again, Stallions take the lead and move to 9 and 8.
Yeah, this is great. Again, Stallions, nade work, it's not even just firepower. Like, that's something we always talk about with this team. We're like, look, young team, they just run and gun, they get in your face and aggressive, but the utility work, again, it's just prevailed. Like, we saw that pop flash, and that allowed, the last player of Stallions being able to swing like that and winning that engagement. So you absolutely love to see it. And that's where Team Liquid are now getting a little bit meeting their maker in this. And now map point on the docket here for Team Stallions, which would put them up on a 2-map series in this best of 5, only needing that 1. So now Team Liquid, they've been able to push this on the first map. Can they do it here and now for New Mexico? That is the biggest question here on this third. And the hallway is going to be up for grabs. Team Liquid not going to contest with it. They're going to go back to just leaving 7-7 being the sole reliability on this one. And Stallions have to make a lot of decisions here.
Yeah, I mean, this is the second time we've had a 9-8 situation. We had it on Ankara. It did get tied up by TL, I believe. That did force the extra rounds. And they eventually did go on to win it. So opportunity for TL to do the same thing on New Mexico. And just, essentially take a big lead in the series. As here comes a bit of a push from the side of Stallions. They do want to head towards B, it looks like. Maybe a little bit of pressure from the waterway as well, but Y is tucked up in the corner here on the left.
Oh, but they have to clear Y though, yeah, like you said. I mean, what is going, how did Y let that happen? I mean, maybe the angle was just a little bit too tight, I don't know, but that's a little bit of a misplay. But I mean, again, this is a big advantage for them. No is on that 1v3. Again, we don't get to see him on this rifle too often. I mean, typically it's the HK we like to see him on, but I feel like any rifle's going to do for this guy. It doesn't even matter at this point, but he's got that 40 seconds remaining, and I do like this. I think the fact that he's like hunting and he's just looking for duels is important. Team Liquid, you can tell, they're just tucking their tail. They are not trying to contest this. No is hungry. He is looking. He wants something. Oh my gosh, he's already in the other site. And this is where you have to go back, okay? You're like, look, I mean, enough's enough. Oh, I can't believe, why is Adrian going for that fight now? But 17 seconds. Oh, it might be a ruse. It's all a game plan. This is a mind game. He thinks the site's going to be open now. He has 10 seconds. He has to go. He has to plant. This is it. Team Liquid are going to be able to find it. Oh, man, a little bit of cat and mouse, and they just bait the cheese, and he fell right into it.
Pretty interesting situation there at the end of the round. Could have just planted it on B. Obviously, that has its own risks. And so he did not elect to do that. He went out the no way, which is swinging, essentially. And at the end of the day, was not able to pick up the 1v3. Did get Adrian. And he's always looking pretty stressed, but, nice try. And now, TL, they force the extra rounds, and they will move back to the BL side.
Well, that's the thing, right? We talk about, it's just like overcooking a bit. Like, I loved that Noah was getting information. He was trying to fight for something. But there's a point where you got to give it up. And then Y went for the swing, and then I think he tried to make it seem like, oh, well, that site's open. Oh, I'm just going to push you. And it baited No into it. But I would have loved to see No, like, how much he pushed in, and he actually would have just fell back and just tried to go back to that other site, because I think he knew it was empty. Like, he was pretty confident in it, right? Because he was pretty much clearing it out. But either way, it was a good effort, but good response here from Liquid. So like you said, extra rounds we go, which is not at all surprising, but it is good to see. And that's a big, good amount of teamwork here from Team Liquid. Again, showing their experience as a roster. Fully bright.
Yeah, it just felt like it was a matter of, how many maps are going to go to extra rounds. It's
all of them.
We knew that we were going to have a bunch. We did get a little bit robbed there on sub base, but that's okay. That's a little bit of a unique situation with Stallions and that map. And maybe we just get extra rounds on every other map. Although if it does get to Porte, I don't expect it to go to extra rounds.
No, I don't think so either.
But we'll see. As there's the flash on in, the second they try to enter into mid, JJ is like, no. Let me stop you in your tracks right there. But still a lot of utility, a lot of smokes here, so they can still get position in the middle of the map.
Look at Loy. Him and both the KLB, they're actually pushing through this into water. So, I mean, again, this is like, just fighting for some control. I'm curious where Loy is. Because, again, he might be able to find some kind of funny timing. Maybe not. Okay, no, he's going to go back with his team, so that's fine. But, okay, KLB will go down. Loy's trying to take the long route into this. He's going to have the best timing in the world. Oh, my goodness, and he does. Valdez. Oh, my goodness, this is such a Stallion round. This is such a Stallion round. Blink of an eye and you miss it. Like, that was, like, so hyper-focused on Loy again, like Liquid were a few rounds ago, and then you're like, done.
Yeah. You remember that when TL were on the Blacklist side the first time around, they got killed from that angle so many times from guys just swinging around behind them on B and just, you know, KLB got like multiple multi-kills and stuff like that, and then the timing with no peeking out from mid is just perfect. So even though TL were hyper aware of what they had to deal with last time, they still could not handle the pressure from the side of Stallions. And now it looks like Stallions want to put on more pressure. Is anyone surprised? Not me, as here they go. They do swing down into waters, but this time it's Adrian and Gokun who pick up one apiece. And they are going to put an end to that nonsense.
Yeah, and Liquid actually just immediately leaving this too, so that's not bad at all. So I really hope for Stallion's sakes they don't just kind of push through that, but they won't. But Loy is kind of posted up, just like recommitting to the fight. KLP looks like he might try to anchor this A site instead. This is pretty dangerous. Again, no immediate trades from each other. This is relying on, again, individual abilities of like, look, Loy, you're going to need to get a kill and then run. Run for the hills. But we'll see. And actually it looks like he finally will give it up. Liquid, again, just, they have, I like this though, because they know that Stallions will do something aggressive. But this is this is a little dramatic though too, right? Because I mean, you still have somebody in the back of BL spawn. You have double guys just on the right hand side, so they're like just really expecting Stallions to go full gallop. But
I like that full gallop. I mean, it makes sense, right? Like Stallions have showed a lot of their gameplay too, where it's like, you know, they're down members. They want to try to even it up aggressively, but funnily enough, Stallions aren't going to do that this time. And I do think that KLP and Loy aren't the members that are going to do it most of the time. Like, it's kind of no, and KLB, I think that will do it a little bit more. Like, Loy has done it a bit, and he's certainly mixing up that style. But, yeah, they're just going to go through waters here and push straight from there.
This is the wrong site, Liquid. Okay, they're going to go for it. I think Loy got that information too. I don't know if they spotted him though. Oh, look at KLP. Look at KLP. Oh my goodness. I can't even believe. Okay, I was going to say if he survives that, that's ridiculous. And that is the same position that Loy is in that KLP typically likes to be in. And that's where he's been able to swing and win some multi-kill rounds. So maybe he would have flipped that. That could have been a little bit different. But Liquid do a great job to react to it. But I mean, again, that player that was underneath KLP, I mean, man, that could have been dangerous if he was going to be able to find that. But just that 1 second of a difference of timing was his demise.
Yeah, now here we go once again. And 7-7 and the rest of the squad is down here in waters. They're like, guys, do not push us here again. We will take you down. This is the last round of the half of the extra rounds, obviously. And it's a big push that Loy's going to find first. Just run straight into them. Did not expect 5 people to be lined up there. There's a lot of damage to Y, to be fair, but that's still a kill onto Loy. And they're just 3 pushing through what? They're trying to like get the flank here.
Yeah.
Just trying to get ahead of this.
This actually is good because I think they have the information. They're like, guys, I think they're still in this hallway. Like they're essentially sandwiched in. So now they have to commit, right? Liquid are trying to make it seem like it's a bit of a fake. Now they have to go. They realize their timing is now everything. They have to do something big. KLP, he's been a bit of a threat, but unfortunately he can't be able to do it here. Now KLB by himself, he will go down. And there we go, fresh haircut for him, and Liquid pull through a lead, 11-10.
Yeah, it's a big round for Team Liquid. It was so obvious where everybody was, and they're just able to brute force their way onto the site. I do not think KLP should have swung that and tried to go for the kill. He got that first one. He was staying alive behind the boxes, waiting for his teammates to swing in with him.
Agreed.
And I think he just, you know, he tries to take the initiative, tries to go first, and unfortunately that kind of led to the 1-by-1 situation.
Whoa.
Now, why? Speaking of taking the initiative, running directly into the open arms of No, who is just going to headshot him down. and make quick work of that. I mean, TL, they once again got so much value from their blacklist side. I would hate to see it go to waste with a round that's a little bit too over-aggressive from the GR. But it's just the one kill for now. Danimals took a little bit of chip as they're trying to nade out Gokun once again, and Gokun is aware of it now. He's going to dodge that nade. He's trying to throw a second nade into him.
Well, it's good he's adjusted. He's like, well, I think they know I play here, so I'm going to switch, which is good. Get a little bit of adjustment. And Stallions still full HP. All 5 players still alive in this one. And Liquid kind of in a bit of a split where they have to go to the 2-2. But you do have Gokun, again, just kind of spawning things out through the mid side. But again, they can actually swing into this B main. This has been good for them. This has been the miracle worker. And now Danimals does something good. Now him staying alive, that's good. Because again, that threat, that uncertainty, that is still going to be a question here for Stallions. But they're going to go for this one. No question about that plant. How do Liquid want to retake this, though? That is going to be tough because, again, you have some utility, but you're going to have to utilize this perfectly. No players are that low where the nade should be able to get a kill, but it will do some damage if they can line this up properly.
Yeah, KLP is going to be first contact for these 3 guys that are all coming in from behind. And this has been where Stallions get a lot of work done. Can Team Liquid do it here as the shots ring true? It's Adrian to try to hold. KLB. And I think he has it. Yeah, Gokun covers him. Team Liquid up to 12.
Wow.
And they are so close to taking New Mexico now.
Oh, my goodness. Yeah, and like you said, I kind of like it. It was a bit of a scary one, though, too, because you're committing 3 players into a really, really tight corridor like that. But the fact the player that was sitting in the box from Stallions, he wasn't able to land that shot, honestly, that was kind of the problem, right? That was the wrench in the gears. That's when things started to just break down very quickly, and a good work from Team Liquid being able to win those duels and then just getting on that defuse instantly. So you could tell that KLB was just like, I don't even have the position for this. Like, I have to now run and charge for it. So good work from Team Liquid. Now 1 round away, and they put themselves up 2-1 in this series. And that's definitely going to help with Gokun just landing shots like that, taking down Loy. But you still have the threat of KLP, you still have the threat of No, but this is now where we have to see something, the miracle, popping the magic trick. Something has to happen here for Stallions if they want to stay in this game.
Yeah, it's not looking too likely. And, I mean, they had a nice comeback from the Blacklist side after the first half that we had, but I'm not convinced. I think TL have really hunkered down here on this map. They've showed better play in extra rounds. And as you mentioned, I think, we're going to see a magic trick from Stallions. Otherwise, this should go to TL, and we will move on to new compound with them on match point. But let's see what is going to happen here. And so we're not done just yet. Maybe a push into A. We got 3 guys. Looks like a lineup from KLP, perhaps.
I don't mind this.
The flash over the top.
Because Gokun's actually not even playing there this time. It's actually Danimals being the anchor. So Adrian needs a kill. He can't find it. Okay, so now maybe that magic will happen here. Stallions are going to get this plant immediately. No hesitation on that. Gokun getting overwhelmed, calling that he knows that somebody's trying to push him, but now No has to go against 2. He only has that USP. That's not too bad, but he gets the 1. Good response from Liquid. Now things are back to an equal footing of a 2-2.
Yeah, pretty crazy that No gets in there.
Oh my gosh. KLB.
Yeah.
Are you kidding?
We got a big flank, but it might be too late.
Oh no, it's bad.
They get that kill, but they don't know where KLB is. So he just comes in firing, and he doesn't hit the shot, and that means defuse. And the map win to TL 13-10, a second time in extra rounds that they will get the better of Stallions. As very happy with Gokun's performance there. He definitely had a very nice second half of that map. I mean, some big shots, some very clutch moments from him. It's not over yet, but Team Liquid do have a big lead in this series now with Porte as map 5, new compound up next. We're maybe going to have to see more magic tricks from the side of Stallions to make it interesting. We're taking the tape off of the players.
Just rip it like a Band-Aid. Just go for it. All one shot, yeah. Yeah. Oh, that's the worst. But no, honestly, I definitely agree with you. I think that Liquid played a really good game. I felt like they were a little bit more in control. You could tell that Stallions were trying these plays where they wanted to go for big flanks. They wanted to try to do all these creative things. Just wasn't enough. But look, we're going to let the desk talk about it because that is a lot to break down, because now we go all the way to the distance here. We'll find out if Liquid can close out.
And Team Liquid, after an intense battle against the Stallions, now lead 2-1, officially one game away from entering into the grand finals. What a game that was on New Mexico. Absolutely not disappointing. Really did go back and forth. At one point, Team Stallions was in the driver's seat. Team Liquid took it back, vice versa. Kyle, there was a straggler, though, for the longest time for TL. However, despite all of that, they still managed to get the win.
Yeah, I mean, a bit of a rough one there for Danimal, but at the end of the day, as the IGL, he can bring them back with those players around him, and that's exactly what we saw in the server. I mean, Adrian outperforming Gokin the entire time, making that shotgun just masterful in the server, and I'm looking forward to seeing what he can do next.
Yeah, a lot of interesting picks from Team Liquid, not only in their weapon selection, but also the way they were playing.
Yeah, I mean, I wasn't really expecting the push-pull offense to actually work in this particular map, but hey, the Animals made it work, and with what I said earlier, right, the snipers are going to have, you know, a bit less of a presence here on the map of Mexico, but it seems like I might have been wrong, because Gokin really did make it work, and Adrian, man, this is what I was talking about. The riflers, they really have to step up to the plate, and it seems like the rifler with the shotgun really did it.
Yeah, we saw an interesting shotgun come out that we don't normally see, Kyle. I know you got or at least that kind of interested you quite a bit. We go early on, though, and this is where we really do see the back and forth battle, kind of reminiscent of the previous games. The Team Liquid fans, though, were going absolutely crazy and insane every single time TL was able to get a win. I felt at one point Team Liquid was in a driver's seat, but that was before Stallions ended up taking it back.
Yeah, I mean, it's really tough when you have everybody performing close to their peak on Team Liquid. I mean, you know it's a good sign when you have two players over 20 kills that aren't Gokin on the team here, and I just love the amplification they've had in a map like Mexico, and this was a critical one for them. This map could very well dictate the series.
Yeah, we were talking about that, right? New Mexico arguably could have been a must-win for the Stallions side. They unfortunately lose by a narrow margin. The scoreline, though, we go into overtime. This is where Team Liquid started to really come to form, and they didn't drop a single round once we go to OT, outside of maybe one. Irregardless, though, they hug it up, and they know they're now one game away. We look at the summary, ends 13-10, as close as you could possibly get it. Why? Adrian tearing up the competition with 22 and 24 respectively. Stallions, though, still had some great stats, but ultimately the timing and the strats from TL took them down.
Yeah, and you can see, you know, really dying a lot in the map of New Mexico, and really had to be the guy pushing the point forward for the Stallions team, and the rest of the team just really couldn't take it, especially when it comes to overtime. Granted that there was some very, very good teamwork rounds from the side of Team Stallions, the stability of Team Liquid, especially when it comes to those tense moments, really cannot be ignored.
No, for sure. Team Liquid have been looking incredible, but again, throwing out some weird strategies. I mean, they're doing things that we're not used to seeing on the battlefield.
Yeah, I think they're meeting Stallions right where they're at. We've seen it with Adrian in particular in this match, playing very aggressive in that alleyway, not being afraid to challenge players like No, and that's what you need to beat a team like Stallions.
Yeah, you got to challenge No. You've got to take him out. You take him down, you take out the lead Slayer. I've got to say, though, despite Stallions taking a loss, I have been quite a fan of Loy and the energy he's bringing. He's been shooting bodies all tournament long. But man, he's going to have to do more than that going into Game 4.
Yeah, especially with the map of New Compound, right? Once again, I am going to say that the snipers are going to have a bit less impact in this map unless we are talking about that initial mid-duel. But at the same time, those corners are going to be HKs and EBRs all around. So once again, the riflers really have to step up to the plate, whether it is Stallions, whether it is Team Liquid here.
Last year, it was all China in grand finals. This year, it could be the Philippines. It could also be Brazil. Now, for Brazil, it's been a long time since they had the opportunity to win an international event.
Yeah, I would love to see them with that opportunity to take it once again. It's been so long. 2019 was the last time Brazil lifted a trophy at international competition, and I'm hoping there's a chance they could do it here.
But it's even been, since a couple years since they've even been in a grand finals.
Yeah, 2 years since they even had an appearance for the region. It wasn't even this team either, Goken. It's been even longer since he had that opportunity, but I know he's hungry for that chance because this guy has been so close so many times.
A lot of great series when it comes to EWC, not only here on the main broadcast, but also out there on Amazon Prime. It's called Level Up Season 2. If you haven't checked it out, you should give it a try.
A lot of people are haunted by their past. I'm inspired by it.
They're not just playing for themselves, they're really playing for their entire family.
They have defeated their demons. They have crushed the curse.
Welcome back to the Allianz Vault. The stage is about to light up once again as we head into map 4, but this time is different. Team Liquid now lead in the series, one map away from moving forward into the grand finals. For the Brazilian scene, though, they are ecstatic at the opportunity. They haven't been in the grand finals in 2 years. They haven't hoisted an international trophy since 2019. Is this the chance? Will they take it? Or will the Stallions come back, force a game 5, and then also have their opportunity into the grand finals? For the Stallions, we've been watching on bated breath for them to clutch round after round, but Team Liquid, resilient as ever, has shut them down. What do we expect from New Compound with these two Titans facing off?
I mean, in my opinion, I feel like New Compound really matches Team Liquid's style well, right? You really want to hunker down Turtle as much as possible when it comes to this map, especially when it comes to the B side. The amount of angles that you can have on the defense is just absolutely insane. And I feel like the priority for the side of Team Liquid is not going to be in the mid position. Instead, it is going to be around that entrance B area going into spawn as they fight for control.
I agree. It's all about fighting on the sites for Team Liquid. They have that scrappy play style, but they're very good at trading up close and personal. And that's where we've seen Stallions slipping in these very aggressive, fast fights up close, which is a bit untraditional for them because you look at their previous matches, they were very good in the aggressive fights.
Yeah, and I mean, if Y especially can be activated here in this map, maybe they can enable themselves to kind of cancel out those initial plays that Stallions like to do for the sake of map control, maybe on the underside of tower, maybe we're going to see it in B, and I would like to see some action on long A as well, because we do not see too much action there, but if it does, then that pressure might be too much for Stallions.
Going back to Danimals, I know he was underperforming on map number 3, but they still get the win, being the IGL himself. But man, if he can IGL and slay out in New Compound, Stallions might not have a chance.
Yeah, they just need that extra little bit of difference to feel safe going into this one, because if you want a third map in a series against Stallions, it's going to take your entire team bringing their A game, and that's where I'm not 100% sure Liquid is there just yet.
One of the good things, though, we've just witnessed Stallions walk in, and they still have some smiles on their faces. That's what they're known for. As long as they're smiling, there's always a chance.
Of course, as long as the vibes are right for the side of Team Stallions, as long as they are having fun on stage, that is what is important, because the moment that they tilt, that is where the match can be lost.
Yeah, they've got to keep the composure here. This is a very crucial one, especially because they're going to have to do it 2 maps in a row now as well. But the vibes have always been good with this team. We've seen them do it so many times in this tournament already, where it feels like they have a bit of a rough start, but this team knows how to claw back when it matters most.
And speaking of no, the Team Liquid, do they focus him once again? They did so in the last map. They shut him down despite a high kill count. No, just couldn't get the ball rolling.
Yeah, I think the style is just going to do it itself, right? I feel like New Compound is going to be very difficult for No, especially knowing that he's going to be the second guy in for the team. He has to really play out of his mind.
It's going to be a rough map map 4. But will it be a rough one for the Stallions or Team Liquid? Team Liquid now put themselves one map away from entering Grand Finals. The Brazilian fans are looking forward to this one. Can Team Liquid get their team over the line, or will Stallions extend the series, go to a Game 5? Maybe we'll see Porte. At the end of the day, it's up to the competitors to decide. Let's go to the casters to get new compounds started.
Thank you very much, guys. We're getting ready for map number 4. New compounds, always a treat. As the Vamoses have already begun here on the side of Team Liquid, just hoping that they can get across the line. They're one step away from meeting Baisha in the finals, as both of these teams are fighting for that last spot in our finals, which will be played tomorrow. It's going to be a joy to watch that and the third place match as well. Stallions, as our desk talked about, they're never out, even though this feels a little bit down and out with the map pool being the way it is and new compound, and Sneaky talking about how No might struggle on this map. Can never count them out. They just somehow make it happen at times, and Team Liquid, though, have been super strong today. They win a couple of close maps, and it might just be enough to get them across the line.
Yeah, and it kind of goes back to that other point too about like a team that's like in the deficit now, right? Where Stallions, they've proven that they can make a comeback, and this is where they realize, okay, look, if we don't find this map, then we're done. Our tournament lives are over. A team that has been able to push the boundaries of tournament life. So this is where I do kind of feel like Stallions still have it in them, right? I mean, we were talking about it ain't over yet, and I definitely feel like for these guys, like it might just be a bit of a wake, or a rude awakening, I should say, just because now they're like, all right, we got to give it all. Like, we cannot hold back anymore. I feel like obviously they were doing that, but you got to find that extra 10, 15% that you got to push just to continue on and not be done yet in this best of 5.
Yeah, it could be a good amount of, positive pressure for them to try to just really force that 5th map, which we are absolutely expecting, even though we do have TL in the lead here going into this new compound. As we do have the Stallions taking their time with this one, they're going to go for the long A play that Sneaky wanted to see. As Danimal's going to go down here, they get that kill. As No picks it up. A lot of damage done by him, but they're able to back away and go for a reset. It's probably going to look mid to B, you would imagine, at this point.
Yeah, I would almost think so, and that actually would be the best read in the world from these guys too, right? Because look at Liquid, they're completely grouped up in this A site, but they're just going to do it. Oh, no. They went through the funnel. They're going to continue going through it. So now they're going to try to press through the boundary of this, but okay, No still finds himself some kills. Go can't get it done. Oh, my goodness. We're talking a quad kill. No's putting himself in another ace territory, but KLB will take it, but it doesn't matter. It gets him around.
Yeah, the B site was open as we could see, but I guess, maybe they were expecting that Team Liquid would rotate actually over to B, but Team Liquid had a good read as they expected the push to come into A, and it really just came down to a straight up, brute force firefight through smoke, and it looked good for TL at the start, but I think after that initial play happened right outside the main door, we saw that they were all looking at long. They were just expecting a bit more pressure from Long, and they were just not ready for the rest of the guys to pour in through the front door. And obviously, No had to hit some big shots on top of it all, but when does he not have to do that? So Stallions start off very nicely here on new compound. Bit of a slower pace to start off with this. And I'm curious to see how they're going to mix it up.
Well, it's just funny, too, how Sneaky was saying, and I don't disagree with him, but he's like, No might struggle on this. And then he gets a quad kill. It's like, this guy don't stop, apparently, right? This guy's just a menace in the server. So that's the thing. If he can put up any sort of, extra 5, 10, 15% more than what he's been able to do so far in this series, it might just be the, the difference maker of them pushing this to a 5-map affair. But we'll have to wait and see. That is only one round in, but can't help but get excited, right? This is where it just, Stallions, like I talked about, they're powering up. This is what they do.
Yep. Slow and steady wins the race for them. In the place of No, though, he did go straight into mid with essentially nothing except the smoke and almost get a kill through the smoke onto Gokin. So he's starting off pretty nicely, and they've identified that Danimals is playing this box, and even our desk was talking about how Danimals had kind of a slow map 3. So you know, sometimes you can do that where it's like, well, we want to target this one guy. Like we got the first kill from the last round. Maybe we just go for him again. They don't get the kill this time, though. Danimals is going to stay alive. Y is not ready for the push, even though you got to be in that position. And now Danimals in the corner, not able to get that done. And No picks up another kill. They do get this A site essentially for free, only losing Loy. Nice shot here from Adrian. And you see 7-7's taking pot shots at No, who's just going to play around the pillar.
Yeah, and again, they're just kind of waiting things out. They time on to 7-7, so now it's for Adrian here on the 1-on-2. This is where Stallions, I feel like they just need to reset this. Like, they're still trying to fight. Like, they have one person on the top position, one person on the low, and they make it work. So, I mean, it's pretty risky, but that is just how their team is. They're bold, they're fierce. There is no fear on this team. Like, they just go for it, right? So that's what makes them so unpredictable in a way, too, because you would think in a classic setup, you're like, a team's just going to play more passive. I can kind of push in that room. I can get a little bit of something to work with. No, like Stallions will get in your face and make it a problem. So 2 convincing rounds go here for the Stallions. But now Y's trying to make something happen. I think this could be an issue because he's missing these shots. He's not getting fed them yet. He finally gets something with 1, but it's quickly back here from Stallions being able to find themselves 2 kills. And this mid control from Liquid, it's a light approach, but he does something. It makes a little bit of a dent.
Yeah, I think if this does go to a map 5, maybe Sneaky should say that No's going to struggle on Porte as well. Because it seems to be working out really well in terms of getting No on the scoreboard, because 7-0 in 3 rounds, and the round isn't even over. It's pretty good, I'd say.
Yeah, exactly. No, and I mean, Sneaky's right. Like, his analysis was correct. I mean, I get it. It's just funny. I'm like, man, he's like, it's like the caster curse where it's like the opposite now. And No's like,
caster blessing.
Yeah, the blessing. That's exactly it, right? And No's just like, no, I'm gonna pop off. Actually, I'm just gonna go nuts.
What?
And these guys are hitting shots. Like this is the thing. Like duel like that, Adrian goes down. That's just even more of an advantage now. So look at this defense. Look at how they have to set this up. And I don't blame them. I almost would love to see where they double stack a B site and just kind of retake A, but I feel like it's too far gone. They have to play this now.
Yeah, a little bit of lack of time, you could say, to kind of group up at this point. So maybe Gokin goes for the clutch in this case in the 1v3, as they're just going to push in through long. They don't have any idea that he's here, but they do find him, as Gokin, you know, he's not going to be able to cover both doors. So at the end of the day, this is what happens when you split up like this. And they both had snipers as well, so pretty rough spot for TL.
Yeah.
We might be looking at a 3-0 start here for Stallions, which is gigantic at this point. As maybe I cursed them, 7-7 comes in, gets the first shot. Still some work to do as he does go up into heaven. He's looking to rain down on them, doesn't know where they are at. Tries to get the pistol kill, not going to happen as No picks up his 8th of the 3 rounds. And that'll be the timeout.
Yeah, I would imagine Team Liquid are going to call this because I think they need to, because they're not really looking like they have much of a fight in them right now. It feels like they're kind of just slugging in this game. And I mean, this is where Stallions, again, they're not doing anything overly creative, right? They're just kind of going for control. They're doubling up. They're just winning these fights. And it feels like almost every single duel, like 9 out of 10 times they're going to win it, right? And it's just the positioning from Liquid's getting a little bit awkward, a little bit weird. So for them, this is a good moment for the coach just to kind of reevaluate their game plan, because the current one's not working. I would like to almost see, maybe not immediately now, but I would like to see that mid control being taken a little bit more with like players. We saw there was only 2 that one time. I mean, we typically see teams that commit 3 or 4. That might be a good way for them just to go for some gunfights, but they're going to have to try something a little bit differently. Even maybe B main control would be good. Just fight for some kind of control in the map. You just have to do something where Stallions have to really think about what they want to do in this.
Yeah. I do love how in CROSSFIRE, sometimes you'll see someone just take out a giant stack of paper and be like, all right, here we go. Let's, okay, we're going default 3. It's like, it's like an NFL team or something. Yeah. It's like, all right, this is our setup now. And take the pause. Whatever we were doing is not working. So let's go back to the drawing board. I got my stack of paper here.
Exactly.
And we'll see if the mix-up helps them, as the shot started good for 7-7. But eventually you got to push into 2, and they're looking right at him. So not much he could do in that circumstance, but it's still worrying for Team Liquid, where it's like the back and forth of it is Team Liquid win a map, and it's like super close. They win in extra rounds. And then Stallions stomp them on the next one. And then again, we go to New Mexico. Team Liquid take it eventually in a close one in extra rounds. And now Team Stallions are stomping them, at least early on. It's not over yet, but you got to feel that Team Liquid, they might have that in their heads. And let's see how this is going to go for Stallions as well after this timeout that was called by TL. A lot of nades in the mid, trying to read this pressure. And actually, Y is there. They just did not expect him there after all of the nades were thrown in.
Yeah, it's a bit of an awkward angle, right? Because typically you see a player just kind of hugging that wall or like just a little bit off that wall, but he was wide open, right? So very much a timing thing where it's good positioning from Y, being able to find something, takes down No. So that guy that's, been just running around, going on a rampage, finally gets humbled just a little bit. So now, Stallions, we'll see what they can do without him. This is a big test here for someone like Loy or, maybe even JJ. Like, he's had himself a decent series so far. So we'll have to see who can be able to prevail. But all 4 players grouped up here in Tower. Liquid here with the triple stack in A, so a nice 3-2 split. The GR spawn is open, like that is up for grabs. As soon as, Danimals can't see anything, this is something they can make the cross through. And they might want to do it soon. Those smokes are getting in place. And they still have a little bit of utility they can use if they want to for the exec. Well, they're going to switch this up. They might even try to contest for B main control, and Loy's already been able to find himself some really good information, realizing, okay, this might actually be more for free than we thought. So this is a good read right now from Stallions.
Yeah. Adrian here on low health has swapped over to the sniper. And he is able to leg him, but doesn't get the kill, and that's JJ on the entry, picks up 2 just like that. We got 3 low health members here on the side of Stallions. We got no frag grenades on the side of TL, so this is just going to have to be a clean setup push as KLB's trying to play in mid. He picks up 2 just like that. And Goken, he has done so much, but he can't do it here in this round. And that is now 4-0 to the side of Stallions, and no tack pause left for TL.
Yeah, I love that, though. Again, the one thing that Stallions are doing so well is they're just waiting for one of those players to just go for like a flank, essentially. You're just trying to catch them on like a, like a 3 or 6 o'clock, right? So this is what I love. Like, we saw that, I think that was what, KLB that just was able to pop through mid, and he's like, oh, hey, look, I'm here. And then Liquid are like, why are you here, right? And then like they just get more disassembled. So it's good work from Stallions. Just, again, these site controls and what they want to do with the real estate that they grab, like they overextend all the time, and it definitely seems like it's panning out well. And Liquid, once again, a round that was looking decent for them. They took down the heavy hitter of No, but then you had someone like, JJ that was able to find himself that 2-piece. Getting that entry was huge, and now it's Danimals. He's going to pull on back from this. He has a bit of a noise cue that these guys are trying to contest for long. Not the guy that wants to go for the fight. Instead, will join his comrades. The right play to do here. Stallions, they don't fall for it this time. This time they're going to regroup.
Yeah, I do like it. I mean, that's multiple times now where Stallions, they try to push and pressure to A-long, and it's not a full Camille, of course, unless you're trying to go kind of against the grain and go for something unexpected. But if you can go there and get the pick off like they did in round 1 against Danimals and then essentially reset and go for a follow-up push, you're in a fantastic spot. I do think that this map can feel very good for the GR side, but if an initial pick goes to Blacklist, you only have 4 people, it makes the B site much weaker. And it's difficult to get information, especially if you do play this turtley style that we do see very often. As now Danimals tries to poke out. He gets sat down by No. That is not an even matchup right now with the way that No and Danimals are playing. There's now a flash here, but they just take over the spawn. It's not looking the right way. Y is going to take him down, not able to get KLB. And Goken up in the window does get sat by Loy. And it is just 7-7 who has to come in here late once again.
Yeah, now it's just down to him in this tower position or heaven. I mean, not going to be easy at all. He has to be lights out here with the pistol. He has to jump down, being able to win this fight, and then survive to go against Loy. Loy here just getting the jump spot, so now they know exactly where he is for sure. And look at No, he just goes for the swing.
Well,
short-lived here for 7-7, but man, Stallions, like you said, it feels like they get on these certain maps that they like, and it's just a bulldozer, right? It's a wrecking ball that's come through. Like, we're talking a 5-0, and what have we seen? I think 1 round that's been very close. Otherwise, I feel like Stallions have taken it with full stride here. So, like, this is like you said, it's got to be getting in Liquid's head a little bit. Like, especially Danimal's calling the shots. He's like, man, I got to figure out what I got to do for the team, because that's where that IGL responsibility is just so high.
Yeah, and they already took that tack pause. And, you know, Stallions on sub-base, it makes sense, right? You come in a new compound, it's like, well, I feel like this should be a map that both of these teams should be relatively comfortable on. I don't give Stallions the big lead in terms of comfort on this map, so...
No.
I think it's just Stallions' Blacklist side has looked phenomenal, and honestly, TL haven't brought in a whole lot. It feels like they're playing very default. We haven't seen too many mix-ups, and when it comes down to the nitty-gritty, Stallions are hitting the shots a bit better, so just playing a bit better Crossfire at this point. KLB now just trying to maybe dry swing in here. They're not going to expect Adrian this close with that smoke coming in, and the nades as well. Let's see how much value Adrian can get here in the smoke. As the flash comes in, he gets flashed himself, but does get one, and that's two as Y gets one as well. Loy tries to push in, but Y steps up big time to stop this beat push.
Yeah, it's much needed too. I mean, this is where Team Liquid needed something to happen. So, I mean, for them, this could be a good way to get rid of that goose egg. But look, you still have KLP, you still have No alive. No's going to get overwhelmed here. Position's just a little bit off. Danimals, that's a really nice spot for him. Now he can just pull back, and there we go. The teamwork will make the dream work. Liquid find themselves around, and maybe road to redemption here, Valdez. Maybe, just maybe.
Yeah, I mean, you got to start somewhere with that one. We saw Danimals actually boosted on the door. We've seen that quite a lot, actually, at this tournament, and he's no stranger to it as well. So he just is sitting in the smoke up on top of the door, no pushes past, and it's free pickings for Danimals as they're trying to go for it once again.
That's sick.
I mean, you know, if it's not working for you when you're trying to peek them, just, you know, camp on top of the door. I think that's fine. Like, you got a lot of value just doing that and taking down No. So it's actually going to be Goken who's playing this spot. And this is a risky spot, but not one that Goken is scared of, as the nades are going to fly. He wants to get the one. He will not have it, as Stallions, they are so good at punishing that. And now Danimals is in a bit of an awkward spot, but he's got a smoke to help him out at least. And they're not going to continue pushing just yet.
I think it's a good call, though, right? Like, I mean, I know Goken went down this round, but I do like the fact that Danimals is like, look, I can't hold long A like this. We need to put someone like you, Goken, to hold this. Yes, it doesn't work this round, but I think the theory of this makes a lot more sense. He can fight those long duels. He can get that information. He can get out of there where Danimals is just going to be straight rifling. So I do like that adjustment. I think it makes sense. Danimals is playing a bit of a cheeky angle. So this is a good little bit of a change-up. Yes, it hasn't worked technically, but I do think it is the right call. These are those small little adjustments you have to make when things are just not working. So it is a good little bit of a theory crafting from Danimals. But he might have to get out of this position because this is going to be terrible.
Yeah, I mean, if they push long A, which they are, they get the bounce through the window. He's got to drop down now, because now he's just a sitting duck, essentially. He tries to go around. At least he gets the one, but it's still not a good look on the round. And look at where KLP is playing, just in the middle of the map, waiting for the rotations to come in. And there it is. It's a free kill on a 7-7. They know where Adrian is going to be coming from, and maybe he just gets the follow-up. There it is. Nicely done from KLP, and the round looks so easy for Stallions. They take down Goken, and from there, excellent play on long to just pressure. That's not going to be something that Team Liquid expect.
No, exactly. And I think the good thing for Danimals, or for Team Liquid, they could try to redo that setup, because Danimals did drop down, so it isn't obvious he was playing there. So they actually could try to contest him, but they actually are going to go for mid. They're going to try to put some aggression into this. Seems like it's a little bit back and forth. Both teams are starting to throw some jabs and some crosses, but it is going to be Stallions, though, that seem to be taking a little bit more of the beating on this one. No's been down to critical HP. You have Loy that's taken some damage. Doesn't seem to matter at this point. So you have Goken alive. You have Danimals alive. But Goken has to be able to find something here with the sniper. He has to make a connection with this TRG quickly. Danimals, though, is getting active in B main, so he's going to get a ton of information. I don't know if it's worth it for him to push all the way through. It looks like he might even debate this. Goken, I like that he's anchoring. I was going to say that might be just a bit too careless for me. I'm thinking just if he could stay alive, get any sort of noise cues or anything, that would have helped. But now Goken has to just be lights out.
Yeah, and I keep saying that he can be good in these spots, but he hasn't been today in like 1v3s, and it's a lot to expect, obviously.
And this is a bait.
Okay.
That's honestly, I like it though, because what Bill was doing is he's just going in. He's like, hey, even if I die, you know exactly where he is. Go to the opposite, right? So he was just clearing, and then he wins it, which is more ridiculous, right? But it's just like, again, that's really good teamwork from Stallions. They're just like, okay, yeah, sacrificial lamb, we'll be fine. And unfortunately, Vergokin, yeah, like you said, unfortunately, he's just not showing his impact that what we saw in map 1 and 2, right? Or map 1 and 3, I should say, sorry. But yeah, it seems like it's a little bit more quiet on this one.
Yeah, the whole team has been, you know, it hasn't been a good look from Team Liquid on this map specifically so far. 7-1, giving Stallions 7 Blacklist side wins is a bit too much, I'd say. So unless TL have something insane for the next half, I don't see them having much luck on this one, as Goken's going to start off with a couple, as Adrian will as well. KLP does get that kill with the pistol back, so at least he's able to do that. And now the 1v2, and you got a sniper. I mean, there is a chance for KLP. It's obviously not an easy spot, though, as our snipers have been put into many of a wonky spots today.
Yeah. And I feel like KLP, like, he can be clutch, but he's not the guy that I would put, like, as the clutch player on this team, in my opinion. Like, he can definitely have his moments, but we'll see. This is a good play from Liquid, though, doubling up like this, because it makes the most sense, right? Because if they would have gone double stack A and they have to retake it, could still be fine with numbers, but why make it harder for yourself? Just go in the more difficult site. But KLP, is he going to overcook here, too? Oh, he's going to overcook.
It is a Stallions player, so...
yeah, they overcook a lot.
It could be any of them.
It could be any of them.
This time it's KLP. But now, I mean, he gets into the A site, he's going to get a lot of information that they're not here.
Yeah.
And this is a site where you can plant for playing sniper very well. So he's going to do exactly that. He's going to back off into mid. And if he gets... Well, okay, now he's pushing them. They're going to come around the corner. He gets the shot! And he backs away. This is KLP's moment as we get the big zoom in onto him. And there it is! He does not miss those! Stallions 8-1 off to the back of a clutch of KLP.
Oh, man, I'm already like, I just pulled the caster's, blessing. I was like, yeah, he doesn't clutch much. Yeah, whatever. And then look at him. That was beautiful. He goes for the fight, right? Like, I kind of heard the emphasis in your voice, so you're like, he's pushing. He's pushing. I'm like, yeah, he's going to try, right? And I mean, it's not a bad play because he goes for that duel, and then that counter flash was great. He was able to just reposition perfectly. It did land. Wow, what a dominant first half. I don't think we've had that one as dominant. I know the first, sub base was close, like 10-2 that way, where like it's a close contender for domination, but I don't know, an 8-1 lead, I don't think we've seen that yet. So that's not in this series at least, but man, it's that is a statement to make. And they got some gas in the tank.
Yeah, they absolutely do. I mean, this is getting very one-sided. TL, we saw that they were able to get back to the drawing board and win on New Mexico, but again, it was like so difficult. Like, Stallions always make it so difficult for any team that they play against. And yeah, I think if you're TL, give it your best shot here on New Compound, but probably just going to have to go for a reset, as Adrian is going to push through, takes a bunch of damage from the tower. And, I really wanted to see more of TL's Blacklist side on this map. I was very curious, but just might not get to see much as the flashes come in. As there's the counter, and it's perfect for No to just pop out and mow them down. As Loy not going to get the kill, but it will be KLP to follow up. It's 9 here for Stallions. And do we just have them 10-1 then?
I would love it. I would love it, honestly. Like, I mean, no disrespect to Liquid, but I think just the fact of Stallions being able to push this to a map 5, what we all were predicting anyways, we were wondering if this was going to be like grueling games, like they're going to go like those 13-10s or 13-12s or whatever. But the fact that, like you said, 13-11 the first, 10-2 the second, 13-10 the third, now we have a conversation of a 10-1. Man, that that's going to be tilting for Liquid. And even better for Stallions, because imagine that momentum just built from this and like that confidence these guys have. You can't even give them more confidence. Like, you know what I mean? That's over the charts.
Yeah.
That's just scary. That's a scary sighting.
Yeah, we talked a lot about the map scoreline so far. No does put up the 15-4 so far, so a chance for him to end up with something like a 4 KD or close to it if he doesn't go down in this round. And he has been supported by his teammates as well. This is a team effort this time, as maybe he goes down here, already taking a bunch of chip, and Y's going to start it off with the first kill onto him. And there's a second one. Y going big. He does get traded out as KLB getting so much value. What is happening? 2 snipes and a pistol kill. As KLP is right there for the help, but now Danimals, it's so obvious where he's going to be playing. They just peek him. The bomb's on the ground. And there it is, KLP swinging by, the 10-1 victory for Stallions. And we will have our map 5, as was predicted. Not a big surprise here.
Honestly, I love it. I love the fact that these guys come in. They're already down the maps. We were maybe having the conversation of Liquid being able to close things out, but Stallions stay alive. They put up a masterclass performance on this map. Now the difficult task is here. We talk about Porte. That's the last map we go. Liquid have played this so far in the tournament. They were able to have themselves a pretty good sighting on this before, but I mean, that was a very different team that they played against. So we'll have to see what Stallions have been able to pick up and watching the demos and the replays and everything. And man, I'm more excited for this. Stallions have proven that they are such a championship level team.
Unbelievable stuff from them. We are going to have our map 5 in just a moment. Don't go anywhere.
What an unbelievable development as Stallions manage to clutch up and tie up the series. We go to a Game 5. But really, we always knew it was going to go to a Game 5 between these two, right? Because they've got history from the past couple of days. They played each other on B Stream. It went to Game 3 back when it was a best of 3. Now that we moved to a best of 5, we knew it was going all the way. However, what a comeback to lose so narrowly on New Mexico 13-10 to then come back for the Stallions and beat them on New Compound 10-11. Talk about a regain.
Yeah, and I was really expecting Team Liquid to be a bit more proactive when it comes to this map. You know, a lot more fights towards long A, a lot more fights towards mid, but it seems like they kind of took the turtle strat a bit too seriously. And it seems like it was just a full-on flood from the side of Team Stallions. They were just walking all over the place.
Yeah, honestly, we've got to be critical of those key riflers. We've seen very hot and cold throughout this matchup from Team Liquid so far. Danimal, out of the 4 maps, continuing to underperform a bit here in map 4 as well. But we also have an interesting pattern we're starting to see in this series. You have one very close game followed by Stallions having a dominating performance in the second map. You saw that on 3 and 4 here as well. But that kind of scares me because if the pattern repeats itself, it means Liquid could win a close map in map 5.
Yeah, and it kind of can go in that direction, right? Especially in the map of Porte, you are going to be wanting redemption if you're on the side of Team Liquid, and you know that is the time to do so, especially if you're Gokhan right now, who went 6 and 10 in the set summary.
It's amazing that Y was even able to squeeze out 11 kills despite the scoreline being 10-1. KLB doing a great job alongside that of KLP, 14 and 12. No, consistent as ever. Loy and JJ a bit lower, but then again, does it really matter when it went 10-1?
Yeah, definitely not at this point. I mean, Stallions, that was just a steamroller in action that we saw. And if they can play that way, just 2 maps in a row, this series is definitely theirs. But like Sneaky's been hinting at, Porte is a bit of a dangerous game to play against a team like Team Liquid. This is one of their best maps.
Yeah, I mean, Team Liquid, of course, still a very, very big threat coming into this map number 5, and really, they should not take it lightly, in all honesty. We've seen multiple highlights from Gokhan against Filipino teams, to be specific, on this map, so they really need to tread carefully.
But at this point, stamina becomes a real thing. I mean, these guys have been battling hard. It's not like it's just been, oh, we're going to Game 5. No, for the past, hour and a half, 2 hours, they've been going at it as hard as they possibly could and giving it their all, right? I mean, when we talk stamina, what are we talking about here? We're talking about a long series, constantly engaged, constantly doing your best. I mean, Kyle, even the best in the world sometimes get tired and fatigued.
Yeah, I mean, it feels like right now, out of these 10 players, the only one we haven't seen really take their foot off the gas is No, and I think that's going to be key in this final matchup. We saw it there in the 4th map. Even Gokhan can have his off games, but No is always there for the Stallions, and that's the problem they really have to be ready to deal with in map 5, because you know he's still coming with that energy.
Yeah, Coach Tanks as well. We got to give him credit where credit is due. Always behind them, always helping them out, and most importantly, helping them regain. It's not easy to lose a 13-10. It's not easy to lose for for example, at 13-11 like they did in map number 1, yet somehow, some way, map 2, map 4, they come back in a big way.
Yeah, I just know that Tanks gave them that philosophical speech right before game number 4, and they're like, "Hey guys, we lost 13-11 in this game, but you know where it's hard, it is also fun to play the game." And of course, once again, fun is the way to go for the side of Team Stallions, and it seems like they had a lot of fun when it came to new compound. So hopefully the vibes have bounced back by the time that we reached map number 5.
Well, Stallions, Team Liquid, they're for sure fighting as hard as they possibly can. Game 5. That's what it comes down to, either to move on or play for 3rd place. I know which one they would rather do. Either way, for Game 5, it's going to be Porte coming up very shortly. What a crazy turn of events. Again, going to Game 5, going to Porte. It's going to be a fight for sure between these two great teams from different regions, one from Brazil, the other from the Philippines. But when we talk Brazil, right, being in the grand finals, this would be the first time since 2024, lifting the trophy since the first time since 2019. There's a long history when it comes to the regional debates of who is the best region when it comes to CROSSFIRE. Undeniably, it's been China. But when it comes to Brazil and the Philippines, they're doing their best to change the narrative. And we've got two of the best ready to sit or punch their ticket into the grand finals to play against Baisha.
Yeah, and of course, Baisha is going to be ready and waiting for the grand finals. They're probably watching this one with a magnifying glass, right? Especially considering how good Team Liquid is when it comes to their macro, when it comes to that push-pull kind of offense that we do see from time to time. And it seems like this will be a good match either way.
As Team Liquid goes to the stage, I noticed their coach was leading the charge, right? Getting his players behind him. He got a piece of paper. He's clearly taking his notes, doing his homework, and he's going to need to, for sure, going into the final map.
Yeah, I mean, especially after the series they're having, you've got to give feedback throughout here because they've had the coldest maps we've seen in this. Every map has either been a Stallions massive win or a very, very close nail biter that Team Liquid is barely scraping by with. So you've got to really study those key moments and figure out how to adjust on the fly, and that's where the coaches really matter here.
But even still, despite Team Liquid only getting nail biter wins against Stallions, they're wins nonetheless.
Yeah, they're still wins at the end of the day, and especially knowing that the liquid wins are heartbreakers for the side of Team Stallion. So if they know that if they go the distance in this map of Porte, it still could be a dangerous game for them.
So as we head into Porte, you guys have been saying it's going to be tough for Stallions. What does Team Liquid do so well that Stallions might have to fend off against?
I think the hardest part is really going to be the sniper game here. Gokhan is very mobile on this map. He can play that A-top angle. He can take the bridge peaks on Porte, but he can also solo anchor the B bomb side. So he's going to be very present across this entire map, and they've got to be ready to deal with that.
So if Gokhan's such a problem, then who from Stallions needs to deal with them?
I feel like it's the entirety of Stallions, not gonna lie. KLP will have a lot of responsibility to go for these opening snipes, but at the same time, especially in that top A area, it has to be the full force of Stallions pushing into the sniper, and if they cannot do that, they're gonna drown in the map of Porte.
Lloyd was just on your screen, again, shooting bodies. He's been unrelenting throughout the 4 maps, and he's gonna need to bring that energy to keep Stallions at an all-time high. You don't want to leave this stage knowing you narrowly lost, but that's what's up for grabs when it comes to both of these rosters, and they're going to be fighting hard. The fans have been wonderful on both sides, right? For Team Liquid, they've been cheering every single kill, every clutch, every single win. Of course, on the side of the Stallions, they also have that support. They're a family after all, but it's not going to be easy for Gokhan. Can he get shut down, or will he be the star-studded player that we know he can be to lead Team Liquid to victory? It's Stallions versus Team Liquid. It comes down to this. It comes down to one more map onto Porte. Will it be TL? Will it be Stallions? Let's find out.
Thank you very much, guys. We are getting ready for map number 5, the decider who gets to play up against Baisha in the finals and who will have to settle for the 3rd, 4th place match. It all comes down to this, as he just said. And this is a map where we're expecting strength from TL for sure, but Stallions start on the GR side, which is certainly the favored side on this map.
Yeah, no question about it. I mean, this is the thing, like the desk did a great job talking about all the odds are against Stallions right now on a map like this. Team Liquid definitely have proven their track record on this, but being on that GR side might just be something of a winning factor for the Stallions, or getting at least something in motion. We'll have to find out. Everything down to this, the semifinals into the map number 5. So our predictions have gone somewhat true. But I'm just wondering if, for Stallion's sake, if that 10-1 victory really did just kind of create a big opening for him and maybe got in the head of Liquid. We'll have to wait and see. This is the biggest question mark to me about how does Liquid, bounce back into a game like this from a beating like that.
Yeah, well, I mean, they had to deal with a similar feeling from sub-base, and they were able to bounce back on New Mexico. So with the amount of veterans they have in here, I really think they can handle it. But let's see, as here comes the aggression on the B site. Those shots not ringing true for KLB, and they do make their way in. He is going to drop down. Now here come the reinforcements, and Danimals this time is the one putting up the score. And he is going to get so much damage done to the entirety of the Stallions roster. KLB trying to swing around the left side. He's going to pick up one. Now the spam not really lining up as KLP alive still, but Goken takes him down as he jumps up onto the boxes. And once again, TL will start strong on the map.
Yeah, look at the passion there too from Team Liquid. Just trying to get everything fired up. They need to just making sure they have enough here for this last map. But that was a great take from them, right? I mean, it seemed like they went for the execute, just waited a few seconds, and then again, they were just able to just get a ton of control on that bomb site. So really good from them. Stallions, they were trying to expect these fights a little bit quicker. So you can tell the positioning from Stallions started getting a little bit more scrambled, if you will. So good take from Team Liquid. Clean and easy round, like nothing too much complexity on that one. But we'll see what Team Liquid want to do with this. Now they're going to try to group up through mid. Now they'll try to go for no. They actually do take him down very early, so that's an important kill. So Adrian being able to find some good impact. Really good utility once again, being able to connect a ton of damage. So Liquid have actually just been eaten alive here by some of the HP. And now Goken, look at his HP. He's down to the red again.
Yeah, I mean, if you're going to show that much presence in mid and go immediately over to A, they're going to know, right? As the nades come in, Goken thought about it. He peeked for just a moment, but he's already quite low. And we do still have a couple of guys in that A connector. I mean, they could try to pop out, but the issue is, if there's somebody, JJ in this case, who's kind of looking right down the middle, he's going to see if they try to rotate out of this. And then you've got the guy up on top of A, who's always the most difficult player to root out here. So they're just going to have to go for it. As KLP is up here, we'll see how he deals with the pressure. He's not going to hit the shot, but immediately they know he's coming in, and JJ's taking pot shots right through the middle, as you would expect. No push to come through just yet, but KLP is so ready for it. As JJ gets another, and he drops down. 7-7 is so low with not much timing, and that is just going to be KLB putting an end to that. So reading the situation very well is Stallions, even after they lost no early.
Yeah, I mean, I really, really like that round, just again, because I was trying to really emphasize the importance of the utility work from Stallions earlier on in this series, where they've been able to showcase some good flashes and some good nade work. But I love the fact they do it, because when they threw all those nades onto short like that, you could see that JJ was just going for the swing. He's like, I think we might have done some damage. Obviously, they don't have full intel of that, but they had a pretty good inkling. So it's good to see. And then they capitalized on that opportunity. So great job from Stallions being able to bounce back immediately, not allowing Liquid to have any sort of, compounding building of this, right? Because again, if Liquid would have been able to find two, Stallions may be feeling a little bit more of that pressure. Liquid getting a little bit more confident. B site's going to be open. Stallions do actually give it up. So it's going to be a 5-on-5 retake scenario. And surely not JJ is going to go for this by himself. Surely not JJ. Okay, KLB is going to be able to find that kill. So now, look at this, the B warehouse, everybody's here for the party. Everybody's ready. They're just going to kick down the door. It's all about why. He has to be the bouncer. He has to be the guy that says no. And that smoke is going to be problematic. They have to go through this blind. This is a bad issue, but it doesn't even seem to matter. But now all of a sudden, this thing has turned to the 1v1. KLP has to be lights out. He has to do something big. And who other than KLP to put up another clutch?
Just a gigantic shot there from him as he, it's been a slow and steady day for KLP, but as the day has come along, his new compound was insane, and now starting off with that, Really like that retake there, just playing off of the entry man who takes the bullets, even through the smoke. Just the immediate follow-up for KLP to get the snipe down. And then, of course, the follow-up, the push that did come in onto the site was fantastic. Stallions playing this one very measured, even though Team Liquid have already gotten some decent spots early on onto Porte, especially from the Blacklist side. It's not looking so bad for TL, but they only have one round to show for it. So I'm curious where they go from here, as now it's Stallions' turn to actually push up a little bit here. A connector, and TL have felt this pressure and are waiting, sitting back for now.
Yeah, but again, it's good pressure, like you said, from Stallions. The fact that they're kind of pushed up like this is huge because, again, Team Liquid have to be very careful about their next move. Do they expect to see a double player stack like this? You have Noah in the lower corridor. You have his teammate right above him. So this is a really nice little bit of a cheeky double. Should be able to find this kill. He does. That's the bomb drop. There's Loy, right? That's exactly what you want. And then you also have JJ just going for a swing on his own. So, Liquid just read like a book. And Stallions seem to be the chapter ahead on it right now. But you have Danimals alive. You still have Gokin alive here too. Full utility belts for both these guys. So maybe they can make work of something. But that C4 is dropped. They don't have control of it. That might be an issue. The Stallions are going to allow that control for them if they want to get it back.
Yeah. They do expend a smoke still just to make sure, because, you know, there's always guys looking right down the middle of the map. Gokin trying to help out from the top here. Did he spot him?
I don't think so.
I don't think so, yeah.
I think he just missed it.
He keeps on, like,
I know, they're toying with us here.
Is he? No, okay. Well, looks like maybe just go A connector to A once again. Stallions dealt with this easily last time, and they had, fewer members. And TL had, an extra guy. So I would expect them to be able to stop, especially 20 seconds left. Well, Danimals, nice start here. And again, really not a lot of time. But Lloyd trying to play counter here on a Goku, who drops down, not going to hit the shot, though. And now Danimals just gets overloaded. Not much he could do, as Loy has been all about the BM after the round. He just loves to do that. And Stallions, 3 rounds now in a row from the Global Risk side. Obviously looking very strong from this side, and this is the worrying part, because we've all talked about this pattern where, when Stallions win the maps, they win it super one-sidedly. And if you're playing GR side of Porte first, you can get so many rounds under your belt, and I worry for TL's ability to close it out from that far behind based on what we've seen.
Yeah, no kidding. And I was thinking about even just for, the winners, for tomorrow for Baisha. We talked and joked about the coaches with tons of paper, and I was saying, look, like N9 is a guy that has he has a scripture. The guy is just reading paper after paper of teams. So I'm wondering what his notes look like right now. He's probably just okay, Liquid do this, Stallions do that. And there's just so much you have to get. But this is a great round from Liquid. They're able to find 2 opening duels. That at least gives them something to work with. Noah is trying to contest, but he gets overwhelmed by utility, and the guns start to fire back here from Liquid. They are still within this game, and Stallions are starting to get a bit of a reality check of that. 2 players remaining for them now, but this is, again, putting Stallions in a clutch factor. This is something you can never count them out for, but this is something big. But no, KLP going down. Surely this might be a bit too much for Loy. You have to find yourself a 1-on-5, and that's a flawless round. Barely, but it is. Liquid bounce back with something.
Yeah, very nicely done. I do think that, kind of reading the pressure very well of Team Stallions from the GR side. I think that Y is just standing there. He's they're definitely going to peek me. I just know it. He's waiting, and he taps on the head. He gets that first kill, and then JJ's well, I got to try to reswing that. I got to try to get 1 kill back. Now, he didn't necessarily have to, especially from the GR side, but that's just the way this team plays, and I feel like TL had a really good read that they were going to continue to peak, and they got so much value out of just essentially waiting for Stallions to peek them one by one, including No, who went for the 3rd peak, and you saw what happened there. So now this time, Stallions going to play a little bit more passively. They do not play here in the B main area. And that does mean that no initial kills will go to Y this time.
Flashes galore, and there it is. KLB, look at that! It's a massacre! On for the ace. He's just so hungry, but Gokin will steal it away from him. But again, KLB's done his job. And Stallions, what a statement to make on a following round that you lost. And the heroics of these guys, like we said, everybody can have their moment to shine. And they do it here and now so far on the GR side of Porte. This has got to be getting in Liquid's head. This has got to be more than frustrating at this point.
Yeah, I feel like the scoreline for Porte is not that bad for Team Liquid, right? Where they have 2 rounds from the global or from the Blacklist side, and I do feel like over the years teams have figured out how to get more value from the Blacklist side. But I think the timing of the timeout is not bad because they want to stop the ball rolling early, and immediately as that round gets very one-sided, I think this is a good time for GLC to come in and just say, "Hey guys, calm down, it's okay. We're still doing very well. I like what you're doing," and also kind of really hammer in those points where he doesn't feel like they're checking all the boxes. So I think it's a good timing to go for this timeout. Now the issue is we have seen this where they go for like a timeout around round 5, round 6, where they're behind, and then the map goes away from them, and then they don't have a timeout. So
yeah,
this might be the final stand for Team Liquid if they don't get something going.
Yeah, they have to get it here and now, right? I mean, this is where we talk a lot about the stats, and when you have those timeouts being called and just the importance of being able to win that round following it, it just feels like it pans out well for you, right? You're like, okay, that conversation was good. Now we move forward. Now we can, be on the positive end of this, but we'll have to see, right? Last timeout for the tournament lives here for Liquid. But what a beautiful hole. I love this replay. KLB just such a monster, right? I mean, this is where, he can be like such a strong anchor in these sites, like on the GR sides. Like we talk about him like on sub base and what he's able to do. This time he gets the rifle out and he just mows them down. So we'll see. We'll see what Liquid have in store for us. So they have to now look like they're planning for maybe even an A hit or a potential A little bit of an impact, but you have to worry about KLP. He does have that TRG. He's propped, like just ready to go on the top, waiting for it. Nades galore. Oh, they're getting space now, Valdez.
Yeah, they push in, and I like this. I don't think KLP has been the best up top. He's been good in other scenarios, but they are trying to pressure him now, and I love this. KLP only able to get the one, and Danimals goes up top. They are going to take them down, and it is a fantastic read from TL to pressure this A site. That is exactly what they needed to stay in this map.
Yeah, that was great, and I do agree with you. I think that KLP, like, despite his efforts, what he's been able to bring in this best of 5 and what he's been able to do in this map too, that position in the A tower, it's a ton of responsibility, right? I mean, you're the guy that's like sniping, you're the guy that has to get those kills, you have to stop the aggression, and the fact that he misses the shot, that creates so much space for Liquid, and honestly, that was great capitalization from these guys. So that was a really good read from them, just saying, look, we haven't really contested A, we keep trying to go B, let's go back and do this. So really good work from Team Liquid to be able to bounce back into it. Now Stallions, what do they want to do differently? A one-man army here in B, doubling mid, doubling A. And the last time that we saw Liquid go into the short control like this is where Stallions were just throwing nades everywhere, and it did a ton of damage. So we'll see if this might be a little bit differently here for Team Liquid.
Yeah, absolutely. Let's see what it is going to look like as they have stayed quiet for now. It's been Gokin peeking a little bit from way out and long as the nade does come through, but it's only the one, and now they are going to be raining flashes. The counter flash does come out. It's going to delay this push a little bit, but the nade gets KLP, and they will push through. They have smoke in position. Adrian gets past. And now this is not a half bad spot. We do have the flank coming in, though, as KLB does pick off one, make it 2, and right as he flanks in, Lloyd jumps down and cleans it up. That is exactly how you have to play that out. KLB has been having a gigantic port so far.
Yeah, this has been amazing to see, right? Again, there's been so much talk about no this, no that, No's, so sick. He's such a slaughterhouse.
And he still is.
And he still is, yeah. I'm not even going to take that away from him. But the fact that we get to see, like, Lloyd, we get to see KLB, I've been always watching KLB. He's such a good player, but now he's really starting to pop off. This is where he's getting fired up. KLP, unfortunately, on the other end here, not able to find as much impact as he wants in these last couple rounds, but Stallions have been able to secure this half regardless of how this last round will go. If they can be able to find a 6, though, what a boost for them to get onto that BL side, right? But Team Liquid still very much up for grabs here. And it's been good calling from Danimals. I don't feel like there's anything that's been improper, really. It's just been some of the duels that have not gone their way.
Yeah, and it's always going to be difficult. I mean, I thought when Adrian got across there and they had the smoke in position and they had taken down KLP from the tower, like, they were in a good spot, but really it just comes down to KLB's flank timing. If that doesn't come through, he got 2 kills and distracted them and allowed Loy to essentially jump down. So a very close round that could have gone TL's way, but some heroics essentially, as Noah's like, I'm pretty low now, so maybe I get an opportunity here with the TRG. He's sitting at 2-7, hasn't had the most fun on this map so far. And he's just going to back off of the play for now. As you see that TL, they got that initial pick on a KLP, but they really want to slow this down in the final round of the half.
Yeah, and Kyle was bringing up that big point about, look, like, no, if he can be able to maintain form, like the way he's been able to through all 4 of these maps, I mean, that could just be the winning recipe for these guys. But look, if people like KLB and Loy and those guys can be able to just kind of help him out, that might just be it as well. Now KLB tested one more time. JJ getting shots fired at him, but he's not going to get hit. Some warning signals, and he does win the fight. Oh man, that kill feed is loading blue once again here. Danimals does find himself that duel. KLB now, the anchor that's been so proficient, unfortunately cannot figure out this formula. And it is going to be the first half in favor for Stallions with a 5-4, but at least Liquid can work with something going into this GR side.
Yeah, absolutely. I think this is anyone's map from here. And Team Liquid doing a lot of work. It's been tough, right? From this position where they were down a lot of rounds, they had to take a relatively early tack pause, but to get up to 4 from Blacklist is good enough. And now anyone's map from here. Stallions, though, they have been pretty insane from this Blacklist side. I mean, just going back to, I think it was a new compound where they just were able to run over them over and over. Either way, it's been a great time for them on this side. Curious to see how much Porte practice they've had and how much prep they have for this map, because it is certainly a map that doesn't play like a lot of the other maps we have in the pool, so can be a bit of an outlier. But when you get into a best of 5, like, you're going to have it if you're not going to ban it. So we're going to get a sense of it in just a moment, as Stallions will have to push here. Looks like some mid pressure to start off. They're going to push Adrian off of the bridge. As a nade comes out from him, maybe expecting a fast rotate into connector, but not going for it just yet. Stallions showing a lot of patience.
Yeah, really just kind of, again, figuring out their options and what they want to do with this, so I don't actually mind this at all. Team Liquid probably expecting some kind of, crazy, just full send. They're just going to go into it, but no, not the case at all. Some good amount of discipline here from Team Stallions, but the minute remaining on this, and now this is where, again, you kind of have to get something moving here, right? There's not a ton of real estate they have. I mean, they have this B warehouse control. This might just be the plan of attack. They might even try to do a bit of a 2-2 split, or 2-3 split, I should say, but we'll have to wait and see. Nade's getting thrown. This is going to block off against Goken. Yeah, but he still finds the timing on it. That's a big kill. JJ's gone. 7-7 has the full queue. He's here. But he misses the shots. You cannot have that. You cannot have that, Team Liquid. And now it just seems like KLB once again pulls up clutch. Liquid just fall apart when it comes to the fragging department. They just can't get it done. Positions are good, but you got to be able to shoot back.
Yeah, the positions are perfect. I mean, they had every read possible. They saw the push coming into mid. Goken gets the first kill. 7-7 is looking mid. Like, what more do you need? I think we had one kind of guy that flanked in from B very late. I didn't see who that was, so maybe that kind of threw them for a loop. But as you said, they got to hit those shots. That was TL's round to win, in my opinion. They had that first kill. They were very set up. They were just so ready for it, and it didn't seem to matter anyway. Stallions move up to 6 rounds now. And showing a lot of patience and, keeping TL guessing for a while. But again, I feel like TL, when the push was coming in, they weren't guessing anymore. Like, they had a very good read on what was happening and still not able to lock it in. Stallions, they get across the line, but I wonder how they feel after that round, able to essentially outgun TL to just, force win the round. And that's still going to feel good, but maybe they want to change up their strategy here. We'll have to wait and see as they are grouping around mid once again.
Minute and 20 remaining now, and Stallions getting some short A control. And then having the double player in long, so this could be good KLB, but again, he doesn't have the right gun for this, but oh, that nade. Wow, I can't believe Goken actually got dodged by that, but okay, not bad. Couple points for evading, love that. Stallions not able to do any utility damage that they were hoping for. But this is the thing, like you definitely know for Stallions, like you're like, okay, Goken's most likely going to be playing A tower. And again, the way he's been playing most of this series, it's like, do we really want to contest that? Do we really want to challenge that? I don't know. There has been moments Goken has missed like really important kills, but again, I do think it's more on the positive note than the negative. But we'll find out here and now.
Yeah, Goken, I mean, this is, this map, this spot, this is one of the places where he made his name. Like this is
the playground, man.
This is his comfort zone. I say that, immediately he misses. But Adrian is right there, and Goken, I guess he didn't miss. Maybe he got a leg or something. As either way, 7-7's over here as well, and this push is being shut down easily. I say that. No, and KLB able to put 1 and 1 together. KLB gets another one, but there's only 10 seconds left.
Yeah, he's got to go.
He's in the 1v2 here, trying to get the kill first. I mean, that's something you got to do, get the 1 kill and then go for the plant, but pretty dire straits for that side. So TL move up to 5, and they're keeping their hopes alive here from the GR side. That time looking much better in that round.
Yeah, I would have liked if Stallions actually did that a little bit faster, right? I mean, they kind of ran the clock a bit too low because, again, like, I think they made it kind of predictable. As soon as those nades were flying, like, Liquid knew right away. They're like, yeah, this is what they're doing. Like, they're coming to me. They're going to hit this A site. Like, everybody get here now. So if they would have had that extra 10, 20 seconds, I mean, that could have allowed the clutch factor playing in tower to maybe be less stressful, right? Less antsy, but nonetheless, Liquid respond very well to it. Like you said, Goken has definitely proven his name in that position. He does do it here with Adrian. So the two of them together do well, but still plenty of rounds to go. And single sniper here for Stallions. Just KLP going to lock it. No has kind of floated the idea of it so far in this game alone, actually, since he's been a little bit more quiet. We have seen him actually put the TRG on his hands too. This time he's going to just rifle up, which again, I think makes the most sense on this BL side. I think you kind of want to just rely on him anyways, being the star rifler he can be. But a little bit of a 1-3-1 setup here from Liquid. This is interesting.
Yeah, they've got a lot of pressure over towards B main and just trying to play point there as Y and essentially funnel them over towards A. And I think it's not a bad idea, especially the way that last round did go, where it's like, okay, we shut this push down. The one in the last round, we just had this same push, and they're doing it again. This time a little bit quicker, as you like. And a bunch of flashes come over the top, but 7-7's ready. There's 2 snipers looking down this angle. Now, KLP wins against Skoke, and that is huge. KLP gets up top, but 7-7 is still alive, and they were so ready for this once again. It's felt like TL, every round, they've been super ready for the pushes. KLP in the 1v3 rather, is going to have to try to figure this out.
Yeah, like, do you want to play the top position or not? It seems like he will, but that timing is, it's not so bad. They're already creeping up. They're already going to be close on his 6. He's not going to be ready for this. One player's made his spotting. Oh my God, how does he land that? That might be a bit of a misplay. KLP given some kind of a chance again, but unfortunately gives his back, and Danimals has been able to put that dagger in a little bit deeper, and we're back to a tie game, but man, that could have been disastrous.
Yeah, absolutely. I mean, at the end of the day, this is still Porte GR side. It is still Team Liquid. And Stallions have had the ability to at least get that 1 round, but I worry for their chances, especially in this position, as we have another tactical pause. This time from Team Liquid. I thought the last one was from Team Liquid. Maybe...
Yeah, there we go. I was going to say, I swear it was Team Liquid, right? Like, what's going on?
Wait.
I'm like, hang on. I mean, we're a little tired, but we know what's going on here, right? Like,
this makes sense, too, like, timing-wise.
Yeah, exactly, exactly.
I do think of your tanks watching those last 3 rounds, you're like, yeah, well, we got the 1, but this has not been easy pickings for us. And I think those last 2 pushes on A were, they were okay at best. I think you can definitely find some other angles to try to play, and I liked that push through mid that they had. I'm not sure they should have won that round, but I like the idea. And maybe you want to put some more pressure on the B, especially the way that Team Liquid are setting up right now.
I definitely agree because again, I think Gokhan has really made it obvious he's playing A. He's not rotating the sniper because some teams what they like to do is you obviously have your A tower just being contained with the sniper, but there is times where you go, look, let's switch it up, put the double rifles, one below, one on the side, and then float that sniper. But he hasn't been doing that. He's been constantly playing A. I don't know if maybe Tanks made that call to them saying, look, they're eventually going to give him up in that position. You guys are going to out-frag them. You guys are going to get control of this site. So, I don't know. That's one of my speculation is, but I do agree. I feel like B has been a lot more forgiving for these guys. They can definitely prove that they can out-duel those guys. You're going rifle to rifle. You don't have to worry about a sniper duel, so we'll see what they want to do.
Yeah, still a lot of time in this one. It's still all tied up 6-6. And even though TL are in their comfort zone, it's still anybody's map. And, if No steps it up a little bit late, obviously his numbers right now not looking as impressive as every other map we've seen. But we still know that he's got it in him, so potential for him if he does begin to turn on the jets here a little bit to make a big resurgence on this map. Better late than never, as I always say. And a big forward position here once again from TL. This has been working out for them where it's if you want to push A, be my guest. Go ahead. But you're not pushing B, not with this setup. And, there's still ways to enter. Don't get me wrong. Let's see if they do try to challenge this. As already JJ goes down. And from the rafters, Danimals gets so much value. 7-7 with 2 kills already on the board. They take down Loy. It's only KLP. There's way too much for him to do here.
Yeah, this is a really difficult task. I feel like it is just mission impossible. All of them are going to swing him. There we go. Look at you have 4 players that are right there ready for the fight. So good job from Liquid. Flawless round for them. Take it with some ease, and now they get themselves back into a lead. And this, like you said, has been a really tough second half for Stallions. They've been able to find 1 round only. It's been the Liquid show, right? This is where they've been able to slowly and surely get themselves back in this game, now find themselves in a lead. So Stallions have a lot of conversation to have here. They did just burn out their timeout, or their tactical. So they have to be very careful and precise what they want to do because we're in round 14. Things are getting close to that end point.
Yeah, I think it's a rough time for Stallions when it's our pushes onto A have not looked good. Our pushes into B main have looked worse. So what exactly are we supposed to do in this situation? You can feel kind of helpless, especially after they just had their attack pause, as you were saying. So I don't know how much more I don't know how many other ways they can really switch up what they're doing in this position. Somebody's really going to have to take the reins and call some great stuff to figure it out, because right now, from where I'm sitting, TL look like they might just run away with this map number 5. As it was predicted, I feel like a lot of us made predictions and they've all kind of along the same route, and I think it's all kind of coming true. As these 2 teams were very closely matched, but if it does go Porte, you give that slight edge to TL. And it has looked that way so far, especially with No going down for his 12th death and only 4 kills so far. He has been pretty much absent here, even from the Blacklist side. As at least Y is going to be taken down by Loy, somewhere in B main. And they're taking their time with this one. They say, well, if he was there alone, perhaps we got an angle here onto B, and they are correct. This really always has been, the double sniper setup on A, and so they're going to go for it quickly into B. They spam out Danimal from behind the box. And now Adrian here playing on the back of the site. The rotation comes in, but the smokes are already in. On top of 7-7, he's going to try to push it with the pistol, it looks like, as over the top they go, but Adrian's right there to shut it down. Picks up a second one. And they have just not been able to clear out the site. JJ gets swinged, and TL get round 8 as they are on a massive tear here from the Global Risk side.
Yeah, and again, just a bit of a positional mistake here from Stallions, right? They knew that Adrian was in pit. They knew they had that threat there and that problem, but they still kind of, again, just peaked enough that he was able to find some duels that he should have never been able to find. So for Stallions, I mean, they got so hyper-fixated on that one player on the left-hand side, but again, their positioning just got a little bit questionable, but great work from Team Liquid to be able to respond to that threat. And they neutralize everything in their path, and now, like you said, closer and closer we go, that Liquid might be able to find themselves in a position, in a conversation of going to a grand final in a tournament, something they've been hungry for and desperate for years. So this is something that, again, both these teams just really, really want, but Liquid seem to be the ones that want it more.
Yeah, it's hard to say where we go from here. I think that Stallions have been stopped at every turn by TL, so unless they somehow get a second wind or some kind of miracle is pulled out here, Team Liquid are just in total control. It is going to be Stallions here in the middle of the map. And, you know, the one round where they won was something like this, where, you know, they pushed through mid-smoke and tried to make a play on the bridge. They haven't committed to that just yet, as it really is just No kind of trying to lead the charge here as the entry, and he's just going to dry swing in a mid. Like, that is certainly one way to try to handle this Blacklist side. As, you know, you can collapse so quickly in a mid. It's incredible. On it. Like, everybody on this map can immediately turn to mid, and all 5 guns can be facing.
Yeah.
So that's why I say, like, that's certainly one way you can do it.
Yeah.
Not the best way.
Well, and I feel like even for someone like No, right? Like, I mean, obviously, statistically, this game, he's not playing his best. So, like, I mean, for him, like, to be the first point of entry and just doing something like that, be that entry point, let it happen. Like, let him just go for a fight. Oh, that could be bad. Oh, that could be so bad for Stallions, and it is. Oh, why? Good marksmanship here. And now JJ does something back, and now are they going to realize, okay, Pit exists. Danimal's now trying to make a lot of havoc, and he does. He's just tapping away through the box. 7-7 might have this one easy for timing. He just has to pounce on it, and he does. All of a sudden, it's just down to No, the superstar himself. 16 seconds, he realizes, no, we got to have a conversation. We got to figure this out quickly. And they're just going to let this one go. But Team Liquid now solidifying themselves onto match and series point. One round needed, and they go to the grand finals.
It's looking fantastic for them right now. I mean, Team Liquid moving over to GR, and they have looked pretty much lights out. Again, even the one round that Stallions got, I was like, TL should have won that round.
Yeah.
Like, this has been all them after the swap. There has been pretty much nothing in the tank left here for the boys on Stallions. And Team Liquid are such a strong team from the CFBL, and they look like they are just one step away from making it to face off against Baisha and making it back into the finals after such a long drought. And again, we need that miracle. I don't think we're going to see it. Y is right here. No does pick up one, and they are pushing in up top as Adrian's got the flank, but Loy is watching it. And maybe Stallions get another round here. But 7-7 wants to put an end to that noise, is going to land the snipe. And Danimals has been having a big map here, 17 kills. He being still alive. They're trying to find an angle here to get onto the site. And they're expecting the push. I mean, I don't blame them, especially with finally a little bit of momentum. But that's a couple of kills all of a sudden. KLB, the last man alive, standing up against 2. He gets 1.
For the time.
And yeah, he's just running out of time. KLB's playing it excellently here, and he does get the kill. And Stallions are not done yet. You need to hit number 10 before extra rounds if you want to win.
What a scrappy round for Stallions to win, right? Like, I mean, Liquid just seemed like, again, like another level right now on this map. They almost take that away, but again, from KLB just being able to burn the time as much as he could, that was great. And that little bit of a cheeky swing that he's able to find that one kill, that really was, to me, the saving grace. Otherwise, I think that round would have been over if he didn't find that initial duel, because it would have been a 2-on-1. They could have had one person go on the defuse right away, one person spamming him. So Stallions will survive. 2 needed. And we could go to another extra overtime. Third one, why not? I would love it.
As was predicted.
As was predicted, yes.
As was written. Yeah.
Oh, man. What a game, though. Like now I'm kind of still wondering if No's just going to do this weird thing. He flicks a switch, and then he's just like, okay, kill mode activated. I'm just going to do what I need to do now. I don't know. Maybe not. Or somebody else. But It's just unfortunate. He's been so amazing all 4 maps, and this is the one, unfortunately, it seems like he really has exerted himself maybe just a bit.
Yeah, and same thing for TL, where it's been really a team effort. You know, everybody has put up big rounds, big maps at differing times. This time it's Danimals, 2 KD in such a close map is just crazy. And I mean, I don't, you know, Stallions got that last round. I'm not a believer. I think TL are still going to take this. I just don't see any way that Stallions have that momentum, but, you know, prove me wrong. I'd love to see it and make it really interesting here.
If Danimals can find these kills, though, like, this is going to be huge because, again, he's the sole anchor. He's the one guy, one-man army right now. He's waiting for his team. He's staying alive. Stallions have to neutralize him. They have to get rid of this threat. They have to get rid of the problem. They get the plant down, but he's still here. He's still in their territory, but look at that. 1, 2, 3. Absolutely, yes, please. Stallions still have a pulse. They still have some motivation left in them, Valdez. They are not done with this game yet.
I can't believe this is happening. I mean, Stallions were down and out. Like, they were on the floor. The ref was saying 1, 2, 3. Like, the knockout was already in, and he came back from the dead. This is not done yet, I guess. I had given up on them, but Stallions had not. And Team Liquid, like, how do they not close this out from here? They're at 9 rounds. They had so much momentum. It's just 1 round left from GR, and you've given 2 rounds to Stallions from the Blacklist side. This would be the worst way to go into extra rounds for Team Liquid.
It absolutely would. That, like, again, gut-wrenching. Absolutely gut-wrenching. And now it's just down to 1 round to determine this. Done here and now or overtime. And again, Liquid, this is where you start to shake in the boots, right? I mean, we talk about their event squad, we talk about their experience, yes, but you've given some room. You've given some inches now, and Stallions are like, okay, hang on. Like, that copium is starting to be real. Like, this is the thing. We'll have to see if they can convert that energy into the positive one here to get this thing done. Danimals looks like he might try to entertain the idea of going towards short, or he might just try to play this top box position, which does have a lot of benefit as well. Oh, this is tense. Like, you can cut it with a knife, man. Like,
I almost don't want to say anything. I'm like, no, I got to do my job. But like, oh.
You just want to watch it.
This is so close. This is so scary. And Stallions have taken their time once again at the beginning. They've done so much spamming into Adrian, like they know the angles he's been playing. And it's been him that's held down the middle of the map. But already a decent amount of damage done to 7-7 and Y. 7-7 is not going to matter too much playing that sniper role. And they just won a round on B. I mean, I don't mind this if they can get into B quick. With some big momentum onto the site. It's going to be 7-7 for first contact.
Oh, and it's a 5-man commit, man. Nobody's even waiting. Nobody's lurking. And then you have Y that's kind of sitting close on by here with 7-7. So they got a double setup. Oh, the rotate's already happening. Rotate's already happening. Liquid are ready for this. They've read it. They have full inkling of it. Liquid might be able to just do it here and now. And they might just be able to secure this unless something happens from Stallions, and it's all just down to Loy. 1 man to do something, but not gonna happen. Team Liquid will advance to the grand final.
And you see Daniel saying bye-bye, but that was a very high emotion series. As some words still shouted. You know who is calm and cool as a cucumber is Goke, and he's like, yeah, whatever, you know, just making a finals. Yeah, that's just what I do. And that is going to feel rough for the side of Stallions. They played it so close to Team Liquid, and it really could have gone either way, but it was too tall of a task to play Team Liquid on Porte, I think, and that's exactly what we expected. Team Liquid to make it to map 5 and to close it out on Porte. Was it back and forth? Were there moments where I was like, hey, maybe Stallions can actually do it? Absolutely, but it's Team Liquid at the end of the day. It was written, and it was played out exactly as we expected. Team Liquid winning 10-8 on Porte, and they will move on to the finals against Baisha Gaming tomorrow.
Yeah, it's a huge feat, right? I mean, we talked about both these teams, respected teams, like hungry to get into those grand finals. You know, we have been able to see Stallions being able to do it before, but Team Liquid, I don't think they have been able to. They've always just been placing themselves in like 9 to 12, 5 to 8, things like that. But now they finally have been able to break so many different barriers, so many different boundaries. They have now rewritten some history for themselves. So now it's all about, can you get it done? Can you be able to take down the powerhouse team of Baisha Gaming? That's the biggest question tomorrow, right? That's the biggest riddle we have to see. But look, you handled Stallions down all the way to the distance. They went through so much adversity. And that does kind of write, a little bit of things about creating a championship team.
Absolutely. We'll see about that as the tournaments come by, as they have made it to a championship already in their career. But yeah, you can see the energy is so high. And of course, the Brazilian team from the CFBL, Team Liquid, able to get the victory, and they were so pumped. And obviously, showing a lot of respect once they went across the stage, a lot of shaking hands, some hugs exchanged as well. I mean, there's so much respect given to both squads, honestly. They played their hearts out, and it really could have been anyone's, but Team Liquid cross the line and get the win.
Yeah, and again, it's just where I think Stallions have proven that they can play internationally, right? They've been able to compete. They've been able to play some of those CFPL teams. This is going to be the biggest thing for me tomorrow is Liquid. They've been able to handle that from Stallions, but there's a lot that's at stake here. But I am very excited for this grand final. It has definitely been propped up very well, and Liquid have earned this one.
Absolutely. Well, guys, on the stage waiting now is Damascus for the interview. Take it away.
What an incredible semi-finals, and it is time, as per tradition, of course, for Team Stallions to give up their key to the rightful winner. Time to exchange the key. Team Liquid moving forward to grand finals of CROSSFIRE here at Esports World Cup 2026. Man, what an incredible match. That final map was so clutch. You guys were heads and Stallions was coming back. You guys clutched it. Can you run me through, the emotion throughout the team to just stop that comeback from happening and validating that win?
O que estava passando na cabeça de vocês nesses últimos rounds, né? Que eles estavam ali tentando um comeback, tiveram alguns rounds mais difíceis. Como é que estavam se sentindo?
A gente sabia que ia ser uma partida muito, muito difícil. A Team Stallions é um time muito, muito bom. Então a gente sabia que a gente tinha que jogar nosso melhor CROSSFIRE e jogar coletivamente para poder ganhar dos caras, e graças a Deus deu tudo certo.
So I knew it was going to be a very, very tough match. Team Stallions, they're like an amazing team. So we had some tough rounds, but in the end of the day, it's always a teamwork, and we played a very, very nice CROSSFIRE today.
Love to hear it. And listen, you guys are in grand finals. You've had an incredible week. Last time Brazil won the international was 2019. You get an opportunity to bring the Brazil flag to grand finals and maybe get the first win for your country. How much does it mean to you guys? How much it worth to bring this to your own region?
A última vez que o Brasil ganhou o evento internacional foi em 2019. Como é que vocês estão se sentindo agora, podendo trazer mais uma vez o troféu para casa?
Então, eu vou para minha terceira final de Mundial. Eu venci uma e perdi outra, então agora vai ser o desempate. Eu não sei o que vai acontecer, mas pode esperar que o Team Liquid vai vir forte para poder conseguir esse título.
So I had already 3 international finals in my whole career. So I'm going to my third one. I won one, I lost one. We don't know what's going to happen tomorrow, but Team Liquid is going to be very prepared.
Oh, I love to hear this. Listen, you guys have been amazing. Congratulations again to Team Liquid. You can go on and crush your opponent's key, validating your ticket to tomorrow's finals.
And now it is time for Team Liquid to crush the key of the young Stallions who fought valiantly, but in the end there wasn't enough. Congratulations. That's how you play. That's how you play, man. Come on, you see the pop-offs, the big-time energy. I even seen a little Reggie Miller. They did the little choke thing. I'm like, oh, hold on. But that is the intensity that we see at the highest level. That's how they made it this far. Remorse does not get you far. There can only be one champion. And Stallions has their key crushed here at the Esports World Cup. Now we have our finals set, ladies and gentlemen. It is going to be Baisha going head-to-head with Team Liquid, representing Brazil on the highest level and showing us just exactly what that scene is all about. Once again, congratulations and best of luck in the finals.
Play is in our DNA. Whenever we let it out, it becomes our superpower. Now imagine an entire city being built to supercharge it. Kadir City, powered by Play.
After a grueling 5 maps, Team Liquid get the job done, taking down the Stallions. And Stallions will once again, in back-to-back years, have to settle for top 4. But what a series it was. It went down to the wire. I can't believe how close it was at multiple points throughout our series. Game 1 going 13-11. Game 3 going 13-10. And then to finish it off in Game 5, 10-8. And now the Brazilians once again enter into the grand finals. Kyle, it's been a long time coming.
It definitely has, but this team fought in the perfect fashion in the final map to earn their place in the grand final. I mean, talk about a crazy outcome in this final map. You had the 2 superstars on both sides probably having their worst games of the tournament, but this is where I love CROSSFIRE, because this is where you see those other players step up to the plate and show what they're made of, and that's exactly what Team Liquid did.
Yeah, I noticed that from the side of Stallions. No just was not having a good Game 5.
Yeah, and especially when he disappears for the Team Stallions, right? You can really see the lack of firepower or the lack of aggression that they can actually provide in a map like Porte. However, you really have to compliment the absolute, not really giving up at all in the map of Porte, because to be fair, we were all doubting Team Stallions in that map of Porte, considering that is a map where a certain Gouken can do really good. But man, the performance like that, definitely going to be forgettable.
Yeah, I mean, looking at that 0.43 KD, one of the worst ADRs he's had all tournament long. We talked about it before Game 5. This guy hadn't have an off map in this series, but then all of a sudden he finally has one, and his team just can't pick up the pieces. But on the other side of it, you have Danimal, who are critical of all series long, having his best map of the series at the perfect moment to shine.
Yeah, Danimal's brought in that experience, obviously, and it ends up paying off for Team Liquid. They had the fans behind them, by the way, the entire time. We took a look at the super fans before heading into the series, and they did not disappoint. And I'm sure tomorrow they're going to be right back in those seats supporting Team Liquid all the way. Again, as we recap this last map, Stallions at one point had a very good lead, and they were looking free and clear to win game number 5 and come through like they typically do. The emotions they were feeling were incredible, but again, Team Liquid just started slowly but surely coming back, and Stallions, once they lost steam, the engine was dead.
Yeah, you can kind of see it from the first half, right? I think Stallions were looking for a possible 7-2 or 6-3 start to the second half, but obviously Team Liquid kind of brought it back in those few rounds and turned into a 5-4. And at the same time, you do see Stallions get a bit reckless, especially in these B pushes. You can really see that they cannot clear the animals on the bottom side of B, and it seems like they just crumbled because of it.
It's really sad to see, but that's the way the tournament goes. The Esports World Cup, it's the highest level of competition. In this case for CROSSFIRE, it's a brutal system. You've got your key, the key gets crushed, or you protect it. For Team Liquid, they did exactly that. They move on. We take one final look at the set summary, and you can just see how close it was, but also where the key stars were lacking or therefore stepping up.
Yeah, I mean, you still have to shout out KLB in particular. He had a really good performance. He tried to keep his team alive in this one. Loy as well, putting in a solid effort. But when you have some of those key stars like the Kanoes, like the KLPs, just not living up to expectations, it makes it so hard to overcome.
It does. I mean, look, eventually you got to run out of steam. It's so hard to be at the elite level. When you think of Noah and what he's done this entire tournament, 20 plus eliminations each and every game, eventually you're gonna have a bad one. Unfortunately, it just happened to fall where it mattered most, game 5.
Yeah, and of course, you cannot, rely on Noah 24/7 to carry the team, right? It is up to the other players to kind of step up to the plate, just like what you said. I kind of expected more from JJ, kind of expected more from Loy, despite his really good performance in this one. I was expecting him to be kind of taking those plays of being the entry fragger for the squad. But, it is really hard to entry up against Team Liquid. Even just watching up here and just saying, man, they are playing as far back as possible. Then all of a sudden, 3 players pop out with the animals. What can you do about it?
Stallions had their key crushed, much like King Zero, but they still have a match tomorrow to play for 3rd and 4th. Last year, it was Stallions who got 4th. For King Zero, they obviously wanted to be in grand finals. They don't find themselves there. That's going to be a brutal matchup.
brutal but exciting because these are the two fastest paced teams we've seen in this event. So I'm actually excited to see them clash. And for both of them, it's a little bit of pride on the line as well.
Absolutely. It's always pride, especially when China plays any other region. They are the best in the world, it seems. Well, we'll find out actually tomorrow because Brazilians of Team Liquid are looking to take them down. As far as Stallions go, we've been praising No all tournament long, but unfortunately, they suffered the loss when it mattered most to get to the grand finals. Because of that, Salvatore was on standby to talk to No upon his exit from the arena.
The Stampede has now finally concluded. Team Liquid advances to the grand finals to face Baisha Gaming in Esports World Cup CROSSFIRE. Joining here with me today is the Wonder Kid, No from Team Stallions. Thank you for doing this interview. It was a hard-fought series, my friend. Tell me, what is the team feeling right now? Or you personally, what are you feeling right now? Napakalaking laban na dinanas ng Team Stallions buong araw, kinalaban yon Team Liquid. Anong pakiramdam mo ngayon at pati ng team?
Yun, nararamdaman namin, malungkot. Yun lang, tas sakit.
It's really painful and it's pretty heavy for the team right now. So the last few remaining minutes of Porte was really that intense, but it ultimately ended in the favor of Team Liquid. Can you give us an insight as to what happened in the final minutes that led to that moment? So nung Porte, kita naman natin na parang nandoon na, malapit na, pero bigla na lang pumabor para sa Team Liquid. Baka pwede mo kaming bigyan ng pahapyaw kung ano bang nangyari ng mga oras na yan?
Wala lang, di namin alam anong pagpasok namin sa B-set. Wala, napatay, naubos kami. Di na, mabilis yung pangyayari. Yun lang.
Everything was unexpected. It all happened in a blur. When we entered B site, we just slipped away from the moment, couldn't convert towards the overtime. So we'll be giving No the opportunity right now to thank the fans at home, especially for the Team Stallions fans watching, and especially to his friends and families. No, ba may gusto akong sabihin dyan sa mga kamag-anak mo, sa mga nanonood at sa mga humahanga ng Team Stallions?
Sa mga sumusuporta, salamat at sorry kasi natalo kami. Hindi kami nakapag-finals. Tapos sa pamilya ko, salamat, yun lang.
Thank you to all the fans watching at home. I'm sorry to all the fans that have tuned in. Next time we won't let you guys down. To my friends and families, thank you as well. So make no mistake, Team Stallions will now be facing tomorrow King Zero Esports for the battle for third, and this is not the last of Team Stallions. Prepare for what's worse. That is it for the post-game interview. Let's head into the analyst desk. Reflections in the company for more info about the game.
Thank you, Salvatore, as always, for the great interview. Obviously, for No disappointment on his face. They wanted to be in grand finals, but they still have King Zero tomorrow. And like you said, sometimes, you start to take the L's and it just becomes a blur. And it's hard to then regain your focus after that point. And that's exactly what ended up happening once they transferred over to the B side. But for Team Liquid, they move on to tomorrow's competition. And I brought just a guy to break down what it means for the club championship race. Trav, good to see you. What a day it's been around the entire venue. But first, let's start in the Allianz Vault. Team Liquid are now in grand finals.
I mean, it's absolutely huge for them. I just looked at the standings here, and luckily for us, people in the background are updating it as fast as the games are going on. They've catapulted themselves from 11th to 6th. And that's just under $1 million extra that they've managed to secure themselves by putting themselves in this grand finals. And that's without winning it as well. There's still very much a chance that can happen. So huge for Team Liquid.
And by the way, just to update the audience, I mean, this is over the span of what, a week and a half?
Yeah, I mean, as you know, Taylor, last week, Chess was in the Allianz Vault and Magnus Carlsen managed to go all the way for Team Liquid, putting them in this position. And, you know, without him, without this team here in CROSSFIRE, they'd be sitting on about 250 points. So that's really not too much to talk about. But with these last 2 weeks, they're in 6th. And that's a huge prize pool.
But let's go to the top. AGL, Team Falcons have been the biggest story when it comes to the club championship race all throughout the event. And I notice there's only 300 points separating them.
Yeah, well, we saw AGL coming into CROSSFIRE. They kind of took an unexpected exit in the quarterfinals, which left some points on the table here in CROSSFIRE that Liquid have capitalized on. And we thought, that might be it. That might be done. But actually, that was not the case, as Falcons unexpectedly fall out of CS2 a little bit earlier today in the same situation. They're dropping out in these quarterfinals, only securing themselves 200 points. So now it's between Fortnite and Trackmania for these two teams to make a separation.
But Trackmania, they got a big dog on their side when it comes to Team Falcons. But you're saying there's a chance that AGAL can take down the back-to-back champion for the club championship race.
There's absolutely a chance. This is the thing. Carl Jr. playing for Falcons in Trackmania is expected to win, but AGL were expected to win here. Team Falcons were expected to do better in CS2. If there's anything that this week's teaching us, it's that anything can happen across the Esports World Cup. And obviously, we've just seen AGL coming through that last kind of sacrificial stage of Fortnite, and they've managed to get to the final day. So there's points to be had there too.
Absolutely incredible stuff. We just talked about Team Liquid and, of course, the implications of the club championship race, but let's give you a visual as to what has happened over yesterday and today's competition. It's been a wild ride. We ended all the quarterfinals yesterday. We crushed 4 keys. Today, we crushed 2 more. Team Liquid and Baisha in the grand finals. But of course, playing for 3rd place is now Team Stallions versus King Zero Esports. Team Liquid and Baisha. That's going to be a banger matchup that could go the distance. It's Brazil versus China. Gokun on one and on the other. You got N9. The implications of grand finals. What's up for grabs? $2 million, $750 for first. But all that goes down tomorrow. And we need to go to the stage to set up what it's going to look like.
16 teams were here at the beginning of the week entering CROSSFIRE at Esports World Cup 2026 and only 2 remain. One of them will get their key crushed and the winning one will put their key inside of that trophy to lift the 2nd EWC trophy in CROSSFIRE history.
One more day of CROSSFIRE here at the Esports World Cup. Today was phenomenal, top to bottom. And before we get to that finals match tomorrow, we do have our 3rd and 4th place qualifier, which matters tremendously when it comes to overall club championship points. And of course, ladies and gentlemen, that bag, that fettuccine, as we're gonna have King Zero Esports going head to head with the Stallions. I cannot wait to see that match. Stallions had an amazing run at this event, but Team Liquid was just too strong.
Team Liquid looking too good. Listen, it was amazing to also see the vibes of Team Liquid. These guys deserve their place in that grand finals. They are extremely ecstatic to be able to make their way there. It's going to be a very exciting day. Tomorrow, final day at Esports World Cup for CROSSFIRE here. Final day on this stage. We crown one final champion tomorrow. I'm looking forward to that.
Ladies and gentlemen, where else do you get this type of energy, this level of gameplay? Only right here at the Esports World Cup. And tomorrow is the culmination of years of blood, sweat, and tears that all of these players have put in to get up to this point. You do not want to miss it. We will see you tomorrow for grand finals of CROSSFIRE.
best.